Xuanyuan Chen opened his eyes, and a dense fragrance of grass and wood surged into his nostrils. He found himself in a boundless sea of forest where countless trees grew lush and thick shafts of sunlight filtering through the gaps to scatter mottled patches of light upon the ground. Before him stood a colossal tree whose trunk would require several people to encircle it. Its branches and leaves faintly flowed with multicolored radiance, as though containing inexhaustible vitality. An information panel appeared before his eyes. World Tree, the incarnation of the world itself, possessing inconceivable might, most creatures do not dare to approach it. After a primordial elf dies, its soul returns to the World Tree and can be reborn through the well of the World Tree. At the base of the immense tree was a naturally formed tree hollow, its entrance glowing with a soft light that drew his gaze and tugged at his curiosity. He stepped into the hollow only to find the space inside unexpectedly spacious. At its center lay a well naturally formed by intertwined tree roots filled with turquoise liquid that radiated a refreshing aura of vibrant life. At that moment, a series of clear electronic chimes rang out in his mind. Ding, system loading complete. Binding to the World Tree has succeeded. The undead calamity will arrive in 2 years. The host is urged to expand his forces as swiftly as possible and strive to survive the coming disaster. Undead calamity. 2 years. Xuanyuan Chen suppressed the turbulence in his heart and bent over to look into the peculiar well. The surface of the water was like a mirror, clearly reflecting his current appearance. Gone were the familiar black hair and dark eyes. Instead, he saw a handsome male elf with flowing golden hair, blue eyes as deep as the ocean, long pointed ears, and a refined, noble outfit of azure hues. So this is what I look like now? He was slightly stunned. Then a semi-transparent information panel rose into the air above the well's surface. Well of the World Tree. Grade 1st tier. Function: each day it can generate 10 energy of Primordial Elves with a very small chance of creating special or currently locked unit types. Upgrade requirement: 100 upgrade points. Almost at the same time, ripples spread across the well's surface, and its light swelled faintly. Current Well of the World Tree energy: 1010. Generate Primordial Elves. Yes, Xuanyuan Chen answered without hesitation. Current available profession: Elven Scout. Generate 10 Elven Scouts. Yes. As the command was given, the turquoise liquid in the well began to recede at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly draining away. Xuanyuan Chen left the tree hollow and looked up. Thick branches of the World Tree now hung with 10 buds radiating a gentle green light. The buds slowly unfurled and 10 slender figures leaped lightly from within, landing steadily before him. They wore green battle skirts and carried short bows on their backs. Their faces were exquisite, their ears long and pointed with flowing golden hair and emerald eyes. In perfect unison, they dropped to one knee, lowering their heads to Xuanyuan Chen, their voices crisp and devout as they intoned, "My king." An invisible bond was forged between Xuanyuan Chen and these elves. He could distinctly feel that they regarded him as their creator and sovereign, the embodiment of their absolute faith, their loyalty beyond question. His gaze swept over the 10 primordial elves and quickly fell upon one who stood out from the rest. All the other elves had golden hair and green eyes, but she alone possessed a cascade of silver hair, like streaming moonlight, with deeper emerald eyes and a cold, incisive aura. With a mere thought from Xuanyuan Chen, information about her surfaced before his eyes. Name: none. Race: Primordial Elf. Profession: Shadow Assassin. Current level: 1st tier. Potential rank: 7th tier. Loyalty: 100. When he checked the other elves, the data read: name: none. Race: Primordial Elf. Profession: Elven Scout. Current level: 1st tier. Potential rank: 4th tier. Loyalty: 100. A special elf, a shadow assassin with 7th tier potential. Xuanyuan Chen's heart stirred. This was undoubtedly an unexpected boon. In this world, if one wished to possess a profession, one had to use a profession card. Without it, mere physical training made it exceedingly difficult to raise one's strength. Profession cards were obtained through various materials, of which beast cores were the most crucial. The higher a profession's potential rank, the higher the grade, and the greater the quantity of beast cores required. Yet this problem did not exist for Xuanyuan Chen. His elves were born already in possession of their professions. Potential rank determined the upper limit of a profession. Units with potential no higher than 6th tier, no matter how powerful, could only master martial techniques, whereas those of 7th tier and above could grasp certain forms of magic. At this moment, he noticed a faintly glowing point in the upper left of his field of vision. When he focused his consciousness on it, 4 options unfurled: personal information, unit information, system, warehouse, and system shop. He first opened personal information. Host: Xuanyuan Chen. Bound object: World Tree. Territory range: within 100 meters of the World Tree. Blessing of the World Tree: immune to all poisons. While within the World Tree's territory, you will not be injured or die, and will not be affected by any negative status. Race: Primordial Elf Special. Current level: 1st tier, linked to the World Tree's level. Skills: automatically inherit all skills of subordinate Primordial Elves. Martial techniques automatically inherit all martial techniques of subordinate primordial elves. Magic automatically inherit all magic of subordinate primordial elves. Upgrade points 0. System coins 0. Upgrade points are obtained through the elves leveling while system coins must be exchanged with resources, Xuanyuan Chen quickly deduced as he grasped the core mechanics. His own growth was inextricably bound to the flourishing of the elven race under him. Next, he opened unit information where he could see detailed data for every elf and the total number of units. Then he opened the system warehouse. It was completely empty, containing absolutely nothing. Lastly, he opened the system shop. A dazzling list of goods appeared before him, ranging from weapons and equipment to blueprints and scrolls in astonishing variety. His gaze was drawn to one particular item. Job change card price 100 system coins may be used when a unit's current level equals its potential rank, limited to a single use per unit. After changing professions, the abilities of the original profession are retained and the level of the new profession will be converted accordingly. If the original profession's abilities are preserved, does that not mean a dual profession? Xuanyuan Chen immediately grasped the value of this card. It could grant a unit a more comprehensive set of abilities or compensate for a weakness. However, 100 system coins was unlikely to be a small amount. He would need resources. It seemed that exploration and gathering were now his top priorities. Xuanyuan Chen closed the shop interface and returned his attention to reality. The silver-haired elf, sensing her king's gaze, lifted her head, her eyes unwavering. My king, please issue your command. I am willing to carve a path through the world for you and eliminate all threats. Xuanyuan Chen looked at her. The world outside teems with the unknown and may be fraught with peril. Are you not afraid to die? The silver-haired elf replied without the slightest hesitation, I do not fear it. To die for my king is an honor and my duty. The mother tree governs the life and death and rebirth of elves. Our souls shall ultimately return to the mother tree's embrace, and through our king's great power will assuredly be born anew. Her faith was pure and fervent. Rebirth, however, did not come without a price. Besides the additional consumption of vast amounts of energy and a return to first-tier, a portion of one's memories would be lost. The only thing that would never be lost was their loyalty to their king. Xuanyuan Chen fell silent for a moment before asking, do you have a name? In answer to my king, this subordinate has yet to be named. The silver-haired elf bowed her head. Then allow me to bestow one upon you, shall I? I humbly beg my king for a name. Her voice carried a faint, barely perceptible tremor of excitement. The other elves around them cast envious glances in her direction. Xuanyuan Chen looked at her striking silver hair and pondered. Silver. Soon a name took shape in his mind. Sylvia, a name that in Latin signifies forest and in origin is kin to the word for silver in English. It suited both the elves' connection to the forest and the distinctive trait she bore. Sylvia, Xuanyuan Chen declared. From this moment on you shall be Sylvia. Sylvia, she repeated softly, light blossoming in her eyes as she bowed deeply once more. I thank my king for his great favor. In this life, Sylvia shall be the blade in my king's hand, clearing all obstacles from his path. Xuanyuan Chen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over all the elven warriors. Rise, all of you. The 10 elves stood up in unison, their postures upright and proud. Our first task now is to understand the surrounding environment, locate resource points, and assess potential threats. Xuanyuan Chen ordered Sylvia, you will lead the scout squad. Using the world tree as the center, reconnoiter outward. Pay special attention to sources of water, mineral deposits, rare plants, and any signs of creature activity. Avoid unnecessary combat. If you discover anything, report back at once. By your command. Sylvia accepted the order, then turned to face the other 9 elven scouts. Though newly born as a shadow assassin, she seemed innately possessed of a leader's bearing. She swiftly assigned scouting directions and tasks, and the squad members accepted without the slightest objection, moving at once, slipping into the woods like shadows and silently dispersing. Xuanyuan Chen remained where he stood, watching until they disappeared from sight. He lifted his head toward the world tree, sensing the vast tide of life force that bound him to it. 2 years, neither long nor short. In this unfamiliar sea of forest, Xuanyuan Chen would have to forge an elven kingdom mighty enough to withstand the onrushing tide of death. Xuanyuan Chen stood beneath the world tree, experimenting with his skills, martial techniques, and magic. Skills collection: LV2 Elven language, LV7 Elven script, LV7. Martial techniques: short bow mastery, LV2 dagger mastery, LV3 hidden weapon mastery, LV3 trap setting, LV2 concealment, LV3 stealth, LV3 swift stride, LV3 shadow stab, LV2 shadow shift, LV2 magic shadow tentacles, LV1. I need to test their effects myself, he murmured. Xuanyuan Chen first tried concealment. At a single thought, he felt the outline of his body rapidly blur, his colors melding into the bark of the world tree and the shifting light and shadow of the ground around him. He stood utterly still, as though he had become part of the environment itself. Without prior knowledge, it would be nearly impossible to notice someone standing there. Yet the instant he tried to take a step, the concealment shattered, and his form snapped back into sharp clarity. Next came stealth. This time, as he moved slowly, his body still retained a considerable degree of blur and disguise. Though not as absolute as concealment when he was motionless, it was more than enough to keep him well hidden while on the move. When he quickened his pace, he found that the disguise weakened correspondingly. The faster he moved, the more pronounced the sense of separation from the environment became. Activating swift stride, it felt as though a light wind sprang up beneath his feet, propelling him into a forward dash. His speed increased markedly, and his efficiency in covering distance rose dramatically. He glanced at the shadow of a tree not far away and activated Shadow Shift. At level 2, its range seemed limited to shadowed areas within roughly 5 meters of his body. Locking onto the target shadow, he felt a strange sensation of weightlessness. In the next instant, he appeared silently beneath that tree's shadow. Though the distance was short, such short-range, instantaneous movement was undoubtedly of immense value in actual combat. Xuanyuan Chen raised his hand, focused his will, and unleashed Shadow Stab. He did not target anything, merely testing. A jet-black spike, almost solid to the eye, suddenly formed along his forearm. It shot out in a flash, then swiftly retracted back into the shadows, the motion razor-fast. At last, he tried his soul spell Shadow Tentacles, LV1. He chose a patch of open ground 5 meters ahead and performed a brief mental guidance and chant. Magic power flowed out from within him, and in the shadow that lay across that open ground, 2 tentacles as thick as a human arm, entirely woven from shadowy energy, suddenly thrust up from the earth. They twisted with eerie agility, able to lash or coil at Xuanyuan Chen's command. However, maintaining their existence required a continuous drain of magic power. After experiencing each of his abilities in turn, a distinct wave of exhaustion washed over Xuanyuan Chen, and the magic within his body was nearly depleted. Just as he was about to rest, faint sounds drifted through the forest. Sylvia led 9 elven scouts back like silent specters. Sylvia strode forward and knelt on one knee to report. "My king, we have conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of the surrounding area." "Speak." Xuanyuan Chen signaled for her to continue. "Roughly 8 kilometers east of the mother tree, we discovered a medium-sized lake. The water is crystal clear and appears to be the primary source of water in this region. We observed several types of magical beasts drinking along its shore. We have already filled water skins and brought some back." At her gesture, one elven scout stepped forward and presented several water skins brimming with water. "About 6 kilometers to the north, we found a grove of red-fruited trees. The fruit is edible and rich in moisture. We have harvested a large quantity." Another elf placed down a piled heap of crimson fruit. Sylvia then reported their most important encounter. "On our return, we were ambushed by a burrowing earthquake serpent lying in wait. We slew it, then used collection to obtain 12 units of serpent meat, a 3rd-tier earth element beast core, and 2 serpent fangs. None of our side was injured." Hearing that they had engaged in battle, yet suffered no casualties, Xuanyuan Chen nodded. "You did well," he said. Joy that could not be concealed flickered in the emerald depths of Sylvia's eyes. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze swept over the other travel-worn elves, and he added, "You have all done very well." That simple praise brought genuine happiness to every elven face. Xuanyuan Chen set aside enough red fruit serpent meat and a few water skins for immediate consumption, then stored all remaining supplies into the system warehouse. As dusk deepened, the light in the forest grew dim. Sylvia voluntarily took on the tasks of building a fire and cooking. After quite some effort, she finally kindled a campfire and set the serpent meat to roast over the flames. As she worked, fire starting LV1 and cooking LV1 were automatically added to Xuanyuan Chen's skill list. After a while, Sylvia respectfully offered the roasted serpent meat to Xuanyuan Chen. She tilted her head up, her eyes shining in the firelight, filled with anticipation. Xuanyuan Chen accepted it and took a bite. The serpent meat itself was fairly tender, but with no seasoning at all, and Sylvia's cooking level far too low. The control of heat was clearly imprecise. The taste was bland at best, tinged with bitterness from charring and an underlying fishy tang. Barely edible, if one were generous. He kept his expression unchanged, swallowed the meat, and met Sylvia's expectant gaze. "It's delicious," he said calmly. Sylvia's face immediately blossomed into a radiant, contented smile, as if she had received the highest of honors. Xuanyuan Chen soon noticed that aside from himself, all the other elves were eating only red fruit. Not a single one reached for the remaining serpent meat. Puzzled, he asked, "Why aren't you eating the serpent meat?" Sylvia answered at once, "My king, that meat was prepared especially for you. For us subordinates, these red fruits are more than sufficient." Xuanyuan Chen looked at the large pile of meat still remaining, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. A single unit of serpent meat was no small portion, comparable to a thick-cut steak from his previous life. For him to finish so much mediocre-tasting meat alone was a daunting prospect. "No, I can't be the only one to bear this," he thought to himself, then said solemnly, "You are all my important warriors and need ample strength. In the name of your king, I order you to share this serpent meat among you. A king's command could not be defied. The elves exchanged looks, then obediently began to divide and eat the roasted serpent meat. What followed was a bizarre sight. The moment each elf took the first bite, their movements froze, their expressions turning extremely complex as they struggled to chew and swallow. Sylvia also tried a piece of the meat she herself had roasted, and her body immediately stiffened. She looked up at Xuanyuan Chen, who was eating calmly, without changing his expression, and her eyes quickly filled with a misty sheen, moved almost to the point of tears. In her heart she thought, "My king, he treats me far too kindly. Even though it tastes this terrible, he still told me it was delicious just so I wouldn't feel hurt." Seeing that Sylvia found it so bad she was on the verge of tears, a faintly mischievous smile tugged at the corners of Xuanyuan Chen's lips. He reached out and gently ruffled Sylvia's smooth silver hair in a gesture of comfort. The intimate touch instantly chased away her tears, leaving her only stunned, overwhelmed by such favor. The scene immediately filled the nearby elves with envy. One particularly lively and bold elven scout finally could not help herself. She lowered her head until it nearly touched the ground and pleaded, "My king, please pat my head as well." With someone taking the lead, the other elves immediately turned hopeful eyes toward him, their yearning almost overflowing. Xuanyuan Chen looked at this group of elves, all staring at him so earnestly, and could only feel both amused and helpless. With a wry smile, he went to each one in turn, lightly patting their heads and saying, "You've worked hard." Every elf whose head was touched by their king flushed with excitement, their bodies trembling slightly, as though they had received a supreme honor. The simple evening meal ended amidst a slightly odd, yet deeply warm atmosphere. The campfire continued to burn, driving back the chill of the forest night. No one knew who started it, but the elves soon gathered around the fire, humming ancient elven songs in low voices. The melodious singing echoed through the trees. Though the tunes were simple, they seemed to carry a power that reached straight to the soul, soothing fatigue and binding hearts together. Xuanyuan Chen listened in silence, the song filling him with tranquility. At the same time, he noticed that singing LV4 had automatically appeared in his skill list. Clearly, the elves' gift for song was something they were born with. Xuanyuan Chen's consciousness sank into the system as he opened the maul interface. He first attempted to exchange the collected red fruits for system coins. Selecting the red fruit, a prompt appeared: red fruit 100 units can be exchanged for 1 system coin. 100 to 1. Xuanyuan Chen frowned. He only had a few dozen red fruits, not enough to exchange for even 1 system coin. Moreover, this exchange rate was too low. It was far more practical to keep them as food reserves. He shifted his gaze to other items. Selecting the Tier 3 Earth Element Beast Core, a prompt appeared: can be exchanged for 20 system coins. Exchange. The Beast Core disappeared from the system warehouse, and the system coin balance became 20. Next was the Earthquake Snake Fangs, which exchanged for a total of 6 system coins. The system coin balance updated to 26. It seems that the value of ordinary food is extremely low in the eyes of the system. Beast cores and materials that contain energy or have special uses are the real hard currency. Xuanyuan Chen clarified the direction for his upcoming resource collection. As night fell, he closed the system and arranged for the elves to split into 2 shifts, taking turns to stand guard at night. He then entered the Hollow of the World tree, finding a relatively flat corner to prepare for rest. Sylvia silently stood at the entrance of the hollow, voluntarily taking on the duty of guarding. The other elves, some skillfully climbed up the branches of the world tree, hiding among the leaves to keep watch. Others leaned against the sturdy roots, closing their eyes to rest. Lying on the hard wooden floor, Xuanyuan Chen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Until shortly after midnight, a faint gurgling sound from the well in the center of the hollow broke the silence. The originally transparent green liquid in the well suddenly refilled, in an instant radiating a gentle light of life. Xuanyuan Chen was awakened by this commotion and sat up. The second day has begun. He stretched his stiff neck and walked to the edge of the well. The water rippled slightly, and a prompt appeared: current energy of the world tree, well 1010, would you like to birth a primordial elf? Yes. Current available profession: elf scout, would you like to birth 10 elf scouts? Yes. The well water rapidly declined again, revealing the bottom. Meanwhile, on the branches of the world tree, 10 new flower buds drooped and blossomed, and 10 brand new elf scouts gracefully landed, bowing to Xuanyuan Chen. My king. This time no special units like Sylvia appeared. Xuanyuan Chen briefly reviewed their information, confirming that they were all standard elf scouts. He immediately made arrangements for the 10 newly birthed elves to take over the first night watch shift, allowing the previous guards to rest. As dawn broke, Xuanyuan Chen gathered the existing 20 elves. After some thought, he divided the team into 3 parts. The task remains to pick fruits from the red fruit forest and to fill all the water pouches by the lake. Hunt magical beasts in the forest while ensuring safety to obtain meat and materials. In the third part, led by Xuanyuan, continue the exploration task to further understand the surrounding environment and search for new resource points or potential threats. Additionally, he specifically left 2 elves behind and issued a new directive: chop wood. He needed timber. After waking up today, he had already planned the preliminary construction of the base. He spent 4 system coins to purchase 4 blueprints from the system store: wooden barrack blueprint, wooden kitchen blueprint, wooden public toilet blueprint, and wooden bathhouse blueprint, each costing 1 system coin. The reason for purchasing barracks was due to the extremely poor resting experience last night. He could not sleep well, and the elves camping outdoors could not rest properly either, which would inevitably affect their combat ability over time. The kitchen was to improve meals, as unappetizing food would severely affect morale. The public toilet and bathhouse were considered for basic sanitation and comfort. One could not always rely on outdoor solutions. The blueprints could be reused, as long as there were sufficient materials, they could be built infinitely within the territory. Next, he spent 1 system coin to purchase a universal toolbox. This toolbox could conjure various tools such as hammers, saws, axes, and ladders, with a maximum of 3 items extracted at once, making it extremely practical for construction and daily maintenance. The balance of system coins decreased from 26 to 21. Xuanyuan Chen took out 3 axes from the universal toolbox, kept 1 for himself, and accompanied by the 2 assigned elves walked toward a common forest area, slightly away from the world tree. In this world, when a tree's age surpasses 500 years, it may possess faint, obscure, primitive intelligence. It can vaguely sense the existence of the outside world, having a hazy feeling of the overall energy flow in the forest and the rhythms of the seasons, and can deposit the vague impressions accumulated over long years in its growth rings. As the tree's age increases, its intelligence will gradually enhance. A small portion will stop growing under the forest's great power, with roots breaking the soil, to become tree people responsible for maintaining the stability of the forest. The rest will continue to root and grow, developing toward a 1,000-year-old tree. However, trees younger than 500 years are in a chaotic period, instinctively absorbing sunlight and rain, rooting and growing without true consciousness. Xuanyuan Chen personally demonstrated swinging the axe at a tree. After the tree fell with a thought, he stored it in the system warehouse, and the warehouse item column automatically displayed with 6 units. The 2 elves exchanged glances, seeing the struggle in each other's eyes, but soon that struggle was replaced by a more resolute light. The will of the king is the direction. The commands of the king are unquestionable. Even if these commands require them to do things that go against a part of their nature, it is still a mission that must be completed. The king's considerations always outweigh personal feelings, and the king's decisions are always correct. This absolute belief has long been etched into the depths of their summoned souls. The sacrifice of the trees will undoubtedly forge more valuable existences. The 2 elves learned quickly their strength was considerable, and their logging efficiency was not much lower than Xuanyuan Chen's. Soon they collected sufficient timber. Xuanyuan Chen selected a clearing around the world tree and used the blueprints. With a flash of light, the wood was automatically consumed, and 2 side-by-side wooden barracks, 1 wooden kitchen, 1 wooden public toilet, and 1 wooden bathhouse rose from the ground. The interiors of the barracks were simply laid out, each accommodating 20 people. The kitchen was divided into a front hall and a back kitchen fully equipped, even featuring a small cellar for storing food. The public toilet and bathhouse also basically met current needs. Xuanyuan Chen planned to expand the buildings according to this ratio in the future. He also discovered that buildings generated from blueprints could be freely moved within the territory as long as there were no people inside. Then he instructed the 2 elves to continue chopping wood to stockpile more timber, after which Xuanyuan Chen used the remaining wood and the tools in the universal toolbox to attempt to craft a bed himself. After some hammering, a rough but sturdy wooden bed was completed, and he gained the skill manufacturing LV1. He moved the bed into the tree hole, intending to use it himself. Then he began making wooden buckets for more efficient transportation of red fruits and water, especially for transporting and storing water, as both the public toilet and bathhouse required a large amount of water. The first few wooden buckets were crooked but barely usable. When he made the 4th one, his manufacturing skill leveled up to LV2, and he finally produced a neat and practical wooden bucket. He also began to conceive making a wooden cart to transport more supplies at once. At this moment, the elves who had gone on missions returned one after another. They looked surprised and curious at the neatly appeared buildings. Xuanyuan Chen explained the uses of these buildings to them, and the elves immediately cheered. Long live our king. Each team began to report their results. The hunting team brought back 16 units of wolf meat, a complete wolf pelt, 3 slightly damaged wolf pelts, 4 second-tier beast cores, and 7 wolf fangs. The gathering team brought back a large number of red fruits and filled water bags. Xuanyuan stepped forward to report the exploration results. My king, 10 kilometers west of the mother tree, we discovered a mushroom forest and brought back some samples. It has not yet been determined whether they are edible. Additionally, in the mushroom forest, we found a special slime. They feed on decaying leaves, and can secrete a special liquid that seems to accelerate mushroom growth. Xuanyuan Chen's heart stirred. This slime that could process humus was indeed a natural cesspool. Xuanyuan continued. The area south of the mother tree seems to mainly be ordinary forest land. The second team explored for over 10 kilometers and only found a beehive of iron needle bees. They carefully collected some honey with branches, avoiding conflict with the bee swarm. Besides that, there were no other discoveries. Well done. Xuanyuan Chen affirmed everyone's results, and the elves all showed joyful smiles. He left enough food and fresh water for everyone, then stored the remaining supplies in the system warehouse. The mushrooms were stored in the warehouse, most of which were displayed as edible in the system, so he took out the edible mushrooms and informed them of the types of mushrooms that could be consumed. Then he issued a new directive: Xuanyuan this afternoon, take a few people with the newly made wooden buckets to the mushroom forest and bring back some of that slime. Yes, my king. Xuanyuan accepted the order. Xuanyuan Chen also briefly arranged daily affairs with 2 elves cooking in the kitchen each day, rotating to allow everyone to familiarize themselves with cooking and provide opportunities for skill improvement. A preliminary order began to establish itself in this small camp cradled by the world tree. After lunch, Xuanyuan Chen urgently crafted a wooden cart to facilitate the transportation of the gathering team. The cart was completed, though the front wheels were slightly smaller and the back wheels a bit larger, causing the cart bed to tilt forward by about 5 or 6 degrees. It does not affect its usage. After handing over the wooden cart to the gathering team, Xuanyuan Chen began to make wooden barrels. This time 2 elves stood nearby to observe and learn, as the population would inevitably increase, and he could not rely solely on himself to produce everything. It would be better to let some elves learn manufacturing skills and then take advantage of their skill upgrades later. In the afternoon, Sylvia and the others returned on time, bringing back 2 translucent gel-like creatures contained in newly made wooden barrels, slimes that fed on decaying leaves. In addition, the barrels also contained a dozen glowing little worms. My king, Sylvia reported these worms remain dormant during the day, but in the evening their tails emit a glow. They feed on certain specific mushrooms in the mushroom forest. I believe they could be used to solve the problem of nighttime illumination. Xuanyuan Chen generously praised. Well done, Sylvia, you have considered this thoroughly. Sylvia's face instantly radiated with joy as she stood straighter. Inspired by the glowing worms, Xuanyuan Chen immediately got to work, using the available wood and his versatile toolbox to quickly create 2 tightly structured wooden lanterns. To prevent the worms from escaping, he made the gaps in the lanterns very small, which slightly reduced their transparency, causing the light to appear hazy. Nevertheless, after nightfall, the stable and soft glow emitted by the 2 lanterns successfully dispelled the darkness around the bathhouse and restroom area, providing a reliable source of light, besides the colorful radiance of the world tree. The 2 barrels of slimes were also properly placed in the cesspool beneath the restroom, and these gentle creatures quickly began their work. In the evening, after enjoying a dinner cooked in the newly built kitchen that tasted slightly better than yesterday's, Xuanyuan Chen decided to be the first to experience the newly constructed bathhouse. He entered the bathhouse alone. Sylvia, like the most loyal guard, stood solemnly at the entrance. After a brief rinse, Xuanyuan Chen immersed his entire body in the warm water, comfortably squinting his eyes. The hot water dispelled the fatigue from his journey, and his tense nerves finally experienced a moment of relaxation. In the steamy atmosphere, he opened the system mall once again. He sold 4 second-tier beast cores brought back by the hunting team for 40 system coins and 7 wolf fangs for 7 system coins. The total amount of system coins reached 68. As he relaxed, Xuanyuan Chen's thoughts began to wander. Relying solely on red fruits and beast meat was not a long-term solution. The diet was too monotonous. He searched in the mall and found that 1 system coin could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of ordinary rice. The price was not cheap, but at least it provided a stable source of food. Then he discovered something more important: seeds. Super rice seeds 1 kilogram are priced at 10 system coins. Growth period 3 months. Under normal farming conditions, it can yield 300 kilograms of rice. Super wheat seeds 1 kilogram are priced at 10 system coins. Growth period 4 months. Under normal farming conditions, it can yield 100 kilograms of grain. Xuanyuan Chen quickly calculated in his mind. 300 kilograms of rice, if conserved a bit combined with red fruits and various kinds of beast meat, should be enough for an adult to last 3 years. 100 kilograms of grain would yield over 80 kilograms of flour, enough for an adult to eat for about 10 months. The number of elves was increasing daily, and the future birth rate after the world tree upgraded would be even faster. It was absolutely necessary to prepare for agriculture in advance. With a stable staple food source, he could support a larger force. He weighed his options. Currently funds were limited, but agriculture was foundational. He gritted his teeth and spent 40 system coins to purchase 4 packets of super rice seeds and 10 system coins for 1 packet of super wheat seeds. The system coin balance dropped to 18. However, the system kindly included a detailed planting manual. I must start cultivating farmland tomorrow. Xuanyuan Chen made up his mind. He did not soak for too long as many elves were still waiting outside. He dried himself with a clean towel provided by the bathhouse and changed into the evergreen elven attire that would never get dirty. This was a blessing bestowed by the world tree, and the clothing of the primordial elves also possessed self-cleaning and slow self-repair characteristics. Xuanyuan Chen reached the entrance of the bathhouse, and as he stepped out, the previously quiet conversations outside came to an abrupt halt. Dozens of eyes focused on him, sparkling with uncontrollable anticipation and excitement. The elves maintained their queue, but the atmosphere of eagerness was almost palpable. As Xuanyuan Chen took a step forward and had yet to speak, a silver figure darted past him like a wraith, moving at a speed that left the other elves unable to react, instantly slipping into the bathhouse. It was Sylvia. Her movements were so swift that only an afterimage remained with a clear goal. She was not there to bathe, but to grab the ordinary white linen towel that Xuanyuan Chen had just used, casually draped on the low rack by the pool. Before the other elves realized what had happened, their faces displaying expressions of awe, it was snatched. Sylvia had already picked up the ordinary white linen towel with both hands, holding it in a posture that was almost reverent. Her fingertips slightly curled, as if she could feel the residual warmth and scent of the king on the fabric. Her cheeks flushed visibly, spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. Her usually cold and sharp turquoise eyes now sparkled with an indescribable happiness. She lowered her head almost greedily, her nose lightly brushing against the soft fibers of the towel, and then suddenly, as if fearing discovery or desecration, she tightly clutched the towel to her chest, wrapping her arms around it. By the time she turned around to face those outside the door who had just reacted, their faces filled with envy, disappointment, and even a hint of grievance, she had quickly adjusted her expression, attempting to return to her usual calm. However, her flushed ears and eyes that shone brighter than usual betrayed her inner turmoil. The other elves watched in disbelief as Sylvia snatched the king's towel, each of them resembling wilted eggplants. They exchanged glances, seeing the same regret reflected in each other's eyes. So close. If only they had been a bit faster. The king's towel. Xuanyuan Chen witnessed this scene, somewhat exasperated. He shook his head, not saying much, and turned to walk toward the tree hole of the world tree. Upon returning to the entrance of the tree hole, two elves jumped down from the trunk of the world tree, kneeling on one knee. "My king." Xuanyuan Chen nodded him. "Rise. In the future, unless there are special circumstances, there is no need to specifically appear." "Yes." The two elves jumped back onto the trunk to keep watch. Xuanyuan Chen entered the tree hole and began to set up his bed. He took out 4 wolf skins from the system warehouse. 2 damaged wolf skins were laid on the bed as a mattress, another rolled up as a pillow, and the last intact wolf skin was used as a blanket. Perfect. He lay on the bed he had made and laid out himself. Although it was still crude, it was much more comfortable than the first night spent directly on the hard wooden planks. He closed his eyes, planning tomorrow's land reclamation efforts, and gradually drifted into sleep. On the 3rd day at dawn, the world tree's well was filled with energy on schedule. Xuanyuan Chen once again chose to give birth to 10 elven scouts. The population of the camp increased to 31. After a simple morning arrangement, Xuanyuan Chen decided to prioritize the issue of food production. He left 6 elves to assist within the territory, while the remaining personnel continued their assignments from the previous day. He took a hoe from the all-purpose toolbox as a sample, and then using wood and tools he crafted 4 relatively crude but sturdy wooden hoes by imitating the process with his skill in manufacturing LV2. He distributed the 4 wooden hoes to 4 elves, while he himself took the metal hoe generated from the toolbox as the main tool. He opened the planting manual gifted by the system, quickly grasping it while explaining it to the 4 elven apprentices. "Look here, the land needs to be turned over first, removing large stones and grass roots. The depth should be about as deep as the hoe's blade." He personally demonstrated digging the hoe into the soil and pulling back, turning over a patch of earth with grass. The elves learned very earnestly. While they may be born warriors and children of the forest, they were clearly unfamiliar with such meticulous agricultural work. At first, their movements were a bit clumsy. They either dug too shallow or at the wrong angle. However, under Xuanyuan Chen's patient guidance and their own learning abilities, they quickly began to get the hang of it. The 5 began to swing their hoes in the selected clearing, turning over the soil. At that moment, a notification sounded in Xuanyuan Chen's mind: upgrade point 1. He paused, pulling up the information panel to check. He found that one of the elven scouts in the hunting team had leveled up from 1st to 2nd tier. Not long after, another notification sounded: upgrade point 1A, as another member of the hunting team also leveled up. Indeed, Xuanyuan Chen understood. Gaining experience through actual combat to level up is much faster than practicing in a safe environment. He began to immerse himself in work again. Cultivating the land was a labor-intensive task, and the 5 of them worked until the sun rose high, only completing a small part despite achieving planting LV1. The 2 elves sent to chop wood for reserve returned on time, taking over the work in the kitchen. Xuanyuan Chen then announced a temporary rest. He and the 4 elves who helped with planting sat by the field sipping warm water mixed with honey brought back by the gathering team, alleviating their fatigue. By noon, the returning teams arrived one after another. The gathering team's haul included the usual red fruits and filled water skins along with 10 units of fish meat and 3 dull first-tier beast cores. The elf responsible for the report explained somewhat shyly that while they were fetching water by the lake, they happened to encounter a school of fish close to the shore and tried to shoot them with a short bow. Unfortunately, the arrows lost much of their power after entering the water, only hitting 3 fish and startling the rest of the school. The hunting team brought back 14 units of fresh deer, meat, a fully charged third-tier beast core, a pair of uniquely shaped deer antlers, and a complete deer hide. Led by Sylvia, the exploration team ventured further as planned, expected to return by evening. Xuanyuan Chen stored the supplies in the system warehouse and called everyone to the kitchen for a meal. Today's lunch consisted of roasted wolf meat, roasted red fruits, and mushroom soup. With the professional tools from the kitchen and initial cooking experience, the taste had significantly improved compared to the previous 2 days. Especially the roasted wolf meat brushed with honey, which had a hint of sweetness that alleviated the rough texture of the meat. At the table, Xuanyuan Chen looked at the 10 fish in the system warehouse and thought of ways to improve the catch. In the afternoon, I can have those 2 elves who were originally chopping would go into the forest to look for sturdy and resilient vines to try weaving fishing nets. Using nets to fish will surely be much more efficient than shooting arrows. In the afternoon, the team set out again. The gathering team and hunting team continued their regular tasks while the 2 elves were dispatched to find suitable vines. Xuanyuan Chen and the 4 elven assistants continued with the unfinished land clearing and sowing work. After working for another 2 hours, planting LV1 upgraded to planting LV2, significantly increasing the speed of planting. However, even so, they worked until evening before finally finishing all the clearing and leveling, and the seeds for super rice and wheat were carefully sown according to the manual's requirements. Xuanyuan Chen deliberately scooped some nutrient liquid transformed from slimes, diluted it, and evenly watered it over the fields. These magical liquids could slightly accelerate the growth of crops. On the other side, the elves searching for vines returned laden with goods. The vines they found were extraordinarily tough, even exceeding Xuanyuan Chen's expectations. Xuanyuan Chen stored one of the vines in the system warehouse and checked its information. Iron tree vine. The vine is as tough as iron. Ordinary blades find it difficult to cut, but it is easily ignited by fire. The strength of this vine can probably be used for more than just nets. It may even be used to make vine armor in the future, Xuanyuan Chen assessed. Under his guidance, they successfully wove a fishing net that, while simple, appeared quite sturdy from these vines. As dusk approached, Sylvia led the exploration team back, weary but hurried. My king. We continued north, and after passing through the redfruit forest for about 16 kilometers, we discovered a cave inhabited by some silkworm spiders. Their leader evidently possesses intelligence, which means it is at least a 5th-tier beast. It did not attack us, but attempted to make contact. They seemed very interested in our red fruits and were willing to exchange the silk they produce. This was what we exchanged for all the red fruits we carried. She presented a ball of white, soft, yet highly resilient silk thread to Xuanyuan Chen. Xuanyuan Chen took the spider silk, carefully feeling it. The silk felt cold and smooth to the touch, yet was extraordinarily strong. It was hard to break, even when pulled. Very good. This silk is excellent material that can be used to make clothing, bedding, and even lightweight armor. This trade can be carried on. He was very satisfied with Sylvia's handling of the situation. You all did well avoiding unnecessary battles and opening up new resource channels. The hunting team that set out in the afternoon also brought back new gains: 2 boar with tusks, providing 22 units of pork, 2 second-tier beast cores, 4 sharp tusks, and 1 complete and 1 slightly damaged boar hide. The gathering team also routinely brought back a large amount of red fruits, edible mushrooms, and fresh water. At night, Xuanyuan Chen lay on a bed covered with wolf skins, counting the day's harvest. He sold all the beast cores for his deer antlers and tusks obtained today in the system mall. The third-tier beast core was worth 22 system coins, 2 second-tier beast cores were 10 coins each for a total of 20 coins, 3 first-tier beast cores were 12 coins each for a total of 5 coins. The wandering deer antlers were worth 5 coins, the deer hide 3 coins, 4 wild boar tusks were worth 2 coins each for a total of 6 coins, the damaged boar hide 1 coin, and the complete boar hide 2 coins. The total income was 64 system coins. The total amount of system coins reached 82. Upgrade points increased by 8, of which 6 points came from the hunting team and 2 points from the exploration team. Sylvia has a potential of up to 7 tiers, making upgrades indeed difficult. There were no upgrade notifications today. Xuanyuan Chen pondered. The basic situation around the camp has been clarified. Next, obtaining upgrade points should be of utmost importance. Starting tomorrow, the main function of the exploration team will shift to hunting using battle to nurture battle rapidly, enhancing overall strength. The fishing net has been woven. Tomorrow, it will be given to the gathering team for trial use. The fish in the lake are mostly first-tier beasts, and the toughness of the net should be sufficient to handle them. After planning the actions for tomorrow, fatigue washed over him, and Xuanyuan Chen gradually fell asleep. Time quietly flowed by amidst the busyness. When Xuanyuan Chen once again stood beneath the world tree, he realized that he had been in this world for a full 20 days. The territory was no longer just a small stronghold with 10 elves and a single tree. 200 elves constituted this ever-growing collective. 10 orderly wooden cabins, 5 kitchens with rising smoke, and 5 clean public restrooms and baths were distributed around the world tree, forming a fully functional small village. Every day, the gathering team would bring back a large amount of freshwater fish, edible mushrooms, and fruits from the lakeside and forest. Of course, there were more than just red fruits in the forest. However, other fruits did not grow in clusters like the red fruits, so 70% of the collected fruits were red. The hunting team and the exploration team continuously provided beast meat, beast cores, furs, and high-quality silk traded from the pansy spider. The journey was not without its challenges, and battles with magical beasts inevitably resulted in injuries. Fortunately, they were all minor injuries. Xuanyuan Chen directly spent 1 system coin to purchase 10 bottles of healing potion tier 1 from the shop, which worked quite well for light injuries. To this day, there were still 7 bottles of potion left unused. In the cultivated fields, super rice and wheat thrived under the nourishment of slime nutrient solution and the careful tending of the elves, growing lush and green, heralding a future harvest. At this moment, Xuanyuan Chen checked his resources. The accumulated system coins had reached 1054, a considerable fortune. More importantly, the upgrade points had reached 99. The strength of the elves under his command was also steadily increasing, with 6 scouts having advanced to tier 3. All 6 were members of the hunting team, particularly diligent, and after returning to the territory, they consistently trained, rarely resting apart from necessary sleep. He noticed that when an elf scout advanced from tier 2 to tier 3, it only provided 1 upgrade point. Conversely, Sylvia, when she successfully advanced to tier 2, provided a total of 4 upgrade points at once. This perhaps confirmed that high-potential units yielded greater benefits and growth. Only 1 more point was needed. Xuanyuan Chen patiently waited. Finally, a pleasant prompt echoed in his mind. Upgrade point 1. Total upgrade points reached 100. A glint flashed in Xuanyuan Chen's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he quickly walked towards the well of the world tree. With enough upgrade points, should he upgrade the world tree? Yes. The moment the command was issued, the entire world tree suddenly trembled, and the colorful light flowing down its trunk became dazzling like a rushing river. The tree emitted a deep hum, visibly growing taller and thicker, while its branches and leaves spread out at an astonishing speed, casting a larger area of shade. This process lasted about a quarter of an hour before the light gradually subsided and the tremors ceased. The world tree at this moment was even more majestic than before, exuding an increasingly powerful life force. The world tree well inside the tree hole was also completely renewed, seemingly with a wider opening, and the well water appeared deeper and greener. The information panel updated automatically. World tree well level tier 2 function can produce 100 primordial elves daily and has a very small chance of giving birth to special or unlocked units. Upgrade required 1,000 upgrade points. Almost simultaneously with the completion of the upgrade, the green liquid in the well rapidly filled to a maximum of 100 points. Current energy of the world tree well 100100. Should a primordial elf be born? Yes. Xuanyuan Chen suppressed his expectations. A new selection interface popped up. Current selectable professions: Elf Scout consumes 1 energy unit, Elf Archer consumes 2 energy unit, Elf Warrior consumes 3 energy unit. A new unit has appeared. Xuanyuan Chen's spirit lifted. He quickly weighed his options. The Elf Scout was adept at reconnaissance and stealth, essential for intelligence, but had relatively low direct combat power and potential. The Elf Archer provided ranged striking capability. The Elf Warrior was a solid front line of close combat. Considering the future need to combat the undead calamity, a well-structured army was fundamental. He pondered for a moment before making a decision. Give birth to 20 Elf Warriors and 20 Elf Archers. Warriors consume 3 energy unit, so 20 would be 60 energy. Archers consume 2 energy unit, so 20 would be 40 energy, totaling 100 energy, just enough to exhaust it. The well water dropped again to the bottom. On the branches of the world tree, more flower buds than before drooped and bloomed. Xuanyuan Chen prepared to walk out of the tree hole to welcome the new members, but unexpectedly found that the internal structure of the tree hole had undergone a tremendous change. At the entrance, a spiraling wooden staircase leading down had appeared. Curiously, he looked back at the room he had stayed in for 20 days, discovering that it had also completely transformed. The originally empty tree hole had now turned into a fully functional bedroom suite. A large bed covered with a soft silk mattress replaced the crude wooden bed, accompanied by matching bedside tables, fluffy pillows, and warm blankets. The floor was covered with woven carpets, with wooden sofas and wardrobes placed against the wall, and even an independent bathroom, separated by wood, equipped with a simple shower and toilet. Is there such a benefit to upgrading? Xuanyuan Chen was somewhat surprised. He stored his original handmade wooden bed in the system warehouse as a keepsake, then reached out to touch the inner wall of the tree trunk softly, saying, "Thank you, old friend." Following the staircase down the first floor was a spacious living room furnished with some wooden benches and low tables, enough to accommodate dozens of people for discussions or rest. Stepping out of the tree hole, the 40 newly born elves had already lined up neatly, and upon seeing him, they all knelt on one knee in unison, their voices resonant. "My king, everyone rise." Xuanyuan Chen gestured with his hand. He first checked the information of the elf archers. Name: none. Race: Primordial Elf. Profession: Elf Archer. Current level Tier 1. Potential level Tier 5. Loyalty 100. He then checked the information of the elf warriors. Name: none. Race: Primordial Elf. Profession: Elf Warrior. Current level Tier 1. Potential level Tier 6. Loyalty 100. Then, he carefully examined their skills: martial arts and magic. Archers with Tier 5 potential and warriors with Tier 6 potential are all higher than the basic scout, yet none possess magic, indicating that magic is indeed a higher tier power. Xuanyuan Chen pondered. Sylvia's Tier 7 potential included shadow magic, which seemed to confirm his suspicion. Perhaps at least Tier 7 potential is required to use magic. He then observed their appearances. The average height of the elf archers was nearly 1.7 meters, carrying a long bow almost equal to their height, with about 20 arrows in their quivers. The elf warriors were even taller, with an average height of about 1.75 meters, holding a lightweight round shield in their left hand and carrying a long sword on their back, exuding a heroic demeanor. In contrast, the initial elf scouts averaged about 1.65 meters in height, appearing more agile. By the way, Sylvia's height was 1.7 meters, while Xuanyuan Chen stood at 1.85 meters. The equipment is self-provided, but it's a pity there are no armors. Xuanyuan Chen felt a bit regretful, but quickly let it go. With the new units, the camp's defenses and hunting capabilities would see a qualitative improvement. He immediately began to reorganize the team, mixing the new warriors and archers into the existing hunting team to form a more reasonable tactical squad. Xuanyuan Chen generated supporting buildings following the model of 2 cabins, 1 kitchen, 1 restroom, and 1 bathhouse for their living and accommodation. The world tree successfully advanced to the second tier, expanding its territory from a radius of 100 meters to 1,000 meters. Its own level also rose to the second tier, with attributes experiencing comprehensive growth. More importantly, he could feel that the new abilities brought by the elven archers and warriors had already integrated into his body. With a thought, he attempted to use the eagle eye LV2 provided by the elven archer. His vision was instantly magnified, as if the world had been zoomed in. He gazed towards the dense forest at the edge of his territory. The previously blurred leaf patterns were now distinctly visible, even allowing him to count the number of insect holes on a leaf 100 meters away. He tried to look further, with the limit being about 2 kilometers away, where the outlines of the trees remained clear. Moreover, he discovered that his dynamic vision had been enhanced. An elven warrior training nearby with a chopping motion appeared to him to be moving half a beat slower than normal, making the trajectory easier to capture. A nice auxiliary skill. Xuanyuan Chen nodded in satisfaction. He wanted to try longbow use LV2 and longsword use LV2 as well, but he did not have the corresponding weapons at hand. He opened the system shop and searched for longbows and longswords. The result left him somewhat speechless. In the shop, the refined longsword second tier was priced at 2 system coins, and its design, material, and even the detailed texture were almost identical to the weapon carried by the newly born elven warrior. Xuanyuan Chen also noticed a detail: both the elven longbow and shortbow possessed self-repair functions. However, the elven warrior's small round shield and longsword did not have this feature. This meant that the small round shield and longsword would indeed suffer damage after prolonged use. This issue was something the elven scouts also faced. Their daggers would become dull after extended use, but because they were relatively small, sharpening them on a smooth stone was sufficient. The small round shield and longsword, however, could not be treated in the same manner. Perhaps he should learn forging in the future. But how could he forge without iron ore? The area around the world tree, within a 50-kilometer radius, was mostly forest and various small to medium-sized lakes. To find mineral resources, he would have to continue exploring outward. As he pondered, he browsed through higher-tier weapons. Starting from the 5th-tier, weapons began to carry magical attributes, such as the Thunderstrike sword off the 5th tier, which could add lightning damage when infused with magical power. 7th-tier weapons like the Flame King bow had previously noted not only added fire damage, but could also directly unleash powerful magical skills. Fire Arrow LV5 and area attack flame arrows like Rain LV4. Just as he was studying the equipment, the hunting expedition team, led by Sylvia, returned. However, her report brought an unexpected message. "My king," Sylvia said, her expression slightly grave. "We followed the plan to the cave of the silk spider for trading and found that the cave has been occupied by a 6th-tier earthquake serpent king. The silk spider leader is with its clan and some unhatched eggs now with nowhere to go. It seems to hope that we can take it and its children in." Oh, Xuanyuan Chen frowned slightly. Taking in a leader-level magical creature that was at least 5th tier and possessed considerable intelligence was undoubtedly risky. Those not of our kind may have different intentions. If it suddenly turned hostile within the territory, especially during the elves' rest or training, it could lead to severe casualties. However, the value of silk spider silk was undeniable. The bedding and some clothing used in the current camp had already started using this silk, which was soft, comfortable, and resilient. As the number of elves continued to increase in the future, the demand for high-quality textiles would only grow. If a stable source of silk could be obtained directly within the territory, avoiding the risks and costs of long-distance trading would undoubtedly be highly attractive. "What do you think? Should we take it in?" Xuanyuan Chen threw the question back to Sylvia, who had the most authority on the matter. She had interacted with the silk spider the most and had the most direct feelings. Sylvia pondered for a moment before replying, "I have interacted with it several times and found its personality to be quite gentle among magical creatures. When we first accidentally entered its cave, it merely drove us away without attacking. Later, seeing our interest in its silk, it even took the initiative to appear and exchanged silk for red fruits that were not precious to us. Therefore, I personally judge that we can attempt to take it in, but it must be strictly limited and monitored." After hearing Sylvia's words, Xuanyuan Chen contemplated. Trust requires a foundation, and currently both sides lacked sufficient trust. He needed a trump card that could ensure absolute control. His gaze turned again to the Flame King Bao 7th tier in the system shop, priced at 750 system coins. This was a substantial sum, almost draining most of his current liquid assets. The money that should be spent cannot be saved, as system coins only have value when converted into immediate combat power. He no longer hesitated and confirmed the purchase. With a flash of light, a beautifully crafted longbow, dark red in color, appearing as if it were flowing with lava, appeared in his hands. The surrounding elves showed no surprise. In their eyes, the king was an omnipotent being. Whatever the king did was entirely natural. Xuanyuan Chen held the Flame King Bao, feeling its slight weight in his hand, emanating a scorching wave of energy. The system also provided a quiver and 24 corresponding arrows, which were automatically stored in the system warehouse. At the same time, the methods for unleashing Fire Arrow LV5 and Flame Arrows like Rain LV4 flooded into his mind. Fire Arrow LV5 concentrate fire elemental magic to form arrows for single target attacks with penetrating and burning effects. Flame arrows like Rain LV4 scatter a large number of fire magic arrows in a designated area to create area damage. He attempted to channel the magical power within him and found that with his current 2nd-tier magical level, he could barely cast a minimum scale of flame arrows like Rain with all his effort. To be safe, he also spent 10 system coins to purchase 2 bottles of magic recovery potion 3rd tier, reducing his total system coins to 294. The 3rd-tier magic recovery potion could instantly restore his magical power and continue to recover over the next period of time. This meant he could continuously unleash flame arrows like Rain LV4 3 times. In fact, if he wanted to, he could buy even more potions and unleash it a dozen times in a row. Within the territory, I possess immortality, and coupled with the Flame King Bao, that can threaten or even kill beings above the 5th tier with area magic. It should be enough to intimidate that spider. Xuanyuan Chen weighed the Flame King Bao in his hands, feeling a surge of confidence within. "Sylvia, I am here. Go bring them back." Xuanyuan Chen issued the command, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Yes, my king." Sylvia accepted the order and immediately left with several elves. Xuanyuan Chen remained under the world tree, familiarizing himself with the newly acquired Flame King Bao. He did not infuse it with magic, but simply drew the bowstring, feeling the grip of this powerful weapon. Whether the territory can successfully absorb the first intelligent being that is not of the elven race depends on this occasion. About 2 hours later, Sylvia's figure appeared at the edge of the territory, followed by a large spider. It was the Pansilk spider. Its appearance differed somewhat from the slender-legged spider that Xuanyuan Chen had imagined. Its 8 legs were relatively short and thick, giving it a robust and powerful look. The main body was approximately 4 meters long, standing at a height close to 1.5 meters, with a shell that exhibited a supple white color adorned with some pink mottling. The most striking feature was its enormous abdomen atop, which several palm-sized, lightly colored small spiders clung tightly alongside a few white spider eggs secured nearby. It walked slowly, appearing somewhat cautious. As it passed through the somewhat vigilant welcome line formed by elven warriors and archers, it clearly felt the pressure. Countless gazes fell upon it, causing it to pause anxiously, its 8 legs fidgeting against the ground, unwilling to move forward. Seeing this, Sylphia stepped forward a few paces, gently patting its furry forehead shell, whispering something, before leading the way towards the world tree. The pan-silk spider seemed to gain a bit of comfort from her, slowly resuming its steps to follow Sylphia, arriving before Xuanyuan Chen, who stood beneath the world tree. "My king," after greeting, Sylphia reported, "this is the pan-silk spider that wishes to join our territory." Xuanyuan Chen nodded slightly, waving his left hand to signal Sylphia to step back to the side of the formation. Sylphia complied and stepped back. As soon as Sylphia left its side, the pan-silk spider immediately appeared, flustered, especially when its compound eyes focused on the dark red longbow held in Xuanyuan Chen's right hand, feeling a deadly threat. Instinctively, it moved its limbs in an attempt to retreat, but was silently blocked by the elves stationed behind it with shields and longbows. Xuanyuan Chen took 2 steps forward and calmly asked, "Do you wish to join us?" The pan-silk spider eagerly nodded its massive head, expressing its affirmative intent. Almost simultaneously, a system prompt popped up in Xuanyuan Chen's vision. "Individual magical creature pan-silk spider rank 5 requests to join your side. Do you agree?" "Yes," Xuanyuan Chen confirmed in his heart. The next moment, the pan-silk spider's attribute panel appeared before him. Name: None. Race: pan-silk spider. Current level rank 5. Potential level rank 6. Loyalty 40. Loyalty is only at 40, barely reaching the level of reluctant submission, likely driven primarily by the urge to survive. "I heard you like to eat red fruits." Xuanyuan Chen continued, attempting to ease the atmosphere. The pan-silk spider nodded vigorously, with the small spiders on its back nodding along, creating a somewhat comical scene. Xuanyuan Chen took a few plump red fruits from the system storage and handed them to it. The pan-silk spider carefully accepted them with its forelimbs, quickly stuffing them into its mouthparts located beneath its abdomen, swallowing them in a few bites. Loyalty slightly increased to 42. After feeding it the red fruits, Xuanyuan Chen noticed the pan-silk spider raise one of its forelegs, seemingly uncomfortably, shielding its eyes from the still somewhat glaring afternoon sunlight. "Do you dislike sunlight?" The pan-silk spider nodded again. Xuanyuan Chen began to ponder how to accommodate this new member. The barracks were clearly not an option. Should he build a separate dwelling for it? Building it too close to the elven living area would pose too much risk. Building it too far away might further decrease its already low loyalty. He looked up at the lush world tree with its dense canopy, casting a large area of shade. An idea struck him, and he pointed towards the thick, intertwined branches of the world tree. "You can reside on the branches of that large tree, where it won't be exposed to the sun. However, no webs are allowed, no destroying the branches, only spinning silk. Can you manage that?" The pan-silk spider beneath the eaves had to lower its head. It could only obediently nod in agreement, indicating absolute compliance with the rules. "Very well." Xuanyuan Chen revealed a hint of a smile. "Congratulations on joining us. From now on, you only need to live here peacefully and regularly provide silk, and we will prepare ample red fruits for you." The pan-silk spider raised its head abruptly at these words. No longer needing to hunt those foul-tasting cave bats and cave lizards in the caves, it only had to spin silk to earn delicious red fruits. This was the life the pan-silk spider had always dreamed of. It joyfully spun in place, its 8 short and stout legs moving rapidly, resembling rather than a terrifying monster, more like a dog happily receiving a reward. Its loyalty instantly surged to 62. Xuanyuan Chen was amused by its reaction and pulled out 2 more red fruits to feed it, while also taking the opportunity to gently pat its hard, yet velvety forehead shell. "From now on, I shall call you Zhuzi. How does that sound?" Enjoying the delicious red fruit and the rare gentle touch, it had no objections to this simple and memorable name, nodding while chewing. Its loyalty rose again to 65. Watching it finish eating, Xuanyuan Chen patted its head, saying, "Go on, take a look at your new home." The Zhuzi let out a pleased hissing sound, turning towards the world tree, its abdomen shooting out a glistening white silk thread, which accurately adhered to the high branches, and then skillfully climbed up, quickly disappearing into the dense green leaves. At the moment it received Xuanyuan Chen's permission, the natural pressure from the world tree vanished. It could feel that it was indeed accepted by this land. Seeing that matters had settled, Xuanyuan Chen dismissed the lined-up elves, allowing everyone to return to their respective positions. Sylphia quickly followed up, her face filled with concern. "My king, is it too dangerous to let it live so close to you on the world tree?" Xuanyuan Chen shook his head, watching the direction where Zhuzi had vanished into the canopy. "It's fine. Keeping it under my watchful eye allows me to supervise it personally. If I let it stay too close to your barracks, that would truly worry me." Sylphia paused for a moment, then understood the king's intention. The king is taking on the potential risks upon himself. A warm current surged in her heart, her voice slightly choked. "Your Majesty, you always think of us." Xuanyuan Chen smiled, saying no more. A stable, high-quality silk source was already in hand. and the forest was rich in various dyes, suggesting that the territory could continuously produce silk of different colors in the future. Xuanyuan Chen looked up. Amidst the branches and leaves of the world tree, he could vaguely see a massive shadow, carefully moving, searching for the most comfortable place to settle. The territory welcomed its first non-elf member, seemingly opening up a new possibility for the future. Xuanyuan Chen opened his eyes, peering through the window of the world tree's bedroom, where the faint light of dawn filtered in. Today marked the 30th day since he arrived in this world. Following the routine of the past 10 days, he rose and walked towards the well of the world tree. The well was full, emanating a vibrant energy. Without hesitation, he once again chose to birth 20 elven warriors and 20 elven archers. As the energy was depleted, 40 newly born warriors leaped from the flower buds of the world tree, forming an orderly line. Once again, no special units appeared today. As Xuanyuan Chen stepped out of the tree hollow, a huge shadow descended from above. It was Spider Child. It dangled from a silk thread like a giant pendulum and waved a front leg at Xuanyuan Chen as a greeting. After 10 days of companionship, the daily abundance of red fruits and the peaceful, comfortable life without conflict had steadily increased its loyalty to Xuanyuan Chen to 80. It was proven that this spider could indeed be domesticated. Xuanyuan Chen had also grown accustomed to its presence, patting its hard head in response. Then he skillfully assigned tasks to the 40 new elves and used the stored wood to instantly create suitable buildings for them to reside in. The new warriors were added to various hunting and exploration teams, further strengthening the military power of the territory. Next, he walked towards the expanding farmland area. The green seedlings were thriving, and the first batch of super rice planted had grown significantly taller. He handed over today's newly purchased seeds from the system to the elves on duty for the fields, watching them skillfully begin to sow. With the increase in population, food security had become a top priority. Over the past 30 days, the elves had gradually planted 30 portions of super rice seeds and 10 portions of super wheat seeds. Every day, Xuanyuan Chen would hand over a certain amount of seeds to the elves working in the fields, mainly because he did not want to reduce the number of hunting teams, otherwise they could have planted on a larger scale at once. The red fruit forest, which was originally the main food source, had seen a decline in yield recently, likely nearing the end of its fruiting period. Fortunately, the system's warehouse had already stored over 10,000 red fruits, sufficient for both fruit supplementation and Spider Child's rations. Now he exchanged a certain amount of red fruits for system coins every day, and then traded those for rice to improve the elves' diet. At the same time, most elves had reached LV3 in their gathering skill, with some even reaching LV4, significantly enhancing their collection efficiency, and the resources they brought back, such as beast meat and beast cores, had become more abundant. The elite hunting and exploration team, led by Sylvia, equipped with new style vine armor, had expanded its operational range to 100 kilometers beyond. Xuanyuan Chen's latest instruction to her was to focus on searching for mineral resources, and he expected her to return this morning. He checked his personal information. System coins 1,377. Upgrade points 124. After handling these matters, Xuanyuan Chen returned to the living room on the first floor of the World Tree treehouse, where he was now more accustomed to dealing with affairs. He took out soft wolf pelts and tough spider silk from the system warehouse and began skillfully sewing a wolf fur coat. The weather had noticeably turned cooler, with a chill in the wind, suggesting that autumn was approaching. He had instructed the elves to look for warm materials in the forest, but so far there were no good news. If it came to winter, and there were still no alternatives, he would have to directly spend system coins to exchange for ready-made woolen suits. 1 system coin could be exchanged for 10 suits. If he exchanged more, it would be enough to keep all the elves warm. As for why he was making clothes himself now, it was because he was bored from staying idle in the territory every day. After all, as a second-tier individual, he dared not leave the territory recklessly. About 10 days ago, on a whim, he made a wolf fur coat for Sylvia using the best materials. At that time, other elves happened to see it, and their envious gazes left a deep impression on him. Thus it became a tradition. Recently, he had been making one by hand every day to gift to a lucky elf. Initially, he rewarded the elf with the best performance of the day, but this led all elves to strive harder, even practicing secretly at night, which amused him. So he had to change it to randomly giving the daily lucky elf, which quelled the competition. Now his manufacturing skill had been upgraded to LV4 through extensive practice, and the clothing he produced was not only warm, but also stylish and comfortable. He was focused on sewing the coat in his hands when familiar footsteps sounded from outside. Sylvia hurried in her face, bearing the solemnity of having completed an important mission. "My king, I have returned." How did it go?" Xuanyuan Chen set down the needle and thread in his hands. "Following your orders, we focused our search on the western mountainous area and indeed discovered an open mine rich in iron ore with signs of scattered magical crystal veins as well. However, it has already been occupied by a Dwarven tribe. The tribe consists of around 200 members who have set up makeshift camps and a smelting furnace." "Dwarves, eh?" Xuanyuan Chen's heart stirred. This race was known for mining and forging. If a connection could be established, it would be a tremendous asset for the territory's development, but it could also become a troublesome enemy. Have you attempted to make contact? Xuanyuan Chen asked. Yes, Sylvia nodded. We did not hide our presence, and they quickly discovered us. Their leader is a female half-dwarf. She came out personally to negotiate with us, and her attitude was relatively friendly. I informed her of our identity and expressed our willingness to trade. She seemed to have some concerns and requested to come back with us immediately to meet you in person, otherwise she wouldn't negotiate with us. Sylvia paused and continued. I judge that she is indeed the leader of the dwarves, and since we urgently need mineral resources, I took the liberty of bringing her and her guards back, and they are currently waiting outside the territory for an audience. There are 2 guards with her, one of whom is likely a 6th-tier powerhouse, but due to old age their actual strength should only be at the 5th tier. If you do not wish to meet her with our companion's current strength, I am confident we can keep them here permanently. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Chen fell into contemplation. The fact that the opposing leader was willing to take the risk to come in person and brought only 2 guards at least indicated her initial willingness to negotiate. However, the 6th-tier Dwarven warrior also possessed a considerable degree of deterrence. The opposing side might want to assess their strength. If they found them lacking, they might be at a disadvantage in negotiations, or worse, the opposing side could directly kidnap him during negotiations to command the elves. If both sides were evenly matched, having a 6th-tier dwarf could also serve as a deterrent. Even if negotiations failed, they would likely be able to retreat safely. Of course, all of this was merely Xuanyuan Chen's conjecture based on his own thoughts about the intentions of the half-dwarf leader. The specifics would only be known once they met. Mineral resources were crucial for the territory's development, especially for forging future weapons and armors, which depended on a stable source of ores. After all, he was immortal within the World Tree territory. If they truly dared to lay hands on him, he would certainly make them regret it. You have done well in this matter. Go invite them in. Xuanyuan Chen continued. Let's meet here. Additionally, have our warriors remain vigilant, but do not show hostility. Understood. Sylvia complied and quickly turned to leave. Xuanyuan Chen snapped his fingers, and a dozen figures leaped from the World Tree, entering the hall and activating their concealment skills. Sylvia led the 3 visitors inside. At the forefront was a female half-dwarf standing about 1.60 m tall, clad in sturdy leather armor adorned with studs, and carrying a heavy single-bladed battle axe at her waist. Her fiery red hair was braided into a thick plait that hung down her back. Surprisingly, her appearance did not exhibit the ruggedness typical of dwarves. Instead, she possessed a charming cuteness that conformed to human aesthetics, though a weight that belied her looks lingered between her brows. Trailing closely behind her were 2 pure-blooded dwarf warriors, each about 1.20 m tall. One sported a fluffy white beard while the other had a dense black beard, both neatly groomed. Each of them carried similarly styled wide-bladed battle axes on their backs, their eyes sharp, muscles taut, resembling 2 moving hills, vigilantly guarding the red-haired, half-dwarf girl on either side. The half-dwarf girl stopped in her tracks, unafraid, as she looked at Xuanyuan Chen, her voice crisp, as she spoke in fairly fluent Elvish. Are you their king? You have quite the nerve to challenge the Elven kingdom here and declare yourself king. Sylvia's gaze turned cold as she stepped forward. How daring! How dare you be disrespectful to our king? Xuanyuan Chen raised his hand to stop Sylvia, calmly directing his gaze towards the half-dwarf girl below. What do you mean? Speak clearly. The half-dwarf girl smirked with deliberate sarcasm. Playing dumb. Don't you know? To the west of the vast forest exists a true elven kingdom, currently ruled by Queen Margaret XIV, Her Majesty Margaret Amelia, who ascended to the throne 2 years ago. Her kingdom has a population of nearly 1 million, with a standing army numbering in the tens of thousands. Can you imagine what would happen if the Elven Kingdom discovered that another elf dared to call themselves king and was secretly gathering so many elven warriors? Xuanyuan Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This information was indeed unexpected. He had never anticipated that this world already had an elven kingdom or even an elven queen. He spoke in a deep voice. Are you threatening me? The half-dwarf girl's eyes flickered with a hint of reckless abandon. And if I am, what will you do? Kill us 3 to silence us. Just as she finished speaking, Xuanyuan Chen's expression turned icy, and with a thought, the blazing, energy-emitting flame king bow appeared in his hand. He did not draw the bow, but the oppressive aura of the 7th-tier weapon already spread out. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding light and shadow twisted, and 16 elite elven scouts who had been lurking nearby and had reached the 3rd tier simultaneously revealed themselves from their hidden state. With their short bows raised, the arrows glinted coldly as they locked onto the 3 dwarfs. Despite being only 3rd tier, their actual strength could vary significantly due to race and profession. A 3rd tier original elf was almost equivalent to a 4th tier ordinary elf. Above the entrance to the world tree, the massive body of the spider silently descended along the silk, its 8 compound eyes coldly observing below, conveniently blocking the only escape route. The elf stationed at the treetop blew a sharp whistle, and in an instant all elves, whether working in the fields or resting in the barracks, dropped what they were doing, armed themselves, and quickly surrounded the area beneath the world tree, sealing it off completely. The 2 dwarf guards' expressions changed drastically, and almost simultaneously they drew their battle axes with a clang, positioning themselves protectively around the half-dwarf girl. The white and black beards of the 2 dwarves trembled slightly with anger and tension, their muscles taut, clearly prepared for a fight to the death. Half-dwarf girl Ymira was momentarily startled by the sudden outbreak of tension, but she quickly composed herself, her gaze sweeping over Xuanyuan Chen's Flame King bow. As someone skilled in forging, she instantly recognized that it was undoubtedly a powerful 7th-tier magical weapon. She then looked at the giant spider blocking the cave entrance and the cold-eyed, well-trained elven warriors surrounding them, feeling a bit panicked. Wait! She suddenly raised her voice, her tone becoming urgent. I was lying to you. Everything I said just now was false. I came here to truly seek cooperation with you. Xuanyuan Chen's grip on the bow was as steady as a rock as he coldly replied, Oh, now you're changing your tune. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Elven Kingdom? The half-dwarf girl displayed a hint of bitterness and helplessness on her face, pointing at her obviously mixed features of dwarf and human. Do you not see my half-dwarf appearance? Our Stone Fist tribe has long been rejected by the Dwarven Alliance due to my impure bloodline, unable to enjoy the joint trade and policy protection of the Alliance. Other dwarf tribes also refuse to engage with us deeply. Those cunning human merchants seize on this, ruthlessly driving down the prices of our ores and weapons while inflating the prices of food and living supplies. Our tribe is now facing a severe food crisis, with the remaining food in our storage barely enough for over 200 people for a few days. We are left with no options and have sought help from the so-called Forest Order Protector, the Elven Kingdom, but our messages have sunk into the sea without a response. They don't care about the survival of our tribe at all. She raised her head, stubbornly looking at Xuanyuan Chen. My tribe is on the brink of life and death. I took this risk to come here to see for myself whether you have the strength to be our hope for survival. Now that I see you have numerous warriors, rare magical weapons, and can even tame high-tier magical beasts. Even if you are truly rebels, as long as you are willing to provide enough food for my tribe to help us through this difficult time, our Stone Fist tribe is willing to join your ranks. From now on, all the ores we mine and all the equipment we forge can be supplied to you. Just as she finished speaking, a prompt sounded in Xuanyuan Chen's mind. Ymira Rome's leader of the Stone Fist tribe requests to join your ranks. Do you agree? Xuanyuan Chen gazed into Ymira's eyes, which were filled with stubbornness and a hint of hope, quickly calculating in his mind. The risk was indeed present. No one knew if the dwarf tribe might suddenly turn against him. However, a complete dwarf tribe with mining and forging capabilities was crucial for his future development. Moreover, the other party's predicament was real, providing a basis for establishing loyalty. Yes, he confirmed in his heart. Ymira's panel information appeared. Name: Rome's Ymira race, half-dwarf, profession dwarf warrior, current level tier 3, potential level tier 6, loyalty 40, loyalty was only 40, it just like the initial spider, based on the need for survival. Xuanyuan Chen slowly spoke, his tone unyielding. I can agree to your tribe joining and provide food assistance. However, as a show of sincerity and guarantee, you must stay here within my territory. Miss. The white-beard dwarf spoke anxiously, but Ymira raised her hand to stop him from continuing. She took a deep breath, looking at Xuanyuan Chen with determined eyes. All right, I agree. I will stay. Grandpa Jern. She turned to the old dwarf, her voice resolute. We have no other choice now. Everyone in the tribe has suffered too much injustice and exclusion due to my bloodline. I cannot stand by and watch them starve to death. This is a responsibility I must bear as their leader. Old dwarf Jern looked at his young miss' determined expression, then glanced at the surrounding watchful elves and the longbow, exuding a terrifying aura, ultimately sighing heavily as he sheathed his battle axe. The black-bearded dwarf silently followed suit. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Chen slightly raised his hand. Though the surrounding elven warriors remained vigilant, the oppressive atmosphere eased considerably, and their short bows dipped slightly. The spider gradually withdrew its attacking stance, climbing back up the tree. The tense confrontation dissipated. From this moment on, the fate of the Stone Fist dwarf tribe would be closely tied to Xuanyuan Chen's world tree territory. Sylvia stood half a step behind Xuanyuan Chen, her gaze firmly fixed on the 3 dwarf visitors, especially the white-bearded dwarf wielding a battle axe, whose aura was calm and steady. Xuanyuan Chen returned the Flame King bow to the system storage, and the disquieting oppressive heat dissipated with it. He descended the steps from the world tree's hollow and approached Yamala. Standing over 1 meter 80 tall, he exuded an imposing presence before her, Yet Yamala stubbornly lifted her head, unwaveringly meeting his gaze. You made a wise choice. Xuanyuan Chen spoke in Elvish, his voice flat, yet carrying an undeniable weight. However, cooperation requires rules. And you may proceed, Yamala. First, the Stone Fist tribe now falls under my territory, under my protection, and must obey my commands. You may govern internal affairs autonomously, but all external actions require my approval. Yamala pressed her lips together and nodded, saying agreed. As long as you can guarantee food for the tribe. Xuanyuan Chen continued. Secondly, I will be responsible for providing the necessary food to help you through the crisis, as well as the basic food supplies to maintain the tribe's operations. In exchange, all ores mined and all equipment forged by your tribe must prioritize supplying my territory. I do not require your entire output, just 70% will suffice. Thank you, but we hope to have the freedom to dispose of the remaining 30% to exchange for other necessities like salt cloth and medicine. That is acceptable. Xuanyuan Chen nodded. And thirdly, should the territory encounter external enemies, require construction, or have other matters needing the dwarves' assistance, you must comply and provide the necessary labor or technical support. That is only natural. Since we have joined you, we shall serve. Yamala agreed, swiftly finding the terms reasonable. Xuanyuan Chen turned to the two dwarf guards. You two must return to the tribe immediately. Inform them to prepare for the first batch of food supplies and start organizing miners to resume excavation. At that moment, the white-beard dwarf Geen showed an anxious expression as he stepped forward rapidly, moving his lips to produce low, guttural syllables. It was likely a language unique to the dwarves. Xuanyuan Chen could not understand him at all, but from his tightly furrowed brows and the worried gaze he cast towards Yamala, he judged that he was expressing vehement opposition and concern. Yamala turned to Geen and quickly replied in Dwarvish, her tone resolute. Geen's beard twitched, and he seemed to want to say more, but was stopped by Yamala's raised hand. She looked back at Xuanyuan Chen, switching back to Elvish. It is precisely because I remain alone that we demonstrate our sincerity and can allow this Elven king to feel more at ease in aiding us. Yamala gazed at Xuanyuan Chen, her eyes filled with a determined resolve. I believe that with the king's broad-mindedness you would not treat a willing hostage harshly. Right. Xuanyuan Chen looked at the half-dwarf girl before him, appearing no older than a teenager, yet shouldering the heavy burden of her tribe's survival. A flicker of barely perceptible emotion crossed his gaze. As long as your tribe honors its promises, you shall be a guest here, not a prisoner. I will ensure your basic safety and freedom provided you do not engage in any actions that harm my territory. Yamala nodded, turning to quickly relay instructions in Dwarvish to the two guards. Geen's expression was grim, while Barton appeared somewhat bewildered and worried. However, under Yamala's firm gesturing, the two ultimately knelt on one knee, offering her the most solemn farewell gesture of their tribe before bowing deeply towards Xuanyuan Chen, then departing with heavy steps. Watching her kin leave, Yamala's straightened back subtly relaxed for a moment, only to tighten again almost immediately. Now she really was all alone. Xuanyuan Chen commanded, Sylvia, immediately allocate an adequate supply of food and dispatch a team of elven warriors to escort it to the Stone Fist tribe's location. At the same time, select 10 intelligent elves to accompany them to learn basic mining and mineral identification from the dwarves. Ensure the food is delivered safely and establish initial contact. Understood, my king. Sylvia accepted the order, glancing at the solitary Yamala standing there before swiftly carrying out the command. Yamala's loyalty increased, slightly reaching 45. Xuanyuan Chen approached her, his tone softer than before. You will need to stay here until your tribe proves its worth and we establish trust. I will have a separate wooden house built for you near the World Tree where you can freely move about the core area, but you must remain within the perimeter of security and be accompanied by elves when entering or leaving. I understand, as a hostage. Yamala shrugged, seemingly having accepted her fate, even feeling a bit relieved. At least the crisis for the tribe has been temporarily averted. By the way, she recalled something and added, since I have become your subordinate, there are some matters regarding this forest and the outside world that I believe you should know. Xuanyuan Chen's eyes moved slightly. Oh, please go on. In the following time, Yamala recounted the information she knew about this world. From Yamala's description, Xuanyuan Chen gained a clearer understanding of the Wanshang forest and its surroundings. The vast and boundless forest occupied 2/3 of the continent's area, resembling a green ocean. His territory, the World Tree, was located in the relatively southeastern heart of the forest. On the western edge of the forest near the human kingdoms lay an elven kingdom with a population of nearly 1 million, ruled by Queen Margaret Amelia, who ascended to the throne 2 years prior. Humans are not the masters of the forest. Their 7 kingdoms are crammed into a narrow strip along the western coastline of the continent, backed by the sea. The largest human kingdom has a population of over 10 million, while the smallest has about 2 million. Most dwarf tribes are also concentrated in the western part of the forest near the human and elven kingdoms, facilitating trade. Tribes like Stone Fist, marginalized from the Dwarf Alliance due to lineage or other reasons, are scattered in deeper or harsher regions. The interior of the forest is not a solid entity either. In addition to the Elven Kingdom, there are many small Elven tribes and various subhuman villages, most of which govern themselves, some linked to the Elven Kingdom, while others are entirely independent. At the northern and southern ends of the forest reside beings that instill awe in the majority of living creatures. In the depths of the northern cedar forest lies the territory of the Frost Witches. In the southern swamp forest's core lies the domain of the Swamp Witches. It is said that these two powerful female beings were sisters, yet they completely fell out for unknown reasons. They are both imperial stage cultivators standing at the pinnacle of the mortal realm and are the closest beings to the legendary divine stage in existence. As for the easternmost part of the forest beyond the perilous Mist Mountains and ancient ruins lies the lair of the dragons. There resides the last pure-blood dragon of this world, a female black dragon. Her power is unfathomable, and the monsters in the east are also generally formidable, with fifth-tier monsters present everywhere, posing a far greater danger than other areas of the forest. Lastly, Yamala also mentioned that the common language on the continent today is primarily the universal continental language. Elvish is elegant and complex. Dwarvish is difficult to pronounce, and very few outsiders can speak it, whereas the universal language is relatively simple, promoted by human merchants and travelers, serving as the main tool for communication among various races. The universal language, Xuanyuan Chen reflected. If I want to understand this world more deeply and interact with more races, mastering the universal language is essential. Xuanyuan Chen asked, starting tomorrow, could you teach me the universal continental language? In exchange, I will teach you Elvish. Yamala blinked at this, a hint of confusion crossing her face as she instinctively replied, but I can speak Elvish. Xuanyuan Chen looked at her earnest, yet somewhat serious expression and couldn't help but roll his eyes slightly. Your Elvish pronunciation aside has far too many grammatical errors. It's quite difficult for me to follow. Yamala was taken aback for a moment, then a faint blush spread across her cheeks as she lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her fingers unconsciously tugged at the hem of her leather armor as she muttered softly, This is my first time speaking Elvish with a real elf. No one told me I was wrong. Seeing her bashful and somewhat aggrieved expression, Xuanyuan Chen's earlier seriousness during negotiations softened a little. He reached out, ruffling Yamala's fiery red hair, a bit tousled due to being braided, in a gesture that felt casual, as if treating a junior. Don't worry about it. His voice softened. Language requires practice to master. Just speak more in the future. The warmth from the top of her head made Yamala's body stiffen slightly, then that unfamiliar warmth spread from the point of contact. She did not expect that this elven king, who had just displayed such formidable power and held the life and death authority over her tribe, would show such an action. Her cheeks flushed deeper as she softly murmured an affirmative and did not dare to lift her head. In Yamala's loyalty 3, current loyalty 48. In the days that followed, life in the World Tree's territory was infused with a new hue amidst its tranquility. Xuanyuan Chen specially built a cozy wooden cabin for Yamala near the World Tree, furnished solidly and warmly according to the habits of the dwarves. Xuanyuan Chen even arranged for elves to bring a small portable forge and a set of basic tools from the Stone Fist tribe to be placed beside the cabin for her to use in her leisure time. This thoughtful arrangement quietly increased Yamala's loyalty by 2 points. In the morning, in the hall on the first floor of the World Tree, Yamala stood tall, earnestly playing the role of teacher. Today we will learn food and trade. Yamala pointed to a simple drawing on the board and said, this one Aish is bread. Aish. Xuanyuan Chen repeated it, his pronunciation clear and precise, hardly indicating that it was his first encounter. Yamala blinked in surprise and continued, water is moya. Meat is lam. So I need bread and water is anabitage, Aishwa moya. Xuanyuan Chen followed suit, reciting it slowly and naturally, anabitage, Aishwa moya. Yamala couldn't help but exclaim, you learn so quickly. Much faster than I did when I learned the common tongue from Grandpa Jern. He always said those rolled and guttural sounds were too difficult. Perhaps I have some special talent. Xuanyuan Chen did not elaborate on the system's assistance, as he only needed to keep saying a word to upgrade his common tongue skill. Then how do you say how much is this sort? Using the common phrases for trade. Yamala immediately replied, Baikum hada all safe. Baikum hada all safe. Xuanyuan Chen repeated, even adding a slight upward intonation typical of haggling. Yamala laughed, her previous shyness dissipating significantly. Yes, exactly. You sound like a seasoned merchant. Well, then it's my turn. Xuanyuan Chen switched back to the Elvish language. Please say in Elvish, there are glowing ores deep in the mine. Yamala scrunched her little face, trying hard to recall the complex suffix changes and word order of Elvish, glowing ores. Exist in, deep in the mine. She stumbled through it, misplacing several grammatical cases. Xuanyuan Chen patiently corrected her grammar, explaining the elvish distinctions between natural creations and artificial places. Yamala listened attentively, nodding from time to time, her red, braided hair swaying. During teaching breaks, Xuanyuan Chen would also inquire about the dwarves' forging techniques or identification or the customs of the dwarf tribes. Yamala spoke freely about what she knew, her eyes shining when discussing familiar forging, her gestures lively, and the shyness and anxiety of being a hostage gradually fading away. However, not everyone welcomed this increasingly familiar atmosphere. Sylvia would sometimes just happen to patrol nearby, or quietly stand in a corner of the living room polishing her dagger, her silver hair veiling her gaze as it occasionally swept over the two engaged in teaching. When she heard Yamala receive the king's affirmation for pronouncing an elvish word correctly, Lina Tanya, Elvish, you did very well. Or when she heard the king patiently repeat a common phrase in that deep melodious voice, her polishing motion would momentarily pause, and she would unconsciously tighten her lips. Other elves would slow their footsteps as they passed the world tree, their gazes quietly peering through windows or doorways. They saw the king gently guiding the dwarf girl, saw him shaking his head and chuckling at her clumsy pronunciation, and even occasionally tasting the traveler's bread baked by Yamala, using dwarf methods revealing subtle expressions. A mixture of curiosity, envy, and a hint of indescribable sourness spread silently among the elves. Their loyalty to the king was unquestionable. He was just and protective towards everyone. Yet it seemed the king had never spent such frequent peaceful moments alone with any elf before. The king was the exalted embodiment of the divine tree, their creator and sovereign. Yet that red-haired, short-statured foreign girl seemed to approach the king in a more commonplace manner. Xuanyuan Chen was not oblivious to this. The elves' emotions were pure and straightforward. Those lingering glances, the slightly forceful swings during training, or Sylvia's unusually silent vigilance hinted at some subtle collective sentiment. That morning after the lesson, Yamala bounced back to her cabin to tinker with the forge. Xuanyuan Chen stood in the open space beneath the world tree, observing the elves practicing archery not far away. Their arrows hit the target with precision, but the atmosphere seemed heavier than usual. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. The next morning, the assembly horn did not sound, but Sylvia and 9 other selected elves. Included were the standout members of the earlier scouting party, as well as several promising new warriors and archers were summoned to the hall on the first floor of the world tree. From today onwards, you will come here at this time every morning. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze swept over the 10 elves, his voice clear and calm. I will personally teach you the common tongue of the continent. The elves were taken aback, then their eyes sparkled with excitement. In the future, we will certainly interact with more races and forces. Language is a bridge for communication and a weapon for insight. Xuanyuan Chen said slowly. You are my most trusted warriors. Mastering this language will be crucial for reconnaissance negotiations and leading troops in the future. He glanced at the slightly tense, but still proud Yamala teacher. Yamala will assist from the side, correcting pronunciation. And you all must help her better master the Elvish language. This is a process of mutual learning. Furthermore, after you have mastered it, you will need to dedicate some time to teach other elves. We obey the king's orders. The 10 elves, including Sylvia, replied in unison, their voices filled with excitement. To be personally taught by the king is the highest honor. The previously inexplicable sourness was instantly replaced by a tremendous sense of honor and mission. Sylvia's gaze towards Xuanyuan Chen grew increasingly fervent and loyal. Xuanyuan Chen nodded and began to teach the first lesson in the common tongue. He started with the simplest letters and greetings, patiently and meticulously. Yamala sat beside him, occasionally supplementing with some dwarf-style memory tricks or explaining the different usages of certain words in the human realms. The elves studied earnestly, the sounds of pronunciation practice echoing from the world tree. Other elves, upon learning of this, felt both envy and motivation, hoping to be chosen to participate in the king's personal teaching course next time. Outside the Stonefist tribe, the human merchant Hawk's caravan rolled in, once again stirring up dust as it stopped in the somewhat shabby clearing outside the Stonefist tribe's mine. Several large carts were laden with grains and dried meat strips. This was his usual tactic, using food as a stone to break open the door for low-priced or acquisition during times of hardship in the tribe. He adjusted his silk robe adorned with cheap copper buttons, wearing that customary smile tinged with a hint of superiority, and walked towards Jern, who was supervising the transportation of ores at the mine entrance. Jern, long time no see. Hawk's voice was loud, deliberately exuding warmth. Look, I Hawk, keep my promises. I heard that times have been tough for you recently, so here are the best northern grains and premium deer jerky sent to my old friend at the first opportunity. Jern turned around, his face beneath the white beard expressionless, simply gazing at Hawk with calm, weathered eyes. He did not approach immediately to inspect the goods as before. Hawk. Jern's voice was steady, even somewhat cold. Hawk's heart skipped a beat, but the smile remained on his face as he continued. As per our usual agreement, this batch of grains will be exchanged for that batch of fine black iron, or in your warehouse along with the newly mined hickory copper ore. The price. Well, as we discussed last time, I'll offer you a further discount. How does that sound? I know things haven't been easy for you lately. He deliberately emphasized the words, not easy, glancing subtly towards the somewhat quiet depths of the mine, hinting at the tribe's current predicament. No need. Jern shook his head directly, his tone firm. Hawk's smile froze. No need. Jern, what do you mean by that? These are high-quality grains. Doesn't your tribe need them right now? The Stonefish tribe does not require your kindness at this moment. Jern took 2 steps forward, his stout dwarf body exuding an undeniable aura. We have food. Or we will not sell to you. What a... Hawk finally lost his fake smile, raising his voice. You have food. Who provided it? Which fool would dare to supply you with such a large quantity of food at this season and in this location? He managed to swallow back the words, a poverty-stricken tribe ostracized by the Alliance, instead stating, who would provide you with such a large quantity of food? Jern, you can't be fooled. In this forest besides me, Hawk, who else would bring so much food and genuinely want to do business with you? Genuinely. Jern's scoffed, eyes filled with derision. Using 3 carts of food to exchange for our finest refined iron ingots, this is your idea of genuinely? As for who is supporting us? He paused, recalling the lattice instructions, not revealing the specific information about the elven territory, simply stating bluntly, it is none of your concern. From now on, the Stonefish tribe will no longer welcome you. Take your food and leave. You. Hawk's face flushed with anger, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at Jern. Several human guards behind him instinctively gripped their weapons at their waists. Some dwarven miners and guards nearby the mine silently picked up their tools or weapons, casting unfriendly glances. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Hawk, having run businesses for many years, quickly weighed the pros and cons. Acting here would definitely not end well, and tearing the relationship apart could very well sever this or channel for good. He suppressed his fury, glaring fiercely at Jern. All right. Jern, remember your words today. When your so-called support runs out, if you come begging me again, it won't be at this price. He angrily waved his hand and left the tribe's boundaries with his caravan in a huff. But he did not go far, stopping in a concealed hollow a few miles away. Boss, are we just going to let it go like this? A guard asked unwillingly. Let it go. Hawk glared at the direction of the tribe. That old coot Jern suddenly became so tough, there must be something wrong. I want to see who is backing them. He dispatched his 2 most astute servants, disguising them as lost herbalists, to lurk and observe around the Stonefish tribe. That night the servants returned with shocking news for Hawk. They had seen elves. Not just 1 or 2, but a small squad of well-disciplined elven warriors escorting several carts loaded with food into the Stonefish tribe. Elves, eh? Hawk stroked his chin, pacing in the temporary tent. He recalled Ymira's half-dwarf, half-human lineage, as well as the Elven Kingdom's self-proclaimed reputation as guardians of forest order. Could it be that the Elven Kingdom has finally noticed the plight of this marginal tribe and extended a helping hand for some reason? Or has that half-dwarf girl formed some connection with the elves? This speculation made him break out in a cold sweat. If the Elven Kingdom was indeed supporting them, even just a trivial bit of attention, it would be far beyond what a mere traveling merchant like him could provoke. Fortunately, I didn't completely sever ties earlier. Hawk felt a wave of relief. At the same time, a thought arose: if the Stonefish tribe really connected with the Elven Kingdom, even if it were just the most superficial relationship, its future value could be vastly different. Even a trickle of resources leaking from the elves would be enough for him to profit significantly. The next day, Hawk's caravan reappeared outside the Stonefish tribe. Seeing him return, Jern frowned and stood at the entrance with his guards. Hawk, I told you are not welcome here. Hawk immediately put on an extremely sincere expression, even tinged with a bit of regret, and hurried forward, bowing deeply. Old man Jern, I was wrong. Hawk was blinded by the evil god before and did many shameful things. This time I'm here specifically to make amends. He pointed at the vehicles behind him. These grains are my small gesture given freely to the tribe to make up for my past mistakes. Not a penny in return. I only ask you and Chief Ymira to give me, Hawk, another chance. Jern and the surrounding dwarves were stunned, not expecting this cunning merchant to act in such a way. I know that the Stonefish tribe now has better partners. Hawk cautiously probed, observing Jern's expression. I wouldn't dare to have any unreasonable thoughts. I only ask that in the future, if the tribe has any surplus or scattered ores or excess tools made, you can still consider this old friend of yours, and the price will definitely be fair. Absolutely fair. After all, one does not strike a smiling face, especially when several carts of food are being given away for free. Although Jern still disliked Hawk, having more food stored for the tribe was never a bad thing, and the lady had also mentioned that the 3% of self-traded shares did indeed require channels. Although Hawk was cunning, he had traded for many years and was familiar with the ropes. The things he sold in the past, though expensive, were not fake. After a moment of contemplation, Jern slowly nodded, We will accept the grains as compensation for your past actions. As for future transactions, we will see how it goes. If the prices are not fair again, do not blame us for severing ties completely. Absolutely. It will definitely be fair. Hawk felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, his face filled with smiles as he directed his servants to unload the goods, his demeanor entirely different from before. For a period thereafter, Hawk indeed kept his promise, acquiring the Stone Fist tribe's 3% share of ores and a small amount of ironware at relatively reasonable market prices, no longer employing any tricks. He would even proactively bring some salt, spices, and news from the outside world that the tribe needed as a goodwill gesture. However, during every transaction, he would seemingly casually inquire about the origins of those elves, subtly probing whether the tribe had formed any connections with a notable figure from the Elven Kingdom. Jern always spoke vaguely, neither confirming nor denying. To Hawk, this seemed more like an acknowledgement and caution. He comfortably continued doing business along this line. Even though the profits were far less than before, at least there was still something to gain, and it seemed as if there was a vague background of the Elven Kingdom. Little did he know that those elves did not come from the Elven Kingdom in the west, but from the southeastern depths of the forest, a burgeoning new force poised to shake the World Tree territory. What he caught a glimpse of was merely a slender branch of this great tree, first reaching out of the forest. Huaku had traded with the Xuanyuan tribe in an apparently normal fashion for a long while. He comported himself like a reformed, honest merchant, fair prices and supplies of salt and cloth whose quality could be trusted. Although Guin remained wary of him, one does not strike a smiling face. Besides, exchanging 30% of the mine's output for the other goods the tribe needed required such a channel. The two sides maintained a fragile surface-level peace in their commerce. Yet Huaku had never truly set aside his suspicion and avarice. His informants posted near the tribe continued to work, watching the elves' movements. Over time, the doubts rose up like stones beneath water and slowly revealed themselves. First, there was the matter of where the elves were going. He had assumed those elven escorts would convoy supplies back toward the Jingling Kingdom in the west. But repeated observation showed that wagons laden with or bundles of swords and standardized equipment were heading instead deeper into the forest. That region lay beyond the influence of the Jingling Kingdom, a notorious wild and dangerous territory where no powerful elven force was known to hold sway. Second, there were the elves themselves. Huaku was a well-traveled merchant who had met many elven rangers and even border patrols from the Jingling Kingdom. He noticed that the elves trading with the Xuanyuan tribe spoke with a peculiar accent, nothing like the official or mainstream cadences of the Jingling Kingdom. Their speech carried an ineffable ancient grace. Some of the elven words they used in conversation were archaic variants he had seldom heard within the borders of the Jingling Kingdom. Could it be not the Jingling Kingdom, but some reclusive, age-old elven settlement deep in the woods that knows nothing of the outside rules? Huaku concluded, his pulse quickening involuntarily. That conclusion dissolved most of his initial fear and was replaced by a mingled shame at having been deceived, a hot burn of anger, and an even fiercer greed. If it was merely an unruly, reclusive elven hamlet, the nature of the matter changed entirely. They were privately conducting large-scale strategic trades with a dwarf tribe, especially in iron armor and weapons, which in itself breached the rules of the Ren Alliance. Moreover, a secluded and possibly wealthy elven settlement presented vast opportunities for manipulation. Most crucially, the Ren Alliance had always paid handsome bounties for reports of such violations. Huaku saw glittering coins beckoning and hesitated no longer. He composed a meticulously worded report rich in details. In the letter, he accused the Xuanyuan tribe of violating Ren Alliance trade regulations by carrying out large-scale, sustained transactions of weapons and armor with an unidentified elven settlement deep in the forest, claiming the quantities were vast and potentially threatening regional security. He entrusted the letter to a servant and urgently sent it to the nearest regional office of the Ren Alliance. The complaint took effect quickly. The Ren Alliance exercised very strict control over the outflow of strategic materials, especially when there was a risk they might arm unknown forces. By fortune, the official responsible for the region was Tierra Celine, born into a traditional Ren clan, elevated by family ties and almost obsessively proud of pure blood, with particular disdain for half-breeds. When Xuanyuan read that the report implicated the Xuanyuan tribe, and Yamala, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It was an opportunity delivered on a platter. He immediately assembled 500 well-equipped alliance patrolmen, the detachment led by a senior 5th-rank warrior Gu Shizhingungu. The rest were seasoned 3rd to 4th-rank fighters, and they thundered toward the Xuanyuan tribe's mining field. Upon arrival, Xuanyuan did not bother with any proper inquiry. With an arrogant air, he read out a seizure order and levied a fine so ruinous it could bankrupt the entire tribe. 100,000 gold coins, or equivalent minerals. Xuanyuan's sharp voice echoed across the mine. Furthermore, cease all illegal trade at once. Seize all implicated ore and weapons. Where is your half-dwarf leader? Drag her out to submit to Alliance questioning. The Luo Maisai family's disgrace must be reckoned with. He publicly slandered Yamala's deceased parents with malicious relish, calling Yamala's father's marriage to a human woman a pollution of pure AI Rin blood, an unforgivable degeneration, and branding Yamala herself as living proof of that shame. Silence. A cool rebuke rang out not from an enraged dwarf, but from the shadowed corner of the sheds. A dozen or more elves stepped forward. They were the elven apprentices Xuanyuan Chen had sent to learn mining and ore identification. Having studied the common tongue with a learned female AI Rin elder of the tribe, they had understood Soline's words. The lead apprentice advanced, and with a slightly halting common tongue, said, "Your words are full of baseless insult. Yamala is our ally, her character and capability are beyond question. You have no right to defame her." Soline was taken aback. He had not expected elves here, much less their daring to confront him directly. He narrowed his eyes and appraised them with even greater mockery. "Humph, so you are the unidentified elves the report mentioned. Look at you, dust-covered and out of place in a dwarf mine. Which backwater did you Longiers crawl out of? Know the rules. When did matters internal to the AI Rin Alliance become yours to meddle in?" An apprentice's cheeks flushed with anger, and she muttered in Elven, "Unreasoning brutes." Soline did not understand Elven speech, but the expression gave away the meaning. He snorted coldly. "Want to fight now? Don't think I'll hesitate just because you're elves. You've been trading contraband with an Alliance tribe. I'll deal with you as well. The sensible ones will leave at once or be taken in for questioning." The elven apprentices clenched their fists and flared with righteous anger, yet they remembered Xuanyuan Chen's instructions: do not provoke conflict, especially in uncertain circumstances. The lead apprentice drew a deep breath, suppressing her fury, and said as calmly as she could, "You need not know where we come from, but we will report your conduct truthfully." "Huh," Soline laughed. "Which Hollow Vale's elf will come find me? Let him show himself. See whether the AI Rin Alliance recognizes him. Now get out of my sight. Interfering with official business will be met with force." His dwarven soldiers stepped forward, weapons half-drawn, producing a menacing clatter. The apprentices exchanged glances. They understood that heated confrontation would be folly. They cast Soline a cold look, noting his loathsome arrogance, then sheltered the similarly furious but restrained dwarf miners, who had been signaled by Gu-in to stay calm, and withdrew to one side, eyes fixed like hawks on every move Soline and his men made. Gu-in seethed with impotent rage, but what weighed heavier was a sense of helplessness. "Guluomo." Gu-in turned to the taciturn dwarf officer with furrowed brow in a last attempt. "Can you not?" "Enough, Gu-in," Guluomo interrupted in a low voice. His gaze swept the angry dwarves and the watching elves, finally landing on the haughty Soline with a barely perceptible flicker of distaste. But he kept to official duty. "I was ordered to execute a seizure and conduct an investigation. All will follow Alliance law. Wait until your leader arrives to speak further." Gu-in understood this officer might disapprove of Soline's manner, but he would not defy his superiors or Alliance statutes on behalf of the Xuanyuan tribe. He fell silent, knowing matters could no longer be settled at the tribal level. Soline had come with malice. Oh, any defense would be useless. "Batten," Gu-in called to the most trusted and swift-footed dwarf voice, "Grave, you leave at once. Ride with all speed to the Shiji Shu domain and find the lady and that king. Relay everything that has happened here, every last detail. Go." Batten nodded with weighty resolve and sped off to the southeast, toward the Shiji Shu domain. The mine's furnaces were forced cold, the anvil's ringing fell into silence. Soline sat triumphant in the temporarily commandeered tribal hall, enjoying ale brought by dwarf warriors, as if he already held the Xuanyuan tribe's lifeblood in his hand. He waited for that half-breed to throw herself into his net or for the 3 days to pass, so he could righteously confiscate everything here. He fancied the praise he would receive from his elders when he reported this merit and the further steps up the ladder that would follow. On the 60th day of arriving in this world, Xuanyuan Chen gazed down from the window of the world tree overlooking the territory that had already taken shape. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, while the distant fields were lush and green. In the training ground, the elven warriors were engaged in their morning exercises, the clashing of shields and the vibrating hum of bowstrings intertwining to form a rhythmic symphony. Through their time spent together, Ymira's loyalty had reached 85. He summoned the system panel, which clearly displayed the accumulation over the past 60 days. Host Xuanyuan Chen bound object world tree, second tier current level, second tier system currency, 3555 upgrade points, 992, 3555 system currency. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze swept across this number. The ores and forged goods provided steadily by the dwarf tribe generated astonishing profits after being collected by the system. Iron ingots and copper ingots could be exchanged for a considerable price in the system mall. Coupled with the proceeds from daily hunting, the financial reserves had become quite substantial. With 992 upgrade points, only 8 points remained to reach the required 1,000 points for the World Tree to ascend to the 3rd tier. This meant that today an elf would undoubtedly break through during combat or training, gathering the final points. He closed the panel when suddenly hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. It was Sylvia. "My King Barton requests an audience. It seems there has been trouble at the mine." Xuanyuan Chen immediately summoned Barton in the first-floor hall and called for Ymira. "My king." "Miss." Barton knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. The mine has been sealed off by the Alliance. It was that scoundrel Ironjaw Soren." Ymira's face turned pale instantly. She clearly understood the whole story from Barton's broken yet furious account. How Soren had forcibly sealed the mine with 500 dwarf soldiers, how he had imposed an exorbitant fine of 100,000 gold coins, and how he had insulted her deceased parents in front of all her kin, calling her a bastard and declaring her parents' union a shame of the dwarves. "My king." Ymira turned around, her eyes ablaze with anger and tears of humiliation. She knelt on one knee, her right hand clenched into a fist pressed against her chest. This was the highest gesture of respect for a dwarf seeking to go to war. "Please allow me to return. I want that bastard who insulted my parents to pay the price in a fair challenge. I want—" "Calm down." Xuanyuan Chen's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable force. He extended a hand to gesture for Ymira to rise. "Tell me the specifics about that Soren. What is his strength, background, and the forces he commands?" Barton took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to steady. "Ironjaw Soren, a 4th-tier dwarf warrior. His uncle is an elder of the Dwarven Alliance. He secured a lucrative position in the regional office through this connection and often bullies our tribe. This time he brought 500 men, all members of the Alliance's regular patrol. The commanding officer is Stonemergrum, a 5th-tier veteran warrior who is relatively upright, but must obey orders. The remaining soldiers are generally at the 3rd to 4th tier, well-equipped." Xuanyuan Chen fell silent for a moment after hearing this. 500 3rd to 4th tier dwarf soldiers were indeed a force to be reckoned with. "But," "Sylvia," he called. The silver-haired shadow assassin appeared quietly like a wisp of shadow. "My king. Gather the troops. 100 scouts, the most elite and highest leveled. 200 warriors and 200 archers, also elite. All equipped with the latest gear forged by the dwarves. We will gather at the training ground in 1 hour. As you command." Sylvia accepted the order and left a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Ymira anxiously said, "My king, are you going to personally? My subordinate tribe has been humiliated and my subordinate's parents have been insulted." Xuanyuan Chen interrupted her, his voice still calm, but frost had begun to gather in his eyes. "If I do not step forward, how will I gain the respect of the people in the future? How will I establish my presence in this forest?" Ymira stared blankly at Xuanyuan Chen. Ymira's loyalty 3, current loyalty 88. Xuanyuan Chen turned and walked toward the interior of the World Tree, his voice carrying, "Barton, go eat and rest in the kitchen. Ymira, you should prepare as well." "Yes." Ymira and Barton turned to leave. Xuanyuan Chen returned to the 2nd floor of the World Tree, where a set of armor stood silently on a rack. It was a gift meticulously crafted for Xuanyuan Chen by the dwarves of the Stonefist tribe, using the best materials left by Ymira's father, the silver lion armor. The armor glimmered with a moonlight-like silver hue, yet under the light it shimmered with a unique pale blue sheen of mithril. The chest plate was embossed with a roaring lion, and the shoulder guards were shaped like lion's claws. Each piece of armor had been forged with great care, light, yet extraordinarily resilient. The interior of the armor was embedded with 2 6th-tier fiery lion beast cores, subtly emanating a warm aura. Silver lion armor 7th tier skills Lion Soul LV4. When activated, it enhances the wearer's strength, speed, and defense for 10 minutes. Fire Vortex LV4 summons a continuously rotating vortex of flames at a designated location, dealing continuous burn and pull damage to enemies within range. Xuanyuan Chen traced the exquisite lion patterns on the armor. This was the dwarves' heartfelt intention and the pinnacle of their forging artistry. He donned each piece of armor. The silver armor fit well, its weight was just right, and the warmth from the fiery lion beast core seeped through the lining as if there were a living heartbeat. But it was still not enough. He opened the system mall and found that ring among the defensive treasures, the Rainbow Tail Ring, priced at 1,000 system currency. Rainbow Tail Ring 7th tier type automatic defense magic ring function automatically triggers a magic shield in response to detected attacks, adjusting its strength and consumption according to the intensity of the attack. It consumes the magic stored within the ring. Limit can completely withstand 1 full force strike from an 8th tier powerhouse, after which it will exhaust all stored energy and enter dormancy. Current status fully charged 1,000 system currency, but Xuanyuan Chen hesitated not at all. Purchase. Consumed 1,000 system currency, obtained Rainbow Tail Ring. Remaining system currency 25.55. A simply styled silver ring fell into his palm. The band was made of flowing silver metal encircling a nearly completely transparent gem that refracted a rainbow of light only at specific angles. Xuanyuan Chen slipped it onto his left pinky finger, and the ring automatically adjusted its size, fitting perfectly. A warm, gentle energy emanated from the ring, resonating faintly with the magic within his body. 1 hour later, at the training ground of the World Tree Territory, 500 elves stood in solemn formation. At the front were 100 elven scouts dressed in lightweight leather armor with short blades at their waists and short bows slung on their backs, their gazes sharp as eagles. These were the earliest veterans to follow Xuanyuan Chen, with an average level reaching the 3rd tier, some even achieving the 4th tier. In the middle stood 200 elven warriors clad in standard iron armor, meticulously forged by the Stonefist tribe, holding thick round iron shields in their left hands and refined long swords in their right, standing like pines. Their average level was 2nd tier, with some at the 3rd tier. Behind them were 200 elven archers, longbows in hand and quivers full, also averaging 2nd tier, with some at the 3rd tier. Sylvia stood at the front of the formation, her silver hair gently swaying in the morning breeze. She was now donned in a full set of light armor with 2 poisoned daggers pressed against her thighs. Xuanyuan Chen approached the front of the formation, the silver lion armor shimmering under the sunlight, the lion head breastplate adding to his imposing presence. He did not deliver a lengthy pre-battle speech, merely sweeping his gaze over each face, his voice clear as it echoed across the training ground. Someone has insulted the parents of our allies, sealed off our mind, and threatened our very existence. Someone believes that we dwelling in a corner can be bullied and humiliated. Today we will go tell them. He drew his long sword from his waist, pointing it northwest. Those who violate my territory shall be punished, no matter how far away they are. Punish. 500 elves responded in unison, their voices shaking the forest. Xuanyuan Chen turned to the elves left behind. The territory will be guarded by you. Spider Child, keep watch over the home. The massive spider perched on the world tree waved its forelimbs, hissing in response. Set out. The 500-strong team flowed out of the territory like a stream of silver, disappearing into the forest. The elven scouts spread out in front and on both flanks for reconnaissance, with the warriors in the center and the archers at the rear, moving swiftly and silently. Ymira followed closely by Xuanyuan Chen's side, her fists tightly clenched. The speed of the team was extremely fast. The elves moved through the forest like fish in water, and the Dwarven forged armor did not hinder their agility. Along the way, Xuanyuan Chen received the long-awaited notification: Upgrade points 1. Upgrade points 1. Upgrade points 1. Total upgrade points reached 1,000, meeting the conditions for the World Tree's upgrade. Detected that the host is not within the range of the World Tree, though upgrades cannot be performed at this time. Please return and operate. That's enough. Xuanyuan Chen firmly resolved within. Once this matter is resolved, he could return to elevate the World Tree to the 3rd tier, ushering in a new leap for the territory. After a day of rapid marching, the team arrived at the outskirts of the Xuanyuan tribe's mining site in the evening. The scouts reported back the mine had been sealed off by dwarf soldiers, and all miners had been driven to the settlement area with the mine tunnels and warehouses marked with seals. Soren was drinking and reveling in the tribe's hall. Xuanyuan Chen climbed to a nearby high ground overlooking the mine. 500 dwarf soldiers were indeed well equipped and disciplined, dispersed in small teams guarding the key routes. But in forest combat, the elves are the masters. Sylvia, proceed with Plan 1. Yes. Sylvia's figure flickered and melded into the shadows. A moment later, a brief bird call echoed in the forest. This was the signal that the scouts were in position. Immediately, the archers silently climbed the trees, drawing their longbows and aiming at the dwarf sentries below. The warriors formed several teams, slowly approaching from multiple directions, creating an encirclement. Xuanyuan Chen showed no intention of hiding. He led Sylvia, Yamala, and 20 elite soldiers directly toward the front of the mine's main gate. The silver armor reflected dazzling light in the setting sun, while the elven warriors behind him remained silent as the forest. Such a display immediately alerted the dwarf soldiers. The sound of horns rang out, and the scattered dwarf teams swiftly gathered towards the main gate. When Xuanyuan Chen's group was 100 meters from the mine's main gate, more than 200 dwarf soldiers had already gathered on the opposite side, their spears and shields forming a formidable barrier, vigilantly watching the group of elves. The commotion caught Soren's attention. He stormed out of the hall with a wine jug, cursing, "What's all the noise? Who's blind enough to?" His voice abruptly cut off. Soren saw the elven army. They were not the dozens of wild elves he had imagined coming out from some ravine, but rather hundreds of well-equipped, disciplined, and exuding an aura of lethality of regular elven warriors. They stood silently in the clearing of the forest, their longbows, slightly raised swords half-drawn, exuding a demeanor of having survived countless battles, something that could not be possessed by any secluded village. At the forefront was a figure. The silver armor was magnificent yet imposing with a lifelike lion head relief exuding an air of nobility. The elven face, beautiful like a deity, bore the calmness and indifference of one who has long occupied a high position. Soren's intoxication faded instantly, cold sweat trickling down. This was no ordinary elven noble. The grandeur, the formation, it must belong to some noble of the elven kingdom. He recalled his earlier insults, feeling his legs weaken slightly. Yet his years of experience in the bureaucracy compelled him to quickly muster a flattering smile. He nearly tumbled down the steps of the hall, hastening to greet them, bowing from a distance, and using the most respectful elven language he could muster to say, "I salute you, revered lord." But that was all he knew, and he quickly switched to the common tongue of the continent, his voice sounding enthusiastic yet humble. "I did not know you had arrived, and I failed to greet you appropriately. Forgive me. I am Ironjaw Soren, the Regional Affairs Officer of the Dwarven Alliance. May I ask which noble of the Elven Kingdom you are? What brings you to this remote place? If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to command." As he spoke, he secretly scrutinized Xuanyuan Chen's expression, rapidly calculating in his mind. Indeed, it must be some significant figure from the Elven Kingdom, traveling incognito, perhaps on some secret mission, and passing through this area. I must not let my earlier slip be overheard. Then he caught sight of Yamala behind Xuanyuan Chen, and his thoughts turned instantly. "My lord, your timing is perfect. The Xuanyuan tribe is suspected of illegal dealings with unidentified elven forces, and I am currently investigating according to the law. However, since you are here, there must be some misunderstandings." He paused and lowered his voice, feigning a heart-o-heart demeanor. "My lord, please do not be deceived by the people of this tribe, especially that half-dwarf leader of theirs whose bloodline is impure and whose thoughts are cunning. The ores and equipment they provide are certainly inferior to the fine products of our Ironjaw tribe. If you need anything I can recommend you, the prices are absolutely fair." As he finished speaking, he felt he had handled it appropriately, indicating that he was on official business, while subtly suggesting, "I can facilitate for you," and also stepped on the Xuanyuan tribe's toes to elevate his own position. However, he did not notice that when he mentioned half-dwarf and impure bloodline, Yamala's eyes behind Xuanyuan Chen instantly turned crimson. She gripped her battle axe tightly, her knuckles turning white as her eyes fixated on the sycophantic dwarf. Soren noticed this gaze. Switching from servility to arrogance seemed to require no transition for him. He frowned, the smile on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by undisguised disdain and contempt. "What kind of look is that? What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong? You are a bastard for a day and a bastard for a lifetime. Your father was once a notable figure, but what happened? He was captivated by a human woman, tainted the bloodline, and brought shame upon our dwarves. Your mother, enough." The voice was not loud and could even be described as calm. But in the moment those calm words were spoken, the chaotic air in front of the mine seemed to freeze suddenly. Xuanyuan Chen slowly raised his gaze, fixing it on Soren. That gaze held no anger, no threat, only an unfathomable chill, like the dark currents at the bottom of a polar abyss. He merely watched Soren quietly, yet it made the latter's throat tighten, the subsequent foul words choking in his throat, a strange chill creeping up his spine. "How her parents were is not for you to judge. The name of Rome's is not something a parasite like you who relies on family connections and lacks personal ability can tarnish." Yamala shuddered all over. She looked up at the straight back of Xuanyuan Chen. The silver lion armor seemed to be coated with a sacred halo in the sunset. The king was speaking up for her, defending the honor of her parents who had long passed away and had endured countless disdain. Her eyes felt a bit warm, and she blinked hard to force back the moisture. Loyalty of Yamala 2, current loyalty 90. Soren's face flushed red, and then pale. Being publicly reprimanded like this, especially by an elven noble speaking up for a half-dwarf bastard, made him feel doubly humiliated. He did not dare to retaliate against Xuanyuan Chen, but could only cast a resentful glance at Yamala, trying to regain his footing through her. "Hiding behind elves, what kind of ability is that? If you have the ability, step forward yourself." "All right." Yamala stepped forward abruptly, her battle axe striking the ground with a clang, sending fragments of stone flying. "Ta Xuanyuan. I, Rome's Ymira, the chief of the Stone Fist tribe, hereby invoke the test of the forge in the glory of my ancestors' furnace." A stir arose among the dwarves. The test of the forge is an ancient and sacred challenge custom among dwarves aimed at resolving irreconcilable disputes of honor through martial strength. Should the challenged refuse, they are deemed to have forfeited automatically and must publicly retract the insulting remarks that provoked the challenge and apologize. If they accept and are defeated, they must also retract their words and apologize. If you are still a dwarf, then accept the challenge. Ymira's emerald eyes fixed intently on Xuanyuan. "Speak with your axe, not your filthy tongue. If you win, I will let you decide. If you lose, crawl over, kneel before the names of my parents, retract all your slanders, and apologize to every member of the Stone Fist tribe you have insulted." A hush fell over the scene. All the dwarves, whether soldiers brought by Xuanyuan or miners of the Stone Fist tribe, focused their gazes on Xuanyuan. Sua Lin's face twitched. He never expected this half-dwarf girl would dare to publicly propose the test of the forge. The surrounding gazes, especially that indifferent stare from the elven noble, left him in a dilemma. Refuse. Then he would utterly disgrace himself, unable to hold his head high before the soldiers and the dwarves of the tribe. Accept. He glanced at Ymira, just a third-tier half-dwarf. Although she wielded an axe with some flair, he was a solid fourth tier. Even if he had been out of combat for years, the gap in ranks was evident, not to mention she was a mongrel. Anger overshadowed the momentary hesitation. Winning would not only humiliate this mongrel, but perhaps also showcase his bravery before the elven noble, restoring some of his pride. Losing. Impossible. Humph, ignorant of your own mortality. Sua Lin ripped off his civil official's robe, revealing a well-maintained, but clearly untested studded leather armor beneath, and took a beautifully adorned longsword from a nearby guard. I accept. Let everyone see that a mongrel is a mongrel, never fit for the stage. The surrounding dwarf soldiers automatically cleared a space. Stone Anvilgrim, the previously silent fifth-tier officer, stepped forward and spoke solemnly. I witnessed this. The challenge proceeds as per ancient rites until one party forfeits or is unable to continue. Weapons are unrestricted and life or death is not a concern. Begin. He showed no bias towards either side, merely fulfilling his role as a witness, yet a hint of unnoticeable concern flickered in his gaze as he looked at Ymira. Sua Lin launched the first attack. With his fourth-tier foundation, he unleashed his fighting spirit, charging forward with a swift step, the longsword glinting coldly as it aimed directly at Ymira's chest. The move was standard, the speed, not slow, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Ymira did not meet it heat-in. Instead, she deftly sidestepped, her body gliding skillfully to the side, her axe sweeping up to deflect the sword. His strength is greater than mine, but it's not refined enough, and his speed is too slow. Ymira's mind raced. During her time in the World Tree territory, she had never slackened in her training. Though Xuanyuan Chen did not directly instruct her in martial skills, the practical atmosphere of the territory, coupled with occasional sparring with elven warriors and her own tenacity to never back down, made her combat skills far more solid than Sua Lin imagined. More importantly, her half-dwarf bloodline granted her agility surpassing that of pure-blood dwarfs. When Sua Lin's strike missed somewhat unexpectedly, he immediately altered his attack to a horizontal slash. Ymira retreated again, blocking with her axe, which let out a shrill screech of friction. She fought while retreating, fully utilizing her speed advantage and more agile steps to continuously evade Sua Lin's front assaults, occasionally countering from tricky angles, forcing Sua Lin to defend. The battle quickly fell into a peculiar rhythm. Sua Lin roared repeatedly, his sword light, flashing, his attacks appearing fierce, yet always falling just short of truly harming Ymira. What are you dodging for? A mongrel is a mongrel. Will you just run away like a rat? Sua Lin, unable to break through, began to breathe heavily, sweat forming at his temples. He felt an abundance of strength, yet it felt like hitting cotton. The opponent's combat style was nothing like the hard-hitting approach he recognized in dwarves, which left him exceedingly frustrated. The expressions of the surrounding dwarf soldiers gradually changed. Initially, they thought this was a battle without suspense, a fourth tier against a third tier, pure blood against half-blood. But as they watched, they realized that Ymira's fighting was not merely about evasion. Her footwork, timing of blocks, and occasional angles of counterattacks all displayed solid foundations and a calm mind. In contrast, Sua Lin, aside from the strength advantage brought by his rank, exhibited a sword style that appeared flashy, yet lacked substance, his footwork somewhat unsteady, clearly lacking real combat experience. Xuanyuan Chen watched quietly, his gaze sharp. Suddenly, Ymira stumbled back, her foot seemingly caught on a protruding stone, causing her body to momentarily wobble, leaving her vulnerable. Seeking death. Sua Lin's eyes burst with ecstasy. He had waited too long for this opportunity. The remaining strength in his body erupted without reservation, his speed suddenly increasing as his longsword transformed into a sharp beam of cold light, aiming straight for Ymira's unguarded chest. This strike contained all his power, vowing to pin this accursed mongrel to the ground. The dwarves of the Stone Fist tribe gasped in shock. Just as the sword tip was about to touch the leather armor, Ymira's stumbling right foot suddenly pushed off the ground, her body twisting at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. At the same time, her right arm, which had been coiled with power, unleashed the axe, which had mainly been used for defense and blocking, for the first time with full force. Not a chop, but an upward slash that was swift and ferocious. Not good. Sua Lin's pupils constricted, but having already thrust with all his might, he could only awkwardly turn to the side. Thud! The heavy axe blade struck brutally at the junction of Sua Lin's right arm and torso. Though mitigated by the leather armor and Sua Lin's last-second sidestep from a fatal hit, it still embedded deeply, blood gushing forth instantly. Ah! Sua Lin let out a piercing scream, the longsword slipping from his grasp as his entire body was forced backward by the immense force. Ymira did not pursue. She withdrew her axe, taking 2 steps back, her chest heaving violently, sweat soaking her temples, yet her grip on the axe remained as steady as a rock. She looked at Xuanyuan, who writhed in pain on the ground, her voice cold and clear. You lost. A deathly silence ensued. Then the Stone Fist tribe erupted in long-suppressed cheers. Meanwhile, the dwarf soldiers brought by Xuanyuan exchanged glances of disbelief. A 4th tier against a 3rd tier, pure blood against half-blood, and yet they lost. Not only that, but they lost so miserably, clearly falling into the opponent's trap. Officer Grom's expression remained calm as water. He stepped forward to check Xuanyuan's injuries. They were not fatal, but his right arm was essentially ruined. Without high-tier healing magic or precious potions, he would not only be unable to fight, but even lift heavy objects. He straightened up, looking at Ymira, then around at everyone, and solemnly announced the challenge is over. The victor is Rome's Ymira. According to ancient rites, the loser Tai Xuanyuan must retract his insulting remarks and apologize to Hammer Ymira and her parents, as well as to the Stone Fist tribe. No. Impossible. How could I lose to a bastard? Solon clutched his wound, his face as pale as paper, the agony and immense humiliation nearly driving him to madness. He glared at Ymira with venomous hatred, then suddenly turned to Xuanyuan Chen, roaring. It's you. It must be your elves who used some despicable means. Cheating. This challenge doesn't count. As soon as he said this, even the dwarf soldiers he brought frowned. In full view, the challenge of the proof of the forge witnessed by their officer Lord Grom, Solon actually couldn't accept his loss and openly denied it. Ymira was about to speak when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously collapsed Solon quietly reached for his boot, where a dagger was hidden. A frenzied intent to kill flashed in his eyes. With the last of his strength, he suddenly surged up, holding the dagger in his left hand, and viciously stabbed at Ymira's back. This sudden ambush was utterly unforeseen, its speed astonishing. But a shadow moved faster than the sound. Just as if the vision had blurred, a silver figure appeared behind Ymira. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Sylvia had somehow blocked behind Ymira, her right hand gripping the dagger with pinpoint precision against Solon's attack, while the tip of her left dagger gently pressed against Solon's throat. A mere push would claim his life. Sylvia was quite fortunate and talented, having broken through to the 4th tier just 2 days ago. Her rich combat experience, combined with the inherent advantages of the Primal Elves and her ability to use magic, made her formidable. Even a 6th tier powerhouse, if unable to use magic, might not necessarily defeat her. Her movements surpassed the visual capture of the vast majority, and only at this moment did the crowd clearly see her actions. With her silver hair slightly waving, her emerald eyes were devoid of any emotion, as if she were merely performing an insignificant task. In the midst of a challenge, a sneak attack from behind. Sylvia's voice was calm and unwavering, yet sent chills down the spines of all the dwarves who heard it. The honor of the dwarves seems to have been thrown into a dung pit. Iron Jaw Solon. Wow. The Dwarven soldiers were utterly astonished. If the previous defeat could still be attributed to a lack of skill, then the blatant sneak attack after the sacred proof of the forge completely trampled the combat honor that dwarves valued most. Many soldiers revealed unabashed disgust and disdain on their faces, with some even turning their heads away, unwilling to look at Solon any longer. Officer Grom's expression turned utterly grim. He strode forward, grabbing Solon's uninjured left arm and dragging him up from the ground like a dead dog. Solon, not only did you lose the challenge, but you also dared to sneak attack after the proof of the forge. You are the shame of our dwarves. He turned to Xuanyuan Chen and Ymira, performing a solemn dwarven salute. I apologize for the disgrace you have witnessed. This matter will surely be dealt with seriously by the Alliance. He waved his hand. Come, take Iron Jaw Solon into custody. Contain his injuries, bring him back to the Alliance, and let the Elder Council decide his fate. Several soldiers stepped forward unceremoniously, binding the still cursing and struggling Solon. Officer Grom looked at the subdued and wretched Solon, his eyes devoid of any sympathy, only coldness and annoyance for the formalities. He signaled the soldiers to drag off Solon, who was still groaning and cursing, then turned to face Xuanyuan Chen, performing a brisk dwarven salute. I apologize for the events of today. Iron Jaw Solon abused his power, seeking personal revenge. His actions have violated the fundamental principles of the Alliance's enforcers. The sneak attack after losing the battle has thoroughly tarnished the honor of a warrior. I will bring him back to the Alliance along with the evidence of his crimes. He will face more than just dismissal and investigation. As for the trade between the Stonefist tribe and your side, the Alliance does have regulations. Large-scale mineral and manufactured goods exports must pay a certain tax to the Alliance and register the trading parties. He looked at Xuanyuan Chen, his gaze frank. However, to be honest, it is not uncommon for tribes of all sizes in the forest to make flexible arrangements regarding taxes in order to retain more resources for development. Xuanyuan Chen listened quietly, the silver lion armor reflecting a cold light in the fire's glow. He brought 500 elves, certainly prepared for the worst-case scenario, but the deeper intention was to let the dwarves of the Stonefist tribe see with their own eyes that their new lord had the resolve and capability to lead a powerful army to support them in times of injustice. This direct display of military might instills more confidence and a sense of belonging than any verbal promise. At this moment, the excitement, gratitude, and the light of having finally found support in the eyes of the dwarves of the Stonefist tribe confirmed the effectiveness of this action. So what is your suggestion? Xuanyuan Chen spoke, his voice steady. Grom directly presented the conditions. My suggestion is that the trade tax rate for the Stonefist tribe is acceptable, and no one in the alliance will trouble the Stonefist tribe for this reason in the future. The cost. Xuanyuan Chen remained succinct. The cost is. Grom took a half-step forward, lowering his voice to ensure that only Xuanyuan Chen nearby could hear. My Stoneforge tribe also hopes to establish a stable and fair trade channel with your side. Grain, cloth, forest products. In exchange for our tribe's quality ores, metals, and fine weaponry. Of course, the prices will be the most reasonable within the alliance framework. This condition was not only simple, but also beneficial for the development of Xuanyuan Chen's territory. Xuanyuan Chen looked at him. Why are you doing this? He referred not only to the trade proposal, but also to Grom's proactive move to help suppress the trouble. Grom paused for a moment, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Ymira, not far away. The girl was receiving the cheers of her kin, her face illuminated by the glow of victory and fatigue. The stubbornness and clarity in her emerald eyes mirrored that of her father in his youth. He seemed to see through time the tall figure who had once knocked him down repeatedly on the training ground, yet always pulled him up and sternly taught him what it meant to have a warrior's honor. Ymira's father was once his instructor and a hero of the Stoneforge tribe. He quickly withdrew his gaze, concealing the fleeting, complex emotion beneath a resolute expression, and said to Xuanyuan Chen, "Let this be a good connection." Xuanyuan Chen did not miss the momentary change in his expression, nor did he pursue further. He nodded, agreed. This outcome was better than he had anticipated. His original plan was to directly spend 800 system coins to purchase the slave curse to control Solin and eliminate future troubles. This was something he discovered while idly browsing the system mall. Of course, this slave curse was not all-powerful with many restrictions. It could only be used on targets of tier 6 or below, forcing them to recognize their master. Those with strong willpower among the 6th tier might break free, and there was a chance of failure for targets of potential tier 7 or higher. The stronger the magic power within the target, the higher the failure rate. And now not only had he saved a considerable expense, but he had also unexpectedly gained the opportunity to cooperate with a larger and more reliable Dwarven tribe, solidifying the loyalty of the Stonefist tribe. The transaction was concluded. Grom said no more, decisively commanding his subordinates to lift all seals on the mine, while he escorted the ashen-faced Solin, leading a large group away, ready to properly deal with this guy who brought shame to both him and the alliance. The crisis was averted. The dwarves of the Stonefist tribe erupted in thunderous cheers, many shedding tears of excitement. They were not only celebrating the reopening of the mine, but also Ymira's rightful victory in the proof of the forge, the powerful presence of their king, bringing military might and strong protection, and because they felt a long-lost dignity that was free from humiliation. The crisis at the mine ended with Sua Lin's devastating defeat and his subsequent capture. Before leaving, Grom used Sua Lin's report to directly arrest Hawk. The dwarves of the Stonefist tribe were immersed in immense joy and exhilaration. When Xuanyuan Chen announced that the army would soon return, Jern and many dwarves immediately gathered around, warmly urging him to stay. "Your Majesty, please do stay so that we may honor you and the brave warriors." Jern's white beard trembled with excitement. "Without you, the Stonefist tribe would have faced a great humiliation today, and we would have lost the mine. We can never repay this kindness, but at least let us show our gratitude." Other dwarves echoed, their eyes filled with eagerness. After enduring long periods of oppression, discrimination, and the day's dangers, they urgently needed an outlet for their emotions and wished to express their gratitude to the elven king who had brought hope and dignity in the most sincere manner. Xuanyuan Chen initially intended to decline. The ascension of the world tree was imminent, and the 1,000 upgrade points felt like a burning call. But when he scanned the crowd and saw Ymira enveloped by her kin, he caught a fleeting glimmer of hope in her eyes. This young half-dwarven leader had just proven herself before her people and redeemed her parents' reputation. At this moment, she perhaps needed this celebration even more to unite hearts and solidify this hard-won victory. Very well, one night won't hurt. Xuanyuan Chen felt a stir in his heart and nodded. "In that case, I shall intrude for one night." "Oh." The dwarves erupted into thunderous cheers. As night fell, several large bonfires blazed in the clearing in front of the mine. Knowing the dwarves had limited provisions, Xuanyuan Chen stepped to a slightly distant clearing, concentrating his thoughts, and summoned a large amount of previously hunted smoked or dried meat from the system's warehouse, forming a small mountain. Then he pondered briefly and spent 10 system coins. A faint glow flashed, and 5 tightly sealed barrels of fragrant oak wine along with 10 barrels of rich malt beer appeared beside the dried meat. "Let us celebrate with joy tonight," he said to the dwarves and elves who had gathered around. He offered no further explanation, but in the eyes of the dwarves this was undoubtedly wondrous elven magic. "Thank you, great king." Jern immediately directed the young dwarves to bring the wine and meat to the bonfire. Soon the aroma of the wine wafted through the air, dispelling the night chill and igniting enthusiasm. Dwarves were born musicians and drinkers. It was unclear who started first, but the sound of a hand drum being struck and a bone flute being blown filled the air, creating a raw and rhythmic melody. The dwarves danced around the bonfire, performing traditional dances of stomping, clapping, and spinning, their voices ringing out with a deep, earthy joy. The elven warriors were initially somewhat reserved, but under the enthusiastic invitations and the joyful atmosphere created by the dwarves, they gradually relaxed. Ymira took a big gulp of malt beer, the alcohol flushing her cheeks, while her emerald eyes sparkled in the firelight. Summoning her courage, she approached Xuanyuan Chen, who was quietly sitting in the main seat observing the celebration. She placed her right hand on her chest and performed a Dwarven-style invitation gesture. "Your Majesty, may I ask you to dance?" The surroundings fell momentarily quiet, and many gazes turned toward them. Xuanyuan Chen was indeed somewhat surprised. He looked at the girl before him, tilting her head up, her eyes filled with nervousness and anticipation. In those eyes he saw a child yearning for recognition. "All right." He stood elegantly, placed his right hand on his chest, and gave a slight bow, returning a gesture of elven courtesy. Ymira's face broke into a radiant smile as she extended her hand. The two stepped into a clearing made beside the bonfire. The music shifted to a slightly slower, yet still rhythmic tune. Xuanyuan Chen was not adept at dwarven dances, but that did not hinder him. His ranks included many elves who loved to dance, and over time, he had naturally mastered Dance LV4. This was not a combat skill, yet it proved useful at this moment. The firelight flickered, casting the shadows of the two as they twirled. Ymira looked up at Xuanyuan Chen, who was close at hand. His handsome profile appeared particularly gentle in the firelight, and the flames danced in his deep blue eyes, as if containing the entire starry sky. An unprecedented feeling of security and thrill surged within her, not just loyalty to her superior, but an even more subtle sentiment quietly stirred. Ymira's loyalty to, current loyalty 92. As the dance concluded, applause and whistles erupted. Ymira's face flushed, and she gasped as she thanked Xuanyuan Chen, her eyes shining brilliantly. She retreated back to her kin, immediately surrounded by excited dwarves, Jern patting her shoulder with a sense of paternal pride. Just as Xuanyuan Chen returned to his seat, he felt a gaze fixated upon him. He turned his head to meet Sylvia's gaze. The silver-haired shadow assassin stood quietly in the shadows, but her emerald eyes, usually cold and sharp, were now glistening, with an indescribable yearning resembling that of an abandoned animal looking directly at him. Xuanyuan Chen. He understood the meaning behind that gaze, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. This loyal and courageous shadow assassin was unexpectedly direct, even somewhat naive in certain aspects. He smiled and extended his hand toward Sylvia, making an inviting gesture. Sylvia's eyes lit up instantly, her previously pitiful expression vanishing, and she almost blinked to Xuanyuan Chen's side, her speed stirring up a gentle breeze. She extended her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly from excitement. This time Xuanyuan Chen led a more graceful and gentle elven waltz. Sylvia clearly had no idea what to do. Her steps were awkward, and she nearly stepped on Xuanyuan Chen's feet several times. But she was earnest in learning, fully concentrating on the subtle pressures and directional guidance coming from Xuanyuan Chen's hand, making great efforts to adjust her movements. Elves were indeed favored by nature. Their artistic talent was overflowing. In just a short while, Sylvia transformed from being completely clueless to managing a decent performance. Although not yet brilliant, she could follow the rhythm. As she spun, her silver hair danced and carved graceful arcs in the firelight. She looked up at Xuanyuan Chen, her lips involuntarily curling upward, radiating pure joy. As another tune ended, Sylvia had just let go of his hand when she noticed a few elven warrior maidens, their eyes shining and eager, walking toward them, their gazes fixed on Xuanyuan Chen. Sylvia's expression hardened. Without thinking, her figure vanished from her original spot and appeared before the elven maidens, blocking their path. "The king is weary from today's exertions and needs rest. Do not disturb him further." Her voice regained its usual coldness, but it carried an undeniable tone. The elves were momentarily stunned. Their admiration for the king was unquestionable, and since Sylvia had said so, they could only regretfully halt their steps, casting a longing glance in Xuanyuan Chen's direction before silently retreating. Sylvia sighed in relief, her figure flashing back to Xuanyuan Chen's side, standing straight, as if nothing had happened. Xuanyuan Chen observed everything, understanding it all in his heart. Watching Sylvia feign calmness while her ears turned slightly red, he found it amusing and couldn't help but extend his hand to gently ruffle her silky silver hair. Sylvia's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed, her eyelids drooped, resembling a cat being petted, the corners of her mouth secretly curling into a satisfied arc. The next morning, under the farewell of the dwarves, Xuanyuan Chen led the group back. That afternoon, the familiar massive outline of the world tree came into view. Without a moment's pause, Xuanyuan Chen headed straight for the well of the world tree. Upgrade the world tree. Upgrade points 1000. World tree upgrade starting. A tremendous energy surged from the void, pouring into the world tree. The entire giant tree emitted a deep hum, vibrant colors swirling, startling the little spider and her brood, who clung tightly to the branches. The trunk visibly thickened and strengthened, with the ancient patterns on the bark seemingly coming to life, shimmering with a mysterious luster. The crown of the tree stretched upward and outward, blocking out the sun, casting a shadow that expanded several times over. The original two-story treehouse structure grew upward, forming a distinct 3 levels, each more spacious than the last, with more rooms inside and an increased number of windows and terraces. World tree upgrade completed. Current level tier 3. Energy limit of the world tree well increased to 500500. New original elemental elf units unlocked: elemental archer, elemental warrior, shadow assassin. World tree protection range expanded to a radius of 5,000 meters. Host level synchronized to tier 3. New information flooded into his mind. Elemental archer consumes 10 energy unit, potential level 6. Awakens affinity for a natural element, fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, etc. Mastering corresponding elemental magic arrows, balancing range strikes with elemental damage. Elemental warrior consumes 10 energy unit, potential level 7. Awakens affinity for a natural element, mastering corresponding elemental enhancement, combat techniques, and defensive magic, excelling in melee capability and elemental resistance. Shadow assassin consumes 10 energy unit, potential level 7. Awakens dark elements, proficient in shadow combat techniques and shadow magic, an excellent reconnaissance and assassination unit. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze turned towards the well of the world tree, now glowing with a deeper emerald light. Current energy of the world tree well 500500. Will original elementals be birthed? Yes. He spoke without hesitation. Birth 10 shadow assassins, 20 elemental warriors, and 20 elemental archers. The well water surged violently, radiating brilliance. From the branches of the world tree, buds glowing with various lights fell and bloomed. 10 indistinct shadows silently landed, kneeling on one knee, blending into the ground like shadows. They were the newly born shadow assassins. Following closely, 20 elemental warriors, taller and surrounded by faint elemental glows, appeared, along with 20 elemental archers, their longbows adorned with elemental runes and their gazes sharp as eagles. We greet our king. 50 newly born elves bowed in unison. Rise. Xuanyuan Chen raised his hands slightly and organized them all into a hunting team. After all, hunting was the fastest way to level up. He glanced at the information from the well of the world tree. The next upgrade would require 2,000 upgrade points. The newly birthed 50 elves needed accommodation, and the original wooden barracks showed limitations in the face of the growing team. Considering long-term development and safety, especially for fire prevention, Xuanyuan Chen had previously upgraded the blueprints, so the current barracks and other buildings were of a stone-wood hybrid structure. Among the supplies sent by the dwarves, in addition to various ores, there were also some stones. New supporting buildings rose rapidly. After finishing the infrastructure, Xuanyuan Chen summoned Sylphia and Ymira to the first floor of the world tree. The original hall became larger, now featuring not only the main hall, but also a conference room that could accommodate 12 people. Xuanyuan Chen sat at the head of the conference room and asked, Ymira said, "You know the path to the Stone Anvil tribe?" "Yes, my king." Ymira nodded, a flicker of memories in her eyes. "When I was young, my father took me there several times. The Stone Anvil tribe is located to the northwest, about 2 days' journey, passing through a hilly area and a tributary." "Very good." Xuanyuan Chen lightly tapped the table with his fingers. "Sylphia, choose 30 elite guards to ensure the safety of the merchant convoy. Ymira, you'll be responsible for diplomatic and trade negotiations." "Understood," the two responded in unison. Xuanyuan Chen continued, "This transaction includes 1,000 kilograms of rice, 10 boxes of red fruits and other fruits, various mountain goods, and 50 spider silk fabrics. Oh, and also 10 barrels of brewed beer." After all, he had seen the dwarves' enthusiasm for beer last night. This might be a good opening for business. "Remember." Xuanyuan Chen looked at Ymira. "You may have old ties with the Stone Anvil tribe, but Officer Grom's personal goodwill does not represent the tribe's attitude as a whole. During the trade, maintain a dignified stance and negotiate based on the goods. Our food and beer are our advantages, but do not reveal all our cards easily." "I understand, my king. I will handle it with care." Ymira nodded solemnly. Having gone through the mining incident, she had matured significantly. Xuanyuan Chen nodded and looked at Sylphia. Sylphia, your task is to ensure the safety of the merchant convoy. If there is an anomaly, prioritize the safety of personnel. The cargo can be abandoned. Yes. Sylphia replied succinctly, her gaze sharp. Soon a merchant convoy composed of 30 elven guards and 7 carts loaded with goods assembled. These horses were second-tier short-horned horses encountered during a hunt. They were low in aggression, yet had decent stamina, so they were tamed for transporting goods. Let's depart. Xuanyuan Chen stood under the upgraded world tree, watching the merchant convoy leave. The convoy moved along the route Ymira remembered, heading towards the northwestern hilly area. Along the way, Sylphia dispatched scouts to investigate, while the elven warriors vigilantly scanned their surroundings, the archers' longbows always half-drawn. After 2 days of travel, a vast dwarven settlement established among towering rocky mountains riddled with mines, and with forges burning day and night appeared before them. Lofty rock walls, the clanging of massive forges, and the air filled with the scent of metal and coal. The Stone Anvil tribe has arrived. The scale far exceeded that of the Stone Fist tribe, and the order appeared more stringent. The gatekeeping dwarf soldiers wore striking armor and became noticeably alert upon seeing the elven guards. However, when Ymira approached to explain their purpose and mention Grom's name, they immediately sent someone inside to report. Soon Officer Grom personally arrived at the gate. You came faster than I expected. Come in, the elders are waiting in the conference room. The goods can be sent to the Eastern Trade Square, where our people will assess them. His attitude was official, lacking special warmth, but also not showing any difficulty. As Xuanyuan Chen anticipated, the attitude of the Stone Anvil tribe towards Ymira was nuanced. They might respect her father's character, but as a large tribe their primary concerns were interests and safety. Most dwarves would not discriminate against her, but that was all. Only a few dwarves would offer warm receptions due to old ties. After all, most dwarf tribes discriminate against half-bloods, and they had to consider the influence of other dwarf tribes. The merchant convoy slowly entered this dwarven rocky city. Sylphia silently observed everything while Ymira stood tall. The true trade and diplomacy were just beginning. Sylvia silently gestured, and the elven guards immediately took control of the caravan, following the leading dwarf toward the bustling, fiery East District Trade Square. She followed Ymira like a shadow, her gaze appearing calm, while she meticulously observed the defensive structure's patrol frequency and the dwarven soldiers' morale along the way. Ymira took a deep breath and stepped beside Grom. Entering the Stone Anvil tribe felt like stepping into a vast roaring hall of steel and rock. The massive forge belched tongues of fire, the clanging sounds were deafening, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of metal, coal, sweat, and grease. On both sides of the road were shops and workshops carved into the mountainside, selling various ores, metal ingots, weapons, armor, and tools. Most of the dwarves here moved hurriedly, focused on their tasks. Their curious glances toward the two were occasionally tinged with surprise, even guilt at the sight of Ymira the half-dwarf. Grom led them deep into the mountain to a grand stone hall, the heart of the rock hall. Several elders adorned in traditional elder garments with meticulously braided beards were already seated on heavy stone chairs. Ronin's daughter Ymira and her guards have come to discuss trade matters on behalf of the elven lord of the southeast forest. After Grom's concise introduction, he stepped aside. The trade negotiations commenced, direct and pragmatic. The dwarven elders showed great interest in the grains and ale, and they also gave positive remarks about the elves' unique red fruits and spider silk fabric. Ymira recalled Xuanyuan Chen's teachings, maintaining a dignified yet approachable demeanor, letting the quality of her goods speak for itself. Particularly when presenting the exquisite ale produced by the system, its rich aroma made several elders' noses twitch involuntarily. To Ymira's surprise, the Stone Anvil tribe readily offered very favorable terms, requiring no further persuasion on her part. The caravan successfully completed its first transaction, with the Stone Anvil tribe returning with heavy metal ingots, fine weapons, and precious salt. Once the delivery was completed, Sylvia directed the elves to securely tie the goods onto the short-horned carts. As they prepared to take their leave, an old dwarf with a snow-white beard braided into several plaits and adorned with mithril rings signifying his status as an elder approached the trade square, accompanied by 2 attendants heading straight for Ymira. Daughter of Ronin, I am Duin, an elder of the Stone Anvil tribe. I wish to discuss some old matters with you in private. Would you care to take a walk with me? Ymira felt a stir in her heart and looked at Sylvia. The silver-haired shadow assassin nodded almost imperceptibly, her gaze sweeping over Elder Duin and his attendants, assessing the risks. Ymira followed Elder Duin away from the bustling trade area, winding up a quiet passage carved into the rock wall, finally arriving at an open platform high on the cliff. Sylvia followed them from a distance. The open platform offered a broad view overlooking most of the tribe below, where the forge and lanterns sparkled like stars on the ground. Elder Duin dismissed his attendants, leaning on his gem-inlaid staff, gazing into the distance. After a long silence, he slowly spoke, "Child, your father originally bore a different surname. His surname was Stone Anvil Ronan." Ymira's head jerked up, her emerald eyes filled with shock. Elder Duin did not look at her, continuing to immerse himself in his memories as he recounted the long-buried past. It was a time before the Dwarven alliance was established, when the tribes lived scattered in the mountains, each waging their own battles. The Stone Anvil tribe had a long-standing friendship with the neighboring human kingdom of Lohan, engaging in frequent trade. The fierce enemy of Lohan, the Seth kingdom, launched an attack to cut off Lohan's supply of arms, brazenly besieging the mines where the Stone Anvil tribe resided. The siege lasted 3 months, with arrows depleted and food gone, putting the tribe in imminent danger. Young Ronan, already one of the bravest warriors of the tribe at that time, led a death squad into battle, miraculously breaking through the enemy's encirclement despite sustaining multiple injuries, all to seek aid from the Lohan royal capital. At that time, the king of Lohan was no fool. He had already sensed Seth's movements and dispatched his most trusted Iron Wall general to lead an army to the rescue. However, fate played a cruel trick. As the reinforcements were midway, urgent news arrived from the capital. The king had died suddenly, and the second prince had initiated a coup. The Iron Wall general received an edict from the eldest prince to quell the internal strife, and was forced to turn back. By the time Ronan dragged his battered body back, the smoke of battle in Lohan had just begun to disperse. The second prince had been defeated and killed, and the eldest prince was crowned as the new king. Ignoring his injuries, Ronan desperately sought an audience with the new king, passionately articulating the dire consequences of their mutual reliance. The new king, discerning the stakes, immediately ordered the Iron Wall general, who had just returned and was resting, to march out again, coordinating with the Stone Anvil tribe to definitively defeat the Seth army, thus saving the tribe from peril. Stone Anvil Ronan became the hero who saved the tribe, his name etched on the Wall of Honor. This story should have concluded perfectly. However, the legend of heroes often has sequels. That Iron Wall general had a beloved only daughter. Unlike ordinary noble women who were fond of music and arts, she was passionate about wielding blades and swords with a bold and unrestrained personality. At the victory banquet, and in subsequent interactions, this extraordinary general's daughter encountered the battle-scarred, yet steadfast dwarf hero Ronan. From different races and backgrounds, they were strangely drawn to each other by the shared resilience and sincerity deep within their souls. They broke through societal barriers and their father's anger, and the general's daughter resolutely returned to the mountains with Ronan. They forged a marriage pact before the ancient fire of the Stone Anvil tribe, and she became his wife. Those years were the happiest and most joyful for Ronan. Then your birth came. Child, your mother was an extraordinary human woman, but she could not survive the ordeal of giving birth to you. Ymira's breath caught. She seemed to see through time and space, witnessing her father's silence after losing his beloved. Later, the Dwarven alliance was formed, bringing more rules and a cacophony of voices. Elder Duin sighed. Some folks began to use your father's intermarriage with outsiders and your bloodline as leverage. The rumors became increasingly unpleasant. Ronan left willingly to avoid implicating the tribe. He took away only a few blood relatives and those loyal brothers who had fought with him to break through, as well as a few old fellows who could not bear to watch. He changed his surname to Romes. It is your mother's family name. Ymira was already in tears. She finally understood where the deep-seated melancholy in her father's eyes came from, why the uncles and aunts of the Stone Fist tribe looked at her with such deep affection, and why the people of the Stone Anvil tribe had such complex expressions when they looked at her. Child. Elder Duin turned around, looking seriously at Ymira's tear-streaked face, his old eyes filled with pity. You have suffered. Our Stone Anvil tribe owes too much to you and your father-daughter duo. All these years we were not unaware of your hardships outside. We simply felt constrained by some voices and rules within the alliance. Now that you have returned, why not stay? Let the tribe compensate you. This place will always be your home, with your father's name on the rock wall and your place by the fire. As long as you do not leave this city, who will know that the daughter of hero Ronan is here? Ymira wiped away her tears, lifted her head, and the sadness in her eyes was gradually replaced by determination. She remembered the imposing figure before the mine, recalled Xuanyuan Chen's patient guidance and the dance steps he had led her through by the bonfire. Thank you, Elder Duin, for telling me all this. Her voice was still choked, but remarkably clear. But I cannot stay. Why? Are you resentful toward us? No, not resentful. Ymira shook her head, looking southeast toward the direction of the World Tree territory. I am now a subordinate of the king. The king provided us with protection, dignity, and hope during the most difficult times for me and my tribe. He trusts me and has entrusted me with the important task of trade. That is where my responsibilities and home lie. She paused. A glimmer of unwavering stubbornness flashed in her eyes, reminiscent of both Ronan and Rome's. Moreover, I do not wish to be a caged bird. Even if this cage is woven from goodwill, and is comfortable my father chose to leave to avoid being bound by outdated perceptions. I want to go further and see the broader world that my parents once faced together. Elder Duin gazed at her intently, and after a long while the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen a bit, yet they also appeared to relax with a hint of comfort. He sighed deeply. Your character indeed resembles both of them. How does your king treat you? At the mention of Xuanyuan Chen, Ymira's eyes instantly sparkled like stars ignited. She began to recount the story from the initial food aid to personally leading troops to break the siege. Her tone was filled with pride, gratitude, and unabashed admiration. Elder Duin listened quietly, the shadows in his murky eyes shifting. When Ymira finished, he paused for a moment and nodded slowly. In that case, you have indeed found a wise ruler. Well. Since the fledgling has spread its wings, how can the old nest keep it? He stepped forward, took out a dark, shiny metal token engraved with the Stone Anvil tribe's emblem, and placed it in Ymira's hands. Take this. If you ever find yourself in trouble, or if your king or your territory needs assistance, you can present this token to the Stone Anvil tribe. As long as you do not violate the fundamental principles of the tribe's survival, we will do our utmost to help. This is not a compensation, but is the respect due to the daughter of an old hero. Ymira clutched the warm token tightly, nodding earnestly. Thank you, Elder. Go now, child. Be careful on your journey. Remember, this place will always be a retreat for you. Ymira bowed deeply and turned to leave the platform. The mystery of her lineage had been unveiled, and the past grievances and loneliness seemed to have found their source, transforming into a force for her forward journey. She was no longer just half-dwarf Ymira. She was the daughter of the hero Stone Anvil Ronin, and the human general's daughter roams Ymira, and a loyal general under the elven king Xuanyuan Chen. Sylvia keenly sensed the shift in Ymira's emotions, but she did not ask further, simply signaling that everything was ready. The caravan set off again, leaving the towering stone mountains behind as they embarked on their journey home. The short-horned horses trotted steadily, pulling a laden cart and a heavy past. Ymira took one last glance at the Stone Anvil tribe, which loomed like a silent giant, then resolutely turned her head toward the southeast forest. The heavily laden short-horned horse caravan, surrounded by elven guards, successfully returned to the territory of the World Tree. The metal ingots forged by the dwarves gleamed with a heavy cold light under the sunlight, while the meticulously crafted weapons radiated the aura of fresh honing, mingling with the salty scent of rock salt in the fresh forest air. This trade expedition yielded remarkable results. After Sylvia and Ymira unloaded the goods, they hurried to the World Tree Hall. Ymira detailed the trade process, the agreements made, the types and quantities of goods exchanged, as well as everything Elder Devon had told her. She described it clearly and systematically, and in the end took out the dark stone anvil token from her bosom, presenting it with both hands. My king, this is the token the elder said it can be used to seek help. This item should be kept by you. Xuanyuan Chen did not take it. He scanned the token engraved with ancient patterns and shook his head. This was given to you by them as a mark of respect for your father Ronin and an acknowledgement of you. You should keep it for yourself. Ymira held the token momentarily at a loss. For a long time, the labels of bastard and shame clung to her like maggots gnawing at her bones. Suddenly being told she was a hero and presented with a token symbolizing acknowledgement and apology, the immense shift in identity left her feeling chaotic and unreal. Xuanyuan Chen noticed her confusion and gestured for her to sit down. Ymira, how things were in the past, and your bloodline are stories imposed by others. Who you are is defined by your choices in this moment and your actions in the future. You are the leader of the Stone Fist tribe, my subordinate, and a warrior who can defend your parents' honor in the proof of the forge. This token should not and cannot become your shackles or burden. Hold it and continue to walk your own path. Xuanyuan Chen's words were like a ray of light dispersing the fog in Ymira's heart. She tightened her grip on the token. The cold metallic touch became real, and the heavy past seemed to transform into the path beneath her feet. She took a deep breath, her eyes rekindling with brilliance, and solemnly put away the token, rising to bow. I understand, my king. Xuanyuan Chen nodded, allowing them to rest and recover from their journey. After a while, Sylvia returned. She had shaken off the dust of travel, her silver hair meticulously arranged, quietly standing below. What is the situation within the Stone Anvil tribe? Xuanyuan Chen asked directly. Sylvia's voice was cool and precise. There are approximately 400 people managed by the Elder Council. There are about 8,000 permanent dwarf warriors, averaging level 4. The most powerful among them is their defense officer, a level 7 earth element battle-axe dwarf. The tribe's economic pillar is based on rock salt mining and various ores refining and forging. Their forging craftsmanship is superior to that of the Stone Fist tribe, especially skilled in heavy armor and siege weapons. As for Ymira, the upper echelon has a complex attitude, but their willingness to trade is clear. They hold no significant hostility towards us for now. Thank you for your hard work. Go and rest. Xuanyuan Chen waved his hand. Yes, Sylvia quietly retreated just as silently as she had come. The hall fell silent once again. Xuanyuan Chen walked to the window, gazing at the bustling elves within the territory and the lush forests in the distance, silently weighing his options. Establishing a stable channel with the Stone Anvil tribe, especially with the unique relationship with Ymira, will undoubtedly make future resource acquisition much smoother. With a large tribe of over 400 people, 800 warriors, averaging level 4, and a level 7 powerhouse stationed. This is a force that cannot be ignored, instilling a sense of urgency in him. His thoughts turned to the development of the territory itself, particularly regarding the acquisition of military resources and upgrade points. The World Tree had reached level 3, generating 500 energy daily, capable of nurturing a large number of new units. If he summoned exclusively the lowest energy-consuming elven scouts, 1 energy unit each day, that would be 500 in a day. Assuming these scouts could quickly level up through intense battles, reaching level 2 from level 1 in just 4 days, the theoretical speed of acquiring upgrade points would be astonishing. But this idea was quickly rationally dismissed by him. Firstly, even at level 2, 5 elven scouts attacking a single elven element warrior might not guarantee victory. As levels increase, the advantages of higher potential elite units, such as element warriors and shadow assassins, will only grow larger. Numerical superiority may have its uses, but in the face of truly strong enemies or potential large-scale battles in the future, the lack of decisive high-end combat power is concerning. Secondly, rapid leveling requires sustained high-intensity combat, meaning hunting enough and strong enough magical creatures. The density and levels of magical creatures around the World Tree territory can no longer meet the experience requirements of hundreds of new soldiers each day. Training alone cannot replace the breakthroughs brought about by life-and-death battles. Perhaps they could send the hunting team east to camp and train there, where magical creatures are more abundant, but the levels are generally higher as well. One must understand that the physical strength of magical creatures far surpasses that of elves. In most cases, magical creatures of the same level require several elves of the same level working together to defeat. If the level gap is too great, it may even take over 100 elves to surround and kill a single magical creature. Even if Sylvia led a team armed with short bows and daggers, it would still be quite challenging. Thirdly, blindly amassing troops will only lead to no monsters to grind, or even food shortages, ultimately falling into a vicious cycle. Maintaining the daily consumption of a large army is astronomical. Even if one expands the farming area without a bountiful harvest, large amounts of system currency must be spent daily to purchase food. Not to mention that a class change card costs 100 system currency each, making it difficult to support the class changes for so many elven scouts in the future. Quality over quantity in troops. Xuanyuan Chen whispered to himself, completely abandoning the fantasy of rapidly accumulating upgrade points through a human sea tactics. However, the idea of having the hunting team camp in the eastern forest is worth a try, as that environment could accelerate the growth of the elves. He made a decision in his heart. That night, he called for Sylvia again. I plan to select a defensible yet hard-to-attack location on the edge of the eastern forest to establish a forward hunting camp. You will lead the team, selecting the new generation of elves to go with the goal of high-intensity hunting and practical training to quickly raise their levels. Subsequently, all newly born units that meet the basic training requirements and are potential level 7 units will also be sent there. Sylvia knelt on one knee, bowing her head in acceptance. As you command, my king. I will not fail your trust. Her voice remained steady, but Xuanyuan Chen detected a fleeting hint of sadness. Though she said nothing, the prospect of being away from the king's side for a long time filled her with bitterness. Xuanyuan Chen sighed, inwardly stepping forward to gently ruffle her soft silver hair. You are my most trusted elf, Sylvia. Among the new generation, if any one of them levels up to 4 under your command and demonstrates sufficient leadership potential, you may appoint her as the camp leader and then return. Sylvia suddenly looked up, her green eyes sparkling with surprise. The momentary sadness swept away. Yes, my king. Xuanyuan Chen smiled and patted her head. Go prepare. The supplies, routes, and camp selection are all under your purview. We depart in 3 days. Yes. Sylvia stood up and left. Time flows like a stream through the forest, quietly passing by. Today marks the 80th day since Xuanyuan Chen arrived in this world. A new day's birth of spirits begins. Current energy of the world, trees, well, 500500. Should the primordial spirit be born? Yes, Xuanyuan Chen replied without hesitation. With the command issued, the turquoise liquid in the well rapidly diminished, quickly reaching the bottom. According to the established strategy, 50 flower buds fell from the world tree. 10 shadow assassins emerged first, followed by 20 elemental warriors and 20 elemental archers. However, when the last elemental archer's bud bloomed, an anomaly occurred. It was not a singular element's brilliance, but rather a radiant fusion of red and ice blue. Upon landing, she knelt on one knee and said, "My king." Her voice was cold, yet carried a fiery rhythm. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Xuanyuan Chen's eyes as he stepped forward to gaze at this spirit woven of ice and fire. Name none. Race Primordial Spirit. Profession Ice and Fire Dual Element Spirit Archer. Current level 1st stage. Potential level 8th stage. Loyalty 100. From this day forth your name shall be Jalama. Xuanyuan Chen said. The name, Jalama, originates from the ancient elven language merging the roots for glacier and molten fire, with the suffix ma representing the blessing of balance in ancient elven contract language. Jalama bowed her head in gratitude, saying, Thank you for bestowing a name, my king. Xuanyuan Chen looked at all the newly born spirits, 10 shadow assassins, 20 elemental warriors, 19 singular elemental archers, and Jalama. You 50 shall immediately be assigned to the regular hunting team around the territory. He commanded, Familiarize yourselves with the forest, hone your foundations, and accumulate practical experience. Once you all advance to the 2nd stage, he paused, his gaze sweeping over these promising new faces. You will head to the Eastern Forest Camp where Sylvia will provide unified guidance for more intense training and further education. Understood. The 50 newly born spirits replied in unison, their voices filled with the vigor of youth and absolute obedience to the command. Soon an experienced elven captain arrived to organize the 50 new recruits into teams and take them to the hunting area at the outskirts of the territory for adaptive training. Xuanyuan Chen stepped out from the world tree and immediately spotted the rice fields shimmering with golden waves in the morning light. He delved into the system, clearly presenting the wealth accumulated over 80 days. Host Xuanyuan Chen. Found object world tree 3rd stage. Current level 3rd stage. System currency 3542. Upgrade points 29985000. The system currency steadily increased mainly due to ongoing trade with the Stone Anvil tribe. By exchanging food, ale, and specialties for minerals, salt, and equipment, and then recycling through the system or utilizing it within the territory, a virtuous cycle was formed, yielding dozens of net system currency daily. The accumulation of upgrade points was even more gratifying as the Eastern hunting camp fought against powerful magical beasts in high-risk environments, providing ample experience. However, today's most important harvest was not reflected in the accounts, but lay right before him in this field. The super rice, which had been planted first, matured many days ahead of schedule, nourished continuously by the slime nutrient solution and cared for by the spirits with LV4 LV5 planting skills. The heavy rice ears bent the stalks, creating golden ripples in the gentle breeze, and the air was filled with the refreshing fragrance of rice. This was not just food, it was the cornerstone for the territory's complete self-sufficiency in grain and even the ability to engage in large-scale external trade. Moreover, various fruit trees transplanted from the mountains, such as mountain grapes, berries, and banana fruits, mostly survive thanks to improved planting skills and the nutrient solution. Begin the harvest. Xuanyuan Chen commanded, and the prepared spirits surged into the rice fields with the lightweight scythes crafted by dwarves. They moved swiftly with golden waves of rice falling neatly behind them, quickly bundled and transported. Ymira carried a huge basket, sweating profusely, yet her face bore the same joy as the spirits. Xuanyuan Chen also rolled up his sleeves, stepping into the fields to personally take up the scythe. The sharp blade glided over the rice stalks, the rustling of the leaves as they rubbed against each other, the warmth of the sun on his back, and the rich fragrance of rice filling his nostrils. These sensations composed a long-lost solid sense of achievement. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a genuine carefree smile. This smile was promptly captured by Ymira, who was passing by with a bundle of rice ears, wiping her brow. She suddenly halted, staring blankly at the rare, unburdened smile on his handsome profile under the sunlight. For a moment, she forgot her actions, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. What's wrong? Xuanyuan Chen noticed her gaze, turned to look at her, his smile, still lingering, eyes filled with inquiry. Ymira came to her senses, her cheeks slightly flushed as she hurriedly lowered her head. It's nothing, just it's the first time I've seen the king smile so happily. In her impression, the king was always calm, dignified, and calculating, with occasional warmth tinged with distance. Such a pure and bright smile was indeed a first for her. Xuanyuan Chen was slightly taken aback, then his smile deepened. Harvest is always a joy. Seeing the fruits of one's labor, witnessing those who depend on oneself being well-fed and clothed, this fulfillment surpasses many things. Ymira nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. As long as the king is happy, I will be happy too. She said it so naturally, as if it were a matter of course. Having gone through so much, this half-dwarf girl had shed her initial doubts and sharpness, her loyalty to Xuanyuan Chen deeply ingrained in her bones. Her strength had also recently advanced to the 4th stage. Xuanyuan Chen looked at her, pure joy and reliance, feeling warmth in his heart as he nodded. Continue, and soon we will enjoy the fruits of our labor. Yes, Ymira replied energetically, quickly heading towards the transport wagon with the rice ears, her steps much lighter. With the last bundle of rice returned to storage, every spirit involved in the harvest wore a satisfied smile. Tonight's celebration will feature freshly harvested rice mixed with beast meat, mushrooms, and berries cooked into a fragrant pot of food accompanied by sweet fruit wine. Xuanyuan Chen returned to the base of the world tree, listening to the distant sounds of joy and laughter, feeling a profound sense of stability. With no worries about food, optimized military structure, and solid trade lines, the territory's development was steadily on track. However, gazing towards the eastern forest, he felt a faint concern. Sylvia was out training with her elite team, and judging by the speed of upgrade point acquisition, things should be going well. According to the agreement, when a new generation reaches the 4th stage and is capable of standing on their own, she would return. He hoped that day would not be too far off. On the 90th day, the morning light streamed through the lush branches of the world tree, illuminating the territory. Xuanyuan Chen stood on the 3-tiered terrace overlooking the increasingly orderly land, his consciousness delving into the system to review the assets of the 90th day. The system currency increased to 6896, mainly due to the steadily strengthening trade with the Xuanyuan tribe and the continuous supply of high-grade beast cores from the eastern forest camp. The upgrade points accumulated to 4550, and the total population of the elves exceeded 4,000, with everything developing positively. Meanwhile, in the outer forest of the territory, a 10-member elven hunting team was executing their routine extermination and patrol tasks. The team leader was a 4th-tier elven warrior with members including a 4th-tier elven scout, 4 3rd-tier elven warriors, 4 2nd-tier elemental archers, and Jelima. At this moment, Jelima had just released the bowstring, and an arrow infused with the power of frost pierced the eye socket of a 2nd-tier rock-skinned wild boar. The wild boar collapsed with a thud. A warm current surged into her body and consciousness, accompanied by a clear sense of power. Finally, 2nd tier. She murmured softly. Due to her higher potential level, her advancement was slower than that of her peers, leading to some anxiety, believing she lacked talent. But fortunately, she had finally been promoted. Feeling the nearly doubled magical energy within her flowing more smoothly, as well as her strengthened physique, she knew she had met the standards set by the king. Congratulations, Jelima. The elven team leader approached and patted her on the shoulder. Jelima simply nodded, wiping her longbow. Tomorrow she could head to the eastern forest camp for more rigorous training, chasing after greater power. The team leader paid no mind. She was already accustomed to Jelima's aloof nature. Just then, urgent sounds of running, crying, and coarse shouts and wild laughter suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. The team leader's expression turned serious. There's a situation. Everyone stay alert and follow me. The 10 elves moved silently like phantoms through the woods, approaching the source of the sound. Soon they caught sight of a scene that stirred their anger through the gaps in the bushes. 9 foxwomen dressed in rags with fox ears and tails, their faces marked with fear and exhaustion, were being herded and surrounded by 8 humans on short-horned horses clad in mismatched leather armor and wielding weapons. The leader was a burly man with a face full of flesh, wielding a grim-looking broadsword, his strength seemingly around the 5th tier. The other 7 were also between 3rd and 4th tiers. Haha, little foxes, don't waste your effort running. The burly leader laughed wildly, hacking a small tree blocking their path in half, causing the foxwomen to scream in fright. Come back with us, obediently serve the noble lords well, and you might even earn yourselves a minor concubine title, enjoying a life of luxury instead of gnawing on tree bark in this cursed forest. Exactly. The boss is right. Look at that one, the one with the fluffiest tail. She must fetch a high price. The slave catchers chuckled, continuously tightening their encirclement, their eyes assessing the foxwomen like goods. The foxwomen's clothes were torn by thorns, their faces smeared with dirt, and tear stains their eyes filled with despair. The 5th-tier human berserker, shouldering the grim broadsword, stepped forward a few paces, mockingly surveying the group of goods, before finally fixing his gaze on the foxwoman standing at the forefront protecting her kin. She had rare silvery short hair, and her light purple eyes burned with an indomitable flame, even in the direst of circumstances, tightly gripping a short knife. Tisk, there's even a thorny one. The berserker spat and grinned. Little fox, put down your knife, and I'll guarantee to take you back to eat the best food and wear the softest clothes. Why suffer this fleshly torment? Not a chance. The silver-haired foxwoman's voice was hoarse with emotion. Even if I bleed my last drop of blood, I will never let you filthy scum touch a hair on my kin. The forest will remember your crimes, and the spirits of our ancestors are watching you. The forest. Ancestors. Another 4th-tier slave catcher laughed heartily, striking his palm with the side of his knife. In this forest, we are the law. If your ancestors were truly useful, would you still be fleeing from us like rabbits? Boss, stop talking nonsense with her. Capture her first. The berserker leader's smile faded, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Since you don't appreciate the wine offered, then don't blame me for being merciless. Capture her, just don't kill her. If she's ruined or crippled, some lords might fancy that. Just at this critical moment, a blazing arrow of fire shot through the air aimed straight at the burly man's face. The burly man reacted swiftly, channeling magic into his grim broadsword and slicing the fire arrow midair, scattering sparks everywhere. While martial skills may not be as powerful as magic, they could also enhance specific aspects with magic and did not require chanting. The burly man squinted, looking in the direction the arrow had come from. 10 figures emerged silently from the trees, appearing at the edge of the clearing. They stood tall and slender, clad in simple, yet fitted standard iron armor, their pointed ears revealing their identity. The leader was a calm elven warrior wielding a long sword, her gaze sweeping steadily over the slave catchers, finally landing on the besieged foxwomen. Initially, the slave catchers were instinctively alert, but upon realizing there were only 10, and most seemed not particularly strong, the berserker leader's wariness was quickly replaced by a more fervent greed. Elves! Ha ha ha! He laughed wildly, as if seeing gold raining from the sky. What a good day today! Not only have we caught a nest of top-quality foxwomen, but now the elves have delivered themselves to our door. Brothers, catch them alive, not a single one gets away. The lords will definitely love this. The elven team leader furrowed her brow, slightly not out of fear, but from a deep-seated disgust. She spoke in the common tongue. This is a protected forest where life sings and freedom breathes. You wield blades against the weak, hunting the defenseless like shadows defiling the morning light. She slowly raised her long sword, the blade reflecting the sunlight streaming through the leaves, shimmering with a faint glow. Put down your filthy blades, release the innocent, and leave at once. Thus you may preserve your lives and return to where you came from. This is the only warning and also the last mercy of our king. The foxwomen stared blankly at the suddenly appeared, seemingly radiant and noble beings, a glimmer of hope rekindled in their despairing hearts. Mercy. Warning. The berserker leader seemed to hear the funniest joke, slamming the broadsword heavily into the ground. What high ground are you pretending to take? Capturing you and stripping you, and the foxes sending you to the lord's beds. Let's see how you warn us. Brothers, charge. It's time to get rich. Stubborn and obstinate. The elven team leader softly uttered 4 words, saying no more. She pointed her long sword forward, her movements graceful, like conducting a symphony. Break the enemy. The elves did not shout, but moved with the sound of wind and the twang of bowstrings. They were like the most agile hunters in the forest, yet also like sentinels executing ancient laws. The team leader herself charged directly towards the berserker leader, the clash of the longsword and the broadsword erupting with sparks. The elven team leader coldly shouted, leading the charge, her longsword aimed straight at the burly man. She was a 4th-tier elven warrior, but as a primal elf, her physical quality, skills, and agility allowed her to bridge the gap of 1 tier, engaging the 5th-tier human berserker in direct combat. The clash of sword light and broadsword instantly turned into a fierce battle, with neither side gaining the upper hand for the time being. The other elves immediately sprang into action. 3 3rd-tier elven warriors and 1 4th-tier elven scout held the enemies at bay, while 4 2nd-tier elemental archers and Jelima occupied higher ground, focusing fire on the enemies. The elves coordinated seamlessly, using trees for cover, moving and shooting. Although their individual levels were slightly lower, their exquisite archery skills and numerical advantage quickly became apparent. 1 3rd-tier slave catcher had barely deflected 2 arrows when a 3rd wind arrow pierced his throat. Another tried to charge on horseback, but his mount was startled by rock spikes summoned by the earth elemental archer, throwing him off, and he was promptly shot down by a hail of arrows. The battle was fierce yet brief. The slave catchers, relying on their level and cavalry advantage, thought they could easily take down the elves, but they underestimated the terrifying combat strength and coordination of the elves in the forest. Seeing his men falling one after another, the berserker leader, entangled with the elven captain, was horrified, fiercely chopping down to push her back, turning his horse to flee. "Wanna leave?" Jelima's cold voice rang out. She drew her bow like a full moon, releasing a crystalline frost arrow that flew not towards a person, but towards the ground a few meters in front of the berserker leader. The frost arrow exploded instantly, freezing the ground and fallen leaves into a smooth ice mirror. The short-horned horse, caught off guard, slipped screaming as it crashed to the side with its rider. The berserker leader tumbled awkwardly to the ground. Before he could rise, a cold light shot towards him at a faster speed, the arrow crafted by dwarves piercing through his leather armor, accurately striking his back. The battle ended. All 8 slave catchers were slain. The 9 rescued foxwomen could not help but embrace and weep. The embers of battle quickly cooled in the forest. The elves efficiently cleaned the battlefield, checking the corpses and collecting their coins and weapons. The silver-haired foxwoman Luo La took a deep breath to suppress the tremor in her arms. Following the etiquette for honored guests from her clan's memory, she placed her right hand on her chest and bowed deeply. "Noble guardian of the forest, I am Luo La of the Bai Zhua clan, the daughter of the late village chief. Thank you for the life-saving grace you and your noble kin have bestowed upon us." She lifted her head, tears glistening in her light purple eyes as she pleaded earnestly. Our home has been destroyed, our clan scattered. May we be permitted to follow you for a time, seeking a place of refuge. We are willing to work with our hands in exchange for food and shelter. The elven squad leader sheathed his sword and returned her bow with a calm, graceful motion. Miss Luo La, your plight elicits compassion, yet all matters here ultimately rest with our king. I have no authority to promise your stay. Please return with us to our territory to meet our king, who will make the decision. Upon hearing this, a hint of anxiety flickered in Luo La's eyes. She nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, we understand. Thank you for guiding us. The elves led over a few short-horned horses uneasy due to their owner's death, allowing the most exhausted fox women to ride. The remaining elves guarded and patrolled at the front, back, and flanks. On the way back to their territory, the elven scouts meticulously dealt with hoofprints and tracks, ensuring no one could trace them back to the World Tree's domain. When the majestic silhouette of the World Tree pierced through the trees and came into view for the fox women, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. This was no ordinary giant tree. It radiated a tremendous vitality and an indescribable majesty, its trunk flowing with a serene luminescence, as if its crown connected to the heavens. Beneath it were orderly stone and wooden buildings, neatly arranged farmlands, and elves bustling about in patrols, training, and work. This place was filled with life, order, and tranquility, contrasting starkly with the pursuit and destruction they had just experienced. Under the guidance of the elven squad leader, they arrived at the foot of the World Tree. After communication, the fox women were brought into a spacious meeting hall. Xuanyuan Chen sat at the head. He was not in armor today, merely clad in simple elven attire, yet the demeanor of an authority figure and the natural grace he exuded made the entering fox women involuntarily hold their breath, feeling an invisible pressure. They had never encountered such an extraordinary being. Luo La steadied herself, leading her kin to bow again, and then under Xuanyuan Chen's calm gaze, she began recounting the devastating nightmare that had befallen them. Our Baizhua clan has lived in seclusion in a valley about 3 days' journey northwest. Last night, a human slave-catching squad raided our village. They were numerous, and the village chief led all able-bodied clan members to resist, desperately buying time for the elderly women and children to escape. Originally, over 60 had managed to leave, but they were intercepted by another group of slave catchers along the way. In the chaos, the group scattered. We 9 managed to escape into the depths of the forest, hiding for half the night, and just as dawn broke, we continued to flee, only to be pursued again by the human slave catchers, until we encountered your warriors. She raised her tear-filled eyes to Xuanyuan Chen. Great King, we have no home, and our kin are scattered, their fates unknown. I implore you kindly allow us to stay here temporarily. We will do our utmost to help planting and gathering, mending and cleaning. All we seek is a roof under which we can close our eyes in peace and food to survive. I beg you. The meeting hall fell silent, with only the muffled sobs of the fox women echoing. The elves stood quietly, their expressions calm. Xuanyuan Chen was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the 9 disheveled, yet earnest-eyed fox women, finally resting upon Luo La. He saw the despair and hope interwoven in her eyes, as well as the resilience belonging to a warrior. You may stay, he spoke slowly. The territory of the World Tree is willing to shelter those with kind hearts who wish to exchange labor for peace. A wave of immense joy immediately struck the 9 fox women, nearly causing them to collapse. Luo La trembled with excitement, bowing deeply again. Thank you, Great King. Your grace will never be forgotten by the Baizhua clan. Let us settle you first, Xuanyuan Chen said, looking towards a vacant area not far from the elven housing. His mind stirred. He accessed the system interface, chose to generate a stonewood hybrid housing, and designated its location. Under the gaze of the fox women, light began to swirl in that empty space. The ground trembled slightly as solid stone foundations grew from the soil. Wood and stone swiftly pieced together and constructed as if manipulated by an invisible hand. Walls rose, roofs were laid, windows and doors appeared. In just a few dozen breaths, a sturdy, tidy new dwelling capable of accommodating 30 people stood upright in the vacant lot, as if it had existed there for years. The 9 fox women were completely stunned, their eyes wide open and mouths agape in disbelief. This was far beyond their comprehension. With a wave of his hand, the house materialized out of thin air. Isn't this the power of a deity? Divine miracle. An older fox woman weakened in the legs and knelt on the ground, bowing to Xuanyuan Chen, and the house that appeared out of nowhere, murmuring the ancient prayers of the fox people to the spirits of nature and the gods of creation. The other fox women too awakened from their stupor, quickly knelt down, touching their foreheads to the ground, their bodies trembling violently from shock and an indescribable reverence. Xuanyuan Chen observed this and was first taken aback, then found it somewhat amusing. He had intended merely to resolve the accommodation issue quickly, not anticipating such a misunderstanding. He raised his hand. Get up, this is not a miracle, just a building technique. Yet this explanation clearly held no persuasive power for the fox women who had witnessed the divine creation of houses. The way they looked at Xuanyuan Chen was now filled with near-fanatical reverence and devotion, as if they were gazing up at a true god walking among them. Luo La was the last to stand up, her gaze towards Xuanyuan Chen completely transformed, filled not only with gratitude, but also with a deep sense of awe. She suddenly knelt down again, this time not in ordinary courtesy, but in the highest respect of the fox people, performing the 5-body prostration and laying her entire body on the ground. Supreme Protector, I have one more humble request. Xuanyuan Chen looked at her in surprise. Speak. Luo La said, my kin, those scattered relatives may still have survivors lost in the forest, frightened and helpless, and possibly still being hunted. I implore you, could you send someone to search in the direction of our village? Even if we could just find one or two. She could not continue, her forehead pressed tightly against the cold floor. Xuanyuan Chen gazed at the foxwoman leader on the ground. Her willingness to plead for possibly surviving kin at this moment, disregarding her newfound protection, was something he admired. You may. I will arrange for scouts to search along your possible routes and assist. Luo La said nothing more, but once again heavily knocked her forehead against the ground, producing a dull sound. Take them to the new housing to rest, prepare some food, and clean clothing. Xuanyuan Chen instructed the nearby elven attendant, then looked at Luo La. You all settle for now, I will arrange for the search. Yes. Thank you, great king. Luo La, guided by an elf, departed with the other foxwomen. Afterward, the elven squad leader handed all the coins to Xuanyuan Chen, totaling 5 gold coins, 12 silver coins, and over 6,000 copper coins. Xuanyuan Chen placed the coins into the system's warehouse. These coins are the unified currency of the continent, where 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1 system coin, 10 silver coins for 1 system coin, and 1,000 copper coins for 1 system coin. Xuanyuan Chen's decision to allow the fox women to stay was founded on practical considerations. They were all female and had demonstrated a struggle for survival rather than aggression in their previous encounters. At present, they appeared to lack the capability for proactive attacks. If they were male, especially unknown foreign warriors, he would never permit them to enter his territory. While an increase in strength is certainly welcome, any additional uncertain risks must be avoided at all costs. After completing the preliminary arrangements, Xuanyuan Chen stepped out from the world tree and looked up at the dense canopy, lightly clapping his hands. With a rustling sound, the massive figure of the spider descended from the branches along its shimmering silk, its 8 compound eyes fixated on Xuanyuan Chen. The loyalty of the spider had stabilized at 95 over such a long time, making the possibility of betrayal nearly non-existent. Xuanyuan Chen retrieved a plump red fruit from the system storage and offered it by its mandibles. The spider carefully accepted it and quickly swallowed it, emitting a satisfied, subtle hissing sound. Spider, Xuanyuan Chen said softly, his gaze sweeping toward the newly established camp where the fox women resided. Please keep a close eye on the new fox women with your children. This is not surveillance, but simply to ensure everything remains normal. He needed an invisible assurance, and the spider, along with its offspring perched upon the world tree, were indeed the most effective eyes within his territory. The spider nodded, indicating its understanding, and dexterously retracted its silk, disappearing back into the shade of the world tree. Following this, Xuanyuan Chen summoned the elven captain and issued a series of commands. 6 capable hunting teams of 10 were dispatched, centered around the village of the fox women and their escape routes, radiating outward to search for possible survivors. The search continued for several days, yielding a disheartening outcome. Only 1 fox woman, curled up in the depths of thick underbrush from extreme fear, was found and brought back, having miraculously escaped detection. As the elven scouts cautiously approached the secluded valley, all they could see were the scorched remnants of walls, the uncollected traces of battle, and a pervasive silence. All valuables and potential survivors had either been plundered or dissipated into the forest. When the news returned, the fox women temporarily residing in the new camp huddled together, their long-suppressed grief finally bursting forth in heart-wrenching cries. Bai Luo La once again approached Xuanyuan Chen. She touched her forehead to the ground. Most exalted protector, our homeland is lost, our kin are nowhere to be found, and there is no place for the Bai clan in this world. We, the 10 of us, earnestly request to follow you for eternity, to regard this place as our only homeland, and to dedicate our loyalty beneath the world tree. We implore you to take us in. Bai Luo La and the 10 fox people request to join your ranks. Do you agree? Xuanyuan Chen looked at them and nodded slightly yes. From this moment on, you are the people of the world tree territory. With his words, the data of the 10 fox women was officially incorporated into the military roster with initial loyalty around 80. None of the fox women had jobs, they were all at the first level, but Luo La was an exception, being at the second level. After concluding this matter, Luo La did not immediately withdraw. She hesitated for a moment before speaking again, this time, more specifically, my king Luo La has observed for days, and you handle all affairs personally, without anyone to serve you closely. Luo La earnestly requests to be your maid to take care of your daily life and manage trivial matters as a way to repay your kindness in taking us in and providing protection. She spoke earnestly, her gaze clear. Xuanyuan Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. He was accustomed to self-sufficiency, dressing, eating, and tidying his room were all small matters that required no assistance from others. He waved his hand, there's no need. I do not require a maid. However, Luo La seemed to be prepared and did not back down, instead explaining in more detail, my king, please hear me out. The role of a maid is not merely to serve tea and water or tidy rooms. She is also an extension of your identity, a reflection of the territory's dignity. In the future, if distinguished guests come to visit, having a suitable maid to guide them can showcase the grace and nobility of the host, ensuring that many subtle etiquettes and nuances are well attended to. The last statement gently struck a chord in Xuanyuan Chen's thoughts. Elves could naturally serve as maids, but he did not want that. In his heart, elves were proud, noble, and the favored children of nature. How could he allow them to be seen as servants? He could not bear to have elves entertain guests, nor did he feel it appropriate. The other fox women, seeing this, also entreated softly, willing to share the responsibilities of maid service to serve the king and the territory. Xuanyuan Chen pondered for a moment. Luo La's words had merit. He looked at the fox women before him, their eyes full of longing and their postures humble. They were agile and attentive, serving as the first line of etiquette in contact with the outside world, and perhaps indeed suitable. The elves, on the other hand, should maintain their transcendent status. Then it shall be as you wish. He finally relented. Since you proposed it, you shall be my personal maid, responsible for my affairs and reception ceremonies. The others will serve as ordinary maids, responsible for relaying messages, cleaning, and welcoming guests. Luo La was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Thank you, my king, for your approval. Luo La will do her utmost to fulfill her duties. The other fox women also showed expressions of delight. Though they had not become the king's personal maid, the king's acceptance of their leader's service symbolized the acceptance of the entire group. Ymira observed this scene, wishing to be the king's maid to stay by his side. However, she knew her etiquette was lacking and she was better suited for forging and combat than serving others. She shook her head, casting aside the thought of wanting to be the king's maid. Several elves exchanged glances, appearing somewhat tempted, but did not immediately step forward. The second floor of the world tree had 8 small rooms, and leaving them unused was not ideal. Xuanyuan Chen pondered for a moment and spoke. Luo La, as my personal maid, you may reside on the second floor of the world tree to be available for any orders. Yes. He suddenly had more arrangements for the remaining 7 vacant rooms. Ymira, you should also move to the second floor. Your original wooden house will be reserved as your exclusive forging workshop. Ymira was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes sparkled with joy. Is it really possible? Thank you, my king. Being closer to the king was something she greatly desired. Xuanyuan Chen nodded and continued. Sylvia will also have a room reserved. When she returns to report, she will stay there. Thus, 3 of the 8 rooms were allocated, leaving 5 remaining. Xuanyuan Chen thought for a moment and said the remaining 5 rooms will not be occupied for now. In the future, they may be used as guest rooms for distinguished visitors or as rewards for meritorious subjects. Yes, it seemed the matter was finally settled. However, not long after, an elven warrior approached Xuanyuan Chen alone, subtly expressing her desire for a chance to serve the king more closely, perhaps even learning to take on the role of a maid. Xuanyuan Chen looked into her clear and eager eyes, not directly refusing, but instead speaking in the elven tongue. My cherished subjects, your hands should draw the bowstring and compose melodies, not be devoted to the rituals of servitude. Your very existence is the highest symbol of nobility in this territory. In the future, as guests arrive, there will be maids to handle the interactions, which is not a domain you should involve yourselves in. Your duties and glories lie in broader realms. The elven warrior was momentarily stunned, then understood the king's profound meaning and care. The king did not look down upon them, but rather cherished them, unwilling for their nobility to be affected by any form of servitude. She bowed and said, I understand, my king. It was I who misunderstood. From that point on, no elves in the territory mentioned the matter of serving as maids. The elves continued to fulfill their respective duties with nobility and focus, while the fox woman Luo La began her career as the first personal maid of the World Tree territory, learning the etiquette of the elven domain, familiarizing herself with Xuanyuan Chen's habits, and quietly managing the various trifles within the World Tree. On the 96th day, sunlight penetrated the increasingly lush branches of the World Tree, casting dancing spots of light upon the territory. Xuanyuan Chen distinctly felt that the critical moment had finally arrived. In his consciousness, the system notification rang out like a morning bell. Experience points reached 50005000, meeting the conditions for the World Tree's upgrade. Upgrade. Xuanyuan Chen stood beneath the World Tree, his thoughts connected with the colossal tree. Experience points 5,000. The world tree's upgrade commenced. The wandering energies of the heavens and earth seemed summoned rushing madly into the world tree. The giant tree emitted a deep rumble akin to a dragon's roar, and colorful rays of light soared into the sky, painting half the heavens in extraordinary splendor. The trunk thickened and rose higher at a visible pace, its bark cracking and healing forming ever more ancient and mysterious patterns. The crown stretched infinitely upwards and outward, obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. Above the original three-tier treehouse structure, a brand new fourth layer grew forth amidst the glow, making the entire structure appear more magnificent and sacred, exuding a life force that was both thrilling and desirable. However, the most significant change was not in appearance, but in the birth of a field that enveloped heaven and earth. As the glow of the upgrade gradually retracted, a faint golden translucent light membrane imperceptible to the naked eye, but clearly sensed by all living beings, expanded outward from the world tree, resembling an inverted giant bowl, ultimately stabilizing at a radius of 10 kilometers, completely enveloping the core area of the world tree's territory. The light membrane flowed with ancient patterns identical to those of the world tree, radiating an indestructible aura. World tree upgrade completed. Current level 4th tier. The energy limit of the world trees well increased to 2000. Unlocked new primal elf units, elf elementalist potential 8th tier, elf priest potential 8th tier. The protection range of the world tree expanded to a 20-kilometer radius. Unlocked inherent skill of the world tree, eternal barrier 4th tier activated. Host level synchronized to 4th tier. Experience points reset to 0. Next tier 5th tier upgrade requirement 20,000 points. Eternal barrier energy 1.0, recovering 1 point per second. Only Xuanyuan Chen and primal elves may pass freely, others require permission. If broken, it requires 72 hours to restart. 4th tier with the eternal barrier. Feeling the bloodline connection with the barrier and the absolute control over the territory, Xuanyuan Chen felt a sense of calm within. He looked at the new unit information. Elf Elementalist Potential 8th Tier awakens a single element affinity, mastering high-level magic corresponding to that element. Summoning cost 20 energy unit. Elf Priest Potential 8th Tier, deeply knowledgeable in nature's life magic, mastering powerful group, healing epic buffs, large-scale, dispelling, and divine retribution. Summoning cost 20 energy unit. Xuanyuan Chen gazed at the well of the world tree overflowing with emerald light. Current energy of the world trees, well 2000. Shall the primal elves be birthed? Yes. Birth 50 elf elementalists and 50 elf priests. He decisively ordered. 50 of each, consuming 1,000 energy, each perfectly utilizing today's 2,000 energy. The well's water quickly ran dry, and 100 large flower buds fell and bloomed from the world tree. Xuanyuan Chen quickly stepped out of the world tree and saw 50 elf elementalists emerge from the bud on the left. They wore dark robes embroidered with intricate elemental circuits, wielding elongated staffs set with various gemstones, their magical power swirling around them. As they stood together, an invisible elemental stance naturally formed with fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, ice. Each elemental energy resonating in harmony. From the right sides, 50 flower buds, the elf priests appeared. They donned sacred priest robes in moonlight white or light gold, holding ritual staves entwined with tender branches, exuding a calming life aura. Their appearance seemed to make the surrounding flowers and grasses of the world tree stand a little taller. At that moment, the last flower bud suddenly erupted with pure, dazzling golden light, as if it had captured a miniature sun, within instantly dispelling all surrounding elemental glows. Soon the golden light retracted, and a fairy gracefully descended. She possessed flowing golden hair like sunlight, eyes that were clear and bright, pale gold skin fair and translucent, and a warm halo naturally radiating around her. She wore a simple, yet magnificent golden battle dress, requiring no weapon, for her very existence was the embodiment of light. She knelt on one knee, her voice ethereal, "I kneel before my king." Xuanyuan Chen gazed at her, and the system panel automatically appeared. Name unnamed, profession Sun Elf, current level 1st tier, potential level 9th tier, loyalty 108, skill blessing of the sun passive, while under direct sunlight all attributes are greatly enhanced. Mana continuously recovers rapidly. The stronger the sunlight, the more sun elves gather, and the greater the enhancement. 9th tier. And with an innate skill. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze was intense as he stared at her. "Lift your head." She raised her head, her pale golden eyes reflecting Xuanyuan Chen's image, as if confirming the soul coordinate. Xuanyuan Chen said solemnly, "From today onward you shall be named Aurora." Aurora, derived from the name of the goddess in ancient mythology who governs dawn and brings the light, symbolizes brightness and hope. Like dawn piercing through the long night, symbolizing the power to dispel darkness and usher in new life, perfectly aligning with the essence of the Sun Elf. Aurora, she softly repeated, and the moment the name left her lips the light surrounding her rippled, becoming denser and more restrained, yet more profound and noble. She bowed her head again, her voice firm as metal. This body and name are both my king's sword and shield. Where the dawn points, darkness shall retreat. Where my king directs, that shall be my journey. Xuanyuan Chen nodded, and then instructed the newly born mages and priests to familiarize themselves with the environment and integrate into the training sequence, specifically advising Aurora to build a solid foundation and adapt to her powers. Though her potential was high, her starting point was still first tier, requiring solid growth. After they left, Xuanyuan Chen checked his personal information. Host Xuanyuan Chen bound object world tree territory range 10 kilometers around the world tree, blessing of the world tree, immune to all poisons. While within the territory of the world tree, he will not be injured or die and will be unaffected by any negative effects. Race Primal Elf special, current level 4th tier, bound to the world tree's level. Skills: blessing of the sun, passive elf language LV7 common, tongue LV5, gathering LV6. Martial skills: 7-star convergence arrow LV3 cross, slash LV5 shadow stab LV5 shadow movement LV5. Magic shadow tendrils LV4 flame arrows like rain LV3 thunderbolt arrow LV3 hurricane slash LV3. Experience points 0. System currency 5266. This birth allowed Xuanyuan Chen to acquire fireball and frost magic from the elf elementalists and healing pulse and purification spells from the elf priests. From Aurora, he gained solar arrow, sunlight, healing, and wrath of the sun. Now his strength was formidable. With various equipment, even an average 7th tier might not be able to defeat him. The capital of the Leatherland Kingdom, Golden Rose City, is permeated with a sickly sweet scent of corruption that seeps through every crack in the cobblestone streets. Within the depths of the aristocratic district, a heavily guarded mansion hosts a viewing party is scheduled. The master of the mansion, Baron Fong Leiji, cast a glance over the 7 or 8 dignitaries present. Earl Warren of Salt and Iron, the nephew of the finance minister Eric, and 2 royal guards. Each one a true predator within the kingdom. He swirled the amber liquid in his glass, his smile as flawless as a mask. Leiji, that red-haired little vixen from last time, was indeed unique, though her claws were a bit too sharp. You owe me for my tamer. Warren's plump fingers rapped against his wine glass, the gem on his ring sparkling, his tone casual, as if complaining about a disobedient hunting dog. Isn't the pleasure in the process of taming itself, my lord? Leiji slightly bowed. Next week, there will be a new batch of goods arriving, reportedly from an older clan of fox people. The chief's line has silver hair and purple eyes, and their bloodline is relatively pure. He deliberately paused, watching with satisfaction as flames ignited in the eyes of several nobles. Silver hair, purple eyes. A sickly flush crept across Eric's pale face. He had recently become obsessed with collecting slaves with rare traits to satisfy his twisted research desires. He'll take it. Name your price. I'm afraid this time I might have to disappoint young Master Eric. Leiji displayed a perfectly measured difficulty. This batch is extremely limited. There is only one female, and the rest are ordinary red-haired ones. Moreover, His Majesty seems to have expressed interest in these rare items as well. He skillfully brought up the king, deftly brushing off Eric, while subtly hinting at the official backing of his business. Sure enough, Eric's gaze darkened momentarily, but he did not press further. In Leatherland, the king's will is above all, especially regarding such unsavory appetites. Leiji shifted the conversation, saying, however, there should be elves arriving next week. Elves? Earl Warren's eyes lit up, then narrowed cautiously. Leiji, this is not a fox girl. If the elven kingdom finds out. Leiji smiled and interrupted, to be honest, my people have already begun searching for elves. The elven kingdom has its own rules. But as long as one handles things properly, the rules can also be flexible, especially for those elven tribes far from the royal court scattered in the forests. He looked at everyone meaningfully. That elven chancellor is a capable person, or as long as one pays a little more tax, he'll conveniently turn a blind eye. This almost blatant hint caused several nobles to exchange knowing glances. I need an elf. Eric's voice was somewhat hoarse with excitement. A female, young, preferably a mage, or with priestess potential. My research requires higher quality materials. This will take time, young master, and it also requires luck. Leiji did not refuse, merely emphasizing the difficulty. Moreover, the price might. Money is not an issue, Eric said hurriedly. At that moment, the side door slid open. 2 black-clad guards ushered in 2 figures. They were fox girls. One appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old, while the other was slightly older. Both were young and beautiful, but their faces were filled with terror and despair, and the delicate silver chains on their wrists, symbols of merchandise, glinted slightly. They huddled close together, standing barefoot on the cold stone floor, trembling with fear. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last harvest from the Flametail tribe. Leiji introduced, his tone flat. Though not as rare as the silver-haired, purple-eyed bloodline, their youth and health make for excellent raw material. The gazes of the nobles swept over the bodies of the two fox girls like brushes. Earl Warren scrutinized them and finally nodded at the younger one. The older one was claimed by another noble. The entire process was swift and cold, akin to the delivery of goods at an auction house. The two fox girls kept their heads lowered throughout, silent tears falling, not daring to make a sound. They may have once been beloved daughters and some family-free spirits running through the forest, but at this moment they had become commodities with a price tag, facing a future of imprisonment and endless humiliation. After the transaction was completed, the guests left with a tacit sense of satisfaction and new expectations. Liege's smile vanished the moment the door closed. The butler appeared silently, handing over a parchment detailing tonight's earnings and reservations, and quietly added, "My lord, news has come from Bloodclaw. 8 of their men have gone missing." "Missing?" Liege frowned. The butler replied, "Yes, they have searched for a long time, but there is no sign of them alive or dead." Liege walked to the window, gazing into the heavy night outside, asking himself, could they have defected? No. How could that be? With such generous compensation, it's impossible for mercenaries to defect. They must have encountered some high-level magical beast. Liege pondered for a moment, but still found no clues. He turned the family crest ring on his finger. "Never mind, just a few mercenaries. If they die, they die. Immediately increase the bounty. Let those free slave capture teams and adventurers get moving. I want more fox girls to fill those orders for the gentlemen. Also, the elven village we had our eyes on can start acting now." The butler nodded slightly. "Yes, my lord. The envoy from the elven chancellor will secretly visit next month. Prepare well, the gifts should be doubled." Liege waved his hand, and the butler bowed and withdrew. The hall was left with only Liege, the firelight from the fireplace elongating his shadow, distorting it against the walls adorned with precious tapestries. He raised the now cold wine and drank it down in one gulp. The fiery sensation in his throat brought him back to reality. He was not a born villain. He had once had ambitions in his youth. But in this kingdom, under the shadow of the king, to rise and protect his family, one must become the knife the king needs, handling the dirtiest transactions that lie beneath the glamorous court. Slave catching, bribery, eliminating unstable factors. The king requires wealth and pleasure, needs to appease those high-ranking officials with peculiar appetites, and must secretly weaken factors that could threaten the kingdom's stability. Someone has to do these things. Liege is that someone. His hands are stained with blood. His soul has long been priced and deeply branded with the royal emblem. The incident in the forest. He was not particularly worried. In the face of the power of the Leatherland Kingdom and the wealth accumulated in Golden Rose City, along with the tacit approval of the elven chancellor and the covert support of the king, any resistance from the forest is merely a futile struggle. He only needs more and better goods to keep this greedy machine running and to solidify his position as the king's white glove. All he needs to know is this. Days later, a 10-member elven hunting squad moved silently through the forest like an extension of the forest itself, patrolling the borders. In the center of the team, the natural glow surrounding Aurora made her clear and striking even in the shade. The squad was led by a 4th-level elven warrior and included a 4th-level elven scout, 3 3rd-level elven warriors, 4 2nd-level elemental archers, and Aurora, who was on the verge of advancing to the 2nd level. As they moved, only the faint sound of leaves rustling in the wind could be heard. An unusual sound shattered the tranquility of the forest, a rough shouting, the clashing of metal, and a suppressed, fearful, yet resolute light hiss that belonged to the elves echoed ahead. At that moment, the scout from the squad returned. About 100 meters ahead, 12 members of a human slave-capturing team have surrounded 3 elven females. The captain's eyes turned icy, and he quickly made tactical gestures. The squad dispersed in perfect harmony, silently encircling the area, using the trees and terrain. Through the interlacing branches and leaves, they saw 10 disorganized humans mounted on restless short-horned horses, blocking 3 elven females. The 3 elves only held short blades for self-defense, leaning against an ancient tree, their faces smeared with dirt and sweat, while despair burned in their emerald eyes. At their feet lay 2 fallen members of the slave-capturing team. "Be obedient, and you might suffer less." A scarred, burly man resembling a leader waved his curved knife. "This time the higher-ups specifically instructed us to keep them intact. If they are injured or damaged, the price will be discounted. Hold them down. Dream on." The leading elven woman gritted her teeth, her voice trembling from exhaustion. "What are you going to do? Once in the cage, you'll have plenty of time to change your tune." The scarred face sneered. The members of the slave-capturing team closed in, wielding specially designed nets and wooden sticks. Without orders, the elven archers had already drawn their bows. The captain made a hand gesture. Whoosh! 4 arrows struck the ground just in front of 4 members of the slave-capturing team, the arrow feathers trembling violently. "Who?" The scarred man turned in shock, and after a moment of commotion, the slave-capturing team reformed their ranks, their expressions uncertain. The elven warriors and Aurora stepped out from the shadows of the forest, while the archers and scout remained hidden. Aurora stood slightly ahead, her body shimmering with light, and her faint golden eyes swept over the slave-capturing team, causing them to feel a pang of dread. A moment of silence ensued. Elves, and more. A member of the slave-capturing team momentarily froze, then suddenly rejoiced. Boss, it's elves. Quite a few of them. The scarred man's eyes gleamed with greed, but he recognized that these newly appeared elves were not to be trifled with, especially the glowing one. If he could capture these seemingly extraordinary elves, he dared not imagine the reward. Monkey signal. Call everyone over. Hurry. The monkey hurriedly took out a signal tube. Stop him. The elven captain's voice was icy. The pale golden light in Aurora's eyes suddenly blazed brilliantly. She didn't even take out her bow, instead she raised her hands in a bow-drawing gesture, and in the next moment a bow formed from light elements. An arrow condensed to perfection and as bright as the midday sun shot forth. Thud! A faint sound emerged like a hot knife cutting through grease. Monkey froze in the act of drawing the bow, looking down in disbelief at the fist-sized charred hole that had suddenly appeared in his chest. No blood flowed out, only a pungent smell of char. The signal tube slipped from his powerless hand. He opened his mouth as if trying to say something, but only a wheezing sound escaped before he fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The elven captain cast a cold glance over the astonished members of the slave-capturing team. Put down your weapons and kneel to be bound. Otherwise this man will be your fate. The scarred man's face twitched, uncertainty and ferocity flashing in his eyes, ultimately overpowered by greed and a hint of luck. How could he give up a fat piece of meat like this, especially rare elves? Kneel to be bound. Bah! The scarred man spat, pointing his knife at the elven squad and bellowing, just you few. Brothers, charge together. Capture these long-eared ones, and everyone will be richly rewarded. Kill. Under the lure of a rich reward and the leader's incitement, the remaining members of the slave-capturing team shouted as they brandished their weapons and charged at the elven squad, attempting to rely on their numerical advantage for close combat. Stubborn fools. The elven captain scoffed coldly, drawing his sword. The battle erupted instantly, but it quickly turned one-sided. 4 elven warriors formed a solid wall, meeting the charge, their swordplay precise and efficient, working in concert to keep the attacking members of the slave-capturing team firmly at bay. The scarred man roared as he personally confronted the elven captain. His strength was average only at the 4th level, and soon found himself struggling against the captain's agile and superb swordplay, which outmatched his agility. The scouts and archers hidden in the forest were not idle either. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cunning arrows shot out from the shadows of the trees from different directions. One member of the slave-capturing team had just raised his shield to block a warrior's slash when an arrow imbued with wind elements pierced through his neck. Another attempted to flank, but was struck in the shoulder by an arrow shot down from the treetops, crying out as he fell to the ground. The 4th-level elven scout was like a silent reaper, her arrows targeting vital points and joints, greatly restricting the movements of the slave-capturing team. Aurora held her hands as if grasping, and light elements coalesced into a great sword of light, the blade radiating dazzling brilliance. A strike of radiant wrath cleaved a member of the slave-capturing team in half. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes. All the members of the slave-capturing team, including the 4th-level scarred leader, turned into cold corpses on the ground. Not a single elf suffered injury. As the battle ended, the forest returned to silence, leaving only the strong scent of blood and char. The elven captain sheathed his sword, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield. Search the bodies, collect all potentially useful items, especially their identifiers, documents, and coins. Take that signal tube as well. Bring their short-horned horses back to the territory. The warriors immediately sprang into action, quickly inspecting the bodies and gathering bags filled with gold and silver coins along with the crimson signal tube. The elven scout quickly surveyed the surroundings, confirming that no other enemies were approaching. The short-horned horses, which had been slightly panicked but calmed down, were brought over. The captain glanced at the 3 elven women and asked, "Do you wish to come back with us?" The 3 elves nodded eagerly, quickly leaving the bloody scene with the aid of the warriors. Before departing, Aurora felt a strange sensation. The warm and powerful force within her became even more active after being continuously summoned and released earlier. The layer of obstruction seemed to grow thinner. Just 2 more battles, and she would be able to break through to the 2nd level. The squad carrying their spoils, horses, and 3 rescued individuals swiftly returned to their territory, shrouded by the eternal barrier under the cover of the elven scout's rear guard and Trace's concealment. The hunting team returned safely to the eternal barrier with 3 elven women. The captain dismissed the others to rest and took Aurora and the 3 rescued women to report to the World Tree. In the simple yet solemn council hall, the 3 elven women met Xuanyuan Chen, who sat in a commanding position. His calm and profound gaze evoked a sense of awe and reassurance in them. At the captain's gesture, the eldest elven woman, Lena from the Morning Dew Settlement, choked back tears as she recounted their ordeal. They lived in a small elven settlement on the edge of the northern forest, subsisting on gathering and simple farming, and were not involved in conflicts. 2 days ago, a ferocious human slave-capturing team suddenly attacked their village. The village guards fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered. The village chief ordered the young women to escape with the children first. A group of over 10 of them fled in panic into the depths of the forest. Along the way, they were pursued and scattered, leaving only the 3 of them, who were then discovered and besieged by today's slave capturers before being rescued. "We have nowhere to go, great lord." Lena knelt down. "Our home is gone, our loved ones' fates are unknown. Please take us and grant us a roof over our heads, and we will do anything to repay your life-saving grace." The other 2 elven women also knelt down to plead. Lena and the other 2 elves from mourning do request to join your ranks. Do you agree? Xuanyuan Chen nodded slightly. Yes. The next moment, their information appeared in the troop roster. Besides Lena, who was a second-tier elven warrior, the other 2 were first-tier with no profession, and all 3 elves had an initial loyalty of over 80. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze swept over their panicked faces, saying, "First, take them to settle down, Lola." The fox woman leader Lola immediately stepped forward. "Take them to the fox women's quarters to stay temporarily. Prepare clean clothes and food for them, and have the priest check for any injuries that need attention." Xuanyuan Chen instructed. The fox women's quarters were a mixed structure of stone and would accommodating more than 30 people, though only 10 fox women currently resided there. "Yes, my king," Lola replied, looking at the 3 elven women with a gentle understanding in her eyes. "Please follow me." Lena and the others expressed their gratitude with tears and bowed again before following Lola out. Only Xuanyuan Chen, the captain, Aurora, and Yamala remained in the hall. After receiving permission, the captain succinctly reported the entire encounter, the number of slave capturers, their equipment, their clear malice towards the elves, Aurora's interception, signal, the battle process, and the final outcome. Upon completion of the report, the captain stepped forward and respectfully placed a belt filled with coins and a signal tube on the table in front of Xuanyuan Chen. Xuanyuan Chen stored the belt and signal tube in the system warehouse, and then said, "You all did well." It was a simple compliment, yet it made the captain bow solemnly, while Aurora slightly lowered her head, a flicker of warmth from recognition flashing in her pale golden eyes. "You have worked hard, to go rest now," Xuanyuan Chen said. "Yes, my king." The captain and Aurora replied in unison, bowing before turning to leave. The hall fell silent, leaving only Xuanyuan Chen and Yamala, who had stood silently to the side throughout. "My king." Yamala finally spoke, her voice suppressed with anger and a hint of worry. "These humans have become increasingly audacious lately. In the past, they would sneak around the fringes, capturing solitary wanderers or people from small tribes. Now they dare to boldly enter the forest in groups and openly hunt elves." Xuanyuan Chen looked at Yamala and asked, "What do you think this means?" Yamala took a deep breath, striving to make her analysis sound more composed. "It means there must be someone supporting them behind the scenes with a stable channel for selling the spoils. Otherwise, such an organized slave capture operation carries great risks and costs. Without sufficient benefits and backing, no one would do this." Xuanyuan Chen nodded slightly. Yamala's analysis coincided with his own judgment. This was no longer a trivial matter, but a systematic and purposeful act of plunder. The enemy had even begun to use standardized signal flares for coordination, indicating signs of quasi-militarization. "Come here." As soon as Xuanyuan Chen's voice fell, a shadow assassin appeared, kneeling on one knee and awaiting orders. This was one of the members of the Shadow Fang responsible for secretly protecting Xuanyuan Chen's safety, a total of 20 individuals, all top-tier, third-tier shadow assassins. "Deploy all available elven scouts immediately. Depart at once. Centered on the territory, cover all areas within a 2-day journey. Clarify the locations, numbers, equipment, and activity patterns of all human armed groups, temporary camps, and fixed strongholds. Mark any teams and locations associated with cages, shackles, or frequent transports of personnel. Additionally, notify all teams currently patrolling, training, or on missions to raise their alert levels. In encounters with such slave capturers, if the enemy's numbers are fewer than ours, and there are no signs of reinforcements, they may exercise their judgment and eliminate them. If a suspected large stronghold or transport team is discovered, unauthorized attacks are prohibited. They must report immediately and maintain covert surveillance." The shadow assassin quickly took notes. "My king, do you intend?" A glimmer of light flashed in Yamala's eyes. "First, we need to see how large this web is and where its nodes are," Xuanyuan Chen said calmly, but the sharp light in his eyes indicated that once clarity was achieved, it would be time for a thunderous strike. Since someone has extended their hand too far, they must be prepared to have it severed. "Go convey the orders immediately." "Yes." The shadow assassin swiftly departed to relay this command that would completely stir the surrounding forest. Soon, over 150 of the most elite elven scouts silently infiltrated the forest from various directions of the Eternal Barrier. They would become the eyes and ears of the forest, weaving an invisible, yet vast reconnaissance network to illuminate the filth and schemes hidden in the darkness. Yamala returned to her forge to craft equipment, while Xuanyuan Chen stood alone in the hall, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The provocation had already arrived, the red line had been trampled. What lay ahead was no longer simply a matter of warning or expulsion. What he sought was a complete eradication of the disturbance. The first step was to expose the rats hiding in the shadows. He could not, and did not wish to concern himself with the outside world for the time being. But within this forest beneath the shade of the world tree, his words were the only law. Those who dared to offend would surely pay an unbearable price. It was time for this hunting net targeting the elves to be cleaned up by even mightier hunters. 3 days passed amidst the silent movement of the elven scouts and the rapid gathering of intelligence, and the scouts returned with concrete information. There were around 3,000 people in total scattered in various sizes across the forest, forming slave-catching teams. Among them there were 3 large teams with over 500 members, each positioned in several directions, specifically tasked with attacking defended demi-human or elven villages. The remaining teams ranged from a dozen to over 100 members, prowling like greedy hyenas, searching for and pursuing the fleeing ones. They maintained loose contact, relying on crimson signal flares and a few fixed transfer points for coordination. 3,000 people. Xuanyuan Chen's mind stirred slightly, and the platinum ring on his left hand, the mother ring echo of the mind, warmed slightly as a faint glow that only he could sense flowed from the embedded spatial crystal. This was a new ring he had purchased for 1,000 system coins, which allowed him to communicate telepathically with subrings over long distances by consuming the magical energy stored within the ring. Each subring required 200 system coins and could only communicate with the mother ring, while the mother ring could communicate with all subrings. He had previously sent a subring to Sylvia. Xuanyuan Chen's consciousness sank into the mother ring, accurately capturing the unique spiritual imprint carried by the subring belonging to Sylvia far away in the eastern forest camp. Sylvia. Xuanyuan Chen's intent transformed into a clear stream of information, crossing the invisible barriers of space and arriving instantly. Almost simultaneously, a response came from the ring. Calm and obedient, it was Sylvia's spiritual wave. My king, please command. How is the situation at the eastern camp? Xuanyuan Chen confirmed first. Everything is normal. Sylvia's report was concise. Good. Xuanyuan Chen's intent conveyed an order. Withdraw 500 elite troops from your command, but you need to continue overseeing the eastern camp. Understood. I will arrange it immediately, and the 500 elites will arrive at the World Tree by tomorrow evening at the latest. The mental link was severed. The faint glow from the ring faded. A day and a half later, a weary elven team arrived at the territory of the World Tree. At the forefront was a tall female elf with dazzling golden hair and azure eyes, clad in lightweight, yet shimmering iron armor, with an elegantly styled greatsword on her back. Awe, Sylvia's personally selected deputy, a light element elven warrior, was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th rank. Among the 500 elite troops, she brought 300 were 3rd-rank elven element warriors, while the other 200 were 3rd-rank elven element archers. They bore the faint murderous aura and smell of blood left from battles in the high-risk eastern zones, starkly different from the relatively peaceful elven aura within the territory. Xuanyuan Chen met Awe and her team at a simple training ground. Without much pleasantry, he directly issued orders. Awe, your archers will temporarily be integrated into the archer camp. I will withdraw another 500 3rd-rank warriors from the territory, totaling 800 warriors under your command. The target is a valley 70 kilometers away, and scouts will guide you there. My archers and I will ambush from above the valley, and the scouts will try to lure as many slave traders into the valley as possible. The warriors' task will be to block any slave traders attempting to escape the valley. Awe pressed her hand to her chest, performing a simple military salute, her azure eyes showing no fear, only absolute obedience and fierce fighting spirit. I shall obey the king's command. The next day, Xuanyuan Chen's forces lay in ambush in the valley. This was a narrow valley running east-west, approximately 2 miles long, with steep slopes on both sides strewn with loose rocks and sparse trees. At the valley floor was a dry riverbed, barely wide enough for several horses to walk side by side. On the eastern side of the valley entrance, several carefully selected scout teams had drawn in a large number of slave-catching teams, estimated to be around 1,000 people. The elves are there. So many. It seems like an entire tribe fleeing. Quick, don't let others get ahead. Greedy shouts, the urgent sound of hooves, and the chaotic footsteps surged towards the valley from all directions. Large and small slave-catching teams ranging from a dozen to over 100 rushed in like sharks smelling blood. They rushed into the valley entrance, seeing what appeared to be elves fleeing in panic ahead. Without a second thought, they hurriedly surged forward. As more and more people gathered, the valley floor gradually became crowded and noisy. However, not everyone was blinded by greed. Morrow Adeline, a tall wild beauty with red short hair and wielding a double-head battle axe almost as tall as she was, stood coldly on a slightly elevated rocky slope outside the valley entrance. She was the leader of the Iron Rose mercenary group, which consisted entirely of female members. Her team exhibited far better discipline than the rabble, and although they had also gathered, they maintained their formation and did not rush into the valley. "Leader, aren't we going in?" a subordinate asked. Adeline squinted, surveying the chaotic crowd pouring into the valley, then looked up at the unusually quiet slopes on both sides. The appearance of those elves was too timely, and the terrain of the valley. She licked her slightly cracked lips and said, "Something isn't right. Tell the sisters to stop, don't push in. Send 2 quick ones to climb the slopes on both sides and check the situation." Just then a sudden change occurred deep in the valley. Buzz! The sound of countless bowstrings vibrating simultaneously resonated, and in the next moment a curtain of death descended from the sky. On the slopes, 200 third-rank element archers and 500 third-rank elven archers who had been waiting for a long time simultaneously released their bowstrings. 700 arrows under the darkest sky before dawn turned into a cloud of death, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound covering the most crowded area of the valley floor. This was merely the first wave. Following closely was the second wave, the third wave. The archers shot in rapid succession with astonishing speed. The magical arrows of the element archers trailed various colored lights, some exploding into small flames upon impact, others turning into frost to slow down, and some having extreme penetration, piercing through several people in succession. The valley floor instantly transformed into a purgatory. The sounds of screams, curses, and the mournful cries of warhorses erupted suddenly, quickly drowned out by the sounds of more arrows whizzing through the air and bodies hitting the ground. The crowded mass of people became the best targets as the arrows could hit without even aiming. Blood spread rapidly on the dry riverbed like ink, and the intense smell of blood surged into the sky. Ambush! There's an ambush! Retreat! Quickly retreat! My eyes! Help! Chaos and panic spread at an alarming speed as those at the front tried to turn back, while those unaware at the back continued to surge forward, trampling each other in countless numbers. Warrior Corps! Attack! Crush them! Aowa's clear shout rang out from the slope, overpowering the din. "For my king! Purify the filth!" 300 third-rank element warriors, like tigers that had been waiting for an opportunity, leaped out from their ambush points on the slopes, raising their long swords, transforming into 2 silver torrents of steel charging down the steep slopes. Their target was those slave traders and elites who had survived the rain of arrows and were attempting to organize a resistance or escape. Aowa's greatsword ignited with pure and dazzling holy flame, shining like the brightest star before dawn, crashing into a group of slave traders attempting to form a formation. As the greatsword swept through, it brought along a flurry of severed limbs and piercing screams, the holy flame scorching the evil souls. The situation was a one-sided massacre. The elves occupied the terrain, the advantage of numbers, catching the unprepared and defeating the rabble with their elite force. Outside the valley, Morrow Adeline watched in pale horror as the scene inside quickly turned into a meat grinder, listening to the spine-chilling screams. The 2 subordinates she had sent to scout returned, rolling and crawling, their faces devoid of color. "Boss, the slopes on both sides are filled with elves. Countless. Damn it." Adeline slammed her fist into the nearby rock, causing debris to scatter. "Go. Everyone leave immediately." She hesitated no longer, leading nearly 100 members of her team, who had yet to enter the valley, running wildly in the direction opposite to the valley. Morrow Adeline hoisted her iconic massive double-bladed battle axe, her red short hair billowing in the morning breeze, her tall muscular frame taut like that of a lioness sensing a deadly trap. Her eyes were fixed ahead, on what had seemed to be an empty clearing in the woods. Hundreds of elven warriors had silently appeared, blocking her and the Iron Rose mercenary group's path. "Tisk, they really have a backup plan." Morrow spat, yet there was no fear in her eyes, only a wild battle spirit igniting within her. "Sisters, it seems their master doesn't want us to leave. If you want to survive, charge through with me." "Yes, head sister." Nearly 100 female mercenaries behind her responded in unison, their voices fierce. Though they wore different outfits, their movements were swift and their gazes fierce, clearly seasoned veterans of life and death battles. In an instant, they formed a striking formation with Mallow as the tip of the arrow. "Charge!" Mallow bellowed, leading the charge towards the weakest point of the elven scouts' defensive line like a human war chariot. The battle axe swung, producing a piercing sound of slicing air, powerful and heavy. 2 elven warriors raised their shields to block, but were forcefully pushed back a step. However, 2 more elven warriors rushed in to help, and the 4 of them surrounded Mallow. The Iron Rose mercenaries fought fiercely, yet they could not tear open a gap, instead becoming entangled and slowing down increasingly. Just as Mallow furiously pushed back the elven warriors, more elves encircled them from the flanks and behind. The elven elemental warriors silently formed a shield wall sealing off their escape route. The elemental archers had their longbows fully drawn, aimed at the encircled group. Xuanyuan Chen, surrounded by a team of elite guards, stepped forward slowly, the silver lion armor glimmering coldly under the brightening sky, his calm gaze landing on Malo, who was encircled at the core, looking somewhat disheveled, yet still formidable. "Drop your weapons." Xuanyuan Chen's voice was not loud, yet it clearly pierced through the battlefield's brief silence. Malo halted, leaning on her battle axe, panting as sweat mixed with dust trickled down her well-defined cheeks. She scrutinized Xuanyuan Chen, her gaze gliding over his youthful face, and the obviously extraordinary armor revealing a wild, untamed smile. "So you are the boss. You look quite soft. Let your longered one step aside, and we can keep our distance. The Iron Rose only takes jobs for money. We are not in league with those rascals inside. Drop your weapons and surrender." Xuanyuan Chen repeated, his tone unwavering. Malo's smile faded, her emerald eyes narrowing, a flicker of fierce light passing through. "So there's nothing to discuss then? Good." She abruptly raised her battle axe, pointing it at Xuanyuan Chen. "Dare to duel me unknown. If you win, you let me and my girls go. If I lose, Malo Adeline will submit to you. Do you dare?" A glimmer of anticipation appeared in the eyes of the mercenaries behind her. They knew their head sister's strength, while a fifth-tier berserker, and she possessed an indomitable spirit. Once ignited, she fought harder and harder, rarely encountering an opponent within the mercenary circle. However, Xuanyuan Chen merely glanced at her, his expression one of disinterest, as if observing an inconsequential farce. He lifted his right hand and waved it lightly. "Take her down." The command was succinct and cold. "Kill." Ao Wei shouted, the radiant great sword cutting through the air first. Simultaneously, elven warriors from all directions launched their assault, bowstrings twanging, arrows raining like locusts. "Bastards." Malo cursed, but reacted swiftly, spinning her battle axe into a crimson storm, deflecting arrows as she charged towards Ao Wei. "Girls, fight to the end." The battle erupted once more, but this time it was a pincer assault. Though the Iron Rose mercenary group was valiant and individually strong, they quickly fell into a disadvantage against the elves' overwhelming numbers, equipment, coordination, and terrain. Women mercenaries continuously fell, the sounds of screams and roars intertwining. Malo fought Ao Wei alone, surprisingly not falling behind him. In fact, she became even more ferocious as several wounds appeared on her body, blood streaming, which only brightened the intensity in her gaze and subtly enhanced her speed and strength. She roared her battle axe, striking with immense ferocity, momentarily gaining the upper hand. "This is getting interesting." Xuanyuan Chen watched the wild red-haired woman fighting like an injured beast in the center of the battlefield, feeling a stirring in his heart. A fifth-tier human berserker, and a female at that with such strength, was indeed rare. However, that was all it was. With a thought, he purchased the slave curse from the system store. The dark curse was neither metal nor wood, cold to the touch, inscribed with twisted and bizarre runes, faintly exuding an ominous aura. "Ao Wei, retreat." Xuanyuan Chen spoke. Ao Wei did not hesitate, feinting a strike before stepping back. Malo, in the heat of battle, seeing her opponent retreat, assumed they were exhausted and roared to pursue. But she noticed the male elf who had been observing the battle had at some point picked up a black talisman that sent a shiver of dread through her very soul. "You?" She instinctively felt extreme danger and wanted to retreat, but was surrounded by elves. Xuanyuan Chen said no more, flicking his fingers. The black talisman transformed into a wisp of shadowy light, shooting towards Malo at a speed difficult for the naked eye to catch. Malo shouted, swinging her battle axe to deflect the talisman. Yet the shadowy light disregarded the physical obstruction and directly entered her lower abdomen. Ugh! Malo's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, her tall frame staggering backward. She felt a cold, evil force filled with absolute control invading her limbs and bones, rushing straight to her very soul. The power attempted to distort her while branding her soul. "Get out!" She roared frantically, her emerald eyes instantly bloodshot, her fierce willpower resisting desperately. Xuanyuan Chen raised an eyebrow slightly to resist the slave curse. This woman's will and talent were indeed extraordinary. If she reached the 6th tier, she might truly have a chance to break free. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Malo let out a more painful scream, kneeling on one knee, her battle axe driven deep into the ground to support her body. She clasped her head with both hands, her entire body shaking violently as faint black patterns akin to the talisman's origin began to surface on her skin, twisting and spreading like a living creature, ultimately coalescing into a complex and bizarre black rune mark at her firm, flat abdomen, deeply branding her before slowly fading away. The struggle ceased. Malo's breathing gradually steadied, but her gaze had changed entirely. The wild, untamed light of resistance vanished, replaced by an absolute loyalty. She released her battle axe, letting it fall, and then turned to Xuanyuan Chen, kneeling on one knee in the standard knightly manner, bowing her head that had never lowered to anyone before. Malo Adeline spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Master, I am Malo Adeline, the leader of the Iron Rose Mercenary Corps, at your service. Successfully used the slave seal controlling unit Malo Adeline. Unit information has been updated, you may check. All of this happened too quickly. The female mercenaries of the Iron Rose had just been fighting desperately only to see their undefeated and proud leader kneel before the elf and address it as master. This bizarre transformation left them in shock. Their offensive immediately collapsed, and they were completely subdued by the elves pressed to the ground. Leader, Adeline, what happened to you? Bastard, what have you done to the leader? The female mercenaries were filled with shock and anger, struggling fiercely, but upon seeing Malo's completely submissive stance, they felt a chilling dread and confusion. Xuanyuan Chen ignored the cries of the female mercenaries and first looked at Malo. A thought flickered and her information panel appeared. Name Malo Adeline. Race human. Class berserker. Current level tier 5. Potential level tier 6. Loyalty 100, bound by the slave seal, absolute obedience. Talent skill wild and untamable passive. Increases battle intent after injury, temporarily shields against pain, enhances speed and strength with the increase, becoming more significant the more severe the injury. There is a limit. Xuanyuan Chen scanned the female mercenaries who were pinned down, all showing faces of anger, fear, and confusion. There were about 60 left, all injured, but their fierce spirits had not waned. Judging by their previous reactions, they genuinely supported this leader. Master, Malo spoke again, her voice still hoarse, but tinged with pleading. They are my sisters, veteran members of the Iron Rose. This time taking the commission from Baron Reggie is our first and only time involving in slave capture. We have not successfully captured anyone yet. They listen to me and will never betray. I beg you, spare them. She lowered her head, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, clearly affected emotionally despite being controlled. Xuanyuan Chen was silent for a moment. Malo Adeline's loyalty was at 100. She could not deceive him. If that were the case, then perhaps forgiveness was possible. After all, keeping them might be useful in the future. Especially with Malo, this absolutely controlled leader, present. In the future, this Iron Rose Mercenary Corps might become his eyes and ears in the human kingdom. I can spare them, Xuanyuan Chen said slowly. The female mercenaries were taken aback, their struggles momentarily pausing. Xuanyuan Chen continued, but they must offer their loyalty. This statement changed the expressions of the female mercenaries once again. Offer loyalty to this elf who had just killed so many of their comrades and used some bizarre means to control their leader. In your dreams, we Iron Roses only recognize our leader. If you're going to kill, then kill. I refuse to serve. A few hot-tempered ones immediately shouted angrily, struggling fiercely, but were pressed down more forcefully by the elven warriors. Xuanyuan Chen did not get angry. He simply looked at Malo Adeline, who was already kneeling on one knee. Malo took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked at her sisters who were shouting and struggling. Everyone shut up. She growled, her voice hoarse, yet carrying her usual authority. The noise immediately quieted down. The female mercenaries looked at her with complex expressions. Malo stood up and walked towards them. Her gaze swept over the familiar faces, including old veterans who had followed her for years and new sisters she had fought alongside. She saw anger, confusion, and fear, but also a glimmer of desire for survival deep within. Listen, we are now like meat on the chopping block. The master can annihilate us with a mere wave of his hand, just like crushing the scraps in the valley. Our rule in the Iron Rose is to live fiercely and survive together with our sisters. Right now, pledging loyalty to the master is the only chance for all of us to survive and perhaps even live better. Will we fight like true warriors for the master, or will we die without value like the trash in the valley, our bodies picked up by crows? Her words struck like a hammer, resonating in the hearts of every female mercenary. They were outlaws gathered for survival and wealth, but through their experiences together, they had gradually become a family. They were not foolish. The situation before them was crystal clear. Resistance would mean certain death. Surrendering and pledging loyalty meant they could still live together. In the end, a scar-faced female mercenary, seemingly a vice leader type, was the first to lower her head and said hoarsely, I will follow the leader. Me too. Count me in. One by one, the more than 60 female mercenaries of the Iron Rose pressed to the ground, made their difficult choice under the dual pressure of life and their leader. The Iron Rose Mercenary Corps 6-7 members expresses loyalty. Do you accept? Yes. Unit information has been updated, you may check. Ding. The overall loyalty of the Iron Rose Mercenary Corps is low, with individual loyalty ranging between 35-45, presenting a high risk of instability. Please use with caution. The cold system notification confirmed Xuanyuan Chen's judgment. The loyalty of these mercenaries was like a sandcastle built on Malo's firm orders and the fear of death, fragile and precarious. However, for now it was enough. Get up. Xuanyuan Chen spoke, his voice revealing no anger or joy. The elven warriors released their hold. The female mercenaries helped each other up, most of them injured, their expressions wary and silent, gathering behind Malo, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding elven forces. Xuanyuan Chen did not waste time appeasing them. He directly ordered half of them to stay and then gave instructions to Malo. Your first task is to return immediately. Using discovered a large elven refugee tribe encountered strong resistance, need for reinforcements as the reason to lure the remaining slave capture team to this valley. Yes. Malo nodded without hesitation, turning to lead the other half of the reluctant Iron Rose mercenary corps members away. After they left for a while, Xuanyuan Chen suddenly spoke. Embria. A shadow assassin immediately appeared. She was the assistant trained by Sylvia. During Sylvia's absence, she temporarily commanded Shadow Fong, responsible for secretly protecting the king's safety and ready to follow orders. Pick 10 of the best at tracking stealth and one-hit kills to follow them secretly. If any of Malo's subordinates show signs of defection or reporting, no need for consultation, just eliminate them. Otherwise, do not take action. As you command. Embria's voice was lighter than leaves falling in the wind, then she retreated into the shadows. Soon 10 figures as elusive as ghosts silently left the gathering place, stealthily heading in the direction where Malo and the others had departed. They were Xuanyuan Chen's darkest eyes and daggers, ensuring that the plan would go off without a hitch. The Iron Rose Mercenary Corps, a name that may not be the most resounding in the gray area of the southeastern border of the Lutheran Kingdom, is undoubtedly tough and unique. What makes it special is that all its members are women. Initially, it could hardly be called a corps. 7 years ago, in the Jagged Hills area where Lutheran borders a neighboring country and bandits and deserters run rampant, a few desperate women happened to gather. Some were farmers unable to survive due to disasters back home. Some were daughters of fallen noble families driven out by their clans. Some were victims who had escaped from slave traders, and others were simply tavern maids or wandering hunters who had grown weary of being oppressed and took up arms. They shared only two commonalities: they were all women, and apart from their lives and a fierce determination, they had nothing. Malo Adeline joined at that time. She was not yet the leader, merely a new berserker who had been expelled from a previous male-dominated mercenary group for being too brutal. She remembers the scene of seeing those few people for the first time huddled in a leaky cave, gathered around a small campfire, sharing a meager portion of stolen hard bread and murky spring water. Each of them bore wounds, their eyes alert and weary like wolves, yet their hands holding weapons were steady. Shall we team up? A woman with scars on her face, known as Scarface Vela, asked in a low voice. She was the oldest among the group and the first to take up a knife. Adeline said nothing, merely tossed over a small bag of rye which she had taken back from the highway robbers. That was her answer. The initial cooperation was purely for survival. They took on the most menial and dangerous jobs, acting as temporary guards for smuggling caravans, clearing out small groups of goblins or kobolds near villages, and occasionally moonlighting as bounty hunters to capture lower-ward wanted thieves. The pay was meager, the risks extremely high, and injuries, even deaths, were common. After each mission, they would briefly divide the spoils, usually according to who had worked harder or incurred more injuries, with no strict rules, leaving it to Vela and a few others with some clout to decide. Once divided, the survivors would quietly lick their wounds, dig a shallow grave for their fallen companions, or simply burn the bodies to prevent them from being desecrated by beasts. At that time, there was no such thing as sisterly affection, only a numbed alliance. One might die in the next mission, but in a group the chances of survival were slightly greater. The transformation occurred slowly, like water wearing away stone. The first time was when a girl named Little Sparrow was shot in the leg by a goblin's rusty arrow while covering the group's retreat. The arrowhead was poisoned, and she quickly developed a high fever. According to the rules of the trade, such a burden without hope would usually be abandoned, at most given some water and a knife for self-defense. Vela looked at the unconscious Little Sparrow, then glanced at the others and said nothing. It was Adeline who silently walked over, tore a clean strip from her inner garment, washed the wound with her low-quality liquor, and then bent down, sucking out most of the poisonous blood with her mouth. The others were momentarily stunned, then Scarface Vela silently handed over a water skin, and another woman pulled out a half-rotted antidote herb she had somehow acquired. Little Sparrow survived, limping on one leg, unable to run swiftly again. She did not leave. Instead, she became the most attentive person in the group, responsible for taking care of everyone's trivial matters, bandaging wounds, and setting simple traps around the camp. My life was saved by everyone. I am here, and I am not going anywhere. The second time was when they got involved with a local small gang of slave traders. The gang retaliated, launching a nighttime ambush on the abandoned mill where they had temporarily settled. In the chaotic fight, a usually silent woman who only used a short bow was hit in the shoulder by a blade while trying to protect the attacked Adeline. Adeline's eyes turned red in that moment, the blood of the berserker surged, and she recklessly charged forward, almost trading wounds for wounds as she took down the attacker. They won that battle, but everyone was injured. While cleaning the battlefield, they found a rough handmade doll in the simple bag of the woman who had shielded Adeline, along with a piece of hard candy that had long since gone stale. Later they learned that she had once had a daughter who had died of illness and her man had sold her to pay off debts. She had never spoken of it, but every time she received a little bit of candy, she would carefully hide it away. After that night, something seemed different within the group. When dividing spoils, some would quietly place extra pieces of dried meat beside the injured's bedding. During night watch, the reliever would gently pat the shoulder of the previous watcher. When practicing, they would hit each other with sticks, cursing and swearing, but during real combats, they would hold back. They began giving each other nicknames, not just Scarface or Big One, but also Fire Tongs, because she always burned the food. Night Owl, never falling asleep on watch, and Lark, though she sang off-key, she loved humming. These nicknames carried a rough affection. Iron Rose was the name proposed by Vela 3 years later after a near-death experience. It was an exceptionally dangerous mission where they had been betrayed by their employer and surrounded. In that desperate situation, the usually silent shadow arrow Lena used her body to shield Adeline from a poisoned cold arrow. Adeline went berserk on the spot, charging through the chaos with reckless abandon, while Vela directed the remaining members to provide cover, managing to rescue the near-death Lena. Once they reached safety and counted the numbers, everyone was injured, over half of their supplies lost, and Lena's life was hanging by a thread. The atmosphere in the cold cave was oppressive. Adeline was like a cornered beast, while Vela silently treated Lena's wounds using the last of their possessions for medicine. This can't go on. Vela suddenly spoke, her voice weary but clear. Today Lena almost died. Tomorrow it could be you, me, little sparrow, or anyone else. We are being herded like wild dogs, fighting desperately for a few silver coins. And when we die, there won't even be anyone to collect our bodies. Adeline stopped and looked at her. We need a name. Vela continued, picking up a sharp iron thorn from the ground, rusty, but resembling a twisted rose. Let it be known who we are, and that we are united. If we take on jobs, there must be some rules. We can't accept any filthy or dangerous tasks. When we earn money, we must leave a way out. We can't just live for today and drink for today. What should we call it? Someone asked. Vela weighed the iron thorn in her hand. We, these women, our lives are harder than iron, our hearts colder than iron, and when we stab, it must draw blood. But those who have truly managed to survive until now, that alone binds us together. Let's call ourselves Iron Rose. The outside has thorns, but inside, at least there's companionship. Adeline stared at the iron thorn for a few seconds before grabbing it. All right, let's call it that. From now on, I'll lead the way while Vela sets the rules and looks out for us. We, this group of unwanted women, will band together. Whoever takes on a job, the money distribution will be decided by Vela. Anyone who disobeys will first have to answer to my axe. There was no cheering, but a strange sense of substance pervaded the air. The women exchanged glances, and on their scarred faces was a look of having found an anchor point. They were no longer completely adrift like loose sand. They had a name, a rough framework, and perhaps a thorny outline that could slightly resist the world's malice. Later they used the earnings from a particularly lucrative job to rent a dilapidated house with a yard in the outer city of Golden Rose City. The yard was overgrown, the house leaked, but the walls were still sturdy. On moving day, Vela somehow brought a truly resilient wild rose seedling and planted it in the corner of the yard. Whether it survives or not depends on itself. If it lives, it means we have put down roots here. Adeline nailed the rusty iron thorn to the inside of the door. Once you enter this door, you are one of Iron Rose. I don't care how you fight outside, but when you return here, don't point your blades at each other. The concept of home was thus born in a very Iron Rose manner. It was not warm. The yard often hung blood-stained bandages, and the air was filled with the scent of ointment and steel, with the sounds of suppressed sobs from nightmares or the alertness of drawing blades at night. But here there was a place to lie down when injured, and sisters would help you with rough hands. When starving, there was always something in the pot to fill the belly. When one died, Vela would remember the name, and if possible bring back a memento to bury beside the wild rose. Rules were also gradually established, crafted by Vela. Spoils were distributed based on contribution and injury, leaving a public treasury for emergencies. No obviously suicidal or excessively dirty tasks were accepted. Internal conflicts could be fought, but not with lethal weapons, and no collusion with outsiders. Adeline was the spearhead, charging into battle, the fierce soul, uniting everyone, while Vela was the shield, stabilizing the rear, the calm and calculating mind, the actual operator of this home. The two had vastly different personalities, often quarreled, and even came to blows, but no one could deny their tacit understanding and trust. It was Vela who repeatedly pulled Adeline, who was blinded by rage and might fall into a desperate situation, back to reality, and it was Adeline's absolute strength that provided the most solid guarantee for Vela's rules in this home. They were still outlaws working for money blood on the edge of their blades. But Iron Rose gave them a sense of belonging, a rough but real connection. Their sisterhood was the trust to turn their backs on each other and battle the rough, yet detailed care during injuries, the silence of sharing the last piece of food, and the madness of not stopping until avenging fallen companions. In this cold world, a group of abandoned, hurt women forced to take up swords built a thorny nest for themselves with scars, blood, and a little warmth. The forest was deep and silent as the team trudged forward, only the sound of their footsteps and suppressed breaths intermingling. Leading the way was Malo, Adeline, her back straight as a spear, yet shrouded in an invisible barrier. Following closely was Vice Captain Vela, her old scar appearing particularly harsh under the dim light. Most of the time her vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, but her peripheral vision, like a magnet, was irresistibly drawn to Adeline. She still vividly remembered the conversation from that day. "Adeline, are you really going to take this commission? It goes against our principles, doesn't it?" "Vela, we need the money. Who knows when we'll see a level 6 healing potion again. I can't wait any longer. I want Little Sparrow's leg to heal right away." "But, no buts. I am the captain, and my word is final." "I'm sorry, Vela. Just this once let me be willful. I broke the principles. All the sins will be borne by me alone." Vela shut her eyes in pain, not wanting to recall any further. Indeed, I should have stopped her with all my might back then. Just then, Adeline suddenly raised her hand. "Stop." Her voice was steady, unlike the usual short, explosive tone. The team instantly fell silent and concealed themselves. She tilted her head slightly, her emerald eyes sweeping across a seemingly ordinary thicket. "Detour and avoid the ground trap 30 steps to the left front. There are fresh signs of concealment, likely a low-quality trap set by the slave capture team." Under normal circumstances, Adeline would lead the team around it, but she would complain while doing so. Now she simply stated the facts and chose the most efficient, lowest-risk evasion. The team turned silently. Vela's heart sank a little. They took a brief rest by a small stream. The women silently fetched water and tended to their wounds, the atmosphere heavy enough to wring water from it. Adeline stood by a rock slightly away from them, her back to the group, her gaze directed towards the northeast, as if calculating distance and time. She had never done such things before, it was always left to others. Shadow Arrow Lena silently edged closer to Vela, pretending to clean a shallow scratch on her arm. In a low voice, she said, "Sister Vela, are we just going to watch? Just watch as the captain becomes like this?" Though her voice was low, a few Iron Rose members nearby who were drinking water visibly stiffened, their actions paused, ears perked up, eyes seemingly scanning this way inadvertently. The question pierced each heart like a poisonous thorn. Vela continued rinsing her wounds without pausing, the water flowing noisily, masking the tightening of her knuckles. She did not directly answer Lena's question, but instead brought up something seemingly unrelated. That night at the Black Rye Cave, Adeline brought back a bag of rye, half of it spoiled and infested with bugs. She sat at the cave entrance, cursing as she picked out the edible grains, her hands bloodied by the sharp rye-ons. Lena was taken aback, confused. Vela continued, her voice cold as the stones at the bottom of the stream. Later, that bit of rye was made into porridge, each person receiving a small bowl clear enough to reflect ghostly shadows. Adeline, when no one was looking, poured half of her bowl into Little Sparrow's bowl, because Little Sparrow was the most severely injured and had a fever. At that time, who knew if tomorrow would bring death? Who knew if the Iron Rose would have a large yard living to see today? She finally turned her head and glanced at Lena, her gaze sharp as a knife, filled with extremely complicated emotions. Pain, anger, helplessness, but at the deepest level a cold clarity that crystallized after being driven to the brink. "We are now worse off than that night at the Black Rye Cave. That elf definitely doesn't trust us. There must be someone following us in secret. As long as we plan to defect, we will be killed. There's no need for the elves to take action. The captain will personally take care of us. So what should we do? Just accept it." Lena's voice was filled with desperate hoarseness. "Accept." Vela tugged at the corner of her mouth, forming a smile devoid of any warmth. "When have we Iron Roses ever accepted anything?" Her gaze swept over the sisters, who appeared to be resting, yet were all intently listening. "But we can no longer rely solely on blood and the weapons in our hands to fight. Such fighting won't save Adeline. It will only lead to our meaningless deaths." She looked back at the stream, her voice heavier, yet clear, ensuring that the nearby corps members could hear her. "Adeline has changed, but she is not dead. Ooh, as long as a person is alive, there is always a way." Vela raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the faces of those around her. "What we need to do now is not to stare with bloody eyes and seek death. It is to survive, to become the most useful tools, making those with daggers feel comfortable and momentarily relax their vigilance. Then we will open our eyes wide, see through the elf's methods, and find any possible way to lift the control on Adeline." She paused for a moment as if gathering strength, then spoke each word slowly and calmly. "Survive, remember everything. Then patiently wait until we understand our opponent well enough, wait for potential openings, or until we find any glimmer of possibility that could shake that control. What if we never wait for it? A young mercenary leaning against a tree root with fresh bruises on his face asked tremulously. She was one of Fireclaw Sarah's subordinates, having joined not long ago. Vela remained silent for a moment. The stream flowed noisily, the forest wind weeping. Then she slowly said, "Then we wait until forever." She was not Adeline and would not make the same mistakes again. Lena and the other women fell into a deeper silence upon hearing this, but the despair gradually gave way to something more resolute. It was a state where they recognized the essence of their dire situation, and with all their emotions, anger, sadness, fear, forcefully buried them deep within, transforming them into survival instincts and hidden hatred. They were mercenaries most adept at surviving in dire circumstances, waiting for that tenuous, perhaps non-existent reversal. "Have we rested enough?" Adeline's voice came from the edge of the rocks, still steady, devoid of emotion. "It's time to move. Rabbit, go ahead and scout. Everyone follow." Vela was the first to stand up in response, brushing off the grass clippings from her clothes, her face returning to its usual cold expression. "Did you hear the captain's words? Move it." The women quietly stood up, organized their gear, and reformed their ranks. When they looked at Adeline ahead once more, their gazes had changed. There was still pain within, but it was accompanied by a deep-seated resolve to protect. To protect this captain who was shackled, yet still their pillar, and to protect their hard-won home. The team set off again, delving deeper into the forest shade, heading towards the enticing task they had to complete. Vela followed closely behind Adeline, her back straight. She knew that from now on they not only had to pretend to cooperate with the elves, but also had to suppress their tempers deep within, quietly waiting for opportunities. What she did not know was that among the shadows beneath her, an assassin was concealed, fully eavesdropping on their conversation. About 5 miles outside the valley, the Iron Rose Mercenary Corps appeared with a large number of slave-catching teams. The number of people had far exceeded expectations. All the slave-catching teams that heard the news of Iron Rose discovering a large elf tribe fleeing, trapped in the valley, urgently needing support, joined in like a snowball. The line of people stretched long, dust billowing, rough shouts, excited curses, and the clashing of weapons merged into a massive roar, the number exceeding 1,500. Captain Marlowe, a bald man, urged his horse to catch up a few steps, keeping pace with Marlowe, his single eye fixed on her. "Isn't the terrain of this valley a bit too treacherous? Could those long-eared ones be deceiving us?" Marlowe kept walking, not even turning her head to look at him, her voice calm and undisturbed. "If you're scared, then don't go in. The elves are panicking and chose this shortcut to cross the mountains, only to be trapped by the terrain. This is our perfect opportunity. Do you think they can devour us in such a desperate situation? They are still entangled with other slave-catching teams inside the valley. If we rush in now, we can flank them from both sides." The mad dog ball couldn't hold back any longer, shouting, "You're just a coward. Captain Marlowe has said there's no problem. Over 1,000 elves. Stop hesitating. Brothers, it's time to make our fortune. Charge in with me." Under his cheers and the increasingly fervent encouragement from the crowd behind, the bald man gritted his teeth and finally suppressed the last bit of doubt. "All right, everyone speed up. Into the valley." Greedy flames completely consumed reason, and the massive chaotic crowd began to accelerate, surging towards the narrow entrance of the valley like a flood breaching a dam. The Iron Rose members were naturally pushed to the side and back of the line. The vanguard of the team surged into the valley. As the light dimmed at the valley's bottom, the towering cliffs on both sides increased the sense of oppression. But at the valley's bottom, one could indeed see some disordered footprints, discarded tattered backpacks, and darkened bloodstains. All of this pointed to a chase and battle having occurred here not long ago. The slave-catching team members grew even more excited, howling as they surged forward, fearing they would fall behind and miss out on the fat sheep. The team penetrated deeper and deeper. The middle and rear segments entered the valley one after another, transforming the long line into a writhing, noisy serpent. When the last batch of slave-catching team members squeezed into the valley's entrance, cursing, the entire team had almost completely entered this death trap. On the Eagle's Beak rock in the middle of the valley, Ovis' eyes flashed with sharp light as she uttered a cold word. "Fire!" Buzz. The deathly whisper of hundreds of strong bows trembling simultaneously. In the next moment, a rain of arrows, real and blinding, poured down from the nearly vertical cliffs on both sides like a torrential storm. The arrows of the elf archers flew with precise, lethal elegance, while the elemental archers' magical arrows trailed colorful tail lights, triggering small-scale ice explosions, flames, or piercing strikes. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of sharp arrows piercing flesh was dense to the point of causing toothaches. The slave-catching team at the valley bottom, faced with this three-dimensional assault from above, was like lambs awaiting slaughter. The narrow terrain left them nowhere to hide, and the crowded team became the best target. In the first volley, over 500 people fell screaming, blood instantly staining the valley's rubble red. "It's an ambush. It's a trap. We've been deceived. Retreat. Quickly withdraw from the valley entrance." Terrified screams and curses instantly replaced greedy shouts. The crowd surged madly towards the valley entrance they had come from. However, in the direction of the entrance, the elf elemental warriors had long since blocked their escape. They formed a solid line, sealing the narrow entrance tightly. Fight them. Shoot arrows up the mountain. The bald man, his eyes bloodshot, waved his curved knife, trying to organize a counterattack. Some slave-catching team members also frantically shot arrows at the cliffs, but to little effect. Ovi did not stay on the Eagle's Beak rock. She had already dashed down from the rock like a silver flash of lightning, aiming directly at the few core leaders of the slave-catching team who were still trying to organize resistance. Elf, die for me. Mad Dog Baal's eyes turned blood red. Seeing Ovi charging over, he did not dodge or avoid screaming as he swung his machete and charged forward. Ovi's gaze was icy as she evaded Baal's powerful strike. The blazing great sword was thrust forward, the tip shining with a golden light. Holy light pierce. Puff. The golden light easily penetrated through his gaping mouth, emerging from the back of his head. Baal's charge came to an abrupt halt, his eyes wild and frozen, and his massive body crashed to the ground. Baal. The bald man saw his friend die, instantly shocked and furious, his single eye bloodshot, riding forth with his knife, leading a few others in a mad rush toward Ovi. Kill her. Ovi remained unfazed in the face of the siege. She weaved through the flashes of knives, her blazing great sword striking with each swing, carrying purifying holy power, ensuring that a slave-catching team member fell screaming each time. The battle quickly evolved into a massacre. The elves occupied absolute terrain advantage and initiative. The slave-catching team became trapped in this valley of death, continually harvested by the rain of death from above and the sides, while being gradually compressed by the iron wall at the valley's entrance and the hunting team led by Ovi. Ovi seized an opening exposed by the bald man's frustration. After a prolonged battle, the holy flame on her great sword surged violently, striking the bald man's chest. Ugh! The bald man's curved knife clattered to the ground as he fell backward lifeless. At the moment the bald man fell, Ovi clearly felt the magic within her surge once more, like a flood breaking through the final dam, roaring and pouring into her limbs. The blazing great sword in her hand hummed autonomously, the holy flame bursting forth, illuminating her with greater majesty. The pressure emanating from her made the remaining slave-catching team members nearby feel a strong sense of oppression. 4th rank Light Element Elf Warrior. After commanding and personally concluding this decisive ambush against the last strong enemy, her realm finally broke through. The resistance in the valley completely collapsed with the bald man's death and Ovi's advancement. The remaining slave-catching team members either knelt down begging for mercy or rushed madly toward the valley entrance for a final futile struggle, but soon turned into corpses under the cold and efficient cleansing of the elves. As the lingering glow of the setting sun stained the valley with a tragic blood color, the sounds of shouting and killing within the valley finally ceased completely. Ovi stood amidst a sea of corpses and blood, her silver armor stained with blood, the blazing great sword pointed diagonally at the ground, its holy flame retracted, yet still flowing with a faint glow. Her azure eyes swept across the brutal battlefield, neither happy nor sad. Clean the battlefield, tally the results, treat our injured, and collect all valuable items. Ovi's voice remained clear, yet carried a hint of pressure following her recent breakthrough. Yes, Lady Ovi. The elves beside her left to carry out her orders. As Ovi's battle commenced, Xuanyuan Chen had already settled calmly within the grand and serene 4th tier main hall of the World Tree. He had returned precisely to oversee the birth of elves. Every iota of energy wastage was strictly forbidden. Beyond the window, the eternal barrier shimmered with a soft golden radiance, sealing out all slaughter and clamor. Within the domain, peace reigned absolute. He strode slowly toward the well of the World Tree, its waters emerald green and luminous, brimming with potent energy. Birth. Daily summoning strategy confirmed: 50 Elven Elemental Warriors 1-0 energy, each 50 Elven Elemental Archers 1-0 energy, each 25 Elven Elemental Mages 2-0 energy, each 25 Elven Priests 2-0 energy each. Total energy cost 2000. Execute. Execute. Instantly the well water boiled violently as surging vitality and arcane power coalesced into a radiant torrent. 150 glowing flower buds descended from the branches of the World Tree. Before the dais stood 150 newly born units, each bearing latent potential, reaching the 7th tier, bowing solemnly before their sovereign. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze swept across them. He gave a slight, imperceptible nod. Another day without exceptional units. With a gesture, he dismissed them to undergo integration and foundational training, swiftly embedding themselves into the domain's military structure. Scarcely had the birthing ritual concluded when the scout officer responsible for outer domain intelligence strode in, chest pressed, in salute, voice taut with urgency. My sovereign, an urgent matter demands report. While clearing our 3rd slave outpost, our scouts encountered an unforeseen incident. A scattered 5-member slaver squad returned precisely as operations concluded and witnessed the scene. Though were slain immediately, the squad's leader rode a third-tier gale-chasing steed, swift beyond pursuit. Our scouts gave chase and struck him once in the shoulder, yet failed to deliver a killing blow. He escaped. She lowered her head, voice heavy with self-reproach. I have failed in my duty, allowing intelligence to leak, exposing our operation to raid slave outposts and liberate captives. I beg your majesty's severest punishment. The air in the hall seemed to thicken ever so slightly. One escape meant the news of raids upon outposts of liberated slaves would likely be carried back. Xuanyuan Chen remained silent for a moment. After several seconds, he lifted his eyes to the officer kneeling in penitence, his tone unexpectedly calm. Enough. This is not your fault. Moreover, letting him flee may not be wholly detrimental. With the slaver squad nearly annihilated, total silence would plunge the enemy into absolute information blackout, provoking reckless, unpredictable responses. Now, however, someone carries back word of elf attacks, enough to alert Reggie, yet insufficient to reveal the full scope. A faint curve touched Xuanyuan Chen's lips. He will first suspect and investigate. Who are the attackers? A radical elven tribe? Or has the elven kingdom at last grown intolerant of border slave trade and begun its own campaign of cleansing? Before ascertaining the true identity, scale, and intent of the assailants, especially before ruling out the worst-case scenario of direct elven kingdom involvement, will he dare mobilize legions deep into the forest for vengeance? Let him wrestle with his own doubts. Xuanyuan Chen shifted tone. How fares the liberation of the slaves? My sovereign, per your command. At the very moment Lady Ovi launched her assault, my elite scout detachment split into 3 prongs and struck 3 primary slave transit and detention outposts, confirmed locations on the periphery of slaver activity zones. The operation succeeded, flawlessly defeating garrisons at minimal cost. We liberated 1,328 captives, predominantly elven and various subhuman females, alongside a smaller number of elven and subhuman males. The officer presented a concise list and continued, most wept with gratitude, recounting ravaged homelands, slain or scattered kin, and now possessing no refuge. They implore your majesty's mercy to follow you and seek a sliver of survival beneath the shelter of the eternal barrier. Xuanyuan Chen accepted the list, his gaze sweeping calmly over the figures. Over 1,300 souls, a considerable number, especially given that 400 were elves. To an ordinary frontier lord, this would be windfall fortune, a sudden influx of population, potential laborers and soldiers, and, by virtue of the rescue, the natural accrual of prestige and loyalty. Many of the liberated, particularly those whose homes lay in ruins and who faced utter destitution, might begin with remarkably high initial loyalty. Yet Xuanyuan Chen's mode of thought was never ordinary. He set the list aside, fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of his throne as he fell into brief contemplation. Gratitude did not equate to absolute loyalty, nor to the seamless unity shared between himself and the primordial elves attuned to the world tree. Dozens might be manageable, but over 1,000 newcomers drawn from disparate origins, fractured backgrounds, and freshly scarred by trauma would flood the domain with volatile thoughts, ingrained habits, and buried wells of hatred and fear. Screening, vetting, governing, and assimilating them would demand colossal effort and resources, with uncertain outcomes. The eternal barrier's defenses were not infallible. Internal vulnerabilities often proved deadlier than external threats. His aim was to forge a transcendent power, unified, utterly loyal, and centered upon the world tree, capable of confronting the undead cataclysm, not to build an inclusive, multiracial metropolis. The latter lay beyond his expertise and far outside his design. For Xuanyuan Chen, control and developmental efficiency would always supersede mere population numbers. He sought not a throng of fragile, potentially troublesome refugees, but subjects, as responsive and reliable as extensions of his own will. No, Xuanyuan Chen spoke at last, escort these liberated individuals back to their known tribal settlements, ensuring safe reintegration into their peoples. Elves to elven tribes, foxfolk to foxfolk enclaves, and so forth. Our scouts possessed deep knowledge of this forest, having identified numerous hidden subhuman settlements untouched by slavers. Leverage this intelligence to guide them along secure paths home. Moreover, small settlements of the same race often maintain loose ties. Disperse them among such viable communities, allowing each tribe to decide whether, or how, to accept them. For the rare few whose original clans have been utterly extinguished and who possess no trustworthy sanctuary, basic labor within the domain may be permitted. Yet such exceptions require my personal approval. Furthermore, make it unequivocally clear to all the world tree domain is no haven. We walk our own path and bear our own sacred mission. We rescued them out of uncompromising rejection of atrocity, but each must carve their own path forward, either alone or with their kin. His decree was cold, pragmatic, and drew an unambiguous line. By your sovereign will. The officer bowed sharply and departed. In her view, the sovereign's decisions were always right. Always the most rational, the most beneficial choice for long-term ascendancy. The officer departed at once, and silence descended upon the grand hall once more. Xuanyuan Chen was about to close his eyes and gather his focus when a figure, fainter than night itself, nearly imperceptible, emerged soundlessly from the shadows. She knelt on one knee. The squad leader of the 10 Shadow Fang assassins dispatched to secretly tail and monitor the Iron Rose Mercenary Company. Without waiting for Xuanyuan Chen's inquiry, she lifted her head just slightly and began her report. My lord, during their rest beside a mountain stream, en route Deputy Captain Vera of the Iron Rose held a private conversation with Corps member Lena. Her report was concise and precise. Almost a verbatim reconstruction of the scene, tone, phrasing, subtle shifts in expression, even the reactions of other Iron Rose members, all rendered with crystalline clarity. Upon finishing, the shadow assassin lowered her head again, awaiting orders. Xuanyuan Chen sat motionless, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tap upon the armrest. Silence filled the hall, broken only by the faint, deep luminescence shifting within his eyes. After a moment, he gestured lightly with his hand. Like a specter granted imperial decree, the shadow assassin's leader recoiled backward into darkness and vanished utterly, as though she had never been there at all. Alone in the vast, echoing throne hall, Xuanyuan Chen's lips curved imperceptibly. Even in such utter desolation, she retains lucidity and resilience, suppressing hatred and bitterness deep within her heart, transforming them into the will to survive and to wait. This Vera is far more intriguing than that Adeline. Indeed, he felt a flicker of genuine appreciation for Vera, not born of mercy or moral alignment, but of a sovereign's discernment of a tool of exceptional value. A blade that understands restraint, that can carve paths forward for its allies even in ruin. When wielded with precision, may prove more effective in complex predicaments than a mere razor-sharp instrument, wholly subservient to command. Of course, the hilt of this blade must remain firmly clasped in his own hand, its purpose inseparable from his will. It seems I must speak with her, he mused inwardly. That night, the elven host returned. Aowei had shed her blood-stained armor, now clad in simple elven attire. Moonlight bathed her pale golden hair and serene profile, casting a soft, pure radiance around her, rendering her almost ethereal in the nocturnal stillness. Xuanyuan Chen signaled his guards to remain behind and approached alone. Hearing his footsteps, Aowei turned, and upon recognizing him, immediately knelt on one knee. My lord. Rise. Xuanyuan Chen stepped before her. He spoke no word, only reached into his system repository and withdrew a neatly folded garment. It was a magnificent cloak meticulously crafted from the pelt of a silver-gray wolf king, lustrous and sleek, shimmering with cold metallic brilliance under the moonlight, its inner lining woven from supple dark elven cloth, its collar and hem adorned with delicate silver thread embroidery, thorned vines entwined with constellations. Xuanyuan Chen had personally woven it in his spare hours, a reward reserved for elves who had distinguished themselves in service. With a smooth, practiced motion, he unfurled the cloak and gently draped it over Aowei's shoulders. The wolf fur retained the lingering warmth of his palms and carried the solemn, solitary aura of a forest apex predator. Instantly, it dispelled the night's chill enveloping her slender, yet upright frame. The silver-gray fur harmonized strangely, yet powerfully with her pale gold tresses and tranquil demeanor, imbuing her with newfound martial grace and an aura of unassailable majesty. Aowei stiffened, unprepared for such a gesture from her sovereign. Instinctively, she began to decline, but then felt the weight and warmth of the mantle heavy with the authority of kingship and met Xuanyuan Chen's calm, unwavering gaze. She paused. In her sapphire eyes a ripple of emotion flickered. She knelt once more, this time bowing her head lower still, her voice trembling faintly. Aowei, thanks my lord for this most generous gift. This life, this soul, shall follow wherever your majesty's blade points. You have earned it. Xuanyuan Chen raised her to her feet, his tone steady and unadorned. Today's battle proved your skill and your loyalty. May this wolfskin cloak shield you against trials yet to come. He paused, gazing into Aowei's brightening eyes, illuminated now by the cloak's silvery gleam, and issued her new commission. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow you shall lead your forces back to the Eastern Forest Camp. You will succeed Sylvie, assuming full command of its defense training regiments and frontier exploration. The Eastern Camp is vital. It is our crucible for forging warriors. Entrusting it to you is the only way I can rest assured. To entrust the Eastern Camp, the forge shaped by Sylvie's hand, brimming with peril and promise, home to the realm's most elite field troops, to Aowei, newly elevated to the 4th tier, was an extraordinary act of confidence. Aowei drew a slow, steadying breath, quelling the storm within. She straightened her spine, making the wolfskin cloak fall with sharp, dignified lines. Then, with fist clenched tight, she struck her left breast in the solemnest elven military salute, her voice resolute, unwavering. I shall not fail your majesty's trust. So long as Alway lives, the eastern camp shall stand. Any foe who dares to encroach shall be struck down by thunderous justice. Very well. Xuanyuan Chen nodded, deeply satisfied with her response. He needed Sylvie, the most familiar, most lethal shadow blade, back at the center ready to navigate the turbulent currents of the human kingdom, and he needed Alway, the newly forged light blade, to hold the frontier alone, tempering her edge in adversity. Though truth be told, he also missed Sylvie deeply. She had been at his side since the very first day he arrived in this world and held a singular place in his heart. Rest now. Depart at dawn. Yes, my lord. Xuanyuan Chen turned and walked toward the Iron Rose mercenaries. His gaze swept calmly across them all, then settled briefly upon Malo and Vera, offering a slight, deliberate nod. You performed admirably this time. His voice was low, yet each word resonated with crystalline clarity in every ear. A simple affirmation, devoid of embellishment or sentiment. Yet for the Iron Rose mercenaries it eased the tautness in their nerves just a fraction. At least their provisional value had been acknowledged. For now the Elven King would likely spare their lives. Xuanyuan Chen continued, rest here tonight. At first light, tomorrow you will depart. Return to the kingdom of Lotrin, re-enter your mercenary circles, and place yourselves once more within Baron Reggie's line of sight. Adeline, I require you to gather all intelligence concerning Reggie, the slave-hunting network, and the kingdom's official response, and transmit it back to me. Specific instructions will follow. Yes, my lord. Malo Adeline was the first to place her hand over her chest in formal salute. Precise, composed, her voice flat and unwavering. Vera and the other female mercenaries followed suit, murmuring quiet assent before dispersing silently. Xuanyuan Chen exchanged a ring for Adeline, and by the time he finished explaining things to her, the night had grown deep. Vera, the vice-captain of the Iron Rose, sat alone beneath an ancient cedar tree at the edge of the camp, leaning against the rough trunk with a machete resting across her knees. The cold moonlight shone on the blade. A faint sound of footsteps came from behind her. Vera's body tensed slightly, but she did not turn around until Xuanyuan Chen stopped a few steps in front of her. Can we talk? Xuanyuan Chen asked. Vera pretended to just notice him, quickly kneeling on one knee to pay her respects. Of course, my king. No need to put on an act, Vera. Xuanyuan Chen took 2 steps forward and casually leaned against the trunk on the other side, his gaze falling on her lowered profile. I know you are not truly loyal. Vera's body stiffened for a moment before she fell silent. She neither admitted nor denied it, but built a fragile defense with her silence. Xuanyuan Chen did not mind her silence, shifting the conversation with a calm tone. Adeline told me that this time you all took on Regis' dirty work, which was your first and only time participating in slave capture. The purpose was to buy high-grade recovery potions so that a girl named Little Sparrow could run again, right? Vera's lips pressed tighter, remaining silent. What if I told you I could help her? Xuanyuan Chen's voice showed no fluctuation. Vera suddenly looked up at him, her eyes sharp, filled with scrutiny and a hint of disbelief. What? Xuanyuan Chen's thoughts shifted slightly as he spent 50 system coins in the system shop to purchase a potion. In the next moment, a delicate and transparent crystal vial appeared in his hand. The vial contained a light golden liquid that shimmered like the morning dawn, emitting a faint glow under the moonlight, with a powerful life force emanating from it. This is a 6th-tier recovery potion. Xuanyuan Chen shook the crystal vial before her. Don't say it's just nerve toxin accumulation and muscle atrophy. Even if bones are shattered and meridians severed, as long as there is a breath left, this potion can snatch someone from the clutches of death and restore function to the greatest extent possible. In fact, if you had been able to find a 5th-tier recovery potion back, then her legs would have healed long ago. Vera's breathing quickened, her eyes fixed on the vial. Then she forced herself to look away and turned to Xuanyuan Chen, her voice hoarse. What do you want? Very simple. Xuanyuan Chen looked at her, his gaze calm. I want the loyalty of Iron Rose. Genuine, heartfelt loyalty, not a performance forced by the situation. Loyalty. Vera's muscles twitched on her face, pulling out a near sarcastic, cold smile. How then? You should first remove that cursed control over Adeline. Give her back to us. Xuanyuan Chen shook his head, his tone indifferent. Her loyalty to me is a necessary guarantee. This will not change and cannot be revoked. But this does not affect the feelings and bonds between you. She is still your leader and will still care for you. It is just that on top of that care there is an added principle that she must prioritize obeying my commands. This is not contradictory. Is that not contradictory? Vera nearly shouted, her suppressed anger causing her voice to tremble. You have shackled her soul. You have turned her into a tool. Then what do you want? Xuanyuan Chen raised an eyebrow in response. A bottle of 6th-tier potion in exchange for a family member who can run again, plus I will be your support in the human world, providing you with the necessary and reasonable assistance, and when necessary, even a safe retreat. And all you need to do is contribute your strength as mercenaries when I need you, serving as my eyes and ears in the human kingdom. A very fair deal. Fair. Vera scoffed, her eyes filled with sarcasm. In the end, is it not just about turning us into another tool in your hands, eh? Xuanyuan Chen's last shred of patience faded from his face, replaced by a cold calm. Vera, do you think I have the patience to negotiate terms with you out of kindness, or because I must have you? Vera's heart raced, that chilling pressure enveloping them once more. Actually, Xuanyuan Chen's voice was light, yet each word was like an ice shard. I could directly use the method to control Adeline on you right now. It would cost a bit, but it would be a one-time solution. Do you want to know why I haven't done that? Vera felt her back drenched in cold sweat, a chill running from her feet to the top of her head. She looked into Xuanyuan Chen's deep eyes, her throat tightening. Why? Xuanyuan Chen replied, because I actually appreciate you a little. He paused, then in a calm, yet chilling tone, he quietly recited the almost verbatim words Vera had said to Lena by the stream. Survive, remember everything. Then patiently wait until we understand the opponent well enough, wait for any possible loopholes, or wait until we find any chance to shake that control. Vera's pupils dilated to the extreme at that moment, her blood seeming to freeze entirely. He knows. But how could that be? How could he know? A wave of immense fear and the humiliation of being utterly seen through engulfed her, leaving her mind blank and her limbs cold and stiff. Xuanyuan Chen observed her shocked and dazed expression continuing. This clarity and resilience maintained even in desperate situations, combined with the mindset and intelligence to think, survive, remember, wait for opportunities, is far more valuable than relying solely on brute force. This appreciation is the reason I am still here talking to you. His voice turned cold again. However, my patience is limited. Appreciation is not enough to allow me to indefinitely tolerate uncertainties. Now make your choice. He held the crystal vial out to Vera once more. Accept this vial of potion, indicating that you and Iron Rose from this moment on truly offer your loyalty. In the future, be my eyes and ears following my commands. If you refuse. Xuanyuan Chen's voice turned completely cold. Aside from Adeline tonight, all of you will silently disappear into this forest. Then I will have Adeline use her absolute loyalty to establish a completely loyal brand new Iron Rose. Vera's body turned icy, trembling uncontrollably. She looked at the vial that was so close, and it was as if she saw Marlowe's worried gaze, still bound by shackles. 5. Xuanyuan Chen began the countdown. 4. Vera's fingers trembled so much she could barely hold the machete. 3. The image of little Sparrow stubbornly practicing walking with a cane flashed through her mind. 2. The scene of sisters tending to each other's wounds appeared. 1. Just as the last number was about to be fully uttered, Vera seemed to exhaust the last bit of strength in her soul, suddenly reaching out and grabbing the crystal vial tightly. The cold surface of the vial pressed against her palm, soaked with sweat. Unit Vera, Vice Captain of Iron Rose, loyalty increased, current loyalty 60. Xuanyuan Chen released his hand, his face expressionless. Very good. He took a step back. Before dawn tomorrow, you will depart for the Lutheran Kingdom. Additionally, all members of Iron Rose with strength at Tier 3 or below must remain. What a... Vera looked up sharply, her eyes filled with anger. On what basis? Xuanyuan Chen coldly turned back, his gaze piercing like ice blades towards Vera. Simply because I am your king. His voice carried a pressure that could freeze souls. Leaving them behind is a necessary guarantee. Their safety and treatment depend on the completion of your task. As for whether Iron Rose should be separated, he narrowed his eyes slightly. That is no longer something you should consider. The future of Iron Rose is for me to decide. And you just need to remember your choice, then execute the order. He looked at Vera's heaving chest, leaving behind a final cold remark. That last question was the last time you will speak to me in that tone. Remember, there will be no next time. With that, Xuanyuan Chen no longer glanced at her, turning to merge into the deep night towards the world tree. Vera stood frozen beneath the ancient cedar tree, tightly clutching the heavy crystal vial. She knew that from the moment she grasped this potion, Iron Rose would no longer be the home it once was. They exchanged half of their sister's freedom for the other half of survival and a faint hope. She slowly lowered her head, gazing at the flowing golden light in the vial. Within that light, it seemed to reflect the potential smile of little Sparrow blossoming again, as well as her own pale, despairing face. But at least they were still alive. At least little Sparrow had hope. She forcefully closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all the intense emotions were fiercely pressed to the deepest part of her eyes, leaving only a sense of cold resolution that had settled after being pushed to the edge of a cliff. Survive, no matter the form or cost. At least they must first ensure everyone's survival. At dawn the next day, at the edge of the world tree territory, the Iron Rose Mercenary Corps gathered silently, preparing to depart. Vice Captain Vera stood at the front of the departing team, the old scar on her face appearing especially cold and hard in the morning light. She forced herself not to look at the sisters left behind. About 30 members, all of whom were third tier or lower. At this moment, their faces were filled with confusion, unease, and a hint of the pain of being abandoned. Vice Captain, a young archer named Ailey, with a youthful face, could not help but step forward, her voice tinged with tears and disbelief. We really can't go together. We can help. My archery has improved recently. I won't hold you back. Ailey. Vera abruptly interrupted her, her voice stern, yet a hint of tremor could be heard if one listened closely. This is an order. Stay safe and follow the arrangements of the elves. It is very safe here. Nothing will happen. But another girl wanted to say something. There is no but. Vera turned sharply, no longer looking at them. Mala, let's go. Adeline nodded and glanced back at the remaining members before leaving. Stay safe, the king is merciful. With that, she silently turned around and stepped toward the edge of the forest, heading in the direction of the Lothran kingdom. Vera and the other 19 core members of Iron Rose, all of whom were at least 4th tier, gritted their teeth and followed her footsteps without anyone turning back. The remaining female mercenaries stood frozen in place, watching the familiar figures gradually disappear into the shadows of the forest. Ailey's tears finally fell, a deep pain of being severed and stripped away, silently spreading in the air. She didn't understand why overnight Iron Rose had split, leaving them as the abandoned half. Everyone. Lola stepped forward, her voice calm and pleasant, breaking the suffocating silence. The king has ordered that during your adaptation to the new environment, I will be responsible for guiding you. Please follow me, and I will first help everyone familiarize themselves with the basic layout of the territory and collect necessary living supplies. The king specifically instructed that you are guests and future companions and must be treated with courtesy. Lola's polite and considerate attitude made the anxious Iron Rose members pause for a moment. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with the same confusion, but still instinctively followed Lola. They needed time to digest, and Xuanyuan Chen gave them that time, using gentle persuasion instead of high pressure, allowing their defenses to gradually soften in the normal life that unfolded day by day. At the same time, another larger team quietly set off. Draped in a silver-gray wolf cloak, Away led the army away from the World Tree territory. She had also received a subring the previous night. This time she would replace Sylvia, continue to refine the elves, and allow Sylvia to return to the king's side to respond to more complex situations. Watching the two teams disappear beyond the horizon, Xuanyuan Chen did not return to the main hall of the World Tree, but instead walked into Ymira's forging workshop. At that moment, Ymira was wrapped in a heavy leather apron, wielding a forging hammer nearly as tall as she was, rhythmically striking a red-hot metal ingot, sweat sliding down her cheek, her focus unwavering. Xuanyuan Chen did not interrupt her, quietly approaching a nearby workbench, his gaze sweeping over the various semi-finished weapons and armor parts. His forging LV4 skill allowed him to roughly understand Ymira's techniques. It was not until Ymira completed a round of forging and reinserted the metal ingot into the fire to heat it up that she noticed Xuanyuan Chen's presence. She wiped her sweat with her arm, smiling. King, what brings you here? I would like to ask you to help forge something. Xuanyuan Chen walked to the furnace, feeling the scorching air waves. Serving the king is my duty. Ymira quickly waved her hands, but her eyes sparkled. What does my king want to forge? A weapon. Armor. A dagger suitable for use in the shadows, Xuanyuan Chen replied. The main materials are these. He produced several items, a small piece of dark metal confiscated from a member of the slave-catching team, emitting faint shadow fluctuations, 2 6th-tier shadow leopard beast cores, and a small bottle of stardust given by the Stone Anvil tribe, which enhances weapon sharpness and armor-piercing properties. Ymira's eyes lit up as she took the materials and examined them carefully, dark metal combined with stardust. Plus these 2 6th-tier beast cores. King, this can definitely forge a 7th-tier shadow dagger. Thank you for your help. I'll assist you while you take the lead. Xuanyuan Chen rolled up his sleeves and walked to the anvil. All right. My king, please help me control the temperature. The requirements for dark metal are very strict. If it's too high, it will lose its shadow properties, and if it's too low, it won't form. Ymira immediately entered the zone. For the next period, the workshop was filled with the sounds of intensive hammering, the sizzling of quenching, and the occasional brief exchanges between the two. Although Xuanyuan Chen's skill level was not as high as Ymira's, his learning ability and precise control were extremely strong. Under Ymira's guidance, he managed the materials, controlled the temperature, and performed basic shaping with reasonable skill. Ymira was responsible for the most crucial steps of folding, forging, integrating the stardust, and finally guiding the 2 beast cores to resonate with the dark metal. Sweat soaked their clothes, and the furnace light illuminated their focused faces. When the final round of quenching was completed and Ymira used a special potion for the final nurturing and unveiling a dagger with a simple and smooth design, deep dark silver in color, with a blade subtly shimmering with star-like points of light, yet seemingly able to absorb surrounding light, appeared on the workbench. It had no exaggerated decorations, but every curve was filled with a sense of sharpness. The grip was wrapped in dark leather for sweat absorption and slip resistance, and the guard was inlaid with a very small shadow gem. It's done. Ymira let out a long breath, her eyes full of excitement and accomplishment as she held the dagger with both hands and presented it to Xuanyuan Chen. King, why don't you give it a name? Xuanyuan Chen took it. The dagger felt slightly heavy in his hand, cool to the touch, and a faint shadow power flowed from it into his palm, resonating subtly with the dark elemental magic within him. He gently swung it, almost inaudibly cutting through the air, leaving a faint, nearly invisible afterimage in its wake. Let's call it Moonshadow. Thank you for your hard work, Ymira. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan Chen opened the information panel for Moonshadow. Moonshadow Dagger 7th Tier Skill Shadow Leopard Summon LV5 consumes magic power to summon a 5th Tier Shadow Leopard to assist in battle at a designated location. The Shadow Leopard will dissipate after receiving a strong attack. The more magic power consumed, the longer the Shadow Leopard will exist. Once the magic power is exhausted, the Shadow Leopard will also dissipate. Falling Star Flash LV4 injects magic power to trigger the Inner Star power. The next attack's power will be greatly enhanced and will carry a strong armor-piercing effect. After reviewing the skill effects, Xuanyuan Chen nodded in satisfaction and stored the Moon Shadow in the system warehouse. Just then the door of the forge was gently pushed open. The fox girl Lola leaned in and softly said, "Your Majesty, Lady Yamala, it is already noon. The meal is prepared in the side hall on the 2nd floor of the World Tree. Please come and dine." Only then did the two by the furnace feel the hunger in their stomachs. Xuanyuan Chen and Yamala exchanged smiles, tidied themselves a bit, and left the steaming workshop with Lola heading towards the World Tree. The lunch was simple, yet exquisite, featuring elven-style vegetables, fresh meat, and grains. During the meal, Lola quietly stood by, occasionally refilling tea for the two. Yamala excitedly discussed her insights from forging the Moon Shadow earlier, while Xuanyuan Chen listened with a smile. After the meal, the tableware was swiftly cleared away by the foxfolk maids. As Xuanyuan Chen was raising a cup of tea, an officer from the scout unit responsible for external affairs walked in, an expression of task completion on his face. "My king, regarding the repatriation of the rescued slaves from yesterday, there is already a result." "Speak." "Yes. The vast majority of the slaves have been escorted by our scouts and safely arrived near their respective villages where they were accepted. The process went smoothly, and the village leaders expressed deep gratitude for our actions in rescuing their kin. However, there are still 81 individuals, either because their known tribes have been confirmed to be completely extinct, leaving them with no relatives, or they are unwilling to move to unfamiliar villages, or they insist on staying, hoping for the opportunity to serve you in gratitude for your kindness." Xuanyuan Chen remained expressionless, lightly stroking the edge of his teacup. "What was the reaction from the villages that accepted their kin?" The officer replied, "Several villages that accepted a significant number of their kin, especially some elven and larger foxfolk settlements, clearly expressed their desire for your protection through our scouts. They are willing to offer a regular tribute of a certain quantity of food, furs, herbs, and other specialties each year in exchange for the ability to seek aid from the territory in times of crisis or to obtain permission for safe activities within the territory. Furthermore, 2 elven villages and 1 larger catfolk village leader have directly stated that if the king has any orders, they are willing to send warriors to serve." Xuanyuan Chen was somewhat surprised by this. "Oh, how many troops do they have available for dispatch?" The officer appeared to be well prepared. The villages that clearly expressed their willingness to be dispatched have a combined fighting force of about 800 with an average strength of 3 to 4 tiers. Xuanyuan Chen pondered for a moment and then spoke. "Agree to the request for those villages to seek protection, but inform them that the tribute must be timely, and in the agreed amount, the territory will keep records, and the specific quantity will be determined later. As for the 2 willing to be dispatched elven villages and the catfolk tribe, grant them trade permissions, and the territory can engage in barter trade with them, exchanging our relatively fine weapons, tools, salt, fabric, etc. for their specialties with prices that can be slightly discounted. Additionally, send a few 4th-tier elven warriors to the villages willing to be dispatched for sparring to learn from each other and see if we can gain any insights. And if they don't mind, they can offer guidance as well." "Yes, understood. And what about the 81 individuals?" Xuanyuan Chen asked. "They are waiting in a temporarily designated area outside the territory, guarded by a team of warriors." "Should we?" the officer inquired. Xuanyuan Chen stood up. "Take me to see them." Outside the territory, in a clearing that had been simply tidied up, 81 men and women stood scattered. They were a mixed group composed of elves, foxfolk, catfolk, werewolves, and even 2 rare raccoon girls. Xuanyuan Chen approached, flanked by a small team of elven warriors, instantly silencing the clearing as all eyes turned to him, filled with expectation and unease. He calmly scanned each face. "You have chosen to stay, but you need to understand that the World Tree territory is not an ordinary refuge. Here there are iron laws, missions, and lines that cannot be crossed. Joining here means you will no longer be tribal members or free individuals. Your lives, wills, and even futures will be closely tied to this land and to me. What you need to offer is absolute loyalty, unreserved obedience, and the readiness to fight for the territory and my will at any moment. Even if it means facing unimaginable enemies, carrying out dangerous missions, or even sacrificing your lives. Even so, do you still wish to join? This statement poured a cold bucket of water over some people's impulsive and grateful enthusiasm. A distinct restlessness emerged among the crowd, with many showing hesitation, struggle, and even fear. Absolute loyalty. Sacrifice of life. This was far heavier than their earlier thought of finding the safest place to work and eat. Xuanyuan Chen took in everyone's reactions without surprise. He instructed Lola, who stood nearby, go to the kitchen cellar and bring some food divided into small bags. For those who decide to leave at this moment, give each one a portion, allowing them to seek their own path or return to the villages you guided them to earlier. The territory will not pursue the matter and wishes you safety. Soon the foxfolk maids brought over bags of sealed dry rations and jerky enough for an individual to last several days. Hesitation and fear ultimately outweighed the resolve to stay, and one by one people walked out with their heads down, silently taking a portion of food, then turning away, without looking back, some glancing back several times as they walked into different directions of the forest. The number of people in the clearing dwindled. In the end, only 22 remained. All were female, predominantly elves and foxfolk. They stood straight, though some were still trembling slightly, the light in their eyes clearer and more resolute than before. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze swept over these 22 individuals once more. Could I accept your loyalty? Meanwhile, he sensed the system prompt sound continuously ringing in his mind, and on the troop information panel 22 new independent unit entries appeared, their loyalty values clearly displayed, all above 80, with one elf's loyalty even reaching 90. Xuanyuan Chen's voice softened slightly compared to before, yet still carried authority. From today onward, you are citizens of the world tree territory. Lola, take them to settle and wash up, change clothes, and check their bodies. Shortly someone will arrange responsibilities for you. Remember your choice today, and remember my rules. Yes, Your Majesty. The 22 responded in unison, their voices uneven yet filled with a newfound strength. Xuanyuan Chen nodded, slightly turned, and left after granting them access through the eternal barrier. Behind him, Lola began to gently guide these new members. The next day, Sylvia returned. Clad in a dark outfit conducive to stealth, her cold demeanor could not be concealed by the dust of travel. She did not enter uninvited, but knelt on one knee waiting for the king's summons. Yet the slight rise and fall of her shoulders, along with the flicker of light in her eyes, betrayed her excitement at returning. Come in, Xuanyuan Chen's voice resonated from within the hall. Sylvia immediately got up and walked in swiftly yet lightly. In the main hall, Xuanyuan Chen sat at the head of the table. Ymira sat beside him, diligently wiping several samples of rare minerals just delivered. Laura stood as usual slightly behind Xuanyuan Chen, her posture respectful. My king, Sylvia returns on your orders. She knelt again on one knee, her voice slightly warmer than usual, tinged with a barely noticeable tremor. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze fell gently upon her, nodding slightly. Rise. It must have been arduous. Was the handover at the eastern camp smooth? Everything went smoothly, my king. Away has fully taken control of the camp. Sylvia stood up, her speech steady though her eyes remained fixed on Xuanyuan Chen. You have done well. Xuanyuan Chen stepped up to her, his tone affirming. He retrieved the Yueying from the system repository and extended it towards Sylvia. This item is called Yueying. It was forged by me and Ymira for you, serving as a reward for your vigilance in the east and a gift for your promotion to the 5th tier. I hope it aids you in sharpening your blade further. She had just been promoted to the 5th tier, and it should have been known only to the spirits of the eastern camp, but she was not surprised that the king was aware of this matter. In the hearts of all primal spirits, the king was omniscient and omnipotent. Sylvia's hands trembled slightly as she reverently accepted it. The moment her fingertips brushed against the leather sheath, a cold and familiar affinity with shadows entwined around her like threads, resonating subtly with the power within her. She gently drew out the dagger. Its dark blade bore no brilliance, yet it seemed to absorb sight itself. Only upon close inspection could one discern the faint star-like glimmers swirling along the edge. Words were unnecessary, as she understood what this Yueying meant to her. Thank you for your generous gift, my king. Sylvia will not tarnish the name of Yueying. She bowed deeply, once more carefully securing the dagger at her waist in a place most convenient, her fingertips lingering on the leather sheath with reluctance. Beside her, Ymira paused in her task of wiping the minerals. Although she had guessed during the forging that this dagger was likely intended for Sylvia, seeing it now with her own eyes still stirred a twinge of bitterness in her heart. She turned her head, pretending to focus more intently on studying a mineral. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze swept over Sylvia's slightly flushed cheeks from excitement, and his tone softened further. Since you have returned, you may move in to reside within the world tree. There is a quiet room prepared for you on the east side of the 3rd floor, making it convenient for you to respond to tasks at any time. After the world tree was upgraded to the 4th tier, it now has 4 levels, which means the original 2nd floor has become the 3rd. Sylvia suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. To reside within the world tree alongside the king was not merely a reward, it was a symbol of supreme trust and core status. Really, can I? My king. Her voice carried a rare joy, almost stammering, and the smile on her face was as pure as if she had received the entire world with not a hint of the shadow leader's usual killing aura. Seeing her this way, completely transformed, and even a bit foolishly joyous, Xuanyuan Chen could not help but break into a clear smile. Of course. Go have a look, he replied with a smile. Yes, thank you, my king. Sylvia nodded vigorously, her smile brightening even more. She touched the weighing at her waist, bowed to Xuanyuan Chen once again, and then turned to leave, almost like a child who had finally come home. Laura, standing to the side, quietly observed everything. Her fingers curled unconsciously within her sleeves, and her thick lashes concealed the complex emotions that surged within her. That smile. She had never seen the king show such a smile to anyone. It was not the approving nod he gave her when she handled matters well, nor the gentle praise he offered when she meticulously arranged his life, but a smile that was more relaxed and genuine. One that seemed to shed all the weight of authority simply because he saw that person happy. It was because Lady Sylvia had returned. Because she was the king's sharpest sword and irreplaceable right hand and left hand, a powerful existence capable of protecting the king. Thus the king would take the trouble to forge a sword for her, grant her the closest proximity and trust, and would show her such a smile. If I could also possess such power, if I could become an existence indispensable to the king, would there be a day when the king would show me such a smile? Once this thought arose, it coiled around her heart like a vine, bringing a bittersweet sting and a burning desire. Her feelings for the king had long surpassed the awe and gratitude of a servant towards their master. It was a silent admiration that had quietly sprouted during her daily service under his calm and wise decisions, something that could not be put into words. She longed to be close to him, not merely in the capacity of a maid, but to stand in a position where she was more needed by him, more recognized by him, and where she could elicit his genuine smiles. She was gentle, she was attentive, and she managed the king's life with great order, yet all this seemed so insubstantial in the face of absolute power and military achievements. When a crisis arose, she could not cleave a path for the king as Sylvia did. When the king needed a sharp blade, she could only offer him a cup of warm water. Power. I need power. I need true power, the kind that the king would rely on, the kind that would make him willing to smile at me. A vague yet intense thought crystallized in her heart. Career card. If I could obtain a powerful career card, if I could become stronger and more useful. Laura steadied her mind, burying all her tumultuous emotions deep within, restoring her usual gentle and compliant smile. She stepped forward, fulfilling her duty. My king, you have been dealing with matters for quite a while today. It is time for your relaxing massage. Xuanyuan Chen withdrew his gaze from the direction Sylvia had left, a smile lingering on his lips, nodded at her words, and returned to his seat. Yes. Just as Laura was about to step forward, Sylvia, who had nearly left, suddenly turned back. She glanced at Xuanyuan Chen, then at Laura, her eyes flickering as she stepped forward, her tone carrying an experimental note. My king, why not let me try? I might be able to help you relax more. Laura's steps halted. She raised her eyes to Sylvia, her face still wearing a perfect and composed smile. Lady Sylvia, the massage service is a daily duty designated by the king. You have traveled far and just received a new residence. It would be best to rest well first. While these words sounded considerate, they effectively defined Sylvia's attempt as unnecessary and a bit of an ill-timed intrusion. Sylvia's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze settling on Laura's beautiful and compliant face. She was not a naive fool who didn't understand the ways of the world, as she simply usually looked down on them. I am not tired. Sylvia's voice regained a hint of her usual coldness. She did not look at Laura as if the other's words were merely a breeze passing by. I just want to do something for the king. Besides, before you came, it was I who helped the king with his massages. She paused, finally shifting her gaze to Laura, her eyes calm and unwavering. Or do you think I don't even qualify to try? The air instantly became tense. Although both of them did not raise their voices and their expressions did not change significantly, the subtle sharpness in their words and the invisible chill emanating from them seemed to lower the temperature in the main hall by several degrees. One was the recently favored shadow leader who returned with great achievements, and the other was the close maid in charge of internal affairs. At this moment, a subtle confrontation had emerged over the trivial matter of who would massage the king. Yamala had quietly perked up her ears when Sylvia insisted on the massage, her movements of polishing the stone slowing down. Goodness, it's about to escalate. Yamala silently exclaimed in her heart, her eyes wide as she quickly shifted her gaze between Sylvia and Lola, her fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Let them fight. The clearer the confrontation, the better. To lose composure before the king and show an ugly side. If these two women closest to the king were to make a scene in front of him, would he think they are not composed enough? Would he notice the diligent and uncompetitive self who quietly crafted equipment? This thought made her heart race and her cheeks felt a little hot. But the next moment, she shook her head vigorously, forcefully suppressing that wicked joy and fantasy. Yamala, what are you thinking? How despicable! She scolded herself inwardly. Lord Sylvia is a meritorious hero, and Lola has always been dedicated. How could she harbor such filthy thoughts? However, the thrill of seemingly seeing a sliver of impossible opportunity had not completely faded, transforming instead into a more complex mindset, mixed with shame and a hint of unwillingness. She lowered her head, sulkily scrubbing the stone with great effort, as if trying to wipe away that unsightly thought from her heart. Xuanyuan Chen observed the silent standoff before him, his brow slightly furrowing. He could naturally sense the suddenly tense atmosphere between the two. This was no longer merely about the massage. If he were to forcefully designate Lola, Sylvia's joy from just returning would likely diminish significantly. If he sided with Sylvia, what about Lola's responsibilities and dignity? Furthermore, he did not want to encourage this pointless internal competition. What if Yamala were to do the massage? Better not. That girl has no sense of strength, and he feared that the other two might develop unnecessary feelings towards Yamala. In a flash of inspiration, he had an idea. Clap, clap. Xuanyuan Chen suddenly clapped his hands lightly, twice the sound, crisp and especially clear in the silent main hall. The three were taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Immediately after, a massive figure descended from the enormous doorway leading to the outdoor balcony. It was the spider. The spider gently grasped the balcony railing with its huge furry forelimbs, elegantly leaning its upper body into the main hall, its 8 eyes curiously swiveling, before finally fixing on Xuanyuan Chen, emitting a joyful hiss. Xuanyuan Chen waved at it. My shoulders are a bit stiff, could you help me? The spider immediately hissed in response, its voice filled with delight. Its massive body entered the main hall with astonishing agility and silence, moving its limbs in a way that did not knock down any of the furnishings, like an elegant silver phantom. It approached Xuanyuan Chen from behind, extending its two most flexible and slender legs under the astonished gaze of the other three. The tips of those legs were covered in particularly thick and soft silvery fur, and it gently pressed them onto Xuanyuan Chen's shoulders. Xuanyuan Chen almost instantly let out a comfortable sigh, his entire body visibly relaxing as a pure, even somewhat indulgent expression of ease spread across his face. Sylvia, Lola, Yamala. Xuanyuan Chen closed his eyes as if soaking in warm energy spring water. After a while, he finally exhaled a contented breath and slowly opened his eyes. All right. He glanced at the petrified three, his tone as calm as if he had merely sipped a glass of water. Everything is fine here, you three go and rest. Yes, my king. The three seemed to awaken from a dream, their voices dry and floating, their gestures slightly stiff and deformed. They exchanged glances, seeing the same shock, confusion, self-doubt, and a lingering sense of embarrassment reflected on each other's faces. That subtle confrontational atmosphere from before, it had long been obliterated by the spider. Once he confirmed that they had all left, Xuanyuan Chen smiled, helplessly raising his hand to gently pat the huge furry forelimb of the spider that had reached his side, its touch warm and elastic. You are the most reassuring spider, he whispered, his tone completely relaxed and friendly. The spider emitted a series of joyful hisses, its 8 eyes squinting with satisfaction, and it actively nudged its furry, massive forelimb closer, allowing him to stroke it. Xuanyuan Chen looked at it, a smile in his eyes. This fellow had been living quite comfortably ever since arriving in the territory of the World Tree, where the environment had become stable and fertile. Every day it was fed beast meat and red fruits by the elves on a schedule, and after eating it would spin webs and then curl up for a long sleep. Occasionally it would lay some pearl-sized eggs with a pearlescent sheen, hatching new, much smaller, yet equally spirited little silk spiders. By the way, it reproduced asexually and was self-sufficient, expanding its population entirely on its own. Eat, sleep, sleep, eat. Your life is even more comfortable than mine. Xuanyuan Chen patted its warm forelimb, his tone teasing. You should exercise a bit. If you keep this up, you'll really turn into a ball. The spider turned its head, making a dismissive grunt. Xuanyuan Chen put away his playful demeanor and said seriously, do you want to become stronger? To go further? He carefully chose his words, as the concept of evolution might be somewhat abstract for monsters. He had discovered something interesting in the system shop, an evolution card. Valued at 1,000 system coins, it would evolve a designated monster to the next tier in its species hierarchy, greatly enhancing its potential with a certain chance of awakening stronger talents or optimizing existing abilities. Next to the purchase option, the system kindly provided free queries for related monster information. Xuanyuan Chen searched for the spider's superior species. The result surprised him, but was also somewhat expected: Queen of Silk Spiders. The description read the kingly form of spider-type monsters transforming the upper body into a humanoid female shape possessing high intelligence and powerful magical control while retaining the spider form in the lower body endowed with unparalleled mobility and silk control. Potential rank assessment king rank. This brings up the power classification in this world. Above the usual ranks 1 to 9, there are king tier, emperor tier, and the legendary god tier. The gaps between each tier are much larger than those within the 9 ranks. Monsters with natural king tier potential are all dominant beings in the forest. 1,000 system coins for a guaranteed future king tier battle power, and one that has a loyalty rating of 94 points with virtually no chance of betrayal. This deal was incredibly advantageous. Upon hearing Become Stronger, thoughtful light flickered in the spider's compound eyes, but the term go further seemed to leave it somewhat confused. Go further. Where to? It tilted its massive head, emitting a puzzled hiss. Xuanyuan Chen pondered for a moment and rephrased it more directly so the spider could better understand. What I mean is, do you want to be able to speak? Just like me, like Sylvia, like Lola, to communicate with clear words instead of just hissing. This statement clearly struck a chord with the spider. Its 8 compound eyes lit up, instantly focusing intently on Xuanyuan Chen, filled with desire. Though it had already gained some intelligence, allowing for simple emotional exchanges with Xuanyuan Chen, being able to speak would bring it even greater happiness. It vigorously nodded its head, emitting rapid and affirming hisses, even anxiously scratching the ground with its forelimbs. Seeing its reaction, Xuanyuan Chen felt certain and smiled, saying, "Don't rush. Evolution is not an overnight process, especially towards a higher form. You need to lay a solid foundation first, reaching the pinnacle of your current form. Once you reach the 6th tier, I will have a way to help you realize this wish, enabling you to speak and even transform into a more perfect form." The spider nodded vigorously again upon hearing this. Watching it ignite with determination, Xuanyuan Chen smiled with satisfaction. All right, now that there is a goal, it's time to take action. Xuanyuan Chen stood up and clapped his hands. Just eating and sleeping in the territory won't do. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to accompany a group of newly trained elves to the Eastern Forest camp. That place is a natural testing ground with enough battles to stimulate your growth. Ovi is currently stationed there and will arrange your training. The spider tilted its head, seemingly reluctant to leave the comfortable territory and Xuanyuan Chen's side. But thinking of the ability to speak, it firmly nodded, gently touching Xuanyuan Chen with its forelimb to show acceptance. Don't worry, I will ensure that the little ones in the territory are well taken care of. The silk they produce will also be sufficient. Xuanyuan Chen added. The over 60 little silk spiders also lived on the world tree. The elves would regularly collect the slightly inferior but still excellent silk they spun, which was enough to meet the current needs of the territory. The spider could train outside without worries. The night was deep, and in the 4th layer of the world tree a small bathing pool sat quietly. The mist of steam carried the fragrant essence of herbs, slowly rising in the warm, humid air. This was a hot spring bath formed naturally after the 4th stage of the world tree, cleverly enveloped by its branches. The pool walls were made of smooth, jade-like activated wood and stone with water sourced from the earth's vitality spring, infused with herbal essences blended by elven priests to soothe muscles and alleviate mental fatigue, now emanating a calming green glow and pleasant aroma. Xuanyuan Chen leaned against the smooth wall of the pool, most of his body submerged in the perfectly warm water, exposing only his broad shoulders and sturdy chest. The weariness was gradually being eased by the warm embrace and the effects of the herbs. He closed his eyes, his brow finally relaxing. Lola knelt on a specially laid soft mat by the poolside. She wore only a thin, light-colored inner garment, which clung slightly to her body due to the steam outlining her delicate and graceful curves. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, and with just the right amount of pressure gently pressed her fingers against Xuanyuan Chen's temples. This had almost become a regular part of their daily bathing routine. At first, Xuanyuan Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable, but gradually he became accustomed to Lola's service, to the tranquility brought by her gentle touch, and even began to rely on this relaxation during his solitude. At this moment, he was almost drifting off to sleep, lulled by the gentle pressure and the enveloping steam. "Your Highness." Lola's soft voice broke the tranquility, yet it did not disturb the peace. Rather, it was like a stone thrown into water, creating subtle ripples. Xuanyuan Chen did not open his eyes, merely responding with a muffled sound. Lola's fingers momentarily paused as she seemed to ponder her words. Then, with a voice lighter than usual, but filled with clear determination, she said, "Lola, respectfully request your Highness to grant me a class card." Xuanyuan Chen's brow twitched slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, his blue gaze appearing particularly deep amidst the rising steam. He did not respond immediately, merely tilting his head slightly to focus on Lola's face, which was close enough to be slightly misted by the steam. Her eyelashes were long, currently lowered, casting a small shadow under her eyelids. Her expression was calm, yet the tightly pressed line of her lips betrayed her inner tension. Why do you suddenly want this? Xuanyuan Chen's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. You are doing well now, the internal affairs of the territory are well organized, and the fox ladies manage well too. Lola fell silent for a moment, unconsciously applying a bit more pressure with her fingertips, then immediately relaxing again. She lifted her gaze, her typically gentle eyes now looking directly at Xuanyuan Chen. Because I want to become stronger. I do not wish to always stand behind your highness, merely handling trivial matters and serving tea. When Lady Sylvia and Lady Away fight enemies for your highness, and when true crises arise, I do not want to merely watch and be powerless. Her voice remained soft, yet every word was clear. I also want to possess the strength to protect your highness and to share your burdens. I do not want to be merely useful forever. I want to become someone who is truly important and indispensable to your highness. Just like Lady Sylvia. She finally spoke out, revealing her secret longing for closeness, for being valued equally, and even for one day receiving a smile from the king. Xuanyuan Chen quietly watched her for several seconds. The mist flowed slowly between them. Then he leaned back against the pool wall, his gaze lost in the swirling vapor. Lola Sylvia holds a unique place in my heart. She has been by my side ever since I came to this world. You should understand this. He turned his head to look at Lola again. However, you are also very important to me. I see your attentiveness, your management skills, and your loyalty. The orderliness of the territory today owes much to your contributions. But there are many forms of importance. It does not necessarily equate to wielding a sword and charging into battle. Lola's lips pressed tighter, and the light in her eyes dimmed for a moment, but then ignited with a deeper resolve. She lowered her head, her voice somewhat muffled. But I also want to possess strength. At the very least, when necessary, I do not want to be a burden, and perhaps to be of help. She paused, her voice growing quieter. Moreover, without strength, it seems, I will never be able to get closer to your highness. This last sentence was so light that it nearly dissipated in the steam, but Xuanyuan Chen caught it. He sighed slightly in his heart, realizing that this fox lady was stuck in her own stubbornness, or rather that her admiration and competitive spirit had given her an extraordinary obsession with strength. He could have directly refused or offered some comforting words. But looking at Lola's downcast face filled with disappointment, yet still determined, he suddenly recalled another question. How did you reach the second tier? He asked. In this world, it was extremely difficult for ordinary people without a class card to level up, usually requiring years of hard training and certain talents to reach the second tier in their prime, which was typically the limit for commoners. Yet Lola was only 16 and had already reached the second tier. This speed was rather exceptional for someone without a class card. Lola seemed taken aback by the sudden question, pausing for a moment before honestly answering. Lola has been doing some simple training with her father since she was young. She seemed to find it a bit strange herself, but did not think too much of it. Xuanyuan Chen focused his mind and summoned Lola's attribute panel for a closer look. Lola's panel was quite simple, showing no abnormalities. The skills completely matched her current role. But just as Xuanyuan Chen was about to close the panel and think about how to respond to Lola's request for a class card, an unexpected change occurred. The clear panel before him suddenly began to shake and distort violently, like a reflection on water disturbed by interference. Characters flickered, borders flashed, as if it were on the verge of collapsing and dissipating. Warning. Anomalous data flow detected. Analyzing target individual by Claw Lola. Analysis obstructed, recalibrating. Second warning. Individual by Claw Lola exhibits underlying logical anomalies. Repeat, underlying logical anomalies detected. Alert, individual by Claw Lola is anomalous. Alert, individual by Claw Lola is anomalous. Alert, individual by Claw Lola is anomalous. A cold, emotionless, mechanical, synthesized voice resonated with unprecedented urgency deep within Xuanyuan Chen's consciousness. It rang 3 times in succession. Xuanyuan Chen's heart trembled, his body in the warm water instantly tensed. He had never seen the system react like this. What is happening? Xuanyuan Chen urgently asked in his heart. But the system did not respond, and the panel continued to twist and fluctuate violently, as if engaged in some extremely complex and intense internal calculations. After a few seconds, the fluctuations gradually calmed down, and the panel stabilized once more. Immediately afterwards, a torrent of new information, densely packed with numerous annotations and red markings, cascaded down like a waterfall, engulfing Xuanyuan Chen's entire field of vision. Deep scan complete. Redefining individual by Zhua Luola. Status confirmation, anomalous existence. Core anomaly point: the individual does not have a preset biological level cap. Detailed interpretation: this individual's growth logic fundamentally deviates from the basic rules of the world. The growth of conventional units is strictly limited by potential levels, and specific conditions must be met to gain experience. Breakthrough bottlenecks, and as one advances to higher tiers, the required experience grows geometrically, making the bottlenecks significantly harder. The individual by Zhua Luo La exhibits the following anomalies. 1. Abnormal growth model does not rely on conventional experience acquisition methods such as life and death battles or profound realizations. Only continuous and effective training that aligns with her current physical state is needed to steadily accumulate experience points. 2. Potential anomaly, no preset level cap. Conventional units cannot break through their potential limits without special opportunities. In theory, this individual can level up infinitely, advancing from the 9th tier to the 10th tier and can continue to elevate further. 3. Upgrade logic, anomaly required experience for leveling up grows linearly without any bottleneck concept. Thus, the total amount of effective training experience required to advance from Tier 1 to Tier 2 is the same as that required to advance from Tier 99 to Tier 100. There is no universal rule stating that the higher the tier, the harder it is to level up. 4. Experience acquisition limit. There is a daily limit on experience gain. Based on the current individual's physique and training efficiency, after approximately 4 hours of effective training, each day no further gains can be achieved through training on that day. Estimating with the current efficiency, about 60 days of continuous training are needed to accumulate enough experience to level up by 1 tier. Anomaly route tracing speculative. This individual's state resembles a loophole in the world rules. Their very existence poses a potential threat to the balance of the power system in this world. According to conventional world operating logic, such anomalous individuals would typically perish due to various accidents in their early stages of growth to prevent infinite growth from disrupting the balance. Current state analysis. Since this individual has established a subordinate relationship with the host, and the host is bound to the world tree. The existence of the world tree inadvertently provides this individual with a certain degree of protection or information shielding, reducing the world's suppression mechanisms focus on them or temporarily tolerating their existence. A series of cold, detailed, and shocking information prompts left Xuanyuan Chen momentarily speechless. Soaking in warm water, he felt a chill and an inexplicable excitement simultaneously rush up his spine. Unlimited potential. No bottleneck upgrades. Just training to level up. Aurora is at Tier 9 potential, already the highest potential level in the current territory. But Luo La, she is a bug, an error in the program of this world, a monster that can theoretically grow infinitely. No wonder she reached Tier 2 at just 16. She doesn't face the despairing bottlenecks that ordinary people do. As long as she trains for 4 hours a day, she will naturally level up when the time comes. Moreover, as she progresses, her speed of leveling up will appear increasingly terrifying compared to others, because while others face harder bottlenecks, she moves forward at a steady pace. Luo La sensed something unusual in Wang. He suddenly fell silent, his gaze becoming extremely deep and complex, staring at her, as if seeing something much farther beyond. The water vapors seemed to freeze. She felt anxious in her heart, unsure whether her request regarding the profession card had offended Wang, or if there was something wrong with his earlier response. Wang, she timidly called out. Xuanyuan Chen suddenly came to his senses. He looked at this little fox girl who admired him and was loyal, eager to grow stronger and get closer to him, yet completely unaware of the incredible secret she bore, and a slow smile spread across his face. Luo La, you don't need a profession card. Luo La's heart sank instantly. Sure enough, was it still not possible? Wang still felt that she was not suited for battle, and it was not worth investing a precious profession card in her. A tremendous sense of loss engulfed her, her eyes slightly stinging, and she hurriedly lowered her head, not wanting Wang to see her emotional turmoil. However, Xuanyuan Chen's next words made her suddenly lift her head, her eyes bursting with an incredible light. Next, I will personally guide you to become stronger. How? Personal guidance. Wang wants to personally guide me, not granting a profession card, but rather more direct, closer guidance. Luo La's mind went blank, and then ecstasy erupted like a volcano. What does this mean? It means Wang recognized her determination. It means she can become closer to Wang. It means she truly has a chance to embark on the path towards strength and importance. Really, really possible. Wang, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion and carrying a hint of a sob, forgetting all etiquette, as she tightly grasped Xuanyuan Chen's arm at the edge of the pool. Unit, by Zhua Luo La, loyalty increased, current loyalty 96. Of course. Xuanyuan Chen felt the cool touch and slight tremor from her arm, gazing at the mixed expressions of joy, reliance, admiration, and boundless hope in her eyes. A certain plan in his heart became clearer. An individual theoretically capable of infinite growth would undoubtedly become his strongest trump card against all unknowns in the future. The first step is to guide her, to discover her, and to train her correctly. In the kingdom of Lotraland, in the city of Golden Rose, the members of the Iron Rose Mercenary Corps were stopped at the city gate by Regis Steward as they entered. Captain Adeline, Vice Captain Vela, good day. The steward placed his hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. The Baron is quite concerned about your return. I have been instructed to welcome you here. Please follow me to the estate for a discussion. The steward's tone was gentle, but carried an air of insistence. Adeline's expression remained unchanged as she nodded slightly. Vela's heart sank. She knew they could not escape what was coming. Regis' eyes were indeed everywhere. The weary mercenaries silently followed the steward under the curious gazes of passers-by. They traversed the dirty and noisy outer city, stepping into the neatly cobbled streets of the inner city where the buildings began to take on a more orderly appearance, ultimately arriving at the opulent yet gloomy baronial estate. The study was filled with the scent of aged parchment, fine tobacco, and a hint of sandalwood. Baron Regis stood by the fireplace, idly toying with a silver goblet engraved with entwined serpents. He turned around, a perfectly timed smile gracing his lips as his gaze swept over the group. Captain Adeline, Vice Captain Vela, I am deeply relieved to see you both return safely. However, it seems you have returned with fewer members than expected. Reggie continued. Adeline replied, Baron, the situation was not as you described. Our regular army of elves was rampaging through the forest, slaughtering slave-catching teams. The mercenary groups, Vulture and Bloodhound, were completely wiped out. We, the Iron Rose, also lost many and barely managed to escape. Regis' smile faded slightly, though it did not vanish entirely. Did Captain Adeline manage to see their banners? Or did the leader have any distinguishing features? Adeline responded, I only saw that they coordinated expertly and struck ruthlessly. They did not resemble the common soldiers of elven villages, but rather seemed like the regular army from the elven kingdom. Regis' eyes sharpened as he inquired, You captured no prisoners. They left nothing behind that could prove their identity. We were too busy fleeing for our lives. Vela interjected, her voice weary from the ordeal. It was already a stroke of luck that we escaped. Baron, that forest is now eerily twisted like a net waiting for us slave catchers. We saw 2 staging points on our way back, and both were eliminated. Reggie fell silent for a moment, the only sound in the study being the crackling of the hearth. His smile finally disappeared completely. The losses were too great. Not only the private soldiers he had invested in, but also the various smaller affiliated teams. This time he feared nearly 80% of his manpower was lost. More critically, if there truly was an elven force systematically purging the slave-catching teams, it meant that his financial resources, and even his position within the kingdom, would be severely threatened. He needed to find out who was behind the attacks. Was it the high-ranking officials of the elven kingdom, finally unable to tolerate the sordid trade at the borders, deciding to cleanse it? Or was it the elven chancellor planning to engage in black dealings? Or perhaps, was it his political enemies stirring trouble from behind the scenes? His gaze returned to Adeline. This female berserker was one of his most useful blades, her strength ranking among the finest of the 5th tier. More importantly, the Iron Rose she led possessed a fierce and resilient tenacity like that of wolves. Although they suffered a heavy defeat this time, the fact that she was able to bring back the core members from such an ambush spoke volumes about her value. Now that he had lost so many, it was precisely the time he needed capable hands. A smile returned to Regis' face, this time imbued with a touch of understanding and generosity. Alas, fortune has not favored us. He sighed, setting down the goblet. Captain Adeline and all of you sisters have worked hard. I am deeply pained by the loss of so many. Although you did not bring back any slaves, I will still pay the full reward this time. He added, after all, you are working for me, and having lost so many sisters, I, Reggie, am not a stingy man. The money will be sent to Rusty Iron Street later. His words were eloquent, portraying himself as quite the righteous benefactor. More importantly, he believed that by offering the full reward, he could secure the loyalty of the Iron Rose, who had just suffered a heavy blow and desperately needed funds to soothe their internal wounds and heal. Adeline slightly lowered her head, saying, Thank you, Baron. Her voice remained flat and devoid of emotion. Reggie nodded and said, Take good care of your injuries, gather the remaining sisters, the Iron Rose cannot fall. In the future, I will still have use for you. Yes, Adeline replied. Upon returning to the old courtyard in Rusty Iron Street, the more than 10 sisters who had remained behind were already anxiously waiting. The atmosphere froze instantly upon seeing only 21 of them return. When Vela carefully fed a bottle of 6th-tier recovery potion to Xiaokei, witnessing her withered leg regain color, tremble, and eventually stand again under the faint golden glow, low sobs and suppressed cheers finally erupted in the silent courtyard. Xiaokei collapsed in Vela's embrace, crying her heart out, while Vela held her tightly, her eyes reddening. The other returning mercenaries also embraced their sisters who had stayed behind, exchanging complex glances of survival. Adeline looked at Xiaokei's tear-streaked but smiling face. She bore little expression, but within her usually calm emerald eyes there seemed to be a faint flicker of light. She reached out and gently patted Xiaokei's head. Once the initial excitement had calmed, the 34 members of the Iron Rose gathered in the dilapidated yet familiar hall. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and the dim oil lamps cast a light upon faces that were either weary, sorrowful, or bewildered. Vela stood before everyone, took a deep breath, and began recounting the events that transpired in the forest, from the ambush to being captured by the Elven King and finally to Adeline being controlled. The general outline of the events was laid bare. He gave me a 6th-tier recovery potion to heal Xiao. The price was the loyalty of the Iron Rose and to work for him in the human kingdom. The hall fell into dead silence, the only sound being the crackling of the burning oil lamp. All eyes involuntarily turned toward Adeline, who had been sitting silently in the corner. Adeline felt the gaze of the crowd and lifted her head. The firelight danced in her emerald eyes, yet it could not reach the depths within. She spoke in a voice steady and unwavering, yet imbued with an undeniable, almost devout certainty. The Master is very strong. Stronger than anyone we have ever encountered. Serving him is the only way for the Iron Rose to survive, and it is also the best path. By obeying the Masters, we can live, grow stronger, and no longer be at the mercy of others. She used the term Master, a title that stirred discomfort in the stomachs of many seasoned team members. Her tone was not that of evaluating an employer, but rather that of stating a truth of faith. That absolute trust and reverence, cold, yet fervent, made those who knew her feel alienated and chilled. A long silence ensued. An older team member spat, her voice hoarse. So we are now serving another master whose nature we don't even know. Jumping from one fire pit to another. At least this fire pit saved Xiao's leg. Another younger female archer muttered, her gaze on Xiao, filled with complexity. Who knows what he will make us do in the future? Dirtier work than catching slaves. Someone questioned. Catching slaves was never clean work. Moreover, those elves were only trying to rescue their own kin. They are far more justified than we are. In the corner, a tall, thin woman who had remained silent said coldly. She was the tracking expert of the team. Vela watched the arguing sisters and did not immediately speak. She knew the rift had already formed. Trust would take time to rebuild, especially after the leader had become this way. Just then a weak but clear voice rang out. It was Xiao. It's all because of me. She lowered her head, looking at her left leg, which had just regained sensation, still feeling the faint sting and itch. It was this leg. This damned leg. To heal it, the captain had to take on Regis' damned dirty work. For it, the Iron Rose had nearly lost everything. It's all because of me. Xiao suddenly cried out, her voice sharp and broken, tears streaming down her face. It's because of my leg. You did it to buy me medicine. That's why you took that job. That's why you encountered those elves. That's why the captain, they died. It's me. It's all me. She seemed unable to bear the weight of this overwhelming gratitude and guilt, suddenly going mad and striking her newly healed left leg with her hands, clawing at it, as if she wanted to tear off the leg that had brought all this misfortune. This leg shouldn't have healed. It shouldn't. Let it rot. Bring back the captain and the sisters. Bring them back. Xiao, stop. Vela's expression changed drastically as she rushed forward, tightly grasping Xiao's hands that were harming herself. Other nearby sisters hurriedly came forward to hold her down. Xiao struggled desperately, her cries heart-wrenching, her frail body exploding with a despairing strength. Let me go. Let me destroy it. This leg isn't worth it. Not worth everyone's lives. Not worth the captain's. She wailed, her voice filled with self-destructive impulse and boundless guilt. The room was in chaos. Muffled sobs began to surface as they watched Xiao break down, thinking of their fallen comrades. More people's eyes reddened. I'm sorry to everyone. I'm sorry to the captain. Let me die. I want to atone. Xiao sobbed, her voice breaking. No one is at fault here. A slightly hoarse voice spoke up. It was Adeline. The mission was mine to take. The path was mine to lead. The decision was mine to make. If there's blame, it should be directed at me. I know you are dissatisfied with the master because of me, but now I have found a new way for the Iron Rose to survive. Perhaps it is not as free as before, but the master is absolutely correct. She paused, raising her hand to gently place it on Xiao's head. Moreover, in this world, who is truly free? Those who wish to leave may do so now. But if anyone stays and later acts against the rules, then don't blame me, the captain, for being unkind. After saying this, Adeline returned to her room to rest, leaving the others in silence. The carriage rolled over the cobblestone road, its sound dull. The curtain hung down, isolating most of the clamor from outside the Golden Rose City. The cries of vendors, the odor of cheap beer, the clanging from the blacksmith shop, and the mingled scent of sweat from the crowd, combined with livestock excrement. Reggie kept his eyes closed, leaning against the carriage, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with his ring. The carriage continued inward, passing through the trading district, the artisan area, and the streets where new money and fallen nobles coexisted, filled with a sense of comparison and extravagance, eventually driving toward the heart of the city within a city. The residence of the Rothland royal family, the heart of the Golden Rose City, the royal city. As they approached, the streets grew wider and cleaner, pedestrians dressed respectably, and the clamor was replaced by a deliberately maintained tranquility. The air changed, infused with the scent of trimmed grass, stone, and a hint of incense. When the carriage passed through the archway of the outer city wall, a guard stopped them briefly. The driver whispered a few words, and the guard caught a glimpse of Reggie's blurred profile through the window gap and waved them through. Reggie didn't even open his eyes. His face in this royal city was a kind of pass. Not because he was beloved, but because everyone knew for whom he did those disreputable deeds. The carriage finally stopped in front of a relatively secluded, yet heavily guarded side hall. This was not the grand hall for receiving foreign ministers or hosting banquets, it was where the king dealt with private matters. Reggie adjusted his perfectly smooth collar, ensuring that the arc of his polite, humble smile was flawless before lifting the curtain and stepping down from the carriage using the footstool already prepared by the servants. He didn't enter immediately but stood at the door, took a slight breath, and exhaled slowly. He pushed down the various calculations in his mind regarding the elven army, the losses, and how to respond, temporarily settling them to the bottom. His face now bore an expression of just the right amount of loyalty tinged with a hint of travel fatigue and worry. The guard pushed open the heavy, iron-bound wooden door. A wave of mixed scents, rich incense, and faint traces of alcohol rushed out. Reggie stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. King Rothlin Bartan sat in a massive high-backed chair intricately carved with griffin's shadows enveloping his upper body. Reggie stood with his hands at his sides at the edge of the carpet, instinctively bending his back slightly, his face reflecting impeccable submission. "Speak." The king's voice was low, husky from years of heavy drinking. Upon hearing this, Reggie immediately began to report in a hushed tone. The elven army, a premeditated purge. The testimony from the Iron Rose corroborated by other survivors. His words were concise, logically clear, attributing all failures to unpredictable, organized, armed intervention. Baraton's fingers tapped on the armrest of his chair, the sound echoing in the empty study. Otto from Blackthorn, Gebert from Silver Valley, and several others in the capital waiting for fresh goods. They paid a deposit, Reggie. A substantial deposit. Reggie's heart sank, but his expression remained unchanged. It is my failure in handling the matter. The royal family does not return deposits. Bartan interrupted him, his voice steady. The goods are gone, that is your concern. The deposit belongs to the nobles. They expect goods from me or money. I have no goods, and money cannot be drawn from the royal treasury. Reggie felt his throat dry. Not returning the deposit meant those enraged nobles would tear him apart, like sharks sensing blood. Your Majesty, this matter involves many parties and the opponent's strength is unclear. It may be beyond my capacity to. That is your concern. Barton finally lifted his gaze, his eyes murky but filled with undeniable coldness. Your business, your partners, your troubles. 1 month, Reggie. Clarify the situation, retrieve the goods, and give Otto and the others an explanation. As for how to compensate for the deposit, you'll have to figure that out yourself. He paused, leaning slightly forward, the light from the fireplace flickering in his eyes. If you succeed, you can still remain in the Golden Rose City. If you fail, he didn't finish, waving his hand as if brushing away a speck of dust. Kalen and Darien have been spending quite a bit lately. Perhaps they should learn how to manage finances. Kalen and Darien, the king's 2 sons. They indulged in pleasures and extravagance, but after all they were princes. I understand, your Majesty. Reggie lowered his head, concealing the fleeting chill in his eyes. Go. The king leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes as if utterly exhausted. Reggie bowed and retreated. As he closed the door, he glimpsed another piece of parchment beside the king, vaguely a record of a mine's yield. Barton had even figured out how to scrape away the remnants of his profits. The corridor was cold, the stone walls seeping chill. The mask of submission on Reggie's face instantly fell away, leaving only a blank expression. The eyes of the Elven Kingdom should have already begun their actions, and news would return at the latest within a week. At the corner, the faint sound of a skirt brushing against the stone tiles. Reggie raised his eyes, and in an instant that gentle and respectful mask returned to his face. The person approaching was Rothlin Delina, the king's only daughter. She held a thick leather-bound book, her light golden hair loosely tied with a few stray strands falling by her ear. Upon seeing Reggie, she did not stop her steps. However, her blue eyes, clear and untainted, inherited from her mother, briefly scanned over him. There were no greetings, no ceremonial nods. Her gaze was calm, yet felt like ice water, drenching him from head to toe, washing away all pretense, leaving only raw and unmasked disdain. She knew a bit about Reggie's affairs, so it seemed she could see the blood beneath his splendid coat and smell the stench hidden in his submissive smile. Reggie slightly bowed, his smile impeccable. Good day, Princess Elena. Elena ignored him, her gaze lingering on his face for less than a moment before moving away, as if looking at him for another second would soil her eyes. Her delicate chin imperceptibly lifted half a notch, cradling the book. She walked straight past him. The breeze stirred by her skirt carried a faint, clean scent of soap, contrasting sharply with the lingering smells of conspiracy and money that surrounded him. Reggie's smile remained unyielding, even bowing slightly towards the prince's figure that had turned the corner. Until the faint sound of her footsteps completely faded, he slowly straightened his back. He turned to leave. The carriage was waiting for him. The door of the carriage closed, isolating the outside world. The carriage jolted as it departed from the royal city. Reggie sat alone in the dim carriage, leaning against the wall, eyes closed. His fingers unconsciously stroked the cool surface of the sapphire ring. The deadline was tightening like a noose. Barton only wanted the goods and results to report back to the nobles involved. He would figure everything out and retrieve the goods. Reggie left the royal city, but Irina did not, as she walked straight into the study. The door of the study was gently pushed open a crack, with the first glimpse being a crown of light golden hair followed by a pair of clear blue eyes tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Father." Irina's voice was soft, cradling an old book thicker than her palm, its leather cover worn at the edges. King Balratin lifted his head from a pile of open tax reports and border military briefings. His usual irritation and gloom upon seeing his daughter's face seemed to be brushed aside by something, though not completely dissipated. It softened the creases a little. "Irina." He set down the feather quill he had been squeezing for a while. "Come in. Is it time?" "Yes." Irina entered and gently closed the door. She sat down in a high-backed chair prepared especially for her across from her father's desk, placing the thick book on her lap. The book was very old, exuding a scent unique to archives and aged parchment, mingling with the clean aroma of soapberries from her. The king leaned back in his chair, rubbing his swollen temples, his gaze falling upon his daughter's face. This face was increasingly resembling her mother's. "Father." Irina opened the book, her fingertips gliding over a line of faded text, but she did not begin immediately. Instead, she raised her eyes to look at her father. "Earlier in the corridor, I encountered Baron Reggie. Why is he here today?" Balratin's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed as he adopted a neutral tone. "Some trivial matters at the border, troubles in business. Nothing serious." He did not want those bloody dealings to taint his daughter's small, pristine world. Irina clearly did not believe his words, but she pressed her lips together and did not pursue the matter. She knew her father would not speak. "Shall we begin?" Balratin actively shifted the topic, pointing at the book on her lap. "What part are we at today?" "Still that foolish duke who was driven out of the castle because of the increased ship tax." Irina shook her head, her fingers lightly brushing over the pages. "No, father. Today we are discussing wise ruler Eric IV. During his reign, he reduced unnecessary friction at the borders and redefined clear trade routes with neighboring countries, leading the kingdom into 30 years of peace and abundant stores." Her voice was clear and steady, imbued with a seriousness that seemed to persuade. "The book states that he listened more to the voices of merchants and farmers than to knights and lords." Balratin listened, yet his gaze drifted slightly. He watched his daughter's lips move, observing the genuine longing in her eyes for words like wise, peace, and abundance. Light and shadow danced across her youthful profile, outlining her delicate lashes and straight nose. Too similar, not just in appearance. It was that kind of spirit. The kind that believes the world can be reasoned with, that human hearts can turn to good, that rulers should shine, as recorded in books. That naive yet stubborn spirit. Once her mother, his only queen, a woman from a wealthy southern city filled with books and impractical ideals, had looked at him with such eyes, telling him of the councils and codes of ancient city-states. Back then he listened with a smile, finding it interesting, like a beautiful fairy tale. Later the hammer of reality fell, and the storyteller lay cold, never to awaken. Only this little daughter remained, with eyes identical to her mother's, and those heavy thoughts inherited from her mother's thick tomes, equally impractical. "Father." Irina paused, blinking anxiously. She noticed her father was lost and thought, his gaze resting on her face, yet seemingly looking beyond her at something else. Balratin suddenly snapped back to reality. He hastily tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to form a semblance of a response. "Yes, I'm listening." His voice was somewhat hoarse. Eric IV was an understanding man. He knew that sometimes a purse could be more effective than a sword. He paused, watching his daughter's eyes brighten instantly, and added, almost as if speaking to himself, "However, Irina, a book is just a book. Sitting in this position, many matters. Do not allow one to simply wish to be a wise ruler." Irina's eyes dimmed slightly, but soon her resolve reformed. "But father, how can we know it won't work if we don't try?" Eric IV faced much opposition at first, but he persisted. "Enough." Balratin gently interrupted her, raising a hand to halt her words. He could not bear that look in her eyes. It resembled her mother's too closely, reminding him of too many irretrievable things. "You have a good hour left. Please continue. How did this wise ruler later win over? Persuade those border lords?" He leaned back into his chair, adopting a listening posture. Yet his gaze again involuntarily drifted to his daughter's focused profile. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening. The servants should be coming to light the lamps. Let her speak. This hour was the only time he had left that required no calculations or weighing, just watching this face, letting nostalgia quietly spread. In the evening, Irina returned to her chamber. It lacked the grandeur of the main hall and the oppressive heaviness of her father's study. The air was perpetually filled with the scents of books, dried flowers, and a certain light herbal fragrance she favored. But at this moment, sitting on the soft couch by the window, she could not absorb a single word from the open chronicles of the kingdoms on her lap. The shadow of Reggie and his unsettling presence lingered in her mind. Why was he here again? Every time he came, he led her father to make some mistakes. She was afraid, not of Reggie himself, but of what he brought, those shadowy dealings that she instinctively resisted. She feared his silver tongue, using more interests and solutions to lead her father further away from the path of the wise ruler depicted in books. She had a vague sense of foreboding, as if the entire kingdom would disappear if things continued this way. She recalled the monarchs in the books left by her mother who perished and saw their nations fall due to trusting treacherous ministers and indulging greed. A chill crept up her spine. Eleanor. She lifted her head and spoke. Almost as soon as the words left her lips, a figure entered. The newcomer was tall with deep brown hair cut very short, revealing a sharply defined jaw and a pair of keen gray blue eyes. She wore expensive and ornate armor, yet moved with light footsteps. She was Irina's captain of the guard, the most trusted protector. Irina had a rare sixth-tier female knight. Your Highness. Eleanor halted 3 steps from the soft couch, her right fist lightly tapping her left chest, performing a concise knightly salute, then quietly awaited orders. Irina set the book down, her fingers unconsciously twisting a fringe of tassels at the hem of her skirt. Earlier, I saw Reggie coming out of my father's study again. Eleanor did not respond, but listened quietly. I asked him what he was doing, and my father only deflected with trivial matters and troubles. Irina furrowed her delicate brows. But I can feel that every time he comes it brings no good. Eleanor, I am uneasy. I cannot just stay in the palace reading books oblivious to the troubles my father faces. Eleanor, I would like to ask you to keep an eye on Baron Reggie. What is he doing lately? Who is he associating with? And are there any unusual movements? This request somewhat exceeded the usual duties of a captain of the guard. Investigating a favored baron of the king carried evident risks. But there was no hesitation or difficulty on Eleanor's face. Are you worried that Baron Reggie may pose a threat to the king? Eleanor confirmed. I don't know. Irina honestly shook her head, her fingers tightening. But I do not trust him. Father, sometimes he is too tired and may not see certain things clearly. I want to know what he is truly doing, at the very least. If there are any bad signs, I can alert my father, or... She did not continue, perhaps not knowing what to do after, or... But that was enough. For Eleanor, the princess' concerns and intentions were orders and the reason for her to draw her sword. Understood, Your Highness. Eleanor again saluted, this time her gesture more solemn. I will keep watch. But please, Your Highness, maintain your usual routine, do not mention this to others, and please do not show any abnormal behavior in front of the king. I understand. Irina nodded vigorously, feeling somewhat relieved by Eleanor's assurance. Be careful, Eleanor. Baron Reggie is not simple. Rest assured, Your Highness. Eleanor's lips curved slightly. It was a faint, coldly confident arc. I am your sword and shield. I know how to discern its movements without disturbing the snake. She did not say more and left after saluting again. The chamber returned to tranquility with only the sound of the wind rustling through the white rose bushes outside. Irina picked up the book on her lap again, but still could not immerse herself. Eleanor was a 6th-tier knight, one of the top warriors in the royal city, and after her mother's passing, one of the few she could fully trust with her life. Perhaps she could truly uncover something. Perhaps she could indeed do something for her father and for this kingdom that seemed to be slowly sinking into some kind of quagmire. Even if it was just to see the outline of a shadow. The Elven Kingdom. White Tower City. The side hall of the Prime Minister's residence. The air was infused with a cool, fragrant scent reminiscent of a blend of laurel and fir, subtly overshadowing the last warmth of the afternoon. The jeweler Hassan stood with his hands hanging down his back, slightly hunched. He wore a respectable deep brown velvet coat, his beard neatly trimmed, and several gem rings on his fingers sparkled under the pale light filtering through the tall windows, gleaming with excessive eagerness. He was a successful human merchant, yet in White Tower City before the Elven Prime Minister calendar, he was no more than a speck of dust. He had waited for a long time, long enough for his legs to feel numb and beads of sweat to form on his forehead, yet he dared not raise a hand to wipe them. Finally, the door at the other end of the side hall slid open silently. Calendar walked in. He was not dressed in the formal robes of a prime minister, but instead wore an exceptionally fine dark green uniform, his silver hair meticulously tied back, revealing a pale and handsome face that appeared overly calm and even indifferent due to years of immersion in power struggles. He held a thin roll of parchment, seemingly just reviewed, and his gaze did not even fall on Hassan at first, but walked straight to the high-backed chair at the main seat and casually placed the document on the small table beside it. What business does Reggie have that requires him to seek me out? Upon hearing this, Hassan's throat became dry, and he quickly stepped forward half a pace, bowing his head lower, attempting to respond in as fluent, but still accented Elvish, "Esteemed Prime Minister, good day." The Baron has encountered some troubles which may be related to your country, thus humbly requesting that I convey his most sincere concerns and respect to you. Calendar finally raised his gaze, his eyes like two cold amethyst crystals briefly resting on Hassan's face. Troubles. He tilted his head slightly, his fingertips lightly tapping on the armrest of the chair. What do Lothrin's troubles have to do with me? It is about the border forest, Your Excellency. Hassan felt more sweat on his back. The Baron mentioned that recently in the forest near your country's side some of his trade caravans have been attacked. The assailants seem to be an elven army, well-trained and ruthless. The Baron suffered heavy losses and is anxious, unsure if he has inadvertently offended your country, or he swallowed, his voice lowering, or if some noble from your country has a new perspective on the trade situation at the border. His words were vague, but the term trade caravans referred to slave-catching teams both parties understood. Calendar received rare gems and magical materials as tribute from Reggie, providing a shadow of tacit approval for that filthy business, a tacit understanding in the gray area. Calendar's expression remained unchanged. After listening, he fell silent for a few breaths, as if digesting the information or perhaps just lost in thought. Then he slowly spoke, his voice still steady and calm. Not my people. 5 words said with conviction. No explanation, no comfort, just stating a fact. Hassan's heart sank and he quickly replied, I mean no offense. The Baron has always held you in high regard, but this matter is too peculiar. Those elven forces. Elven forces? Calendar interrupted him, the corners of his mouth seeming to twitch slightly, not a smile, but more like a cold mockery. Movements of the kingdom's army are recorded and require my orders. Recently, no organized unit has received orders to enter that forest and eradicate any trade caravans. He leaned slightly forward, his amethyst-like eyes fixated on Hassan, the pressure suddenly increasing. So either your Baron is mistaken and the assailants are not elves. Or, he paused, not finishing the thought, but Hassan felt a chill creeping up his spine. Or there is an armed force operating in that forest not under Calendar's control and possibly not even under the clear control of the Elder Council. This was far more serious for Calendar than how many slave-catching teams Reggie had lost. Go back and tell Reggie. Calendar leaned back against the chair, his tone reverting to that condescending indifference. I will have someone keep an eye on this matter. He should manage his people and be more discreet lately. As for who the assailants are, wait for my news. He made no promises, only said, keep an eye out and wait for news. But for Hassan and Reggie, this was already an unexpected delight. At the very least, the Prime Minister did not directly deny or dismiss, implying that there was still room for maneuver, and it also indicated that the Prime Minister himself seemed to be interested, or rather wary, of this suddenly appearing elven army. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. I and the Baron are immensely grateful. Hassan bowed repeatedly, almost ready to kneel. Calendar no longer looked at him, picking up the roll of parchment again, his gaze dropping, as if Hassan no longer existed. Have him escorted out, he said to the elven guard standing like a statue in the shadow by the door. Hassan felt as if he had been pardoned, and under the guard's silent gesture he nearly retreated out of the side hall. Only after exiting the building shrouded in vines and silence, and stepping onto the slightly cool streets of White Tower City, did he dare to breathe deeply, his back drenched with sweat. Inside the side hall the incense lingered. Calendar did not look at the parchment again. He sat quietly for a moment, his purple eyes filled with cold contemplation. An army, he murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the armrest. Who dares to mobilize an organized army without my orders? Do those old fools, private soldiers, have such boldness and capability? He pondered for a moment, raising his voice. Selwyn. The elven guard in the shadow by the door stepped forward, silently bowing. 2 things. Calendar commanded, his speech steady. First, go to the military department and review the records of all troop movements exceeding 100 men in the past 3 months, including the border patrol's rotation routes and any unusual reports. I want to know if anyone under any pretext has extended their reach into that forest in the southeast. Second, he paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Find a few reliable rangers and send them into the forest. Look for signs of large-scale battles or indications of significant elven activity. Also, visit the villages that are still barely surviving in that area and ask them if they have seen any recent commotion. Yes, my lord, Selwyn replied softly, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Go. Be discreet. Calendar waved his hand. The guards silently withdrew, merging into the shadows. The side hall returned to silence. Calendar sat alone, gazing out at an ancient tree in the courtyard whose leaves had begun to turn golden. He did not care about Regis' life or death. He did not care about the dealings of the slave-catching teams. But an uncontrollable armed force appearing at the kingdom's border, still waving the elven banner, that he could not afford to ignore. Was it some ambitious general? Was it a faction within the Elder Council secretly amassing power against him? Or something even more troublesome? He needed to know. In the realm of power, the unknown is a threat, and threats must be identified then. depending on the situation, either absorbed or cut off. In the realm of the world, tree sunlight pierced through the vast canopy, casting dappled and flickering patterns on the clearing below. The air was infused with the refreshing vitality emanating from the world tree itself. Hoo-ha! Lola's fist sliced through the air, creating a sharp sound of wind. Her movements were considerably swifter than before, her steps agile and explosive, reminiscent of a newly born fawn. Fine beads of sweat clung to her forehead and the tip of her nose, her silver hair dampened by perspiration sticking to her cheeks. Yet her violet eyes shone with remarkable brilliance, fixated on the figure standing before her with hands clasped behind his back. Xuanyuan Chen stood there seemingly unmoved, occasionally shifting slightly to the side at the last possible moment, effortlessly dispelling Lola's all-out assault with a gentle sweep of his hand. His gaze remained calm as he observed every ounce of power Lola exerted, every rhythm of her breath, and the connections between her techniques. He mastered all the martial arts and magic of the primordial spirits, and with his own strength already at the 4th tier, guiding Lola now was more than sufficient. Your punching angle is wrong, try again. Hearing this, Lola gritted her teeth and attempted to change her move, but missed entirely. Xuanyuan Chen was at her side before she knew it, a hand striking lightly on her head. Ooh! Lola cried out, not from pain, but rather wanting to be coddled. She instantly wrapped her hands around her head, her silver fox ears standing on end in alarm. Her violet eyes widened in a round gaze momentarily glazed with a layer of grievance and confusion as she looked at Xuanyuan Chen, her petite nose scrunching up. Your Highness, it hurts. Her voice unconsciously took on a soft nasal tone, the fierce momentum from earlier now dissipated, replaced by the pitiful demeanor of a small animal being bullied. Xuanyuan Chen observed her reaction, a barely perceptible trace of a faint smile flickering in his eyes, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Pain is how you remember. Power is not about sheer force, you must retain some control for adjustments. Your ears react faster than your fists, indicating awareness, yet your body hasn't kept up. Alright, continue. Lola took a deep breath, her violet eyes refocusing with determination as she charged forward again. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached, almost merging with the background sounds of the forest. Sylvia emerged from the woods, still clad in her sharp, green hunting attire, her silver hair tied back. She reached the edge of the clearing, standing quietly, not disturbing the ongoing training, merely waiting in silence. Xuanyuan Chen did not turn back, as if he had already sensed her arrival. He deflected Lola's full-force chop, once more effortlessly causing her to lose balance and tumble forward. In the instant she was about to fall, Xuanyuan Chen extended a hand, steadying her by her shoulder. Today's sparring session ends here, he said to the panting Lola. Next, continue to fulfill today's training objectives. Yes, Your Highness. Lola nodded, vigorously, respectfully bowing before moving to the adjacent area to practice. Xuanyuan Chen then turned to look at Sylvia. What's the update? Sylvia stepped forward, reporting, Your Highness, the latest statistics reveal that 4 more villages have explicitly stated their willingness to obey your command and accept our rules. Currently, over 70% of the villages scattered around our territory and some farther out have submitted. They hope we can open exchanges for certain living supplies and send some warriors to guide the youth in hunting and basic combat skills. Xuanyuan Chen nodded, slightly not surprised by this. His strategy of division, inducement, and moderate force was beginning to show results. Villages willing to cooperate, provide supplies and information, and adhere to the basic rules, he said, have gained relatively fair trading rights, exchanging herbs, furs, and ores for salt, ironware, 2nd-generation super rice seeds, and even some basic healing potions. Their lives visibly improved. The remaining villages, after voluntarily paying a higher tribute than the cooperative ones, found that apart from a brief period of peace, they received no substantial benefits. Instead, internal dissatisfaction began to emerge due to resource outflow. In contrast, the improving lives of neighboring cooperative villages became the most powerful propaganda. The pressure of survival and the comparison of benefits often speak louder than any slogan. Agreed. Xuanyuan Chen replied, follow the previous plan with a tiered list of items for trade. You arrange the dispatch of guides, selecting stable, capable veterans who understand teaching on a rotation basis. Remember, guidance is secondary, our observation, communication, and ensuring our rules are understood and implemented are the primary objectives. Understood. Sylvia acknowledged, then her tone grew slightly serious as she added, additionally, Your Highness. News has quietly come from the Grey Rock village in the west that in the last 2 days unfamiliar elves have been spotted nearby, inquiring among some hunters and herbalists about the new lord and the recent major events in the forest. Those individuals are very cautious, appearing to be neither vagabonds nor ordinary mercenaries. The elders of Grey Rock village suspect they might be from the elven kingdom. The air seemed to fall silent for a moment. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant faint calls of birds could be heard. Xuanyuan Chen's expression showed no change, as if he had merely heard an inconsequential piece of news. He raised his gaze as if looking through layers of treetops towards the direction of the elven kingdom. Have they finally noticed me? Regis' antennae extended swiftly, and the elven kingdom clearly had begun to take notice of the unidentified forces appearing in their backyard. Understood. Xuanyuan Chen retracted his gaze looking at Sylvia. Notify all villages that have submitted and those that are in contact to remain vigilant. Outsiders, elves inquiring for information should have their movements monitored, but do not alarm them, nor should you initiate conflicts. Report any abnormalities promptly. Yes. Sylvia complied, a flicker of cold light passing through her eyes. The kingdom's territory must not be pried into. Xuanyuan Chen continued, let's proceed with our plan. The integrated villages should accelerate their organization and foundational training. Trading can be slightly relaxed to acquire what we need. Sylvia bowed deeply, I shall faithfully follow your will. The dappled light continued to dance across the clearing, but once certain changes began, they were like the roots of the world tree extending silently, deeply burrowing into the soil. The gaze of the elven kingdom had already fallen upon them, and this ancient forest under the will of the new king was slowly awakening. In the city of White Tower, at the residence of the Prime Minister, Selwyn quietly reported to Calendil. According to the descriptions cross-referenced by multiple hunters and herbalists from the surrounding villages, as well as my own investigation at the forest's edge. The core activity area of this force is located deep within the forest. They are well organized with extensive patrol ranges, skilled in forest combat, and have gathered a large village nearby. In terms of numbers, based on the approximate scale of their camp, the density of their lookout posts, and the number of teams observed, their total combat personnel should range between 2,000 to 3,000, but will not exceed 3,000. Among them there should be a few elite troops. Calendil paused and thought, a faint, indifferent smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Not many. However, being able to swiftly eliminate Regis' pack of hyenas and bring the surrounding villages under their control shows some capability. It seems they are not a rabble. He pondered. He calls himself king. Is he a descendant of the former dynasty attempting to restore it? Or perhaps a fortunate one who has received some remnants of power? He looked at Selwyn. Do you think he should be recruited or eliminated? Selwyn bowed his head. I dare not make rash judgments. However, his ability to quickly establish himself and create a sense of deterrence indicates that his leader must possess capability. The forest is vast and boundless. If he can be brought under your command, it would save a lot of trouble. If his ambitions are grand, or if he harbors ulterior motives, it would be wise to eliminate him early. Calendil nodded slightly. Selwyn's assessment aligned with his own thoughts. 3,000 well-trained elven warriors are already a force that cannot be ignored. Rather than exhausting the kingdom's military to suppress them, it would be better to attempt to bring them under control. If successful, it could enhance his own prestige, provide an explanation to Reggie, and allow him to gain a potentially useful piece on the board. If that fails, then considering other means would not be too late. You will go personally. Calendil made his decision. Go openly as the kingdom's prime minister's envoy. Take my seal and a set of conditions that show sufficient sincerity. Tell him that as long as he submits, I can pardon his self-proclamation as king and grant him a title of viscount, but he must swear allegiance to the kingdom and his troops must accept regulation. He paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his purple eyes. Pay close attention to this person. Is he a fool blinded by arrogance, or does he possess some depth? What is the true strength of his forces? And what is his attitude towards me and the kingdom? Yes, my lord. I understand. Selwyn accepted the order. What was called recruitment was in fact a reconnaissance and assessment deep into the tiger's den. It was dangerous, but it was precisely what a shadow walker like him excelled at. Be careful. If negotiations fail, you know what to do. Calendil added lightly at the end. Selwyn was one of his sharpest blades, with peak 6th tier strength and superb assassination skills capable of handling most accidents. I will not let you down, my lord. Selwyn bowed and retreated, his figure blending into the shadows. In the outskirts of the World Tree territory, as he stepped into the forest, he withdrew all high-level concealment techniques. He moved like a conspicuously dark shadow, deliberately snapping several dry branches, his footsteps heavier than usual, even allowing his presence to startle a night owl in the woods. Almost at the moment he intentionally exposed himself, several cold gazes locked onto him. Without warning, without a shout, only the sharp whistling of arrows slicing through the air, precisely embedding into the ground, just half a step in front of him, their fletching fluttering fanning out to seal off any possible direction he might advance. Immediately after, several primal elves appeared like phantoms, encircling him. They remained silent, their eyes sharp as eagles, their bows still drawn tight, the arrowheads shimmering with cold light under the fragmented sunlight filtering through the leaves. State your identity and purpose, the leading elven warrior said. Selwyn raised his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. He wore the dark travel attire commonly seen among high-ranking officials of the elven kingdom, maintaining a composed posture. I am Selwyn Envoy from the city of White Tower under the command of Prime Minister Calendil. I seek to meet with the lord of this place to discuss important matters. The Primal Elves exchanged glances. One of them stepped forward, swiftly searching Selwyn's entire body, taking away the token, symbolizing his identity from his waist, and a decorative short blade. As for anything else, there was nothing found. Then a thick, opaque black cloth was placed over Selwyn's eyes and tied tightly. The world fell into darkness, but his other senses became sharper. He could feel that he was being led through the forest, the path winding, sometimes crossing streams, sometimes circumventing obstacles. The elven guide walked lightly, almost silently, but Selwyn, relying on his extraordinary hearing and instinct for direction, silently sketched out the rough path and distance in his mind. About half an hour later, he felt the air around him change. It became fresher, filled with immense vitality, and there was an indescribable, subtly overwhelming pressure. In addition to this pressure, he felt a strange connection to something in this place, a sense of inexplicable intimacy rising in his heart, making him unable to resist the urge to kneel. He was led up a smooth staircase through a door and then stopped. The blindfold was removed. The sudden light made him squint slightly. He found himself in a grand hall, the architectural style starkly different from the elegant delicacy of the elven kingdom, more ancient and heavy with massive beams that seemed naturally formed, blending seamlessly with the entire structure. At the end of the hall, above several steps, there was a simple yet imposing throne of blue vines. Sitting upon it was a male elf. With golden hair and blue eyes, he appeared young, yet possessed a depth and tranquility that belied his appearance. Dressed simply in a blue robe without any luxurious adornments, he sat there casually, yet his gaze bore an invisible pressure, as if the entire world were watching him. Is this the king? Beside him, half a step behind, stood a fox girl dressed in maid attire. Below the steps, there was a cold-looking, silver-haired elven woman and a red-haired half-dwarf girl. Selwyn quickly suppressed his internal assessment, stepping forward, and according to the etiquette of the elven kingdom, he placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly. I am Selwyn, Envoy of the city of White Tower, here to pay respects to Lord Ambahar Kaltano on the orders of Prime Minister Calendil. Ambahar Kaltano is the name Xuanyuan Chen chose for himself in this world. Ambahar means master of the world, and Kaltano is composed of Kala and Tanner, meaning radiant sage king. In ancient elven language, the full name means natural ruler of the world, whose wisdom is like light, dispelling ignorance, guiding all beings who love peace. Of course, this name was conceived by Sylvia the day after she arrived in this world, and in reality, Xuanyuan Chen did not feel that he was truly that great. He simply thought the name was quite good, and he could not ignore Sylvia's hopeful gaze, which led him to decide to use this name in this world. However, he clearly knew that his true name had always been Xuanyuan Chen. Xuanyuan Chen remained silent, simply looking calmly at Selwyn, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Selwyn straightened up and continued, neither servile nor overbearing. The Prime Minister has heard of your deeds here. He appreciates the strength of the warriors under your command. However, the forest ultimately belongs to the jurisdiction of the Elven Kingdom. The Prime Minister values talented individuals and is willing to accept you and your people as subjects of the kingdom, granting you the title of Viscount, an appropriate rank, to jointly safeguard the peace of the forest. What do you think, my lord? Xuanyuan Chen listened without any change in expression and simply replied indifferently, not interested. The refusal was blunt and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Not interested. Selwyn's pupils constricted, about to speak again, trying to reason or apply pressure, when he saw Xuanyuan Chen raise a hand, holding something resembling a talisman. In the next moment, a cold, domineering force filled with absolute will to dominate suddenly crashed into Selwyn's mind, without warning. It was not a magical attack nor a mental shock, but something far more terrifying. A horrific talisman directly acting upon the essence of the soul, intending to leave a mark and alter his will. Selwyn let out a muffled grunt, as if struck by lightning, his body shuddering violently. He did not expect the other party to be so decisive and ruthless, directly resorting to such forbidden means at the slightest disagreement. After all, he was a peak 6th-tier elven assassin with a will as solid as rock and a mental strength far surpassing his peers. At the moment the power of the spell invaded, a strong resistance erupted from the depths of his soul, and the cold rationality and tenacity characteristic of a top assassin transformed into a barrier, firmly resisting the enslaving will. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the darkness in his eyes flickered erratically, momentarily holding the line. However, just as all his focus was devoted to countering the slave curse, minimizing his perception of the outside world, Sylvia, who had stood like a statue, moved. She stepped forward like a ghost, appearing at Selwyn's side, and swiftly kicked him behind the knee. Bang! Selwyn's knee buckled, and he fell to the ground. This strike caused Selwyn, who was fully resisting the soul invasion, to suddenly lose his mental focus. It was this loss of focus that allowed the cold enslaving will to surge forth like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly collapsing his shaky defenses, driving deep into the core of Selwyn's soul. Oh! Selwyn let out a short, miserable cry, his body completely losing control as he toppled to the ground, curled up and trembling for a few moments before going still. The hall fell into dead silence. A few seconds later, Selwyn slowly got up from the ground. His movements were a bit stiff, but he quickly regained his fluidity. He raised his head to look at Xuanyuan Chen on the verdant throne. The defiance in his eyes had extinguished, replaced by a profound calm akin to a deep pool, and at its depths an indelible glimmer representing absolute loyalty. His face no longer bore any of the arrogance of a messenger, only complete submission remained. He knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and spoke in a steady voice, "Master." Xuanyuan Chen slightly nodded, having already summoned Selwyn's panel in his consciousness. Name: Selwyn. Race: Elf. Profession: Elven Assassin. Current level 6th tier. Potential level 6th tier. Loyalty: 100. Slave curse: forcibly bound. Absolute obedience. Xuanyuan Chen glanced at his martial skills panel and discovered that he had mastered the assassination skill, which was even higher than his current level at LV7. The conditions for acquiring the assassination skill are quite stringent. One must master skills such as stealth, reconnaissance, various assassination weapon specializations, poisons, disguise, tracking, intelligence analysis, and layout planning to a certain level. Even within the Elven Kingdom, this should be considered a small elite group at the pinnacle of the assassin profession. That Calendul sent him as a messenger not only signifies importance, but also serves to demonstrate strength. Unfortunately, he has now become a pawn of his own. Tell me the current specific situation of the Elven Kingdom, Xuanyuan Chen spoke. Yes, master. Selwyn maintained his kneeling position, his voice clear and steady, as if reporting on official business. The current Elven Queen, Margaret Amelia, was officially crowned 2 years ago at the age of 17. The late king passed away early, and the young queen currently has her uncle, the Elven Prime Minister Calendul, handling state affairs on her behalf. Calendul has been in power for over 10 years with deep roots, and half of the court comprises his faction, enjoying the queen's trust. The kingdom's standing army totals about 1,200. Among them, the most elite 400 are stationed in the royal city of White Tower and surrounding strategic locations with an average strength of 5th tier and well-equipped. The remaining 800 are dispersed across major provinces, borders, and important towns with an average strength of around 4th tier. Additionally, various nobles and elder families also possess varying numbers of private armies, with combat capabilities differing greatly, totaling between 500 to 1000, but mobilizing them is not easy and requires royal command or the Elders' Council's resolution. Calendul is quite concerned about your presence here, believing you may become an unstable factor, thus sending subordinates to recruit you, which is essentially a probe of your true intentions. If you cannot be used, he will consider elimination. The information is concise, yet critical, clearly presenting the power structure at the top of the Elven Kingdom, its military cards, and Calendul's true intentions to Xuanyuan Chen. Xuanyuan Chen spoke, his voice steady. What is Calendul's personal strengths? Selwyn immediately replied, Prime Minister Calendul is a 7th-tier Elven Ice Element mage with unfathomable strength, recognized within White Tower City as only second to a few Grand Magisters and Elder Guardians who have long since secluded themselves. He is exceptionally skilled in ice manipulation, large-scale barrier techniques, and ice-based shaping magic, casting spells at incredible speed, with a control over ice elements that has reached perfection. About 20 years ago, during a border conflict, he single-handedly froze half of the enemy's heavy infantry corps, establishing his military prestige. Xuanyuan Chen's eyes flashed with a glimmer. This is considered an important piece of high-end combat intelligence. In a world where individual power can influence situations, a 7th tier mage, especially one skilled in battlefield control and large-scale destructive magic, holds significant value in city defense or on the front lines. How is the mage power in the Elven Kingdom? Xuanyuan Chen continued to ask, needing a more comprehensive assessment. In response to the master, the Elven Kingdom has a long history of magical inheritance, with the Tower of the Firmament in White Tower City serving as the kingdom's highest magical academy and research center, also being the birthplace of the vast majority of official mages. Selwyn continued, currently, there are approximately 430 officially registered mages with formal titles and ranks in the kingdom. Their strength must reach 4th tier and complete the Tower of the Firmament systematic education and pass assessments to graduate. About 60% of them serve in the kingdom's army, 30% work in various administrative departments, research institutions, or serve as advisors to nobles, and the remaining over 10% are free mages or reclusive researchers. Over 430 formal mages of 4th tier and above. This power is equally formidable. Although mages are not as numerous as warriors, their strategic value, battlefield control, and destructive power against specific targets far exceed that of warriors of the same tier. Did Calendil also graduate from the Tower of the Firmament? Xuanyuan Chen pressed further. Selwyn answered yes. Calendil was one of the most outstanding graduates of the Tower of the Firmament in nearly a century, advancing to the 6th tier before the age of 50, shocking everyone at the time. He not only possesses exceptional talent in magic, but also early on displayed prowess in governance and political maneuvering, thus accumulating significant connections and prestige within the tower. His mentor was the late Chief Grand Magister, and he has deep roots within the tower. Many current high-ranking members of the tower, military mage leaders, and even local mage officials have benefited from his connections, whether as classmates, fellow disciples, or through patronage. Xuanyuan Chen nodded slightly. Calendil's image became clearer and more threatening under the intelligence puzzle. Can Calendil completely control the internal affairs of the Tower of the Firmament? Xuanyuan Chen asked the crucial question. Selwyn lowered his head and replied. Within the tower, there are still a few senior Grand Magisters and researchers who focus on magic itself and are not very enthusiastic about governance. Some mages privately criticize Calendil's long-term monopolization of power, especially his sidelining of the young queen. However, overall, his influence and control within the tower hold absolute dominance, and opposing voices lack any significant impact, nor can they hinder his mobilization of the tower's resources and some mage power for his own use. With this intelligence, the power outline at the top of the Elven Kingdom has become clear. A queen overshadowed by power-hungry ministers, a strong and deeply rooted regent prime minister, a large-scale and capable regular army, a mage group heavily influenced by the prime minister, and a potential but dispersed opposition force. Xuanyuan Chen digested this information and then looked at Selwyn. If you were to assassinate Calendil, how confident are you? Selwyn pondered for a moment and replied, Calendil is also quite proficient in poisons, making assassination difficult. Furthermore, he is naturally suspicious and has many hidden cards. I only have 30% confidence. Indeed, it is not that easy, but the value of Selwyn as a pawn is becoming more apparent. Xuanyuan Chen's thoughts shifted slightly, and the system store interface appeared. He spent 200 system coins to purchase a communication ring and then tossed it to Selwyn. This ring allows for long-distance communication, where it returned to Calendil and act as you did before. Monitor all his movements, especially any intentions regarding this place. If there is important information, report it through the ring. Do not expose yourself without my command. Selwyn hurriedly caught the ring in midair with both hands, put it on as instructed, and the ring automatically adjusted its size to fit his finger. Understood, Master. You may go back. Tell Calendil that we are unwilling to leave the forest where we have lived for generations, but we are willing to accept his nominal jurisdiction provided he acknowledges our autonomy. You handle the attitude yourself, but leave some leeway, understand? Understood, Master. I will handle it well. Selwyn bowed. Go. Selwyn bowed again, turned around, and left the World Tree territory under the escort of elven warriors. Calendil's recruitment and probing ultimately delivered him a top-tier assassin slave and a ticket to peek into the core of the Elven Kingdom. In White Tower City at the Chancellor's residence, Selwyn bowed his head, his voice steady and calm. He has rejected your proposal for incorporation, yet he hasn't dared to completely sever ties with you. He is willing to nominally accept the kingdom's jurisdiction, but insists on retaining autonomy, remaining in the original forest, and hopes to secure legal trade rights with the kingdom's border towns. The incense remained crisp and cool. After hearing Selwyn's report, Calendar's long fingers glided slowly across the smooth tabletop, leaving not a trace. Autonomy. Trade. This fellow hiding in the shadows of the forest dares to negotiate terms with me. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the ancient tree in the courtyard. He knows I currently have no need to make a big fuss over a remote forest and a few thousand mud-legged folk. Even if I were to send troops to suppress them, they could easily flee deep into the forest. He's somewhat clever. Selwyn remained silent, intentionally omitting the part about the world tree in his report to Calendar. However, Calendar's tone shifted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. We cannot allow him to grow too powerful. His very existence is a provocation to the kingdom's authority, especially now that Her Majesty the Queen has just ascended to the throne and certain individuals are still rather restless. He referred to those royal members and elders dissatisfied with his regency. Calendar continued, his reluctance to leave the forest is merely relying on its dense and treacherous terrain, thinking he can stubbornly resist. Very well, let someone more suitable for handling such troubles deal with him. He was naturally referring to Reggie. After all, this was originally Reggie's affair, and him helping to investigate was already showing great goodwill. Let Reggie, who urgently needs to make achievements to compensate for losses, be the trial stone here. If successful, he would weaken or even eliminate that king, which he would be quite pleased with. If he fails, it will exhaust the strength of Lothran and Reggie, and it can also further test his hidden cards. Regardless of the outcome, Calendar will incur no losses. Yes, my lord. I understand, Selwyn replied, bowing. Shadows obscured his eyes, which were calm on the surface, but bore another will deep within. In Golden Rose City at the Baron's residence, Reggie clutched the secret letter that had just arrived through covert channels, his fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure. 3,000 wild elves. They were the ones who caused him significant losses, driving him to the brink. And now the Elven Chancellor calendar had actually brought this juicy piece of information right to his doorstep, moreover suggesting that it was a rare opportunity. Reggie wasn't foolish. He knew Calendar was using him, treating him as a weapon. But did he have a choice? The deadline imposed by King Bartan felt like a noose tightening day by day. The noble's deposits felt like a bottomless pit that needed to be filled. He needed achievements, he needed wealth, and he needed a clean, decisive victory with substantial spoils to turn everything around. 3,000 elves. Despite their considerable combat strength, they would be difficult to deal with in the complex forest, but after all, there were only 3,000. If he maneuvered properly, a bold plan began to form in his mind. In Golden Rose City in the king's study, Reggie knelt deeply on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold floor, his heart racing in his chest, a mix of reckless joy and the terror of falling into an abyss. He presented the secret letter to King Lothran. Your Majesty, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. 3,000 elven rebels, isolated and helpless, carrying the treasures they might have taken when fleeing the elven kingdom, now holed up deep in the forest, are the perfect target for our kingdom to display its might and replenish its treasury. I am willing to lead the army to relieve your Majesty's burdens. King Lothran leaned back against the heavy throne, his murky, yet still sharp gaze sweeping over Reggie. 3,000 elves. Rebels. Treasures. These words rolled repeatedly in his mind. Reggie was well aware of his exaggeration and eagerness for quick results, but the news itself was likely true. That old fox Calendar wouldn't throw out baseless claims. This indeed seemed like a bloody piece of meat tossed out. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze pressing down on Reggie like a tangible weight. Are you certain it's only 3,000? And they are isolated and helpless rebels? Absolutely, Your Majesty. Reggie did not dare to raise his head, but his voice was firm and resolute. They have rejected the Elven Kingdom's offer of surrender and have no way out. This is the weakest and most vulnerable time. I only need 10,000. No, just 8,000 elite troops from the kingdom to capture them all and present them before Your Majesty. 10,000. Bartan interrupted his bargaining fealty with a clear number, but immediately afterward his tone turned cold. I will give you 10,000 troops from the royal city. Remember, Reggie, I want them alive. Dead elves are worth nothing. I want you to bring them back to me, not one missing. In shackles back to Golden Rose City. He leaned slightly forward, the shadow looming over Reggie, speaking each word deliberately. 2 weeks, you have only 2 weeks to return with living elven slaves and their treasures. If you succeed, your previous mistakes will be wiped clean and your title could be elevated. If you fail, Bartan did not finish, but the air in the study seemed to freeze instantly. The unspoken words were more chilling than any threat of torture, signifying the complete end of his political life and even the potential end of his physical life. Reggie's blood seemed to surge to his head only to recede instantly, leaving behind a cold fear and an even more intense madness. Capturing alive was far more difficult than killing, but the value was also greater. With 10,000 against 3,000, the advantage is mine. As long as the tactics are sound, encircling without annihilating, pressing step by step. I obey your command. He nearly shouted it out with all his strength, bowing deeply. Within 2 weeks, I will definitely capture all elven rebels and present them to Your Majesty. He knew this was the only chance. He had to succeed. While Reggie was mobilizing troops in Princess Irina's chamber, Elena knelt on one knee before the princess. Your Highness, we have clarified the situation. Baron Reggie has been secretly capturing and selling slaves. This morning, the 10,000 troops originally stationed to the west of the city received orders and are departing Golden Rose City, seemingly heading into the forest. In addition, several mercenary groups are following them as well. I suspect they must have encountered resistance in the forest, and this time they are going to suppress and carry out large-scale slave captures. Irina suddenly stood up from the soft couch, not even noticing the book that fell to the ground. No. She lifted her skirts and headed outside. I must see father. I can't let him do this. Your Highness. Elena stood up to follow, trying to persuade her, but Irina's steps were quick and urgent. The princess strode directly to the king's study, insisting on meeting despite the guard's difficulties. Bartan seemed to have known she would come, his face stern as he let her in. Father. Irina didn't even have time to salute, urgently saying, I heard Baron Reggie has taken the army to the border. Is he going into the forest to capture slaves? Why can't we? Irina, Bartan interrupted her, a rare sternness on his face. This is a matter of state, a military affair. It is not like the stories in the history books that can be commented on at will. Reggie is executing the kingdom's orders to eliminate a threat to border security. You do not understand, so do not question it. But father, what Reggie is doing? Enough. Bardan raised his voice, a flicker of impatience and a deeper, darker mood that Irina could not comprehend flashing in his eyes. I have you read books every day to enlighten you, not to have you interfere in state affairs. Return to your chamber. Without my permission, you are not to inquire about these matters again. Alina, the female knight stationed outside, immediately pushed the door open. Take the princess back. Keep an eye on her. Without my orders, she is not to leave the chamber area. Bardan waved his hand, not looking at his daughter's suddenly pale face and the tears filling her disappointed and confused eyes. Father, Irina wanted to say something more, but was gently held back by Alina's arm. The knight slightly shook her head. Irina bit her lip and tears finally rolled down. She took one last look at her father, who had turned back to the official documents, seemingly shutting out all emotions, allowing Alina to lead her out of the study. The corridor was cold, just like her heart at that moment. On the 50th day in the territory of the world tree, the morning light filtered through the branches of the colossal trees, casting mottled beams of light across the camp. Xuanyuan Chen stood on the watchtower outside the main hall of the world tree, his ice-blue eyes calmly scanning the orderly military camp below. The long-breathed, agile elven warriors were engaged in their final preparations before battle, polishing their weapons, inspecting their leather armor, and exchanging hushed words laced with a chilling intent to kill. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and a clear stream of data emerged in his consciousness. It had been over 100 days since the world tree took root and began its summoning. Now his command was a true legion forged through the trials of war and the accumulation of daily summoning, consisting of over 11,000 primordial elves. From initially being able to summon only scouts to now producing a stable output of 150 elite warriors of various elemental types each day, the growth of the world tree was vividly reflected in this silent, yet formidable military might. Among them, the elemental warriors and elemental archers formed the backbone, being the most numerous, having undergone multiple expansions to nearly 6,000 in total. On the first day of the world tree's fourth stage, Xuanyuan Chen chose to birth 50 mages and 50 priests. Subsequently, he altered his strategy, birthing 50 elemental warriors, 50 elemental archers, 25 elemental mages, and 25 priests each day to ensure the numbers of warriors and archers. Although the shadow assassins numbered only 350, they were like hidden fangs lurking in the forest, a guarantee for reconnaissance, harassment, and lethal strikes. The number of elemental mages and priests was relatively small, only reaching scale after the fourth stage, totaling around 1,400. Yet in the future, they would become the absolute core for range suppression, battlefield control, and logistical healing. These absolutely loyal primordial elves were Xuanyuan Chen's assurance against all challenges. After paying for necessary potions, food purchases, and other expenses, the reserve of system coins stood at over 12,000, sufficient to support the additional expenditures of a high-intensity battle or to respond to emergencies. Additionally, with the wealth garnered from the Blood Valley incident, if necessary, it could all be exchanged for system coins amounting to perhaps over 2,000. The accumulation of upgrade points had also passed halfway, reaching 10021. Although there was still a gap to the colossal amount required for the next promotion of the world tree, every battle contributed to this goal. He cast his gaze towards the southeast, the direction from which the kingdom of Lotland came. 2 days ago, the message relayed through the ring from Selwyn had arrived. Elven Chancellor Calendar had decided to remain an observer, intending to use Lotland's blade to eliminate him as a hazard. Selwyn had even gleaned deeper calculations from Calendar. If Reggie were to emerge victorious and transport the spoils back home, Calendar would dispatch troops under the pretext of rescuing captured kin and punishing human invaders to ambush them, thereby justifying his actions while simultaneously weakening the kingdom of Lotland. What a malicious scheme to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, hunters often think themselves clever, unaware they have already stepped into a larger trap. While he pondered, the platinum echo of the mind ring on his left index finger vibrated. It was not Selwyn but Adeline. Upon connecting his thoughts, Adeline's voice resonated directly in his consciousness. Master Reggie has moved. 10,000 Royal City garrison troops, fully armed, with average strength at the 4th stage, have departed into the eastern forest. Additionally, there are over 2,000 consisting of gathered mercenaries and private troops mixed in among them, including the Iron Rose Mercenary Corps. Regis' aim this time is to capture elves alive. Understood. Continue to monitor their main forces' movements, paying particular attention to their troop divisions, encampments, and supply routes. Yes, Master. Adeline's thought retreated. Without pausing, Xuanyuan Chen's platinum ring glimmered slightly as his consciousness reached across space to connect with Wei in the eastern camp. Wei draw 2,000 elemental warriors, 2,000 elemental archers, 500 mages, and 500 priests led by reliable commanders, and send them back to the main territory immediately. You continue to hold the eastern position, maintaining vigilance against potential changes from other directions. Almost simultaneously as the order was issued, Away, patrolling the defenses in the eastern camp, paused in her steps. The bronze ring on her waist emitted a familiar wave of energy and the king's will. Without questioning or hesitating, she immediately clenched her right fist and lightly tapped her left chest despite the king not being before her. "As you command, my king." After severing the connection with Away, Xuanyuan Chen directed his gaze to the three individuals in the hall: Sylvia, Yamala, and Laura, who had just finished morning training, her breath still not fully calmed. Regis' army numbers 12,000 and has already entered the forest. Calendar is waiting for us to suffer mutual destruction or for Reggie to emerge victorious so he can reap the benefits. Sylvia's eyes sparkled at killing intent, flashing like an icy blade, yet her stance remained as steady as a rock. Laura instinctively clenched her fists, her silver fox ears perked up warily, a flicker of tension crossing her violet eyes. Yamala's straightforward nature prompted her to speak immediately. "My king, the enemy's numbers are considerable. Why not let me seek aid from the Amble tribe? Every bit of strength counts." "No need, it's not yet at the level that requires seeking aid." Xuanyuan Chen looked at Yamala, his eyes devoid of reproach, only a calm denial. He did not doubt Yamala's connections, nor did he underestimate any potential external assistance. However, the situation did not yet warrant such measures. Regis' goal was to capture live targets, which meant he did not dare to kill. In direct confrontation, Reggie was not a match for the elves, let alone an enemy with his hands tied. What was there to fear? Moreover, he did not wish to owe a favor to the Anvil tribe that would put him at a disadvantage in future transactions. But Yamala opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say more, but upon seeing the undeniable resolve in the king's eyes, she merely scratched her head. "All right, my king is right. Then I will go and produce another batch of arrows." "Go ahead." Xuanyuan Chen nodded. Yamala bowed, picked up her small iron hammer, and hurried off to the forge. That was her battlefield. "Ambria." Xuanyuan Chen spoke up. The next moment, Ambria's figure appeared. "You go personally and relay orders to all villages that have submitted to us. Command their leaders to gather all available fighters immediately. Tell them that wolves have arrived at the door, and it is time to protect our homeland and fulfill our vows. All who obey the order to fight and bravely kill the enemy will continue to enjoy trade benefits after the battle and receive generous rewards. Those who hesitate and act insincerely will face reckoning after the battle." "Understood." Ambria accepted the command, her figure flickering as she vanished like ink blending into sunlight at the hall's entrance. Only Xuanyuan Chen, Sylvia, and Laura remained in the hall. Laura looked at the king, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Having advanced to the third stage, she knew her strength was perhaps acceptable among the third stage, but facing a battle of this scale, especially against the royal city's regular army, she felt she might struggle to be even a qualified foot soldier. Xuanyuan Chen seemed to see through her thoughts, his gaze resting on her, still calm. "Your training continues as usual. The battlefield is not yet your stage. However, the patrols within the territory, initial care for the injured, and the necessary relay of messages require absolutely reliable individuals. Stabilizing the rear, allowing the front line to operate without concern, is also a merit." Laura nodded vigorously, determination igniting in her violet eyes. "Yes, my king." Laura guarantees to complete the task. Xuanyuan Chen slightly nodded and turned his gaze towards Sylvia. Xuanyuan Chen paused, his gaze settling upon Sylvia's shoulder with tangible weight. "Sylvia, this battle will not conclude in a single day. I must remain anchored at the world tree where new elves are born each day. Therefore, I appoint you as the supreme commander of this campaign. You shall lead 8,000 elves and coordinate all subsequently surrendered village levies, exercising full authority over tactical command and confronting Reggie's entire host. Do you possess confidence?" A near imperceptible tremor flickered across Sylvia's lashes, yet her head bowed lower, still her voice resolute, unwavering, without hesitation. "Yes." A single word, bearing the unshakable composure of a shadow assassin and absolute obedience to the king's decree. "Very well." Xuanyuan Chen gave a slight nod and began issuing orders with calm, deliberate cadence, as though placing pieces upon a celestial chessboard. First, the surrendered village levies may be employed, but never entrusted with decisive roles. They may harass enemy flanks, but must never spearhead the main assault. They fight well in favorable conditions, yet should the battle harden, their cohesion may fracture. Our core strength lies, and shall always lie, in ourselves. Second, Reggie still believes our forces number no more than 3,000 battered remnants. This is our greatest advantage. At the front lines, feign weakness, retreat gradually while engaging, luring his vanguard, even his central army, deep into our territory. The dense, treacherous forest hinders large-scale deployment, making it ideal terrain to isolate and annihilate his divisions. Third, if opportunity arises, strike directly for Reggie himself. His death will shatter his army's morale, decapitate its leadership, and the remainder become lambs awaiting slaughter. You may execute this personally, or dispatch your most elite shadow squad at your discretion. Fourth, if encirclement is achieved, do not seal all 4 sides. Leave one path open. The ancient principle of encircling 3, leaving 1. Grant them an illusory route to survival. That path must lead to certain doom, into marshes over cliffs or toward prearranged ambushes of archers and mages. Let them believe they have escaped death, only to step deeper into their own graves. Fifth, every primordial elf is irreplaceable. Do not pursue swift victory. Reggie grows more desperate than we, and victory must be secured at minimal cost. Sylvia listened intently, etching every syllable into memory. She was after all among the finest assassins, masterful in concealment elimination and extracting maximum strategic gain from minimal expenditure. The king's strategy resonated instinctively with her nature, yet expanded at elevating her vision from silent strikes to grand sweeping command. When he had finished, Xuanyuan Chen fell silent for a moment. He raised his left hand, his gaze lingering upon a ring adorning his little finger, a band shimmering with soft prismatic light. Slowly he slid it off. This is the Rainbow Tail Ring, a 7th-tier autonomous defensive artifact. It senses incoming attacks and spontaneously generates protective barriers. Barrier strength dynamically adjusts to the force of impact, drawing upon stored magical energy within the ring. Its defensive threshold can fully absorb a single full-strength strike from a sovereign-tier master, after which it depletes its reserves and enters dormancy. A sovereign-tier master's strike. Sylvia's breath caught ever so slightly. This ring was no mere trinket. It was a relic of unimaginable survivability. It is fully recharged. Xuanyuan Chen placed the ring into her palm, her hand instinctively cupped, trembling faintly. The rainbow-hued band radiated gentle warmth as though alive. As Supreme Commander, you will inevitably face peril. Reggie's ranks may harbor hidden masters, and Carindel may yet hold unseen countermeasures. Wear it. From this moment forth, the ring belongs to you. Sylvia felt the small circlet instantly grow heavier than mountains, and hotter than forge fire in her palm. This was far more than equipment. It was the king's trust, his solemn delegation, his profoundest recognition and care, weightier than any vow spoken aloud. She clenched her fist tightly around it, knuckles whitening with resolve. Then, with utmost gravity and deliberate slowness, she slipped the rainbow tail ring onto her own left little finger. It adjusted seamlessly, conforming perfectly to her skin. She dropped once more to one knee, this time lowering her head. Even deeper, her voice edged with a subtle, almost imperceptible huskiness, yet forged in absolute certainty. Sylvia shall not fail your majesty's trust. This victory shall be laid before your majesty's throne. My body, my life, shall be your majesty's blade. Rise. Xuanyuan Chen extended a hand in gentle symbolic support. Go now, prepare. I shall await your triumph. Yes. Sylvia rose, cast one final profound glance at the king, pressed the rainbow ring firmly against her heart, and then turned. Her emerald green form dissolved into the wind like a night owl, vanishing into gale, gone in an instant beyond the great hall's threshold. Laura approached silently behind Xuanyuan Chen, just as she had on countless tranquil afternoons before, her cool, steady fingers finding the tense acupoints along his neck and shoulders, beginning a practiced tender massage. She spoke no words, only offered quiet companionship in this way. She knew the king, though outwardly serene, bore immense mental strain, mobilizing legions, orchestrating strategy, weighing every variable. Xuanyuan Chen did not resist. Under Laura's skilled touch, his frame softened marginally. His glacial blue eyes remained closed, mind still, traversing the imminent battlefield, replaying contingencies, recalibrating probabilities. After all, this would be their first war exceeding 10,000 combatants. Though he held firm faith in his elves' prowess, a quiet concern lingered, unavoidable, human, and deeply felt. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Forest camp. This camp, steadily fortified under Ovi's stewardship, now hummed with the taut energy of imminent war. The shrill call of the muster horn had just faded, yet its echo still reverberated through the air, mingling with the clatter of armor, the rush of running feet, and officers' terse commands. Within the crude council hall, built of rough-hewn logs and stone slabs, Ovi stood before a map unfurled across a weathered wooden table, deep in contemplation. It was a meticulously updated exploration chart of the Eastern Forest, refined with every expedition she led. At that moment, the door creaked softly open and a tall, lithe figure stepped inside. It was Aurora. Ovi, sudden emergency muster. Did we spot something colossal? She drifted to the table's edge, leaning in naturally beside Ovi to study the map, utterly unperturbed by the faint furrow between Ovi's brows. Ovi sometimes mused inwardly that this woman, officially only 3rd tier, somehow matched her, a certified 4th-tier light elementalist, blow for blow beneath the sun's merciless glare. And that gap disconcertingly narrowed steadily with each passing day. This is the king's command. Ovi glanced up, voice calm. I am ordered to immediately assemble 2,000 elemental warriors, 2,000 elemental archers, 500 mages, and 500 priests, 5,000 elite troops in total, to march without delay to the capital. I intend to place you in command. Aurora's slender eyebrows lifted almost imperceptibly. 5,000 elites. So the trouble runs deep. Her tone remained placid, but her eyes gleamed with swift, incisive calculation. Are these the slavers' puppeteers? Ovi nodded, offering no denial. Highly probable. Enemy strength may exceed expectations. The king requires concentrated force. Looks like my chance to earn distinction has arrived. Do not underestimate them. Ovi's tone sharpened, yet beneath it lay unmistakable concern. Of course. Aurora leaned forward slightly, closing the distance until Ovi could see her reflection in her own eyes, and then with startling swiftness winked her right eye. Though, perhaps this time I'll secure residence within the World Tree's inner sanctum before you do. Residence in the World Tree's innermost layers signified not only honor, but proximity to the king himself. Ovi held Aurora's gaze for 2 silent seconds. If it's her, she truly might succeed this time. A soft, dismissive click of the tongue escaped her, nearly inaudible. On the 3rd day of the Regi army's entry into the forest, the night was thick as ink, and the darkness between the trees seemed tangible, capable of devouring all beings that did not belong to this ancient forest. Jelima lay hidden on the gnarled branch of an ancient cedar, her emerald eyes faintly glimmering in the darkness. In the distance below, the camp of the Lothran people flickered with lights resembling clumsy and conspicuous fireflies intruding into the belly of the dark wilderness. Muffled sounds of human voices, neighing horses, and metal clashing faintly echoed, carrying a sense of restlessness that was utterly out of place in the forest. Regi did possess some skills arranging the camp in an orderly manner, with armored soldiers patrolling from time to time. Regi's tent was guarded by numerous 5th-tier personal guards, making it difficult for the shadow assassins to act. Jelima silently calculated the time, sensing the subtle shifts in the wind. 2,000 elven elemental archers, like 2,000 silent phantoms, dispersed and concealed themselves in the trees surrounding the camp. They were waiting for the campfire to weaken, waiting for the most fatigued moments of the Lothran people. Finally, the time had come. Jelima did not make a sound. She simply placed her fingers to her lips, emitting a short, precise call resembling that of a night-hunting owl. To ordinary ears, this sound was indistinguishable from the natural calls of birds, but to the elven archers, it was the clearest signal for attack. All elven archers raised their longbows, and in the next moment, thwack, 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 thwack. The resonating thuds of bowstrings came together, tearing through the night's silence. It was not sporadic sniping, but rather a deep, haunting resonance produced almost simultaneously by 2,000 bows. 2,000 trails of elemental light, like a meteor shower flying in reverse, suddenly surged up from the dark woods, tracing a lethal parabola, accurately targeting the areas of the camp where the lights were most concentrated and the tents were most clustered. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm sounded almost simultaneously with the whistling of the rain of arrows, but it was too late. The first wave of arrows had already struck down hard. Boom. A fire arrow pierced a leather tent, instantly igniting a raging fire as the flames greedily licked the canvas and wooden stakes. Swoosh. A frost arrow pierced the chest of a soldier who had just rushed out of the tent, instantly freezing his blood and leaving him rigidly fallen with a look of astonishment. Whoosh. The wind arrow, with terrifying penetration power, pierced through 2 layers of makeshift leather shields, pinning 3 soldiers who had huddled together in a row. Immediately, the second and third waves of volleys followed. The elven archers did not need to aim at specific targets. They unleashed deadly elemental arrows in torrents into the chaotic camp according to the pre-designated shooting zones. The tents collapsed in flames, supplies were ignited, and warhorses startled, neighed, and broke free from their reins, running wildly in all directions, while countless soldiers were either pierced by arrows in their sleep, consumed by the fire, or trampled by their own comrades in the chaos. Counterattack. Archers. Shields. Form up. An officer shouted hoarsely in the firelight, but often the response to him was the next wave of death raining down. Scattered and hasty counterattack arrows shot into the woods, but they disappeared like a drop in the ocean, with the archers' positions remaining undetectable. Jelima observed calmly. After 3 waves of volleys, the target area had become a sea of flames and chaos. The objective had been achieved. She emitted another short, slightly different hoot. As suddenly as it had appeared, the sound of bowstrings vibrating in the woods abruptly ceased. All elven archers almost simultaneously stopped shooting, withdrew their longbows, and silently retreated deeper into the forest. Jelima was the last to leave, casting one last glance at the human camp now engulfed in madness and fear, her lips curling into a cold arc before her figure flickered and merged into the darkness of the forest as if she had never existed. Damn it. Useless. Are you all blind? Let the enemy get this close and shoot. Regi's roar echoed in the makeshift command tent, his face as pale as death. The gentle facade he usually wore shattered, leaving only rage and panic. Outside, the tent cries, curses, the crackling of burning wood, and the shouts of medics and officers intertwined to create a hellish background noise. And master, the enemy has retreated into the woods. Their traces are completely gone. Our brothers who pursued suffered sporadic precise shots at the forest's edge, losing dozens of men, unable to find any sign of the enemy. An officer covered in soot and with his helmet askew stumbled in to report, his voice trembling. Do not pursue. Who ordered you to chase? Get back here. Hold the camp. Reggie nearly kicked over the low table in front of him, his chest heaving violently. He forced himself to calm down, but the coldness in his fingertips and the frantic beating of his heart betrayed his inner turmoil. Night raids were not surprising, but the scale, precision, ruthlessness, and decisiveness of this night raid far exceeded his expectations. Those arrows were all magical arrows. What does this mean? It meant that their professional cards were all at a potential level of 7 or above. This was truly terrifying. The best potential for the kingdom's soldiers was only up to level 6. Generally, everyone used level 5, and there were even poor or unfortunate individuals using lower level 4. Casualties. Account for casualties and losses. He shouted hoarsely. Bad news quickly accumulated. The dead, nearly 1,000. Over 800 severely injured and incapacitated. The lightly injured exceeded 1,200. The reporting officer's voice grew lower, almost not daring to look at Reggie's expression. Tents destroyed exceeded 1/3, with most completely burned down. About 40% of the supplies were burned, and some weapons were damaged. More than 200 warhorses were lost in panic. Reggie felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, instantly extinguishing most of his anger, leaving only cold fear and heavy pressure. A single night raid had resulted in such a loss of combat personnel, damage to supplies, and a devastating blow to morale. Panic began to gnaw at Reggie's heart like a cold snake. Another such night raid, no, even without the same scale, just a few more disturbances, and his army would collapse, without even engaging the enemy. The night forest was the elves' home turf, their hunting ground for souls. No, I cannot lose. If I lose, all the wealth and power accumulated until now will vanish in an instant. I must not give them another opportunity to act at night. They must be forced out, in the daylight, in an open area, to engage in a fair battle. Crush them with numbers and equipment. A mad and ruthless thought quickly took shape in his fear and anxiety-baked brain. He abruptly raised his head, bloodshot eyes glaring. Send the order. Tomorrow morning each camp is to draft manpower, gather dry branches and weeds, and pile them beneath the trees. The officers in the tent looked at him in confusion. Reggie revealed an almost sinister cold smile, speaking slowly. Set the fire. Burn the woods. I want to smoke out all the rats hiding in the forest with smoke and fire. Let's see how they hide. Tomorrow issue a decree to the entire army. Either those elves come out for a decisive battle, or we will burn through until we turn this forest into white ground. Let's see how long they can hide. The flames illuminated his twisted face, reflecting the madness of his desperate gamble in his eyes. The forest was the elves' homeland, and they could not stand by. He wanted to break the elves' home field advantage in the most violent, unquestionable way, forcing them into the battle he desired. As for the consequences of burning the woods, the possible wrath of the elven kingdom, and the irreversible destruction of this ancient forest, he could no longer afford to consider such matters. At this moment, nothing was more important than his victory, his title, and his life. He had no way out. Sylvia's camp. Temporary command center. Jelima slightly bowed to Sylvia, who was standing in front of a rough map. My lord, the harassment mission has been completed. We primarily targeted the enemy's central camp and left-wing supply area, estimating over 1/3 of their tents destroyed, causing widespread chaos and fire. The enemy attempted to pursue, but was hindered by our preset lookout points, and subsequently abandoned the chase. There were no casualties on our side. Her report was clear and concise, devoid of any redundant embellishments, accurately conveying the results of the battle. Sylvia turned around, her eyes scrutinizing Jelima in the dim light. The latter stood tall, her expression remaining almost expressionless, yet her slightly shining eyes and steady breathing revealed her diligence and efficiency in executing the task. A trace of barely perceptible appreciation flickered in Sylvia's eyes. She admired such subordinates, calm, precise, highly efficient, and emotionally stable as a rock. Well done, Jelima. Sylvia's voice showed little fluctuation. The impact of the strike exceeded expectations. Go, let everyone take a break. Yes, my lord. Jelima bowed again, then turned briskly to leave. Sylvia watched her departing figure, her gaze returning to the map. The results brought by Jelima were promising enough to keep Reggie awake tonight. Reggie's camp. Adeline leaned against a damaged supply cart, her ears keenly picking up information from the surroundings. Have you heard? Tomorrow, are we really going to do it? The Lord said to burn. Drive those damned long-eared ones out. Let's see where they hide. But what if the wildfire? Can't think that much. If we don't force them out, haven't you had enough of arrows tonight? Would you rather be burned to death or frozen into a block of ice tonight? But Adeline's heart tightened slightly. set the forest ablaze. Reggie was indeed pushed to desperate measures, wanting to resort to such a drastic tactic. Doesn't he consider that if an uncontrollable forest fire breaks out, the elven kingdom will never let him off the hook? Under the pretense of adjusting her posture, she gently stroked the cold child ring with her fingertips. Concentrating her thoughts, she attempted to report to Xuanyuan Chen. World, Tree Territory. Main Hall. The platinum mother ring between Xuanyuan Chen's fingers slightly warmed as Adeline's message flowed into his mind. A cold gleam flashed in his ice-blue eyes. A cornered dog will jump over the wall, he whispered, showing no hesitation, and immediately connected with Sylvia through the mother ring. Sylvia, Reggie plans to set the forest on fire tomorrow, forcing you into a decisive battle. Order all the priests to collectively cast the rain summoning technique before dawn at the darkest hour. I want a torrential downpour to extinguish his delusions. Sylvia's camp. Upon receiving Xuanyuan Chen's direct order, a flicker of light shone in Sylvia's eyes. Does Reggie want to seize the initiative with flames and smoke? Then let a downpour that he cannot control extinguish both his schemes and that pitiful hope in the mud. She summoned the captain of the priests and issued a concise command. 500 elven elemental priests were awakened and gathered in a relatively open space at the center of the camp. Dressed in priestly robes, they resembled a quiet field of dandelions under the sparse starlight. No one spoke. Only low prayerful chants began to rise, initially faint, gradually converging into a harmonious resonance. Rain summoning technique is not a profound forbidden spell, it is merely a natural calling magic that low-level priests can master upon advancing to level 2. In the case of a low-level rain summoning technique, a single priest might only gather a small amount of water vapor, forming a brief drizzle. But at this moment, it was 500 elven priests, each at least level 2, simultaneously issuing a sincere and unified call to this forest and the sky under a shared will. Their spiritual power flowed like countless streams, merging into an invisible network connecting with the forest's water vapor and the flowing clouds in the sky. The magical energy rippled in their simple staves or between their hands, radiating a soft blue-green glow spreading like ripples into the night sky. At first, the night sky seemed unchanged, but gradually the wind began to rise. No longer was it a gentle breeze weaving through the forest, but rather a humid airflow gathering from all directions. The clouds began to gather in the high sky, initially only thin veil-like cirrus clouds, soon thickening and merging into heavy lead-gray rain clouds pressing low over the treetops. The moisture in the air increased at a visible rate, with fine droplets condensing on the leaves, and the air was heavy with humidity. In the distant horizon, a muffled rolling sound could be faintly heard, the sign of clouds rubbing together, a portent of thunder. The priests chanting gradually rose, harmonizing with the wind and the faint rumble of thunder. Their foreheads glistened with fine beads of sweat, but their gazes remained focused and devout. This was not a war magic, but a bid for the most crucial advantage in the impending war. Reggie's camp. The darkest hour before dawn. Reggie had hardly slept all night, pacing anxiously in his tent. After the brief excitement of formulating the arson plan faded, a deeper fatigue and vague unease set in. The sky was about to dawn, the very moment when people are most weary and lax. Suddenly, a dull thunderclap echoed as if it had exploded directly above him, followed closely by a continuous rumble rolling across the heavens. Reggie jolted, rushing to the tent entrance, flinging aside the heavy curtain. Outside, the sky was not the dawn light he had anticipated, but a pitch blackness akin to deep night. No, it was even more oppressive than the night. Heavy dark clouds completely obscured the sky, pressing down as if to collapse the treetops. The wind howled, stirring up dust and dead leaves from the ground, causing the campfire to flicker uncontrollably and the flags to flap wildly. What is this? Reggie's muscles twitched as he abruptly looked up, staring intently at the roiling clouds that appeared ready to collapse at any moment. A drop of icy rain landed squarely on his forehead, sliding down his nose. Then came the second drop, the third. In an instant, a deluge broke forth as if the heavens had opened, pouring down rain without warning. The pea-sized raindrops fell densely like a curtain, crashing onto the tent armor and ground, creating a deafening roar. The camp, which had just begun to recover, was instantly thrown into chaos by this violent downpour. Soldiers were shouting and scrambling to find shelter from the rain, and the team that had just rallied to execute the logging order was instantly scattered. The ground quickly became a muddy mess within just a few breaths, and everything that could catch fire, be it stacked firewood or the soldiers' clothing, soaked through at an astonishing speed. Forget about setting fires. Even the campfire meant to maintain the camp was quickly extinguished, leaving only wisps of reluctant blue smoke, which were then completely doused by the downpour. Reggie stood frozen at the tent entrance, allowing the cold rain to drench him. The last trace of color drained from his face, and his lips trembled, but no sound came out. He looked up at the seemingly endless, despairing clouds, and rain, a cold chill surged from his spine, instantly spreading to his limbs as if his heart had been frozen. All the schemes, all the bets placed recklessly felt so absurd, so insignificant in the face of this might of heaven and earth. Set the forest ablaze. Under such a torrential rain, it was simply a fool's dream. Boundless fear and helplessness like this cold rain completely submerged him. He opened his mouth, murmuring softly. The heavy rain finally ceased on the evening of the fourth day, yet the forest did not offer a moment's respite. Each leaf was saturated with rainwater, heavy and ready to drop, while the forest floor soaked up the moisture, transforming into a vast cold swamp, the mud rising above the ankles, making the upcoming march exceedingly arduous. The air was thick with humidity, the damp chill permeating every layer, seeping into the soldiers' clothing, lowering their body temperature and morale. Reggie stood before his tent, finally somewhat dried, gazing into the depths of the forest, now washed by the rain, looking even more ominous, his expression dark enough to wring water from. He forced himself to remain calm, addressing his equally worried adjutant. The rain has finally stopped. If tomorrow is clear and the ground dries for a day, then perhaps the day after, we can restart our plans. To prevent the elves from employing their old tricks, he arranged numerous sentinels in the mud outside the camp that night. The soldiers huddled under their damp cloaks, striving to keep their weary and terrified eyes wide open, staring at the dark forest that seemed ready to unleash phantoms at any moment. Yet after a night of anxiety, the elves did not appear. Only the hooting of night owls and the wind rustling through the heavy treetops tormented every taut nerve. On the fifth day, the sky remained overcast, but the rain had finally stopped. Reggie eagerly dispatched several teams of scouts deep into the forest, attempting to find traces of the elves, even the slightest clue. He needed intelligence, needed to know where those ghostly enemies were hiding. However, as the sun dipped towards the west, all scouts sent out vanished without a trace, like a mud cow sinking into the sea, with no one returning and no signals sent. The forest had devoured them, leaving not even a whisper behind. The atmosphere in the camp grew increasingly oppressive, an invisible fear enveloping every heart like the damp cold air. On the morning of the sixth day, the sky darkened once more. Then a light drizzle began to fall. This time it was not a torrential downpour, but a continuous fine rain accompanied by mist rising from the forest and the ground. The fog thickened, gradually shrouding the camp, the woods, everything in a veil of white haze. Visibility plummeted, indistinguishable shapes beyond 10 steps. The air was bone-chillingly cold and damp, forcing the plans to be indefinitely postponed once again. Worse still, the sentinels stationed outside struggled to endure the cold rain and thick fog, with many being carried back due to hypothermia or illness. Reggie, left with no choice, had to withdraw most of the outer guards. He ordered the soldiers to chop down as many trees as possible around the camp, as only this could deprive the elves of the space to approach and conceal themselves. A chaotic clearing was forcefully created, the camp resembling a sore on a bald head, exposed to the damp cold air and the relentless rain and fog. The night of the sixth day fell amid the dense, unyielding mist. Visibility reached a perilously low point, the glow of the torches transforming into hazy orbs of yellow light in the fog. Even the rows of tents appeared ghostly. Reggie's ominous premonition grew stronger. He doubled the night patrols, ordering them to keep moving and shouting to dispel the fear brought by the silence. The entire camp felt like a startled bird under the weight of the fog and the sound of rain, enduring a night of torment. Yet nothing happened. The elves seemed to have vanished completely, or perhaps were merely watching their confusion from the other side of the thick fog. On the seventh day, the rain continued to fall, still that annoying, unending drizzle, with the mist refusing to dissipate. A week had passed. A full 7 days. He led 12,000 troops into the forest, accomplishing nothing, suffering losses, instead worn down by the weather and the unseen enemy. Reggie's patience had finally worn thin, anxiety and a sense of being toyed with burned at his reason. He could wait no longer. He had to take the initiative, drag those lurking scoundrels out. Ignoring his adjutant's advice and the dire weather and terrain, Reggie boldly ordered 6,000 main troops, divided into several units, to conduct a carpet search in various directions from the camp. 6,000 soldiers trudged through the mud, braving the cold rain and fog, stepping into the mist-laden forest. The search lasted from dawn until afternoon, yielding nothing except for a few rudimentary traps long since ruined by the rain and the occasional fleeting shadow in the fog that seemed to be an elf. The forest silently consumed this army, returning only dampness, cold, and an ever-increasing weight of fatigue and fear. Seeing the sky grow darker, the fog still thick, and the soldiers' morale plummeting, the leading officer finally decided to retreat and return to the camp. However, just as this weary, disorganized search party eager to return began to retrace their steps, death finally revealed its fangs. The fog seemed to come alive, shadows leaping forth from the trees and the mud. It was Sylvia and her 300 shadow assassins. They appeared as if formed from the mist itself, silent and swift as phantoms, accurately pouncing upon the officers, standard-bearers, orderlies, and anyone who seemed pivotal in the ranks. There were no battle cries, only the faint sound of blades slicing through leather armor and severing throats, and the muffled grunts of humans on the brink of death. The fog perfectly concealed their shapes and movements, while the mud and fatigue severely hindered the response of the Lutheran soldiers. Panic spread like a plague in an instant. Many did not even see who the enemy was, only witnessing their companions suddenly clutching their necks and collapsing or being dragged into the depths of the mist, followed by an eerie silence. Enemy attack. Form up. Back to back. Where is the enemy? It's the mist. There's something in the mist. Help. Ah. Chaos, utter chaos. The ranks were easily severed, and the command system collapsed in an instant. Some attempted to form a defensive line, but the poisoned crossbow bolts shot from nowhere in the fog claimed their lives. Some panicked and fled, but stumbled into traps set by the assassins. More simply swung their weapons in vain against the fog, only to be ended by blades that seemed to come from nowhere. Finally, some began to flee. Soon everyone was in full retreat. They were utterly terrified, abandoning their armor and desperately fleeing towards the camp. As the shaken remnants of the army trickled back to the camp, the officer counting heads brought news that plunged Reggie into an icy abyss. Of the 6,000 who set out, only over 4,000 returned alive. Those who had not returned were either forever lost in that deathly forest shrouded in fog, or hopelessly adrift, unlikely to return. And they had not even seen a single elf. Reggie gazed at the still rain-swathed forest, seemingly veiling endless malice, his expression ashen. A week had passed, yielding not even a single accomplishment, but instead suffering losses, morale on the brink of collapse, military spirit dissipating, while the enemy, those elves, still controlled everything in this forest like phantoms. On the 10th day of Regis' army entering the forest, the incessant drizzle mingled with the lingering humidity of the woods painted the world in a damp, cold gray. The camp was a muddy mess, and the numbness and despair on the soldiers' faces were even darker than the weather. Bad news arrived like maggots, one after another. In the morning, a small team sent to the rear to attempt a supply rendezvous returned with even more devastating news. They discovered the wreckage of the supply convoy scattered beside a hidden forest trail. The pack horses that pulled the carts had vanished, the guarding soldiers had all been killed, and most importantly, the food had been completely pillaged, leaving not a single grain. The result of the stock-taking in the camp was like the final toll of a bell. The remaining food, even with the maximum ration cuts, would only sustain the entire army for 2 days. Reggie stood in his tent, which no longer provided a sense of security, listening to the report. His body swayed slightly, and he steadied himself by gripping the table. His eye sockets were sunken, bloodshot, and his hair was greasy and disheveled. The noble demeanor he had once meticulously maintained was long gone, leaving only despair from the relentless torment of anxiety, fear, and frustration, along with a hint of madness. In just 10 days, he seemed to have aged 20 years. Retreat. The thought flashed through his mind, only to be extinguished with greater force. Retreat. To return with these battered troops cut off from supplies and with morale shattered. Bowerton would flay him alive. The nobles who had lost their deposits and goods would tear him apart. Retreating would also be a dead end, and it would be a worthless death, bringing shame upon his family. No, we cannot retreat. Since retreat is a dead end, then we might as well fight to the death. Perhaps amidst the dire circumstances, a path to survival could be carved. A bold and daring plan quickly took shape in his mind as he was pushed to the limits. He immediately summoned all senior officers and left around 1,000 soldiers, mostly at level 5 and in slightly better condition, at the camp. This included the Iron Rose Mercenary Corps. Gentlemen, Regis' voice was hoarse, but he struggled to squeeze out a hint of resolve. The elves are cunning, avoiding battle with the intent of trapping us. Sitting idle is a dead end. I, the noble, am determined to take a risk and fight. He restructured most of his army, around 6,000 men, into 3 sizable detachments. You will enter the forest from 3 directions and search once more. But this time there is no need to delve deeply or seek battle. He took out 3 tokens engraved with a simple resonance matrix, holding 1 master token, while distributing the 3 sub-tokens to the 3 commanding officers. I will remain in the main camp with these elite 1,000, feigning weakness. If those elves are truly like moles, seeing my camp empty, they will surely come to ambush. At that moment, a fierce and desperate glint flashed in his eyes. I will crush the token. Once your tokens resonate and shatter, that will be the signal. Your 3 units must immediately abandon everything and rush to the main camp at full speed. I will hold the fort in the camp while you encircle from the outside, attacking from within and without, ensuring that the encroaching elves are trapped within the fortifications. The officers exchanged glances, some showing hesitation in being bait. The risk was too great. What if the reinforcements did not arrive? The consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, looking at Regis' almost crazy gaze and the current hopeless situation, no one dared to voice any dissent. This might be the only and last chance. Remember, Reggie stared intensely at them. This is a battle for survival. Victory means success, and I will personally tell the king of your achievements. Defeat. We will both die without a burial place. Move out. The three teams with heavy and resolute hearts set out again from the camp, disappearing into the misty forest. Adeline watched them, leave her fingertips lightly touching the subring, attempting to communicate with Xuanyuan Chen. Master Regis' camp is empty with only about 1,000 left, mostly elites. Reggie seems to be acting strangely with unclear intentions. World Tree Territory. Xuanyuan Chen felt a slight warmth from the Master Ring, and Adeline's brief report was known to him. 2 hours later, a more detailed and clear thought came through the Master Ring from the frontline commander Sylvia. My King Scouts report urgently. Regis' main forces have sharply decreased, estimated to be only over 1,000. However, his main force has not scattered, with about 6,000 troops divided into 3 groups, moving in the forest to the northeast, east, and southeast directions, fanning out, but remaining close to the main camp. A trace of understanding and cold sarcasm flashed in Xuanyuan Chen's ice-blue eyes. Using oneself as bait. A struggle of a trapped beast finally showing some semblance. He murmured, then issued orders to Sylvia through the Master Ring, his thoughts cold. Since we have seen through his layout, there is no need to follow his script. Those 3 external enemy forces are his claws, and also his source of courage. First, sever his claws and crush his morale. Sylvia, concentrate your forces and eliminate these 3 external enemies with the fastest speed and strongest might. Break them apart, do not let them respond to each other or reinforce the main camp. Once the periphery is cleared, Reggie and those 1,000 remaining soldiers will be like fish in a barrel, birds in a cage at our mercy. Let him wait in that camp. Yes. Sylvia received the order and immediately took action. All priests ceased the rain summoning spell. Retain necessary mental energy and prepare for battlefield support. In the distance, the faint chanting that had been guiding the rain and mist gradually faded away. However, the moisture gathered in the sky and the humidity on the ground could not dissipate immediately. Although the light rain was weakening, the thick fog in the woods still lingered and visibility remained very low. She turned around the wooden table laid out with a simple map that scouts continually updated, clearly showing the location of Regis' main camp and the enemy troop markers distributed in the northeastern, eastern, and southeastern directions like 3 fangs. Regis' cleverness makes him think of using himself as bait to lure us to attack the camp with his troops divided outside, intending to encircle us. Sylvia's voice was not loud, her finger pointing sequentially at the 3 markers on the map. By the king's order, first eliminate these 3 enemy forces, sever their claws, and then catch the fish in the barrel. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the generals. The rain will stop, but the fog remains. This is the time of heaven. The enemy's forces are divided, but not far away. As long as our army gathers its main strength to form an absolute advantage, we can quickly take down one part and then defeat the enemies one by one. Glamour. Called out. Glamour immediately stepped forward. I am here. You lead 2,000 elemental archers and 500 mages to ambush here. Once the enemy comes to reinforce, strike hard at once. Yes. The remaining main force follow my lead. Sylvia's finger pressed heavily on the marker on the eastern side of the map. This enemy force is closest to the main camp and may respond the fastest. I will personally lead the army to annihilate them with the might of thunder. Understood. Time passed slowly in the suffocating silence and tension. Within the camp, 1,000 elites, chosen by Reggie, donned armor, unsheathed their swords, and held their breath, vigilantly guarding their positions while their gazes were fixed on the misty expanse beyond the camp. Reggie pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, his lips pressed into a straight line. Due to tension, bloodshot veins resembling spider webs filled his eyes, and restlessness gnawed at his heart like a venomous ant. Why haven't they come yet? Where's the attack from the elves? Where's the anticipated frenzy of slaughter? The camp is so empty, so tempting. Would those cunning long-eared ones really let this opportunity slip by? No cries of battle, no horns, nothing at all. This silence was even more chilling than any attack. The rain had stopped, though he couldn't tell when. The sound that had lingered for days faded away, leaving behind an eerie, heavy stillness that felt as if it had been soaked in water. The thick fog that enveloped their sight began to dissipate. Light gradually increased, and the mist fully cleared. Reggie looked beyond the camp towards the clearing at the forest's edge where he expected elves to emerge. Then he saw it. An army. A solemn, orderly, and as silent as the forest army. To the left of the camp stood the mixed-race coalition, their skin tones varied, armed with rugged weapons, and their eyes fierce. To the right were the elven element warriors and archers arranged in tight formation, their armor gleaming coldly as their longbows pointed at the ground. And directly opposite the camp's main gate was the largest force, the main elven troops, led by Sylphia, their elemental warriors, tower shields forming a wall behind which were dense clusters of arrows and magic wands glowing with dangerous power. The numbers gathered estimated to be nearly 10,000. Reggie's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks, as if all the blood in his body froze in an instant, then surged up to his head, causing a wave of dizziness. He opened his mouth, but could not produce any sound, only a choking noise from his throat. This can't be real. If they have this many troops, so well equipped and trained, why didn't they? A profound sense of absurdity and bone-chilling cold gripped him. He thought he was the hunter setting a trap, yet it turned out he had always been a foolish prey stumbling into the lair of a giant beast completely oblivious. Perhaps the reason they toyed with him in this cat and mouse game for so long was merely to amuse themselves. Enemy attack. All troops, form up. Prepare to engage. The officer's piercing scream shattered the silence, igniting the suffocating panic within the camp. How can there be so many? We're surrounded. It's over. All is lost. Where's the reinforcements? Where's our army? Panic spread like a plague among the 1,000 elites. The formation began to waver, and despair was written on the faces of the soldiers, their hands trembling around their weapons. Reggie jolted awake and yelled with all his might, trying to suppress the crumbling morale. Don't panic. Maintain formation. Hold the line. The troops out on deployment will return at any moment. They're nearby. Hold the camp. We still have a chance. He crushed the token he had been gripping tightly. According to the agreement, the 3 units patrolling outside would rush back at all costs. Come back. Quickly. He screamed frantically in his heart. Sylphia stood at the front of the formation, her gaze icy beneath her hood as she raised her hand and waved it forward. In the front line of the elven army, 500 elven element mages simultaneously lifted their wands. A tremendous amount of magical energy surged forth, flames, frost, thunderwater rocks. This colorful yet equally deadly magic crashed down like a torrent onto the wooden fence and gate of the camp. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions merged into one. The fragile wooden fence crumbled, burned, and collapsed under the violent magical energy, as if it were made of paper. The heavy gates were blasted into pieces, debris, swirling with scorching air, swept backward. The traps and obstacles Reggie had prepared outside were cleared away in an instant. Smoke, fire, and icy mist filled the air. In just one round of fire, the camp's weak frontal defenses had vanished, leaving behind a massive gap and a ground littered with debris. Reggie was pushed back by the shockwave, his ears ringing as he stared blankly at the vanishing gates and outer defenses, the last traces of color drained from his face. There are so many mages. Despair washed over him like a frigid tide, completely submerging him. This was not a battle, it was a crushing defeat. The second wave of magical strikes from the mages followed closely, directly hitting the panicked and defenseless crowd of soldiers. Fireballs erupted, ice spikes pierced, lightning chains leapt, acid splashed. The screams instantly filled the camp as the recently formed formation was blown apart once more. Then came the magical rain of arrows from the elven archers. The dense flow of light like a swarm of locusts surged through the lingering smoke, accurately targeting every remaining standing and resisting Lothran soldier. Attack! Sylphia pointed forward. The elven element warriors in the front let out deep war cries, their tower shields advancing like a wall crushing towards the camp. The coalition on the left let out bloodthirsty roars, charging forward with battle axes, heavy hammers, and spears, while the elven forces on the right pressed forward simultaneously. Surrounded on 3 sides, the final slaughter began. Hold the line. Stand firm. There's still a chance. Wait for our troops to return. There's still a chance. Reggie shouted hoarsely, swinging his sword, trying to prevent the retreat, even personally cutting down 2 fleeing soldiers. But his voice felt so weak and powerless amidst the thunderous cries, magical explosions, and dying wails. The collapse was inevitable. More and more soldiers dropped their weapons and turned to flee towards the rear of the camp. The few private soldiers and officers left by Reggie's side were scattered. With bloodshot eyes and a face like a madman, he still attempted to muster his last strength. In the midst of this extreme chaos, Adeline moved. She pushed against the tide of fleeing soldiers, shoving her way through, gradually getting closer to Reggie's position. Reggie's attention was completely captivated by the elven army pressing forward and his own soldiers fleeing in panic, completely unaware of the danger behind him. He was just a 4th-year warrior, and it had been a long time since he had fought. His strength was mediocre, and in this moment of chaos his senses were dulled to their lowest point. A cold glimmer flashed in Adeline's eyes as she suddenly exerted force beneath her feet, crashing into the 2 crowded Lothran soldiers in front of her, getting close to Reggie's back. With the battle axe carrying long-held killing intent, she swung it upward diagonally. Thud! The sharp blade sliced through flesh and bone. Reggie's action of swinging the long sword suddenly froze. The frenzied expression on his face solidified the last glimmer of hope for reinforcements, and the fury of defeat quickly replaced by confusion. He saw a headless corpse. Who is this? Then he saw Adeline's face and the battle axe in her hand. Am I dead? My ambitions are still unfulfilled. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something more, but his gaze gradually lost its luster. The head that had once been full of schemes rolled aside, covered in blood. My lord the Baron. Beside him, an officer's eyes widened in rage as he let out a furious roar, recklessly swinging his sword towards Adeline, who had just withdrawn the axe. "Traitor! Die!" However, before his blade could descend, a faster and deadlier long sword lunged in from the side, like a striking snake, precisely penetrating the gaps in his armor and piercing his heart. It was Vera. She expressionlessly withdrew her long sword, and the officer's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. Reggie was dead. The officer was dead. The already crumbling Lothran army completely lost its last semblance of organization. The remaining soldiers surged towards the camp's rear like ants fleeing a disturbed nest, desperately seeking what seemed to be the only escape route. Sylvia coldly observed all of this, not issuing an order to seal off the gap. Let them escape towards their already destined end. The fleeing soldiers cried out in despair, discarding their helmets and armor, desperately squeezing out of the camp, rushing towards what they believed to be safety. However, just as they surged out barely 100 steps, believing they had escaped to safety, charging into a relatively sparse clearing among the trees. 800 elven element archers led by Jalama, who had long been lying in ambush, revealed themselves from the trees and earth slopes on both sides. The cold arrows, like the gaze of death, locked onto this group of panicked, disorganized live targets. "Fire!" Jalama commanded. The sound of arrows breaking through the air resounded once more, and the fleeing soldiers fell like harvested wheat in droves. Those trying to turn were blocked by elven warriors and mixed-race hunters closing in from the flanks. Desperate screams and pleas for mercy were quickly drowned out by the sounds of blades entering flesh and arrows piercing bodies. When the last fleeing soldier was sniped by the elven archers from 100 steps away, the noisy battlefield gradually returned to silence. The elven warriors silently cleaned the battlefield, collecting weapons and finishing off any enemies not yet dead. Reggie and his 12,000 troops on the 10th day of invading the forest were completely annihilated at this location. Sylvia looked at Adeline, who was holding Reggie's head, and through the subring conveyed a succinct message to the existence at the top of the world tree. "My lord, the enemy leader has been slain, and all invading foes have been annihilated." In the realm of the world tree in the main hall, Xuanyuan Chen sat calmly upon the Qing tongue throne, his icy blue eyes serene and undisturbed. The thoughts of Selwyn flowed through the subring. "Master Carandial is growing impatient with Reggie's slow progress and has instructed me to enter the forest to investigate the situation." Xuanyuan Chen responded with his thoughts. "Just tell Carandial that Reggie, in his eagerness for achievements, is unskilled in forest warfare." Over 10,000 troops were divided, ambushed, and hunted down by 3,000 elves using rain and fog as cover until they were completely annihilated. The communication cut off, and Xuanyuan Chen's gaze shifted to the people standing solemnly below the steps. Sylvia stood at the forefront, her dark green figure upright, like a pine, her gaze lowered, maintaining that calm and unperturbed expression. Behind her were various commanding officers involved in the battle, those who had performed outstandingly, as well as Adeline and the Iron Rose members who had just been rescued. In this battle, Sylvia commanded the overall situation, leading with precision and at minimal cost, completely annihilating the invading enemy. Xuanyuan Chen's voice echoed in the hall, clear and steady. "What is even more remarkable is that our forces suffered no fatalities, only a few minor injuries. This is a great victory." His gaze fell on Sylvia, pausing for a moment. "Complete annihilation. Indeed, executed cleanly." However, the lack of any survivors was somewhat unexpected. From his understanding of Sylvia, this was not due to a bloodthirsty nature, but rather a manifestation of the absolute boundary she held in her heart. Anyone who dares to infringe upon the royal land and covet the royal power has only one path: death. In her eyes, leaving prisoners might be seen as a form of leniency towards their crimes. This extreme and pure loyalty and will to protect is a sharp blade, but sometimes it requires a bit of guidance. "Well done, Sylvia," Xuanyuan Chen said as he stood up and walked to her. In front of everyone, he extended his hand, gently ruffling Sylvia's silver hair, carrying a meaning of approval and closeness. This simple gesture instantly brightened the eyes of all the elves in the hall. Many even held their breath, revealing unreserved envy and reverence. In the elves' understanding, and the quietly formed tradition, being touched on the head by the king is the highest and most intimate form of praise, symbolizing supreme trust and recognition. A pat on the shoulder from the king represents a secondary level of acknowledgement for achievements and abilities, while verbal praise is a more common form of commendation. Sylvia's body slightly stiffened almost imperceptibly before she relaxed. She still kept her head down, but Xuanyuan Chen sensed that beneath her calm exterior something had gently trembled. She did not shy away, allowing the king's hand to rest among her hair, though a faint, nearly imperceptible blush surfaced at her ears. However, Xuanyuan Chen retracted his hand, his tone shifting to one of calm instruction. "In similar situations, next time consider leaving some alive at your discretion. Not all enemy soldiers need to be killed immediately. Some strong and relatively guiltless could be sent to work in the Stone Fist tribe's mines to atone for their crimes, also creating value for the territory. How to discern and handle this is also something a commander must consider. Sylvia promptly knelt on one knee, her voice clear. Yes, my king. Sylvia noted this well and vowed to consider it in the future. She understood the king's meaning. It's not just about leaving prisoners, but also about learning to weigh and utilize situations, transitioning from pure annihilation to more efficient disposal. The king's ruffling of her hair warmed her heart, and this timely guidance made her feel valued and directed. Xuanyuan Chen slightly nodded, his gaze shifting to the standing Jelima. This elf archer commander, who typically wore a calm expression and acted with precision, had been entrusted with an important role due to Sylvia's recognition in this battle. Whether during the early precise night raids or the later ambush of retreating enemies, her performance was commendable. Jelima, Xuanyuan Chen called. Jelima immediately stepped forward, also kneeling on one knee, her posture impeccable, her emerald eyes calmly gazing at the ground. In this battle you executed decisively, assessed accurately, and achieved significant results. Xuanyuan Chen walked to her side, extending his hand to ruffle her golden hair. From this day forth, I grant you the qualification to reside within the inner layer of the world tree. A slight ripple of surprise and sudden excitement appeared on Jelima's otherwise calm face. But she quickly suppressed it, lowering her head even further. Thank you for your generous grace, my king. Jelima will surely be wholeheartedly loyal, even at the cost of my life. Xuanyuan Chen then gestured to the nearby Laura. Laura hurriedly approached with a long wooden box and opened it. Inside lay the Flame King bow, which once belonged to Xuanyuan Chen. The bow still emitted a faint crimson glow, radiating a warm aura, but with Xuanyuan Chen's increased power, this bow had become non-essential for him. This bow, named the Flame King bow, was once my weapon. I grant it to you now, hoping you will wield its power wisely, shooting arrows without regret to protect our territory. Xuanyuan Chen lifted the long bow and handed it to Jelima. Her hands trembled slightly as she solemnly accepted this bow, a symbol of immense trust and the inheritance of power. The bow felt slightly heavy in her grasp, and the warm, yet contained aura resonated with the fire elemental magic within her. Jelima will not disappoint this bow. I will not disappoint my king. Her voice remained steady, but the determination within was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. After encouraging Jelima, Xuanyuan Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Aurora. This female warrior, who possessed incredible combat power on sunny days, faced significant limitations in this battle amidst the continuous rain and fog, failing to achieve any particularly outstanding results. Yet she still performed her duties responsibly, completing all assigned tasks with steadiness and reliability. Aurora, present. Aurora stepped forward, standing tall, her eyes bright and calm, showing no signs of frustration for not shining brightly due to the weather limitations. The weather was not in your favor, yet you fulfilled your duties with steadiness and composure, which is also commendable. Xuanyuan Chen stepped forward and patted her strong shoulder, a secondary, but equally clear form of acknowledgement. Then he pointed out several other elven commanders and warriors who had shown bravery and effective leadership in this battle, encouraging them one by one with shoulder pats. Finally, his gaze fell upon the just-returned Adeline and the Iron Rose members behind her, whose expressions were complex. Adeline, Iron Rose members. Xuanyuan Chen's voice softened slightly. You lurked behind enemy lines, conveyed critical intelligence, and at the last moment decisively struck, capturing generals and seizing flags, disrupting the enemy's morale. You have made significant contributions. The victory of this battle is also due to your efforts. Adeline immediately led the Iron Rose members to kneel on one knee. Serving the master, we would not hesitate to die. Adeline's voice was steady and unwavering, a response of absolute loyalty under the slave curse. Meanwhile, Vela and others also bowed their heads, feeling a mix of emotions. They participated, they contributed, and it seemed they were truly bound to this territory. The future path remained unclear, but at least at this moment they received the king's verbal acknowledgement, which perhaps signified a new beginning. Xuanyuan Chen looked towards the representatives of the affiliated villages. All warriors who responded to the summons before the battle, I promised that those who obeyed orders and fought bravely would reap the benefits of trade afterward and receive generous rewards. I, Xuanyuan Chen, will uphold my word. From this day forth, the trade level of all participating tribes will be elevated to alliance status. This means that the variety of items you can purchase will increase by 30%, including previously restricted refined weapons, quality armor, specialized healing potions, and some magical materials. Tribute reductions of 50%. Priority access to custom services and technical support from Dwarven craftsmen. Additionally, the weapons, armor, and some intact camp supplies seized in this battle will be distributed based on the number of warriors sent by each tribe and their achievements. This is to equip your warriors and compensate for your losses. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the affiliated villages were instantly overwhelmed with excitement and knelt down in droves. "Thank you for your generous bestowal, my king." Xuanyuan Chen nodded and gestured for them to rise. "Stand up. I will remember the achievements of today in my heart. I hope you all can continue to unite with me in the future to protect the forest and share peace." After speaking, he turned and walked back to the throne. The battle has ended, but the crisis is not yet over. The eyes of the Elven Kingdom are still spying, and the Kingdom of Latran will not let this go easily. All factions must expedite their rest and training and must not be negligent. He sat back on the throne, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the hall, his icy blue eyes deep as the sea. Today's victory is the fruit of our combined efforts. However, the road ahead is long and thorns remain. I urge you all to avoid arrogance and impatience, to forge ahead with determination and to safeguard our shared home. We will obey the king's decree. The elves, demahomins, and even the Iron Rose members responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the grand main hall. In the realm of the world tree, the victory bonfires were lit across the territory, dispelling the chill of the night and illuminating the excited faces. The elves played a melodious tune in the forest, the air filled with the aromas of roasted meat, honey, and wine. By the bonfire near a clearing in the woods, the atmosphere was particularly lively. A group of young elven warriors and elemental archers danced to the rhythm of the drums, performing a lightfoot and vibrant forest dance. Notably familiar figures had mingled into the dance circle. They were those who had previously been forced by Xuanyuan Chen to stay in the territory, members of the Iron Rose who were of third rank and below. Some of them no longer wore the unease and vigilance they had upon arrival. During this time, training, working, and living alongside the elves under their unintentional care and the relatively peaceful and prosperous environment, the barriers had gradually melted away. At this moment, Ai Li was being pulled into the dance circle by an elven warrior, awkwardly but joyfully bouncing to the rhythm, her face beaming with a pure smile. A few other Iron Rose girls who had also stayed joined in the laughter, linking arms with the elves as if they truly belonged there. In the shadows not far away, Wei La leaned against the trunk of an ancient tree, holding a rough wooden cup filled with mildly spicy ale. She did not join the celebration, merely watching in silence, observing Ai Li and the elves' carefree smiles and the gradually relaxed expressions of her remaining sisters. The old scar on her face appeared especially cold and hard under the flickering firelight. Ai Li, a low growl filled with suppressed anger rang out. Shadow Arrow. Lena suddenly rushed out from the side, yanking the happily dancing Ai Li out of the circle de force, causing Ai Li to stagger a few steps. "What are you doing, Sister Lena?" Ai Li's smile froze, confusion and discontent washing over her. "What do you mean?" Lena's eyes glowed red in the firelight, her voice trembling slightly with agitation. "Look at what you've become at. Mixing with them. Dancing. Laughing. Have you forgotten who we are? Have you forgotten why we are here? Have you forgotten about the leader, Lena?" Ai Li raised her voice, breaking free from Lena's grip. "I haven't forgotten, but I remember more clearly that it was you who abandoned us first. It was the vice captain and the leader who led you away, leaving us here. It was the king and these elves who took us and provided us food and shelter. They have treated us well. Here we don't have to worry about starving from lack of work every day, we don't have to fear dying from injuries without medicine, and we don't have to engage in the filthy business of capturing slaves." She grew more and more agitated, tears welling in her eyes, but she stubbornly glared at Lena. "Yes, we all know about the leader. We all feel hurt. But so what? We are still alive. Together. Here we can live like humans instead of wild dogs that might die in some filthy gutter. We the Iron Rose gathered together and worked hard, isn't it all for everyone to live a little better? What's wrong with it now? What do you understand?" Lena was deeply hurt by Ai Li's words, and she suddenly raised her hand, her voice twisted with anger and some deeper pain. "You don't understand anything. How could we abandon you?" Smack. Before Lena could finish, a crisp and resounding slap struck her face, interrupting the words that were about to burst out. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The dance circle stopped, and the music seemed to fade away. Everyone turned to look this way. Lena covered her face, turning in disbelief to Wei La, who had silently stood by her side. The vice-captain's expression, illuminated by the firelight, bore an eerie calmness, only her eyes were deep like two dry wells, swirling with emotions that Lena could not comprehend. Vice-captain. Lena's voice was tinged with tears and confusion. "Shut up." Wei La's voice was not loud, but it was cold, lacking any warmth, carrying an undeniable command. She did not look at Lena, her gaze fixed on the dancing bonfire, as if that slap had not been hers. "Get out of here. Don't let me hear you say another word." Lena's tears fell from her eyes. She glared fiercely at Ai Li, glanced at the expressionless Wei La, and finally, with a stomp of her foot covering her stinging cheek, turned and dashed into the crowd. The small conflict came to an abrupt end. The elves stopped dancing, looking at each other in confusion. Ai Li bit her lip, nervously glancing at Wei La. Wei La took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within her chest. She turned to Ai Li, forcing a smile, her voice dry. Ai Li, you are right. We gather together for a better life. There's nothing wrong with it now. Go and have fun. Ai Li, hearing her words, relaxed again, nodding vigorously, her smile returning. Vice Captain, you should join us too. I'll sit for a while longer. Wei La waved her hand, returning to the shadows under the tree, picked up the cup of ale, and took a large gulp. However, the aroma of the ale could not mask the increasing chill deep within her. She watched Ai Li being pulled back into the dance circle by the elves, observing the other remaining sisters, who cautiously, yet joyfully rejoined the celebration. She could clearly see that the Iron Rose was silently fracturing. Some were being eroded and assimilated by the better life offered in the realm of the World Tree by Xuanyuan Chen and by the goodwill released by the elves. They would gradually forget their hatred, accepting new identities and rules. Meanwhile, others could not forget the incident with Adeline, forever struggling in their helplessness, just like her and Lena. The split was inevitable, and that lofty king would likely take pleasure in it, even actively promoting it. Wei La took another sip of ale, the bitter taste spreading in her mouth. She knew that from the moment they accepted that vial of potion, from the moment they stepped onto the path of serving Xuanyuan Chen, the Iron Rose was destined to no longer be the original Iron Rose. It would either collapse completely in pain or be forged into a new form that pleased that king. And they, the remaining core, were merely the last few stubborn thorns, unwilling to bend easily, yet destined to be worn down. On the fourth level of the World Tree, the open observation deck. The night wind was slightly cool, stirring Xuanyuan Chen's golden hair. He stood by the railing, his ice-blue eyes overlooking the scattered bonfires and celebrating crowds below. The distance was great, and an ordinary person could never see the details, but with his LV6 eagle eye, everything happening in that clearing was captured by him. The dance of Ai Li with the elves' lean-ass anger, that slap, Wei La's stiff smile, and the pain hidden deep in her eyes, lean-ass tearful escape, Ai Li's re-emerging smile, and the gloomy drinking of Wei La in the shadows. All the subtle expressions, all the silent disputes, all the hidden cracks were as clear as the lines on his palm. He watched calmly, his face devoid of any expression, neither satisfied with Ai Li and others' returning hearts, nor mocking lean-ass rebellion and Wei La's pain. All of this was within his expectations, even the inevitable result under the atmosphere he had carefully guided. Providing a better life, showcasing great power, dispensing precisely the right amount of grace and gentleness, while maintaining absolute control. With both soft and hard measures and internal and external differentiation, this was indeed the most effective means of taming and assimilating. The thorns of the Iron Rose were being pulled out one by one. No, it should be said they were cleverly transplanted to new stalks. The process might be accompanied by pain and tears, but in the end, only the plants he acknowledged and meticulously pruned would remain in this garden. He withdrew his gaze and turned to step into the quiet room behind him. The celebration belonged to the victors, while the master needed to contemplate how to make the next move. The Lothran kingdom would not rest, and this small ripple within the Iron Rose was merely a fleeting dissonance in a grand symphony that would soon be covered by a more powerful main theme. The night was still long, and the game was far from over. Luodalan Kingdom, Jinmigi City, the royal study. King Balayatin's face was a study in impatience and a mounting, corroding anxiety. It is the 15th day. His hoarse voice shattered the suffocating silence of the study, his gaze like a nail driven into the chief of intelligence, who stood below with bowed hands. Leiji took 12,000 men into that forest. 15 whole days have passed. There has been no word, not even a single messenger hawk has returned. Beads of sweat formed at the intelligence chief's temple. In a low voice he ventured, "Your Majesty, the forest is vast and treacherous. Perhaps Baron Leiji is pursuing remnants or has fallen into an ambush at some difficult pass and cannot send word." Pursuing? Ambush? Balayatin cut him off with a bitter laugh. Whom would he be pursuing? Ambushing whom? The intelligence reports speak of a mere 3,000 elven rebels. Does it take 12,000 men half a month to chase them down to the point that not a single courier can return? He barked the next words out like a command and an accusation at once. Or could it be that they were never rebels at all, but a trap? A snare set by the jingling kingdom for Leiji. No for me. His voice rose with each sentence until it verged on a low roar, his cloudy eyes rimmed with bloodshot veins and a feverish suspicion. If 12,000 of the royal garrison were truly lost, the blow would cut to the marrow of Luodalan itself. Not to mention the spoil the nobles had been salivating over. With each passing day, his unease and distrust deepened. He knew Leiji's competence, even if flawed. The man was not utterly inept. Had they walked into a snare and been annihilated? Or had Leiji, brazen and desperate, absconded with the army and any seized riches, throwing in his lot with another power? Or perhaps grimly, it was indeed a trap and Leiji's force had been wiped out by the elves. Investigate. Balayatin slammed his palm upon the table until crystal goblets trembled. Find out what happened. Send more scouts. No, dispatch an elite company of palace guards in disguise to the forest's edge. Bring back the living or the dead. I want to know the fate of those 12,000 men. And warn every town and checkpoint along the southeastern border elevate to the highest alert. Without a royal order, no one shall approach that forest. Watch it like hawks. Yes, your majesty. The chief of intelligence bowed hastily, his back slick with cold sweat. He understood that the king's patience had reached its limit and that Leiji's disappearance was blossoming into a crisis that might shake the authority of the throne. Outside the prince's bedchamber on the terrace, Princess Yelena leaned against the cool jade balustrade, staring at the city's silhouette, drowsy and muted beneath the dusk. An evening breeze touched with winter's bites stirred her pale gold hair and the thin fabric of her gown. She did not sit by the lamp as usual to read. A melancholy too grave for her years shadowed her brow. Knight Elinuo stood 3 paces behind like a silent statue. Elinuo, Yelena said softly without turning. Tell me, why have Baron Leiji and his forces not returned? Elinuo paused, offering a measured neutral reply. Forest campaigns are fraught with uncertainty. Delays are not uncommon, your highness. Delays? Yelena echoed, turning to fix the knight with clear blue eyes. Father is restless. The atmosphere at court is taut. I have overheard servants whisper that something terrible may have occurred. Elinuo, when you investigated Leiji before, aside from his troop movements, did you discover anything else? About the forest elves he was to confront. Elinuo felt a shiver of unease at the question. My inquiries were limited. Baron Leiji believed there was an elven force in the wood, small in number. He intended to capture them to make up for past losses and to gain profit. Profit? Yelena's eyes flashed with a momentary disgust that was quickly replaced by deeper worry. Elinuo, if Leiji fails, what then? Will those elves seek revenge? Could civilians be caught in the crossfire? Elinuo met the prince's anxious gaze and sighed inwardly. Your highness, regardless of outcome, the kingdom's forces have already reacted and strengthened border defenses, she said, skirting the darker possibilities. As for the elves, if they truly repelled Baron Leiji's army, they would be no easy adversary. Whether they intend merely to hold their woods or harbor other designs is for now unknown. Yelena stood silent for a long time, staring toward the southeastern forest where night swallowed every detail. I only hope. Whatever happens, there will be no more needless bloodshed. She spoke so softly it seemed she was addressing both Elinuo and herself. Whether our soldiers or the forest creatures to die for the avarice of a few, it is unbearable. Elinuo said nothing, only resting a hand lightly on the pommel of her sword. The prince's kindness and ideals looked fragile against the world's cruelty, yet she would swear to guard that fragile light with her life. As for the truths hidden in the wood and the storm that might break upon them, all Elinuo could do was prepare and observe patiently. In the jingling kingdom by the city at the chancellor's residence, Calendar stood alone before the study window, the sealed dispatch from Saorwyn folded between his fingers. The cool scent of incense could not dispel the gravity gathered in his brow. The report itself was concise. After Leiji's detachment entered the forest, they encountered persistent fog and rain. They were repeatedly harried within the wood and suffered heavy losses, then were encircled near their main camp by the pretenders' main forces, fought through the night, and were annihilated. Annihilated. Calendar's eyes narrowed. The outcome had exceeded his expectations in its finality. Even at his worst, Leiji commanding 12,000 relatively well-equipped royal troops. If despite weather and terrain they were utterly destroyed in a set-piece engagement, that implied far more than simple misfortune. Ambahar Cartano's forces were of a quality far beyond initial estimates. To so cleanly swallow Leiji's detachment signified this was no mere border nuisance to be stamped out at leisure. Worse, he had been steadily absorbing neighboring villages, growing his strength piece by piece. The dispatch mentioned the prolonged abnormal rain and fog. Normally, such uninterrupted mist would not occur in winter. Was it chance, or did he command sorcery that could bend the weather? To sustain such conditions for so long, this pretender king must be at least a 7th-rank archmage, perhaps even higher. Or might he wield an ancient relic or some secret of nature? Calendar tapped the window frame gently. Ambahar Cartano's threat level required urgent reassessment. This was no longer a mere destabilizing element at the border. He was a tangible, formidable adversary with expansionist designs that could not be easily measured or dismissed. He crouched in the forest like a young lion, growing in silence. Left unchecked for a season, he would become a grave and intimate menace. In the territory of the world tree, the main hall, Xuanyuan Chen sat calmly on the throne, his gaze sweeping over the Iron Rose members standing solemnly below. Adeline stood at the forefront, her expression devoid of emotion, while Vera stood half a step behind her head, bowed the rest of the members, displaying various expressions. Xuanyuan Chen spoke. You two shall select 4 more members with strength at the 4th tier, who act prudently. This afternoon return to the Lothran Kingdom, to the Golden Rose City. Xuanyuan Chen offered no further explanation. The specific tasks, the speech, how to respond to inquiries from Lothran, and how to create confusion. He had already elaborated on these to Adeline through the ring the night before. Adeline's slave mark ensured her absolute loyalty to execute the orders, while Vera's cleverness and her desire for the safety of her companions were sufficient for her to cooperatively perform this act. The story they were to bring back would cleverly steer the narrative of the annihilation of the Regi army towards the direction of suspected ambush by the regular army of the Elven Kingdom, intensifying the distrust between Lothran and the Elven Kingdom, thereby buying more development time and strategic space for the territory of the World Tree. Yes, my lord. Adeline and Vera responded simultaneously, one voice calm and steady, the other slightly hoarse. Xuanyuan Chen nodded and continued, the candidates are for you to decide, but Shadow Arrow Lina must remain. His gaze did not specifically linger on the assassin, whose face turned pale at that moment, merely passing over her. Like being doused with a bucket of ice water, Lina's body slightly trembled. She looked incredulously at Vera, then turned abruptly to Xuanyuan Chen on the throne. Her lips moved as if to question why, but upon meeting those icy blue, unnervingly calm eyes, all words were choked in her throat, leaving only a cold despair. When Vera heard Lina's name being excluded, her back instinctively tensed for a moment. She reflexively raised her head to look at Xuanyuan Chen, meeting his unperturbed gaze. It was as if he anticipated her looking up, already waiting for her. That gaze seemed capable of penetrating all her thoughts. Vera's heart tightened, hastily lowering her head again, her fingertips digging deeply into her palm. He knew. He knew everything. Leaving Lina was not only to weaken potential unstable factors around her, but also a silent warning. Xuanyuan Chen withdrew his gaze, no longer observing the reactions of those below. Prepared to depart. Yes, my lord. Adeline bowed and complied, her voice steady. Vera and the other Iron Rose members could only follow suit, bowing as they exited the main hall with varying thoughts. Lina walked last, dazed as if her backbone had been pulled away. The chess piece of the Iron Rose was once again moved. This time they would enter the whirlpool of the human kingdom with a meticulously woven lie, and the strings of life and death remained firmly in Xuanyuan Chen's grasp. The next day in the Eastern Forest Camp. The morning breeze carried the unique, damp chill of the woods brushing against the rough wooden railing of the watchtower. Abby stood at the edge of the tower, arms crossed, her light golden hair fluttering gently in the wind. Her face showed little expression, her gaze fixed upon the teams returning to the camp below, a nearly undetectable upturn at the corners of her lips betraying her current pleasant mood. Footsteps approached Abby from behind, then stopped beside her. She did not turn around as she knew who it was. Aurora leaned against the railing, mimicking her posture, a few unruly strands of golden hair blown across her cheeks and forehead by the breeze. She did not brush them aside, simply gazing quietly, the lines of her profile appearing somewhat softened in the morning light. If you want to laugh, then laugh. She suddenly spoke, her voice low, blending with the sound of the wind. Abby finally turned her head to look at her. Aurora's gaze remained distant, her expression unchanged, yet deep within those usually calm eyes there was clearly a hint of something not quite right. Abby observed her expression, the arc of her smile gradually widening. Did you qualify to enter the inner layer of the world tree before me? She paused, her gaze wandering around Aurora's unchanged profile before leisurely uttering the latter half of her sentence. Did you get it? Our god of war on a sunny day. Lady Aurora. The final title was pronounced with particular clarity, even carrying a hint of exaggerated intonation. Aurora's eyelashes trembled slightly. She abruptly turned her head, staring at Abby. Abby met her gaze without flinching, even deliberately raising her chin to look at her. Then Aurora moved. The motion was so swift it nearly left an afterimage, her hands precisely pinching the soft flesh on either side of Ava's face, then pulling sharply to the sides. Abby was caught off guard, her cheeks distorted by the pull. Her usually calm and composed eyes widened instantly, clearly reflecting Aurora's face just inches away. That face still bore little expression, but upon closer inspection one could see her slightly pursed lips, and deep within her eyes an exceedingly rare, almost triumphant glint flickered by. Abby mumbled her protests, reaching up to pry Aurora's wrists apart. Aurora remained unfazed, even adding more force to stretch her face further, creating an even more comical shape. Smile. Aurora's voice sounded quite flat, even somewhat bored, yet her fingers still held firmly to the other's cheeks. Can you make it louder? Abby kicked her calf. Aurora nimbly sidestepped, not releasing her grip, her gaze fixed on Ava's distorted face, as if studying something intently. The morning breeze continued to blow through the watchtower, ruffling the ends of their hair. On the tower, two proud elven women, one more taciturn than the other, were currently struggling together in a manner so juvenile it was almost laughable. One was earnestly trying to maintain a stern face, while applying torture. The other was having her face pinched, feeling both pain and an urge to glare, her struggling actions appearing somewhat restrained for fear of making too much noise. No one else saw. Only Aurora and Abby. Just a bit of clumsy revenge sparked by being poked at, and a bit of equally childish delight from witnessing a friend get a rare comeuppance. Abby finally managed to break free a little, pushing her hand away, rubbing her reddened cheeks, and shot a glare at Aurora. The look held no anger, only a hint of accusation, as if saying, "How childish can you be?" Aurora retracted her hand, her fingertips seemingly lingering with the soft touch of the other's cheek. She turned back, facing the morning breeze again, smoothing her hair that had become more disheveled by the wind, her expression returning to its usual demeanor, as if the earlier face-pinching assailant was not her. "Next time." She paused, her gaze falling on the clouds gradually brightening in the far sky. "Don't call me that." Abby rubbed her face, and upon hearing this the corners of her mouth curved up again. "They'll watch your performance." Days later, in the Golden Rose City, the royal study. Bertan's expression was darker than the ominous clouds outside. The scouts sent to the southeastern forest had vanished without a trace, just like the earlier army of Baron Reggie. The forest seemed like a silent giant mouth devouring every gaze that dared to probe its depths. Just then the captain of the guards hurried in, whispering, "Your Majesty, the Iron Rose mercenary group that accompanied Baron Reggie has returned, but only 6 members are here waiting outside the palace for an audience." Bertan's murky eyes suddenly narrowed. "Bring them in." Soon 6 disheveled figures were ushered into the study. It was Adeline, Vera, and 4 other carefully selected 4th-tier members. Their leather armor was covered in scratches and mud stained with dark brown marks that could be blood or dirt, their faces etched with the fatigued fear and a dazed expression of having survived a calamity. Their breaths were weak and they appeared in poor condition. This was not entirely a facade. To enhance their credibility, they had indeed taken a longer route on the way back, traversing several dangerous areas. At least 70% of their disarray was real. Bertan's sharp gaze swept over the 6 individuals lingering longest on the faces of the 2 leaders, Adeline and Vera. He dismissed the onlookers, leaving only 2 trusted guards. "Where is Reggie? What happened to the 12,000 troops?" Adeline stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, her head bowed, her voice hoarse. "Your Majesty, we have failed. Lord Reggie is likely in grave danger. The army has nearly been annihilated." Despite having anticipated this, hearing the words "entire army annihilated" from the survivor's lips made Bertan's heart lurch. He suppressed his anger and pressed explain in detail. "How did you fail? What was the enemy situation?" Adeline began to recount the story from the perspective of a lucky survivor, following the script agreed upon with Xuanyuan Chen. She described how they encountered continuous rain and thick fog shortly after entering the forest, making conditions extremely harsh. Reggie's army struggled under such weather, and their morale plummeted. The elves appeared and vanished, utilizing their familiarity with the terrain to launch continuous small-scale assaults under the cover of mist and rain with arrows, traps, and poison blow darts. It was impossible to defend against. They are like shadows in the woods, never engaging, hidden, always targeting the isolated, the weary, and attacking the supply lines. We tried to counterattack and chase into the woods, but often fell into ambushes or could not find anyone at all. Lord Reggie attempted several times to gather troops for a decisive battle against the elven main force, but the weather was too bad and the forest was too dense for the army to deploy and coordinate effectively. What happened later? Was there a decisive battle? Bertan pressed. Adeline shook her head, her face displaying a mix of pain and confusion. "No. There was no proper decisive battle. We were dragged down. Our food supplies were attacked several times, the number of injured grew, and we were short on medicine. Later on the night, with the thickest fog, our camp was violently attacked, arrows raining down from all directions accompanied by magic. Fireballs, ice spikes. In the chaos, we were scattered. Vera and I fought desperately to break through, not daring to stop hiding and taking detours in the forest until we confirmed we had shaken off any potential pursuers before we dared to head back." "Magic." Bertan caught the key word, his eyes sharpening like a blade. "Are you sure it was magic?" "Absolutely, Your Majesty." Vera added softly from the side, her voice even drier. "During the attack, the firelight and the glow of magic illuminated the moment, and I saw figures in robes holding staffs definitely resembling elves. I couldn't tell exactly how many, but there were definitely quite a few. Elves who could wield magic, and in significant numbers." Bertan's heart sank. In human understanding, although elves generally possess a higher magical aptitude than humans, those who could become formal mages and skillfully apply their magic on the battlefield were certainly few. These elves mostly hailed from the magical sanctum of the Elven Kingdom, the Tower of the Firmament. This meant that the forces attacking Lord Reggie's army were likely not mere rebels or bandits, but were intricately connected to the official forces of the Elven Kingdom, possibly even a regular magical army under their command. This explained why Reggie's army of over 10,000 fell so completely and quietly. If the regular army of the Elven Kingdom intervened, exploiting their home advantage and magical superiority to conduct a planned annihilation, everything made sense. Calendar. Bertan's mind instantly flashed to the pale, indifferent face of the Elven Chancellor. It was him. It had to be him. What rebels, what fat prey, it was all a trap. The goal was to entice Reggie, or rather to entice Baratin to reach into the forest, and then take the opportunity to sever and weaken the power of Lutheran. Anger and a sense of humiliation burned at Bertan's reason, but he forcibly restrained himself. The survivors of the Iron Rose were still kneeling below. Along the way, did you see any other elven army flags or emblems, or hear any particular commands or slogans? He asked with one last glimmer of hope. Adeline and Vera exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. No, your majesty. The attack came suddenly, and amidst the chaos we only saw elves and flashes of magic with no time to discern details. Later we were just trying to escape, and dared not approach any place that might have elves. Bertan fell silent. He waved his hand wearily, saying, take them down, find a place to settle them, and keep an eye on them. No contact with outsiders without my command. Yes. The guards led the 6 members of the Iron Rose away. The study returned to silence, but the turbulent waves in Bertan's heart could not be quelled. He was almost convinced that Calendar had plotted against him, consuming his army. As if to confirm his suspicions, that afternoon a letter from White Tower City bearing the Elven Chancellor's seal was urgently delivered to his desk. In the letter, Calendar, with diplomatic phrasing, informed him of the unfortunate encounter of Baron Reggie and his troops in the forest, likely resulting in their complete annihilation, with a tone of regret, yet calm to the point of coldness. Then, shifting the conversation, he pointed out that the leader of the forces occupying the forest, Ambarl Caltano, declared himself king, exhibiting eccentric behavior that posed a serious threat to the border security of both countries. Thus, he sincerely invited King Bertan to set aside past grievances and jointly deploy troops to strike this foe, eliminating future threats. After reading the letter, Bertan nearly tore the paper to shreds. Such pretense, utter shamelessness. The one who killed his men and seized his goods now wanted to rope him into attacking a target that might very well be something he orchestrated himself. To him, Calendar's letter was nothing short of a blatant mockery and further conspiracy. First using the elven army disguised as rebels to devour his 10,000 men, and now feigning an invitation for cooperation, his heart was utterly vile. Without any hesitation, Bertan immediately summoned the secretary and dictated a reply. The letter was cold and distant, thanking Calendar for informing him of Reggie's demise, but rejecting the proposal for joint action with the excuse that border affairs are complicated and there is no surplus strength at the moment. He even subtly hinted that 10,000 men were nothing to the Lutheran kingdom, hoping the Elven kingdom would keep their own in check and not take the opportunity to cross borders and cause trouble. The messenger took the reply and hurriedly rode toward White Tower City. In the city of White Tower, within the Prime Minister's residence, Calendar grasped the cold and guarded reply letter. He casually tossed the letter from Bertan into the charcoal basin at his feet. The parchment curled and charred, turning to ash, much like the fragile understanding between Lutheran and the Elven kingdom. There can be no further delay. That false king, after devouring 12,000 of Regis men, will undoubtedly become more ambitious. He must be crushed with thunderous force before he takes root and becomes a core threat. Summon Casa. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the shadow standing outside the door. A moment later, a silver-armored elven commander with a stern countenance and sharp eyes like an eagle entered the study, kneeling on one knee. My lord, Casa, the false king Ambarl Caltano occupies the southeastern border forest, slaughtering our allies and usurping the throne, becoming a great threat to the kingdom. Calendar's voice was devoid of emotion, as if pronouncing a sentence. You are to immediately mobilize 10,000 Silverlight troops to the forest and eliminate this scoundrel, destroying his lair. Additionally, draw 1,000 formal mages from the Tower of the Firmament Battle Order to accompany you under your command. This false king may also be a great sorcerer adept in weather magic. 1,000 formal mages will not only assist you in battle, but also guard against any weather tricks he might employ. He paused momentarily before adding, this battle must be swift and decisive, leaving no room for future troubles. The false king and his core followers should ideally be captured alive and brought back to White Tower for public trial to set the record straight. If it cannot be done, kill without hesitation. I will obey. Casa replied in a deep voice, a glint of combativeness flashing in his eyes. The Silverlight army is the elite among the kingdom's standing forces. Coupled with 1,000 mages, this strength is sufficient to crush most rebellions. Furthermore, Calendar walked to the window, gazing at the courtyard. Send a message to Alea in Xiong City. Command her to lead 8,000 Gale Camp cavalry to enter the same forest from the direction of Xiong City, and after joining your forces, engage in coordinated combat. Inform her that this battle concerns the kingdom's border security and dignity. There must be no errors. The Gale Camp is one of the most outstanding cavalry regiments of the Elven Kingdom, led by the Hurricane General Alea, known for its mobility and agility, a nightmare in both plains and forests. With 2 armies combining infantry and cavalry supported by a powerful mage battalion, Calendar sought a battle without suspense. Prepare to depart. Within 3 days I want to see the army set out. Yes, in the realm of the world tree during the deep night of the 179th day. The master ring on Xuanyuan Chen's finger emitted a familiar wave as Selwyn's thoughts flowed in. Master Calendier has officially issued orders. Commander Casa leads 10,000 Silverlight troops and 1,000 mages from the Tower of the Firmament preparing to enter the forest. Simultaneously, military orders have been sent to Xiong City commanding Hurricane General Alea to lead her 8,000 Gale Camp cavalry in support. The Silverlight army is Calendier's direct elite. Casa is steady in character and always obeys Calendier, so this route will surely be taken. However, Alea, this individual and her troops have been stationed in the Western Territory for a long time and are not part of Calendier's inner circle. Directly deploying her to cross borders for combat may not earn her full compliance. Her Gale Camp consists entirely of skirmishers riding the wind-chasing horses averaging around Tier 3 with high mobility. Alea herself is Tier 6 proficient in wind magic and martial arts, known for her swift tactics, earning great respect within the army. He paused slightly, adding, currently it is only known that the orders have been issued. Whether Alea will deploy on time and whether she will fully cooperate with Casa after deployment remains unknown. However, her combat power is beyond doubt. If she comes, she will be a formidable enemy. 10,000 Silverlight troops, 1,000 mages, and 8,000 Gale Camp cavalry ultimately converging towards the realm of the World Tree. The average strength of the Silverlight army is around Tier 5, making it one of the top units of the Elven Kingdom. The Knights of the Gale Camp are slightly younger and somewhat weaker, yet their average strength is still around Tier 4. Understood. Xuanyuan Chen's thoughts remained calm as he concluded the communication. He stood alone in the quiet chamber atop the World Tree, his ice-blue eyes gazing into the starry night sky. The pressure surged, yet his heart remained tranquil. Unlike heavy cavalry, skirmishers excel in agility and mobility. Their equipment is relatively light, mainly tasked with high-mobility assaults, ambushes, and raids. Even in the forest, their mobility would not diminish much. If the Silverlight army and the Gale Camp were to merge, the odds of victory for their side would greatly decrease. If the Gale Camp truly intervenes, they must be eliminated first. Xuanyuan Chen's thoughts stirred slightly as he immersed himself in the system. Since the last great battle, his upgrade points had reached 17-11, just shy of the 200 points required for the World Tree to advance to Tier 5, needing less than 3,000 points. The total number of Primordial Elves currently stands at 16130. There are nearly 5,000 Elven Elemental Warriors and Elven Elemental Archers each. Elven Elemental Mages and Elven Elemental Priests also number just over 2,000 each. Compared to the invading forces, their total military strength is slightly inferior, and the newly born units are only Tier 1 incapable of participating in battles of this magnitude. Xuanyuan Chen focused his mind, waiting until the early morning of the 180th day. The well of the World Tree, as promised, radiated a soft, yet powerful life glow. The well water refilled the halo flowing. Xuanyuan Chen stood quietly at the edge of the well, beginning to summon. As the final ray of light converged, 150 newly born elven warriors, archers, mages, and priests emerged from the buds, joining the guides who had long awaited nearby. At that moment, a unique elf was born from the bud. She wore a deep blue robe adorned with silver star patterns and a wide-brimmed, pointed wizard hat that obscured half of her face, revealing only her elegantly shaped chin and a hint of pale lips. Her deep blue hair resembled the tranquil night sky, flowing smoothly behind her, the tips moving as if stirred by a gentle ripple in the air. In her hand, she held a staff that was neither metal nor wood, entirely transparent like crystal, with a bizarre gem at the tip that constantly changed shape, resembling a tiny black hole. She slowly descended, opening her eyes. They were incomparably deep, as if galaxies swirled within the depths of her pupils, folding space. She looked at Xuanyuan Chen, placing one hand over her chest and slightly bowing. "Salutations to you, my king. The rhythm of space responds to your call." At the moment she bowed, Xuanyuan Chen felt a surge of new insights and knowledge about the nature of space arise, spontaneously, naturally comprehended by him. For the first time, a glimmer of clarity named surprise flashed in Xuanyuan Chen's ice-blue eyes. He stepped forward, scrutinizing the unique existence of this newborn. Name: none. Race: Primordial Elf. Class: Space Element Elf. Mage. Current level Tier 1. Potential level Royal Tier. Loyalty 100. Xuanyuan Chen automatically grasped all her abilities, including spatial movement, space blade, and space compression. "I now bestow upon you the name Duminier, meaning daughter of the path, the messenger who traverses the barriers of space, delineating and controlling the realms of space." As the final syllable fell from his lips, the light of the World Tree seemed to brighten slightly, and the ripples of space gently spread out in circles centered on Duminier. The gem in her staff glowed and pulsed as if resonating with this name. Duminier listened quietly, the speed of the starlight swirling in her deep eyes seeming to quicken slightly, reflecting Xuanyuan Chen's calm yet imposing visage. She solemnly placed her hand over her chest, deeply bowing to the being who granted her a name and definition. Domineer, I humbly accept this name. May I resonate with the will of space and respond to your command. In the realm of the world tree, the morning light had yet to completely disperse the mist in the forest, and a new day began amidst the urgent preparations for battle. Xuanyuan Chen arrived alone at a clearing. He spent system coins to purchase a large quantity of mana recovery potions, then frantically used spatial movement. With the system at his disposal, he could level up simply by continuously using magic. His figure silently vanished from the original spot and reappeared the next moment. He began to use spatial movement in rapid succession, the distance gradually extending as the direction changed constantly. Bottles of mana potions were swiftly consumed, serving as the source of his nearly self-abusive training. With each jump through space, he deepened his perception of spatial coordinates, mastery over distance, and the subtle connection between himself and the external space. In the system interface, the experience bar for spatial movement LV1 surged at an unprecedented speed. From dawn until dusk, aside from necessary meals, Xuanyuan Chen's figure darted around the world tree. As the sun dipped in the west, painting the horizon orange, Xuanyuan Chen returned to his bedroom. Skill spatial movement has been upgraded to LV4, allowing unique spatial markers to be placed on any location or object within his perception range, enabling precise teleportation to the marked point, maximum distance of 100 kilometers. Teleportation in a general direction without markers is also possible. Distance of 100 kilometers, increased error. He can carry up to 3 companions aside from himself. The more companions he carries, the more the maximum teleportation distance is proportionally shortened. Just enough to manage. Xuanyuan Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes gleaming with icy blue light. The fatigue from a day of intense practice seemingly swept away. As night fell, the realm of the world tree was brightly lit, the atmosphere more solemn than usual, not only due to the impending strong enemies, but also because of the return of a team. The eastern camp was completely empty. All elven warriors, archers, mages, and priests returned to the main territory under the leadership of Ao Wei. Thousands of elves merged into the already massive army, instantly elevating the population and combat power of the territory to a new peak. The fatigue from their long journey could not conceal the determination and battle intent in their eyes. United with their compatriots in the main territory, a fierce atmosphere surged into the sky. At the end of this team, a large and graceful silver figure silently glided to Xuanyuan Chen's front, causing a slight stir. It was the spider child. Its size seemed more proportionate and vigorous than when it had left the silver white, fur shimmering with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, and its 8 compound eyes appeared deeper and more dynamic. It carried with it the unique wildness of the depths of the forest, along with a hint of pressure that had just broken through and was not yet fully contained. 6th tier. It succeeded. Xuanyuan Chen stood at the entrance of the main hall, watching the spider child approach. The massive spider lowered its head affectionately and cautiously, rubbing the softest part of its forelegs against Xuanyuan Chen's hand. It emitted a low, pleasant hiss, its compound eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Xuanyuan Chen took out a pink fruit exuding an enticing sweet fragrance and rich life energy and handed it to it. This was a rare fruit exchanged from the system mall, capable of stabilizing one's realm and replenishing vital energy. The spider child joyfully accepted it with its forelegs, swallowing it in a few bites, shaking its head in satisfaction, unreservedly displaying its dependence and closeness to Xuanyuan Chen. Follow me. Xuanyuan Chen turned and walked into the interior of the world tree. The spider child followed without hesitation, its 8 legs moving silently on the activated wooden floor. Arriving at a quiet inner chamber, Xuanyuan Chen turned to look at the companion who had been with him for a long time. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the evolution card he had long prepared appeared in his palm. Are you ready, old friend? Xuanyuan Chen looked into the spider child's eyes, filled with confusion and expectation, and said, let's embark on a path further ahead. The spider child seemed to sense something. Bright light erupted from its compound eyes, and it nodded vigorously, emitting a confirming hiss. Xuanyuan Chen no longer hesitated, focusing his mind on the spider child, activating the evolution card. A blazing white light erupted instantly, completely enveloping the spider child. A torrent of energy surged into its body, triggering a violent transformation of its life essence. Within the light, its form began to twist, stretch, and reorganize. The process lasted about a quarter of an hour. As the light gradually converged, what appeared before Xuanyuan Chen was a completely new existence. She possessed skin as white as snow, almost transparent, and long silver hair, cascading down to her waist, smooth like moonlight. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, like that of an elf, yet it carried an otherworldly etherealness and mystery, with purple eyes as deep as the starry night, and within the depths of her pupils a fleeting silver web-like pattern appeared. Her upper body took on the beautiful form of a human woman, but below the waist, instead of legs, she retained the form of a spider. A larger yet gracefully flowing silver spider body with 8 long and powerful legs covered in soft fur, like moonlight, quietly supported her. The combination of human upper body and spider lower body was seamlessly natural, not at all terrifying, but instead filled with a peculiar, dignified, and mysterious beauty. Name: Spider Child. Race: Silk Spider Queen. Current level 7th tier. Potential level Royal tier. Loyalty 98. After evolution, the Spider Child's level directly rose to the lowest tier of the Silk Spider Queen, 7th tier. The Spider Child blinked. Her newly born, somewhat bewildered purple eyes looked down at her human hands, and then twisted her new spider body, seemingly still adapting to this drastically changed physique. Then she looked at Xuanyuan Chen, her eyes quickly regaining the familiar intimacy, a shy yet charming curve forming at the corners of her mouth. She tried to make a sound, but only produced a series of pleasant, yet meaningless, resonant, and clear syllables. She seemed to be striving to adapt to her vocal organs. Then she noticed Xuanyuan Chen's gaze fell on her bare upper body. She tilted her head slightly, showing a hint of confusion, and followed his gaze to look down at herself. Xuanyuan Chen cleared his throat and averted his gaze. Can you cover up? The Spider Child blinked, seemingly understanding. She slightly parted her lips, and a strand of crystal-clear starry silver silk emerged from her mouth. The silk automatically wound and wove as if alive, quickly forming a fitted, simple, yet strangely beautiful strapless garment over her upper body, covering the crucial parts. The silk fabric shimmered softly under the light, resembling a second skin. She looked at Xuanyuan Chen again, a gleam of liveliness flashing in her purple eyes, as if asking, "Is this okay?" Xuanyuan Chen nodded, a look of satisfaction and relief in his eyes. The Silk Spider Queen before him not only had her strength drastically increased, but her intelligence had evidently risen significantly, already capable of engaging in relatively complex understanding and interaction. He took a step forward, extending his hand with his palm facing upward, not actively touching, merely presenting it calmly before her. The Silk Spider Queen gazed at that hand, the light in her purple eyes swirling. The next moment, she slowly and proactively lowered her head, gently resting it against Xuanyuan Chen's palm. Xuanyuan Chen's fingertips lightly brushed against her cool, smooth skin, then gradually moved to caress her silk-like silver hair. The Silk Spider Queen's purple eyes instantly squinted in delight. She even carefully extended her arms to wrap around Xuanyuan Chen's waist, then buried her head in his embrace, acting coy. As intimate as before, but her posture was more humanized, her sense of dependence completely intact. Xuanyuan Chen's gaze was also filled with warmth, allowing her to act spoiled. Welcome back, Spider Child. In the White Tower City, the morning light filters through stained glass, casting fragmented rays upon the polished stone corridor. Queen Margaret Amelia approached alone, the silver thread embroidery of her skirt brushing against the cold floor tiles, her steps quiet. She paused by the column, gazing at the figure standing by the window. "Uncle." Her voice was clear, resonating distinctly in the expansive corridor. Calendar slowly turned the hem of his robe, remaining still. A gentle expression graced his face, as if an elder were looking upon a beloved niece. "Your Majesty, at this hour you would typically be in the library." Margaret Amelia retrieved a scroll tied with a gray silk ribbon from her sleeve. The wax seal bore the emblem of the gale wind, a spear tip emerging from a torn cloud. "General Alea has sent a letter from Xian City." Amelia calmly looked at Calendar. She inquired whether the order to deploy the Gale Wind camp into the eastern forest to eliminate the rebels is to be confirmed by me in the end. She mentioned receiving the military dispatch and your seal, but deploying troops across the border requires the king's direct decree. She paused, her voice steady yet weighted. "I want to know what kind of rebellion exists in the eastern forest that necessitates the Silver Radiance Army and Gale Wind camp's involvement. And who is this false king? Uncle, I should be aware of such matters." Calendar's face reflected a hint of regret, and he nodded slightly. "It was my oversight, Your Majesty. Recently border affairs have been complicated, and I haven't had the chance to explain to you in detail." He walked to a nearby stone bench, gesturing for Amelia to sit while he remained standing, maintaining a respectful posture. In the depths of the eastern forest, a madman named Ambahar Cartano has gathered fallen elves and subhumans, establishing a stronghold deep within the woods, claiming the title of king. Previously, the Lothran kingdom clashed with him, sending a large army into the forest to subdue him, but tragically the entire force was annihilated, and the commander is also missing, likely having met with foul play. He lifted his gaze, looking at the queen. Now his power is expanding. If we do not extinguish it in its infancy, it will become a chronic issue at the border and bring shame to the kingdom. I have discussed this with the Minister of Military Affairs and several veteran generals. The best approach is to crush him swiftly with overwhelming force. The Silver Radiance Army will advance Hedon, while the Gale Wind camp will cut in from the flanks, severing any escape routes to ensure no future troubles remain. I intended to report to you once everything was arranged so as to avoid disturbing your peace with such dirty matters of war. He smiled gently. I did not expect General Alea to be so procedural. Emilia listened quietly, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the parchment. Sunlight danced through the glass, illuminating the tips of her light golden hair. After a long pause, she nodded. Since they are bandits threatening the border, they must be eliminated. She stood, tucking the parchment back into her sleeve. I will write back to General Alea confirming this action. She may mobilize her troops. She took 2 steps forward, stopping just as she was about to brush past Calendar, turning her face slightly. The profile of the young girl appeared distinctly in the light. But uncle. Her voice was soft yet as clear as the wind that swept through the corridor. Mobilizing the kingdom's standing army for cross-border operations is the king's prerogative. In future situations like this, please inform me first. I sit in this position, and I should at least know where my sword is pointed. She nodded slightly and turned to leave. Her footsteps gradually faded away in the stone corridor. Calendar's gentle demeanor slowly melted away as if he removed a mask. He turned back to the window, gazing at the silver-leaved tree unfolding in the morning light. Alea wrote directly to ask the queen. This Gale Wind general is expressing her dissatisfaction in the most formal manner. She is reminding everyone, including him. The army ultimately owes its allegiance to the throne, not the chancellor. However, the goal has been achieved. The queen's handwritten reply will be more effective than any orders. Both armies will depart on schedule. One should know where the sword is pointed. He murmured, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Young birds are beginning to test their wings. But it doesn't matter once the troubles in the forest are crushed, these trivial details won't matter. 2 days later, outside the west gate of Xian City, 8,000 cavalrymen lined up in the morning light, like a torrent forged of steel and leather. The Gale Wind horses stamped nervously, expelling white breaths. They stood taller than ordinary warhorses, their coats shimmering with healthy chestnut or deep gray hues, muscles flowing with grace. These mounts, cultivated by elves for generations, are one of the kingdom's most precious assets. Alea stood at the forefront of the formation. She wore silver-gray elven armor draped in a deep green travel cloak with the hood hanging over her shoulders. Her golden hair was tightly braided at the back of her head, revealing her sharply defined features. She appeared somewhat young, yet the sharpness and steadiness in her eyes far exceeded her appearance. General, the adjutant rode closer. All personnel have assembled. The route has been confirmed, and as per military directives, we will enter the forest via the Carefin path, converging with General Casa's Silver Radiance army near the Three Rivers confluence within 3 days. Alea nodded, remaining silent. She took out the letter containing the queen's private seal from her pocket and read it once more. The wording was formal, the authorization clear, complying with all procedures. Yet between the lines, she sensed the young queen's caution and subtle displeasure at being excluded from the decision-making. She tucked the letter away and looked eastward. The outline of the forest rose and fell on the horizon like a slumbering giant. Pass on the orders. Her voice was clear and steady, resonating in the quiet morning. The entire army march. Yes. The horn sounded deep and prolonged. The 8,000 cavalrymen began to move, first at a slow pace, then gradually accelerating. The sound of hooves transformed from a chaotic clatter into a synchronized rhythm, ultimately merging into a continuous thunder, pounding the earth and stirring up dust as they surged towards the deep green, unknown forest in the east. Almost simultaneously as the Gale Wind camp set off, Selwyn's message was transmitted through the subring to Xuanyuan Chen. The marching route of the Elven Kingdom, estimated troop, strength, rendezvous point. All this crucial intelligence was disclosed by Selwyn. Stone Anvil Tribe, heart of the mountains hall. The air was hot, mixed with the sense of molten iron, coal, and sweat. The enormous furnace burned deep within the cavern, casting the entire hall in a dark red hue. Dwarves gathered around rough stone tables and anvils, their voices of debate echoing against the rock walls. Ymira stood on the rocky platform at the center of the hall, holding the token of the stone anvil, tribe's emblem. Ymira, my child. Elder Dwin's voice resonated through the hall, overpowering the noisy discussions. His rugged face had deep wrinkles, his gaze complex as he looked at her. Your king holds favor towards you, which indirectly benefits the tribe. Dwarves never forget their friends. But your opponent is the entire Elven Kingdom. He did not finish, but the meaning was clear. Most Dwarven warriors and leader craftsmen remained silent, some shaking their heads, others avoiding Ymira's gaze. The apprehension towards the Elven Kingdom, the fear of igniting a fire that might burn them, overshadowed past friendships, and the vague fondness for Xuanyuan Chen. Ultimately, fewer than 800 Dwarven warriors were willing to respond to the token's call and accompany Ymira into the forest. This was already the result of Elder Dwin's utmost efforts to mediate, along with some dwarves deeply influenced by Ymira's father or those particularly brave in character. Before departing at the tribe's enormous iron door, intricately carved with mountains and lava, Elder Dwin's voice carried an unmistakable worry. Child, the doors of the Stone Anvil tribe will always be open for you. If your king fails, you may always return here. This will always be your home. Ymira lifted her head, the firelight illuminating her exceptionally resolute face. She looked at Elder Dwyn and the tribe members behind her, who silently saw her off with complex expressions, shaking her head. Her voice was not loud, yet it was decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. The king will never fail. Dwyn watched her, his throat moving. I mean, what if? Ymira slightly lifted her chin, her gaze passing over Elder Dwyn as if already directed towards the towering tree in the distant forest. If that day truly comes. She spoke slowly, each word striking the anvil like a hammer, clear, heavy, and unchangeable. I will stand by his side, fighting until the last moment. She no longer looked at Dwyn's suddenly aged face, turning to walk towards the more than 700 Dwarven warriors. The dwarves silently followed, their battle boots echoing dully against the stone ground, the sounds of clashing weapons ringing like a death dirge. The procession gradually faded away, disappearing along the path leading to the forest. Dwyn stood before the enormous iron gate, watching them vanish, his beard fluttering slightly in the wind. After a long while he sighed heavily, the sound of his sigh lost in the ever-burning roar of the forge behind him.